Tenfold physical refinement. In the Great Li dynasty, within the Dragon Abyss province, lies the illustrious family estate of the Fong clan, known as Wuxian Garden. As dawn's mist lingered in the air, a group of young disciples commenced their morning martial training. The patriarch of the Fong family serves as the governor of Dragon Abyss province, descended from the illustrious lineage of the Yuhua sect, one of the 10 prestigious sects of the immortal realm, who followed the founding Emperor Wu of the Great Li dynasty to pacify the realm a century ago. Dragon Abyss province, once the capital of a previous dynasty, was considered for the capital of the Great Li dynasty. However, due to the region's excessive moisture, the decision was ultimately abandoned, leading to the establishment of the capital in the southern city of Lijiang. Yet, the imperial court entrusted this ancient capital to the Fong family, a testament to their esteemed status and the trust bestowed upon them. Consequently, the Fong clan flourished, their estate sprawling over 1,000 acres, adorned with numerous courtyards and gardens, which would bewilder any ordinary visitor. The name of their garden, Wuxian Garden, signifies its all-encompassing essence. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists cutting through the air resonated, shaking the atmosphere. The young disciples moved with agility akin to ferocious tigers hunting sheep, lions pouncing on bulls, eagles striking at hares, and cranes standing atop pine trees. Their movements were a harmonious blend of strength and grace, exhibiting remarkable foundational skills. However, a pair of eyes, in the shadowy recesses of the artificial mountain range, observed their every move in secret. These eyes belonged to a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, dressed in a gray robe and cap, resembling a mere servant that a month ago, I discovered a drainage passage that leads directly to the muddy depths beneath this inner courtyard's mountain range. Were it not for this, I would never have been able to sneak in and learn martial arts. If caught, it would mean certain death. But surely, Fong Han cannot remain a servant forever. Fong Han meticulously studied the movements of the Fong disciples, committing every expression and action to memory. Indeed, he was clandestinely mastering martial arts. Fong Han was a lowly servant in the Fong family, born into servitude due to his father's previous role as a steward. Thus, he was destined to serve the Fong family for generations to come. Such audacity sneaking into the inner estate to learn the martial secrets of his masters was nothing short of reckless, bordering on suicidal. Here he comes. Fong Han's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe who appeared in the training grounds at a distance, rendering him momentarily motionless. This imposing figure, known as Giant Spirit Hands Fong Tong, stood 9 feet tall, exuding an aura of authority akin to a mountain, instilling a sense of dread in Fong Han, who felt compelled to hold his breath. Fong Tong was a formidable master of the Fong family, renowned throughout the land for imparting advanced martial techniques to the disciples. To govern, there are 9 ranks and 18 levels. The first rank is the Prime Minister. The 9th is the Local Inspector. In contrast, our physical cultivation is divided into 10 levels. The first level is for health, the second for strength, the third for techniques, the fourth for hardness and softness, the fifth for divine power, the 6th for breath control, the 7th for inner fortitude, the 8th for valor, the 9th for spiritual communion, and the 10th for divine transformation. Upon Fong Tong's arrival, all disciples ceased their movements, standing at attention to heed his teachings. Fong Han, too, perked up his ears, eager to absorb the wisdom imparted. If one can cultivate their body to the 10th level of divine transformation, they cannot be torn apart by 5 horses. In the past, one of our ancestors was captured by enemy forces and subjected to the cruelest of executions. Yet he summoned all his strength to bring down the 5 horses and escape. This is the power of having reached the 10th level of divine transformation. Fong Tong's voice resonated like a mighty bell, each word echoing with tremendous force, leaving Fong Han's eardrums vibrating painfully as if on the verge of rupture. 5 horses cannot tear a body apart. How strong must such a person be? Can a human body truly attain such power? Fong Han pondered in awe. However, do not think that the 10th level of physical refinement is the limit. It is merely the beginning. Our ancestors received teachings from the immortal beings of the Yuhua sect, which sets us apart from other families. We know that beyond the realm of physical cultivation lies the mystical realm of divine abilities. Only by shedding the shackles of the physical form and entering the realm of divine abilities can you truly dominate the world, standing equal to princes and bringing glory to the Fong family. The realm of physical cultivation, the realm of divine abilities. As these words echoed, Fong Han felt an unprecedented door open before him. Having secretly observed martial arts for so long, he had never heard such profound insights. The 10 realms spoken of by Fong Tong now unfolded before him like a ladder. What is the realm of divine abilities? At that moment, the disciple inquired. The so-called divine ability is to break through the limitations of the ordinary world. Fong Tong's gaze turned solemn as he continued. For example, when physical martial arts reach their zenith, one can tear apart tigers and leopards, lift a 1,000-pound cauldron. But can you grasp your own hair and lift yourself? Lift oneself by one's hair? That seems impossible, clearly defying the laws of nature. Another disciple hastily replied, "It is indeed impossible. No matter how great one's strength, one cannot lift oneself." Fong Han silently mused. To achieve the impossible is what we call divine ability. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of divine ability? The voice of the purple-robed man struck like a thunderclap. To shatter the perception of the world as you know it is divine ability. Lifting oneself is a watershed moment on the path to divine ability. Beyond this, there are various divine abilities: breathing fire and water, traversing the void, controlling thunder and lightning, wielding swords to slay foes. These are all manifestations of the realm of divine abilities. Uncle Tong, have you reached the realm of divine abilities? The Fong disciples queried eagerly. The realm of divine abilities is no trivial matter. Those who can enter this realm are truly exceptional individuals that I have only attained the 8th level of valor in physical cultivation. If any of you manage to reach the realm of divine abilities, I can assure you that the position of the head of the Fong family will belong to you. Furthermore, the Great Li dynasty will grant you an esteemed title to win your favor. Transitioning from the realm of physical cultivation to that of divine abilities is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. If any of you can achieve the 5th level of divine power within 3 years, drawing a bow of 1,000 pounds and galloping like a horse with the strength of one horse, it will be a moment of great celebration for our Fong family. Now, I share these legendary insights with you to broaden your horizons and instill confidence in your diligent training. Know that a magnificent future awaits you, filled with wealth and prestige. With an authoritative tone, Fong Tong declared, "Now, we shall commence our training in the Songhe Wanshou Fist. This is an advanced physical refinement technique passed down from our ancestors of the Yuhua sect. You must grasp its essence and rhythm, and I will elucidate each aspect for you. Remember, only by pushing your physical form to its limits can you step into the realm of divine abilities, for our ancestors stated that divine ability is a mysterious power, generated within the mind, known as magical energy, which is boundless and vast. Only with a body strengthened to its utmost can the heart supply the brain with abundant blood and nutrients, allowing magical energy to manifest. Without a strong physique, divine abilities are but a distant dream." Songhe Wanshou Fist. Fong Han struggled to contain his excitement as he continued to observe. In less than half an hour, he absorbed Fong Tong's teachings, synthesizing a month's worth of clandestine martial training, and comprehended the principles of physical cultivation. The process of physical refinement unfolds in 10 steps, manifesting in 10 formidable realms. The first realm, nurturing life, involves cultivating one's vitality through a disciplined regimen of wholesome diet and restorative sleep, thereby invigorating the body. The second realm, practicing strength, encompasses a myriad of physical activities such as running, weightlifting, leaping, striking a punching bag, kicking, squatting, performing somersaults, and traversing balance beams. These endeavors fortify the limbs and core, enhancing power and agility far beyond the ordinary. The third realm, technique, is achieved through the practice of diverse movements that harmoniously connect the strength of the limbs and torso, aligning the skeletal structure and regulating breath to form a cohesive whole. The fourth realm, The balance of hardness and softness entails the seamless integration of power throughout the body from the spine and limbs to the elbows, wrists, and palms, resulting in a harmonious flow of energy and blood. Point 1 can be as supple as needed or as firm as desired, achieving a perfect synthesis of flexibility and coordination. The movements are as swift as the wind and as precise as an arrow, exhibiting agility akin to that of a cat or a monkey. The fifth realm, divine strength, emerges from a mastery of the preceding principles, leading to an increasingly robust constitution. One gains the might of 1,000 pounds, with movements akin to galloping steeds, every part of the body functioning like a well-drilled battalion, swift and decisive. Within the sinews and bones, a thunderous resonance echoes. Upon reaching the realm of divine strength, one essentially attains a position of prominence. As for the subsequent realms of breath, inner fortitude, valiant spirit, spiritual perception, and miraculous transformation, the great master Fong Tong does not elaborate, and Fong Han is not in a hurry. Over the past month, he has eavesdropped and contemplated, grasping the fundamental principles of physical cultivation, thus preparing to embark on his own journey of training. Having mastered the steps and secrets of cultivation, I shall diligently practice in secret. One day, I will astonish the world and transcend my servitude. Fong Han reflects on the perilous learning he has undertaken, finally seizing a glimmer of opportunity to alter his fate. Oh no, I forgot that this morning the second young lady is to ride out for a hunt, and I am responsible for the steed, 1,000-mile snow. Lost in his reverie, Fong Han suddenly remembers this pressing matter. With this thought, he can no longer focus on eavesdropping. Stealthily, he crawls from the shadows of the artificial mountain into the drainage system, escaping the inner courtyard, fortunate to remain undetected. Had the great master Fong Tong attained the 9th realm of spiritual perception, he would have possessed a subtle awareness of any gaze, making it impossible for Fong Han to elude his attention. In the household of the Fong family, the servant Fong Han was tasked with the arduous responsibility of caring for a magnificent steed named Qianli Shui, entrusted to him for the pleasure of the second young lady of the Fong family. Horsekeeping was no trifling matter. It demanded diligence and vigilance, even at the witching hour when fodder must be replenished. Particularly when tending to a prized horse, the regulations were manifold. Ordinarily, at this hour, Fong Han would be preparing a nourishing soybean milk concoction, blending eggs, yellow soybeans, and various refined feeds for Qianli Shui, followed by a leisurely trot around the paddock to aid digestion, all in anticipation of the second young lady's arrival. However, this morning, having been captivated by the martial demonstrations of the formidable Fong Tong, he became so engrossed that he neglected his primary duties. As he hurried to the paddock, he was met with the sight of the splendid Qianli Shui being ridden by a strikingly elegant and noble young woman, flanked by a maid and imposing guards, alongside several spirited young riders, all exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Fong Han, you have committed a grave transgression. Hurry and kneel to the second young lady to beg for forgiveness. An elderly man rushed toward him, his voice a tempest of indignation. My apologies. I was unwell this morning. Fong Han stammered. The elderly man was the chief steward of the Fong family stables. I care not for your reasons. You have delayed matters concerning the second young lady, and that is a serious offense. Have you not been taught that the affairs of your master are of utmost importance? He chastised sternly. You are the one responsible for Qianli Shui? The second young lady has summoned you. At that moment, an imperious maid with raised eyebrows approached, her fierce grip seizing Fong Han's shoulder with the swiftness of a hawk. In an instant, he felt as though he were ensnared, lifted effortlessly by the diminutive figure. This technique is known as crane claw sand. Fong Han mused, recognizing that this maid possessed strength 2 or 3 times his own. Despite having clandestinely observed martial arts for a month, he knew he could not match the maid's prowess, nor could he dare evade her grasp, lest he incur even greater wrath. With a sudden thud, he was thrown to the ground, every muscle aching. Kneel and respond, the maid commanded, delivering a swift kick. I am Fong Han, he replied, bowing his head in pain. He understood that the second young lady was Fong Qingwei, a formidable presence whose displeasure could spell dire consequences for him. My Qianli Shui has been well cared for, indicating your diligence. Yet this morning, you have failed in your duties, Fong Qingwei declared coldly. I do not care for your reasons. As a servant, your thoughts must revolve around your master. This is the rule of the Fong family and of all servants in the realm. This steed is your life. You must serve it with utmost dedication. Do you understand? I understand, and I shall devote myself to caring for the horse henceforth, for the fate of the horse is intertwined with my own. Fong Han bowed repeatedly, acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. As he prostrated himself in dread, his gaze fell upon Fong Qingwei's boots, which were white and adorned with exquisite jade, both delicate and resplendent. Contemplating those elevated boots, he silently resolved to one day command such reverence. Give him 10 lashes. Let him remember this lesson. Fong Qingwei commanded with a slight wave of her hand. Yes, replied a nearby maid, who promptly raised a whip and struck Fong Han with force. The sound echoed sharply, and each lash sent a jolt of agony through him, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing his cries. After the 10th lash, he could scarcely remain upright. Thank you for the punishment, second young lady, he gasped, knowing that such formalities were customary among servants. Failure to express gratitude would be seen as insubordination. Very well. Fong Qingwei acknowledged, her approval evident. I am fair in my dealings. You have erred and must be punished, yet you have also cared for Qian Li Shui diligently, which merits reward. A gleaming silver ingot, embossed with intricate flame designs and weighing 5 taels, fell from her grasp before him. This sum represented a year's wages for Fong Han, a notable reward indeed. The horses of the Fong family were treated more lavishly than their human counterparts, receiving ample provisions of eggs and soybean milk, while many servants pilfered rations for their own benefit. Yet Fong Han had remained honest in his duties, and this reward was a testament to Fong Qingwei's keen judgment. Remember, as a servant, you are punished for mistakes and rewarded for good deeds. As long as you remain loyal and dedicated to your master, rewards will come, she advised before turning to her entourage. Let us depart. We must not miss the hunting hour. Indeed, the second young lady manages her household adeptly, one young man remarked, impressed by her handling of Fong Han. With a large household, it is essential to have rules in place for the servants. Only 4 words suffice: kindness and severity, Fong Qingwei replied, her tone cool and regal. The balance of benevolence and authority is imperative. As the young riders departed in a whirlwind, Fong Han reflected on his fortunes. Despite enduring 10 lashes, he had received 5 taels of silver from the second young lady, a veritable windfall. Indeed, 10 lashes for 5 taels. I would gladly endure worse, he mused, aware that the others surrounding him expressed envy at his reward. Next time, it may be your life at stake, Fong Han thought to himself. A cold smile creeping upon his lips, he resolved to treat his companions to a feast, but for now, he winced with pain, limping away from their inquisitive stares. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, the sting of the lashes subsided somewhat. Clutching the silver ingot, he recognized the underlying strategy of his mistress, to demonstrate her fairness and sharp insight, while simultaneously reinforcing the loyalty of her servants through a blend of punishment and reward. Yet Fong Han had long grown weary of the servile life. His father had instilled in him the belief that it was better to be a beggar than a slave. Chapter 003, Divine Powers. The Dragon Abyss River flows ceaselessly, its magnificent waves stretching endlessly, as if a great dragon lurks beneath its surface. This vital river within the borders of the Great Li Kingdom spans thousands of miles, its waters tumultuous, crashing against the shores, and it originates from the province of Longduan, which derives its name from this very river. In the dark of night, the Dragon Abyss River appears as a colossal black dragon coiled upon the earth, grand and imposing, showcasing the splendor of its watery essence. The bright moon navigates through the lotus clouds, while the night breeze rustles the reeds, adding to the enchanting atmosphere. However, 100 miles upstream from the province of Longduan, on a stretch of sandy beach, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden attire, remarkably tall and robust, is racing and leaping with a speed surpassing even the swiftest cheetah. With a whoosh, his velocity creates a long wave of air, tearing through the atmosphere, reminiscent of the raging currents of the river. Not even the fastest steed can match half his speed. Suddenly, as the dark golden-clad man sprints, torches ignite by the riverbank ahead. Shadows dart about. The air fills with the sounds of countless crossbows releasing their bolts. Fei Helian knew, facing the rain of arrows. The middle-aged man furrows his brow slightly, bending his body low, as if pressing against the sand like a sheet of paper, effortlessly evading the barrage of crossbow bolts. By Haichin, you cannot escape. Surrender the 9-aperture golden pill and the Jiao Fu Huang Quan map. If you yield to our Fong family, not only will you escape the death penalty, but you shall also enjoy wealth and nobility. with your physical cultivation reaching the 10th level of divine transformation. Our Fong family will surely honor you as a distinguished guest. With torches ablaze, hundreds of people swiftly encircle the man known as Bai Haichen. Among them stands a leader, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of command. Adorned in splendid attire, his hair flecked with gray, his face bears the marks of worldly wisdom, and his eyes gleam brightly, reflecting the moonlight like precious gems. Long Yuan Fong family, Fong Zeshan. Bai Haichen stands firm, gazing at the leader who spoke, then surveying the hundreds who surround him. Each is robust and formidable, arranged in layers. The inner circle consists of warriors wielding gleaming swords. The outer layer holds crossbowmen at the ready, while the outermost circle is composed of torchbearers, blocking all avenues of escape. The crossbows bear the intricate carving of a pristine crane, with bolts launching forth from its beak. These crossbows, renowned for their long range and penetrating power, are the prized weapons of the Fong family, inherited from the Yuhua sect. Indeed, it is I, Fong Zeshan replies with a smile. I did not expect Mr. Bai Haichen to recognize me. Your brother, Fong Zitao, is the governor of Long Yuan, a high-ranking official favored by the Emperor of Great Li. How could I not familiarize myself with the notable figures of the Fong family upon arriving here? Yet, it seems you are aware of the 9-aperture golden pill and the Jiao Fu Huangquan map in your possession. It appears the information came from the Yuhua sect. Despite being encircled, Bai Haichen remains unfazed, conversing with ease. Our Fong family's ancestors were disciples of the Yuhua sect. We have awaited you here, Mr. Bai Haichen. As per the message from the Yuhua sect's flying crane, Fong Zeshan steps forward, his body trembling slightly, as if playing a melodious tune. You, Bai Haichen, discovered the Jiao Fu Huangquan map within the ancient tomb of Huangquan, and while others may be unaware of the 9-aperture golden pill, the Yuhua sect knows of it very well. The 9-aperture golden pill can assist one in glimpsing the secrets of divine realms. The Jiao Fu Huangquan map harbors a tremendous treasure secret. Does your Fong family harbor ulterior motives? Bai Haichen chuckles lightly. Silence. The Jiao Fu Huangquan map shall naturally be presented to His Majesty. The 9-aperture golden pill will enable our Fong family to cultivate a master of divine realms, significantly enhancing our family's standing in the court. Fong Zeshan suddenly exclaims, It seems you are unwilling to part with these 2 treasures. Then I will have no choice but to claim them from your corpse. Is that so? Bai Haichen's eyes narrow suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance piercing through the slits of his eyelids. With a thunderous roar, he lunges forward, his garments billowing as if caught in a tempest. Moving like a fish or a dragon, covering dozens of steps in an instant, directly confronting Fong Zeshan before his subordinates could even react. In that moment, Fong Zeshan feels the surrounding air forcibly compress, creating a brief vacuum, followed by a colossal fist expanding before his eyes, threatening to obliterate his head. The might of that punch is ferocious. Hong Wuchang Kong. In the face of imminent peril, Fong Zeshan finally reveals his remarkable prowess, his powerful muscles tense. And with a swift motion, he evades as if a crane taking flight, gliding gracefully with the force of the punch. Oh, you have mastered the song He Wan Shou Fist, reaching the 9th level of physical transformation. However, you are still no match for me. Call your brother Fong Zitao. As Bai Haichen speaks, he does not pause, charging into the throng. The sounds of combat erupt as he shatters the skull of one guard, while 5 others fall before him, their temples pierced, blood pouring forth. 10 more guards are sent flying by his ethereal movements, their insides ruptured, as though struck by a 1,000-pound carriage. Having cultivated his body to the 10th level of divine transformation, Bai Haichen is an unstoppable force, a veritable weapon of destruction. In an instant, the encirclement of hundreds is shattered. Fong Zeshan, how dare you obstruct me? I shall remember your head, and come for your life another day. Bai Haichen breaks free, departing with haste. The remaining guards unleash their Fei He Lian Nu, yet the bolts merely bounce off his dark golden attire, failing to penetrate. Clearly, this garment is a treasure impervious to blades and arrows. With such protective vestments and immense physical strength, who in this world could stand against him? Bai Haichen, since you have arrived, why the haste to leave? At that moment, a voice as ethereal as smoke and clouds resonates. Who? Bai Haichen halts, becoming as still as stone, his spirit attuned to his surroundings. Before his eyes, a woman in white emerges, her skin radiant, her brows like crescent moons. Her ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the moon palace or a dragon princess from the depths of the river. The atmosphere becomes sanctified, imbued with a sense of purity. Upon her appearance, the guards immediately stand at attention. Young miss. Fang Zeshan also stops. Qingxue, why have you returned? This white-clad woman is Fang family's eldest daughter, Fang Qingxue. Second uncle, I have just returned from the Yuhua sect. She replies, nodding to Fang Zeshan. Leave this matter to me. Leave it to you? Such audacity. Bai Haichen gazes at Fang Qingxue, suddenly raising his hand. A dark light shoots forth. A flying wheel the size of a palm, its edges lined with sharp teeth. This dark light is Bai Haichen's lethal hidden weapon, the Wuxia wheel. Forged from tungsten steel, and with the strength of 5 horses and divine transformation, it can pierce through any master within 300 paces. This technique is his trump card. And he is confident that even an opponent of equal standing cannot escape death. Yet, an astonishing change occurs. The Wuxia wheel halts just 3 feet from Fang Qingxue. As if caught by an unseen force. Without any apparent reason, everything came to a halt around Fang Qingxue, as if an invisible force had frozen the world around her. A crackling sound filled the air, and a dense web of electric currents, shimmering with crystalline brilliance, reappeared around her. Everyone present felt the overwhelming current, their bodies tingling. Hair standing on end. The electric discharge struck the obsidian wheel forged from tungsten steel, causing it to melt like wax, dripping onto the sandy beach. The molten metal generating wisps of smoke as it came into contact with the sand. A network of electricity surrounded her flesh, transforming gold into iron. This power transcended the realm of mortals, verging on the divine. The realm of mystical powers. You have stepped into the realm of mystical powers. At such a tender age, you have achieved such a remarkable state, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The Fang family is destined to dominate the world. Another genius has emerged from the ranks of the immortal Dao sects. Bai Haizhan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to flee, having honed his physical form to its utmost limit. His robust physique and heart provided tremendous nourishment to his brain, gradually unlocking its latent potential. Through special cultivation methods, this potential transformed into a mysterious magical force, enabling the manipulation of thunder, flames, and feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings, such as levitation and sword-wielding combat. This is the realm of mystical powers. Across the land, there are numerous martial arts masters, yet those who attain the realm of mystical powers are few and far between. To step into the realm of mystical powers is to breach the divide between mortals and the divine. Although Bai Haizhan had cultivated his body to the peak of the divine transformation realm, breaking through to the realm of mystical powers was an endeavor more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Faced with such a master, Bai Haizhan could only escape. The purple electric Thunderblade. Observing Bai Haizhan's retreat, in mere moments he was nearly out of sight. Fang Qingxue, clad in flowing white, let out a low, resonant chant, her fingers flicking through the air. A fist-sized orb of purple electric light coalesced in her grasp, swirling with energy before she hurled it forward, transforming into 6 streaks of blade-like energy that sliced through the air. The powerful current surged past, igniting the reeds along the riverbank. Boom. There was no chance for evasion. Bai Haizhan was struck in his entirety, a charred scent immediately wafting through the air. The protective garment capable of withstanding blades was torn apart by the violent current. With a crash, he stumbled and fell into the roaring Longuan River. Life extinguished. What use is escape? Fang Qingxue stepped forward, surprisingly levitating above the water's surface, the turbulent waves flowing beneath her feet. Spotting the place where Bai Haizhan had fallen, she reached out with one hand. A powerful suction emanated from her palm, drawing the river water skyward, forming a colossal column of water. Bai Haizhan's body was ensnared within this water column, the serpent lurking in the yellow springs. Fang Qingxue gazed at Bai Haizhan's figure, flicking her fingers once more. An ancient scroll and a palm-sized iron box were summoned by her magical force. Just as these 2 extraordinary treasures were about to fall into her hands, the situation shifted unexpectedly. As the scroll made contact with her magical energy, it trembled and suddenly unfurled. The scroll's backdrop was an abyss of darkness, deep and obscure, reminiscent of the yellow springs beneath the 9 netherworlds. Within the shadowy expanse, a serpentine dragon lay coiled, appearing neither fully asleep nor entirely awake. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes and swiftly engulfed Bai Haizhan, vanishing beneath the river's surface in an instant. It turned out that the serpent lurking in the yellow springs could not tolerate magical energy. Upon receiving her power, it awakened a fragment of its strength. Truly, a relic steeped in profound mystery from ancient times. Fang Qingxue pondered as she looked into the river, now devoid of any trace. With the dragon's descent into the water, it could traverse 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. How could she hope to pursue it? Qingxue, you have actually cultivated to the realm of mystical powers. For the first time in a century, the Fang family has produced a formidable being of this caliber. Fang Zeshan exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, though Bai Haizhan had escaped. His heart brimmed with elation. Uncle, dispatch people to search along the way. We must scour both upstream and downstream of Longyuan River within our province. Bai Haizhan has been struck by my purple electric thunderblade. His life is forfeit, and he cannot survive for long. The serpent lurking in the yellow springs merely absorbed a fraction of my magical energy to activate the great formation within it. It poses no significant threat. Once we retrieve this scroll, I shall present it to the master of the ascending immortal sect. Fang Qingxue spoke with a calm demeanor. I will return first to see my father. As she spoke, this extraordinary woman, having attained the realm of mystical powers, glided through the air like a celestial crane, vanishing from sight. Disseminate the order. All officials in every county and province must mobilize personnel to search the entire territory. Fang Zeshan commanded. As the head of the Fang family, he was the governor of Longyuan province, holding the highest authority over military and civil affairs. And his orders were executed with unwavering resolve. As night faded into dawn, Fang Han, having completed his tasks, stealthily hid among the reeds by the Longyuan River, practicing the strength-enhancing techniques he had surreptitiously learned. After being whipped by the second miss of the Fang family, Fang Qingwei, and receiving a reward of silver, he devoted himself even more fervently to his training. Weights were bound to his limbs as he ran, jumped, and rolled, striving to build strength in his arms, legs, waist, and abdomen. He had memorized the movements of the song and crane longevity fist practiced by the core disciples of the Fang family, but he refrained from practicing them. He understood that only by solidifying his physical strength and ensuring sufficient flexibility in his limbs and core could he effectively execute the techniques. Otherwise, without power, any technique would be mere empty posturing. Cultivation, strength training, and technique. These three steps must be approached sequentially. Each punch he threw sent sweat flying, glimmering in the morning light filtering through the reeds. Suddenly, after striking the rudimentary sandbag hundreds of times, Fang Han felt a burst of stars before his eyes. His head buzzing as fatigue overcame him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the sandy riverbank amidst the reeds. It is still insufficient. Although these days he had improved his living conditions with 5 taels of silver, it was nothing compared to the core disciples of the Fang family, who feasted daily on bird's nest, deer antler, ginseng, and black-bone chicken. With his 5 taels, he could scarcely afford meat occasionally, making it impossible to endure the rigorous training they underwent daily. Lying on the beach and gazing skyward, Fang Han sighed. Although he had made slight progress through his clandestine training, it was nowhere near comparable to those of the Fang family disciples. After all, the foundations of their health and nourishment were vastly different. If this continues, he would never be able to elevate his physical form to the realm of divine strength. Bound to a life of servitude, he found it impossible to excel in academia. Martial arts were equally out of reach. Was he destined to remain a mere servant, a subservient figure for all his days? Fang Han murmured to himself. Suddenly, a splashing sound erupted from the reeds by the riverbank, akin to a large fish stranding itself. What could it be? Fang Han, gritting through the pain coursing through his body, rose to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure floating amidst the swirling waters of the reeds. This individual was clad in dark golden attire. Chapter 004. The 9-aperture golden pill. Did someone drown? Without hesitation, Fang Han leaped into the water to rescue the individual. Upon surfacing, he discovered a lifeless body. His heart tightened sharply at the sight before him, which was indeed horrifying. The person had succumbed to death, their body bloated from immersion, marked by a long, charred wound, evidence of a lightning strike. The memory of villagers who had experienced similar fates flashed through Fang Han's mind. Their bodies had also been scorched and reeked of decay. The deceased was adorned in exquisite attire, a dark gold ensemble that repelled water like lotus leaves, remaining untouched and incredibly soft to the touch. Despite his experiences as a servant in the Fang household, he had never encountered such luxurious fabric. What should he do? Report to the authorities, or take another course of action? A life was at stake, and it was no trivial matter. Just as he contemplated reporting the incident, doubt crept in. This person, dressed so regally, could be of significant status. If he were to get entangled in the aftermath, the ensuing investigation could lead to complications. Perhaps it would be wiser to bury the body and let it rest in peace, pretending that nothing had occurred. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Resolutely, Fong Han dragged the corpse away, seeking a suitable burial site. Suddenly, a small box, seemingly made of gold and iron, fell from the deceased's grasp. The box, palm-sized and surprisingly heavy, landed alongside an ancient scroll. Intrigued, Fong Han picked up the golden box and unfurled the scroll, revealing a pitch-black backdrop with the faint outline of a dragon lurking within. It resembled not merely a painting, but a portal to an unknown realm. This artifact was indeed remarkable. The water could not damage it, unlike ordinary paper, which would have disintegrated instantly. Although Fong Han was not well-versed in art, he had enough sense to recognize its value. As he inspected the box further, he noticed a tiny golden lock securing it. Curiosity piqued. He picked up a stone from the riverbank and struck the lock, snapping it open with a satisfying crack. The lock was genuine gold, weighing several taels, a small fortune indeed. Yet, it belonged to a corpse. Should he take it or leave it? The saying goes, a gentleman values wealth, but only through rightful means. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed such thoughts. He was merely a servant. Notions of gentility did not apply to him. With the gold in hand, he stuffed it into his pocket and proceeded to open the box. Inside lay a thumb-sized, jet-black pill, intriguing for its 9 apertures that emitted a faint herbal fragrance. Inhaling the scent invigorated him, dispelling all fatigue. The apertures, reminiscent of human orifices, seemed to pulse with a unique vitality. This pill was far superior to anything he had seen, surpassing even the finest medicinal concoctions of the Fong family. He had observed the family's disciples consuming refined pills during their training, yet none could compare to this miraculous creation. Rumors spoke of potions that could enhance one's physical abilities and restore vitality with just one ingestion. Could this golden pill be such a remedy? Holding it felt akin to grasping a diamond. He contemplated swallowing it, but hesitated. Medicinal substances should not be taken lightly. The disciples of the Fong family consumed their elixirs with caution and precision. Fong Han was not foolish. He understood the potential risks of improper usage, even of a miraculous pill. Esteemed one, I have found your body and intend to give you a proper burial. These 2 items shall serve as my recompense. And thus we shall owe each other nothing. He spoke to the corpse while laboriously maneuvering it. To his utter astonishment, as he shifted the body, it suddenly sat upright. The realm of divine powers was indeed extraordinary. The feathered ascendant sect rightfully held its place among the 10 greatest sects in the world. Fong Qingxue, you are truly a remarkable disciple. It seems the world has gained yet another formidable force. Yet, whether one can attain the secrets of eternal life through divine powers remains to be seen. Ultimately, even within the realms of immortality, death awaits. Resurrection? Fong Han pondered. It was said that corpses could not speak, especially under the light of day. Yet, this body not only sat up, but began to converse. Fong Han was taken aback. Did you save me? The corpse inquired, turning its gaze towards him, its eyes darkening as it asked. Surprisingly calm for a dead man, Fong Han regained his composure. You seem to be a servant, judging by your attire. Most servants would report my presence to the authorities, knowing that doing so could yield a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. The corpse's eyes gleamed coldly, its tone ethereal, as it assessed Fong Han's reaction. Clearly prepared to act should he falter. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. While the reward might be tempting, it comes with its own risks. I have obtained 2 treasures from you. It is best to remain discreet and prosper quietly. However, since you are still alive, I shall return these treasures to you, Fong Han declared, retrieving the 9-aperture golden pill and the ancient scroll. As a servant of the Fong household, his foremost skill was to read the room. Offending his master could lead to dire consequences. The individual before him was evidently extraordinary, capable of ending his life with a mere gesture. To prosper quietly is indeed the way, Fong Han reflected. I am Bai Haijian. Which household do you serve? The corpse inquired, recalling the circumstances that led to its possession of the treasures. The Fong household in Longyuan province, Fong Han replied, licking his lips nervously. A servant of the Fong family? Bai Haijian's expression darkened momentarily before softening again as he surveyed the surroundings. You are evidently someone unwilling to remain a mere servant, practicing martial arts in secret. The footprints on the ground reveal the Fong family's training methods. You have been clandestinely learning, haven't you? A servant who breaks the rules. How rebellious of you. Bai Haijian was remarkably perceptive. He could discern Fong Han's secrets with just a glance. Fong Han felt utterly exposed under Bai Haijian's scrutinizing gaze. Rebellion is commendable, the servant of the Fang family, the one from the realm of divine powers, Fang Qingxue. A sinister smile crept across Bai Haijan's face. Twisted and ghastly. You, a mere servant, without wealth or influence, aspire to cultivate martial prowess and rise above your station? That is a futile endeavor. Mastery of the body requires vast resources. Yet, in encountering me, you have stumbled upon your fortune. I offer you a chance to elevate your status, provided you agree to fulfill a few tasks for me. Bai Haijan spoke, his voice steady. And how do you intend to offer me this opportunity? Fang Han asked warily. This 9-crucible golden elixir possesses extraordinary capabilities, enabling you to undergo a profound transformation, dispelling the frailties of your body, and establishing an unparalleled foundation that no one can rival. I shall impart to you superior martial arts, and you shall undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. As for whether you can step into the realm of divine abilities, that ultimately depends on your own fortune. Bai Haijan sat up straight for a moment. The realm of divine abilities? You can help me cultivate to that level. Fang Han exclaimed in astonishment. You are familiar with the realm of divine abilities? It seems you have clandestinely acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Bai Haijan regarded Fang Han with renewed respect. Merely a matter of eavesdropping. I also know that the physical body encompasses 10 realms. The 10th being the realm of divine transformation. When the body is cultivated to its zenith, supported by a formidable physique, it generates spiritual power, allowing one to achieve various divine abilities. Fang Han recounted everything he had heard from the giant spirit hand, Fang Tong, in meticulous detail. Indeed, the human body, with the brain being the most enigmatic organ, is where no martial arts can truly reach. This is the wellspring of divine abilities. Bai Haijan continued. What I require from you is simple. First, you must take me as your master. Then, once you have cultivated successfully, your first task is to seek an opportunity to join the Feather Ascension sect within the Fang family, ensuring you learn the Feather Ascension Sutra. The second task is to eliminate Fang Qingxue, the Feather Ascension sect, and the eldest daughter of the Fang family, Fang Qingxue. Fang Han was startled once more. He knew that the ancestors of the Fang family were reputedly disciples of the Feather Ascension sect, who once helped the Great Li dynasty conquer the realm a century ago. Moreover, Fang Qingxue had been honing her skills in the Feather Ascension sect, practicing the path of immortality. However, joining the Feather Ascension sect did not seem to guarantee prominence. Among nobles and royals, who dares to be extraordinary? If I were to rise above the rest, I could govern the universe, bringing peace to the world, ruling as an emperor, Fang Han boldly declared. Aware that in the presence of a remarkable figure like Bai Haijan, audacity might earn him favor. Is this your level of insight? You remain but a mere mortal. Bai Haijan's expression turned to a cold smile upon hearing Fang Han's words. True prominence lies in attaining the realm of divine abilities, followed by the realm of longevity, becoming the leader of one of the 10 major sects of the immortal path. To master a sect is to wield power that reverberates throughout the universe. With nations paying tribute, Bai Haijan seemed to see through Fang Han's thoughts. Although the Great Li dynasty boasts vast territories and millions of subjects, in the eyes of the 10 major sects of the immortal path, it is merely a plaything. The supreme demon emperor of the demonic path, the primordial emperor, could, with a mere thought, obliterate the Great Li dynasty 100 times over. The disciples of the primordial emperor command numerous dynasties, such as the Boyu dynasty, the Dezun dynasty, and the Deshir dynasty, each more powerful than the Great Li dynasty. There are so many dynasties in the world. Who is the primordial emperor to dare claim the title of emperor? Fang Han was thoroughly astonished. Having served as a servant in the Fang family, he considered his perspective reasonably broad, yet he had believed the entire world belonged to the Great Li dynasty, unaware of the multitude of dynasties that existed. How expansive could the world truly be? The world is vast, the heavens are vast, and the void is vast. The size of one's heart determines the size of the world. I must enlighten you. The primordial emperor is the supreme demon emperor, standing alongside the 10 major sects of the immortal path, living for millennia. The emperor of the Great Li dynasty, who claims to reign for 10,000 years. Can he truly survive that long? Yet the primordial emperor can. Whenever a disciple of the 10 major sects reaches the realm of divine abilities and arrives at the Great Li dynasty, the nobles and aristocrats must treat them as esteemed guests, fearing they do not extend proper hospitality. Once Fang Qingxue attains the realm of divine abilities, she is likely to be immediately conferred the title of princess by the Great Li dynasty, desperately courted. Bai Haijan continued. The coiling serpent chart I possess is a treasure left behind by the Yellow Spring Emperor after achieving immortality on Yellow Spring Mountain, possessing boundless power. Bai Haijian gazed at Feng Han as though he were a fool. Upon entering the realm of divine abilities, you will truly engage with these matters. Stepping into the world of immortals. Without entering the realm of divine abilities, you will remain muddled within the dynasty, merely a sycophant. What a pity. I have hopes of entering the realm of divine abilities, yet I am thwarted. Enough of this. These are merely to broaden your horizons. If you wish to truly engage with such matters, you must rely on the Fong family and join the Feather Ascension sect. Now, it is time for you to take your vows as my disciple. I have little time left. Chapter 005. Transcendence of the soul. Time is of the essence. Feng Han, lost in contemplation, found the external world to be astonishingly vibrant. Indeed, I have been struck by Feng Qingshue's purple lightning thunderblade, rendering me devoid of vitality. With only a fleeting moment of life remaining. This purple lightning thunderblade is one of the 8 divine arts of the Feather Transformation sect, harnessing one's own magical essence to gather various lightning and fire energies, proving immensely destructive. Bai Haijian took a breath. The power of the 9-aperture golden pill having revitalized him momentarily. Can the 9-aperture golden pill truly heal your injuries? Feng Han inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. The 9-aperture golden pill is renowned as the premier elixir for restoring vitality. Had I taken this medicine prior to my injuries, I would have stepped into the secret realm of divine powers. Alas, that is no longer an option. Bai Haijian shook his head. Master, I beseech you to accept my reverence. Without hesitation, Feng Han bowed deeply, recognizing this as a momentous opportunity that should not be squandered. Upon observing Feng Han prostrating 3 times, Bai Haijian nodded approvingly. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of our Starry Sky sect. The Starry Sky sect stands alongside the Feather Transformation sect as one of the 10 great sects of Celestial Path, and I am also a disciple therein. Recently, while traversing the Yellow Springs Mountain, I acquired the 9-aperture golden pill and the serpent-subduing Yellow Springs map, which I intend to present to the sect, thus securing my place as a true disciple. So that is why you do not consume the 9-aperture golden pill immediately. It is to be offered to the sect for greater rewards. It appears that in the future, I must seize the benefits as they arise. For what is ingested into one's own being is the true gain, Feng Han mused. Since you are a disciple of the Starry Sky sect, why not instruct me to deliver this golden pill and treasure map to the sect? Feng Han queried. The journey to the Starry Sky sect is a formidable distance away, beyond the borders of the Greatly Kingdom. Can you reach that destination? Moreover, our sect has numerous disciples, each vying for the status of true disciple. You risk losing your treasures upon arrival, Bai Haijian explained. Thus, I have arranged for you to approach Feng Qingxue, allowing you to enter the Feather Transformation sect. Once you have strengthened your abilities, you can stealthily extract the true scriptures of the Feather Transformation sect and present them to our sect's leader. Such a monumental achievement will surely earn me favor, perhaps even granting me resurrection through supreme magical power, and you will also gain immense merit. I am but a mere stable boy in the Feng family, unlikely to catch the attention of the young lady. Feng Han lamented, licking his lips at the thought. The 9-aperture golden pill possesses the capacity to transform your entire physical constitution, instigating a profound metamorphosis of your vital energies, refining your marrow, and rendering you a gem among men. Although others may not perceive it, Feng Qingxue has cultivated her divine powers to the 3rd level of the Yuan Gang realm, and she will undoubtedly discern your exceptional potential. Bai Haijian seemed to have devised a thoroughly sound plan. 3 levels of divine power, the Yuan Gang realm? What does that entail? Feng Han inquired, grasping at the threads of cultivation knowledge. The corporeal body has 10 realms, and upon entering the secret realm of divine powers, there are also 10 levels. Ultimately, once divine powers are cultivated to their utmost peak, one may reverse life and death, stepping into the secret realm of immortality, transcending decay, and effortlessly transforming at will, even achieving rebirth through blood. At that juncture, one truly becomes the sovereign of the universe, the true master of all realms. Only the leaders of the 10 major sects and the great emperors of the demonic sects, along with a select few who remain outside the world, may attain such heights. We are but ants, while they soar as the majestic rock in the vast skies. The 10 levels of the secret realm of divine powers cannot be elaborated upon in detail, but for now, your foremost priority is to heed my instructions. As Bai Haijian spoke, his breath grew increasingly labored, revealing the toll his previous exertions had taken on him. Suddenly, he acted with urgency. Swish. Feng Han felt Bai Haijian's elongated, darkened nails, sharp as blades, tear through the fabric of his chest. The nails delved into his flesh, drawing forth blood. This is dire. He is not benevolent. He seeks to extract my heart. Fong Han felt a violent pain in his chest, as if his very heart were being wrenched from his body. At that moment, Bai Haizhan seized the 9-aperture golden pill. Alas, my body is already charred, my blood stagnant. This golden pill shall be yours, he lamented. In that instant, he pressed the golden pill into the gash he had inflicted, embedding it within Fong Han's flesh. The proper method of utilizing the 9-aperture golden pill is neither by ingestion nor external application. Even if swallowed, it would not digest but would instead emerge intact. The only means of employing it is by creating a cavity in the heart, implanting it, and allowing the circulatory power of the heart to continuously wash over it, enabling its medicinal essence to merge into the blood, ultimately purifying it and facilitating a rebirth of the body. When that occurs, any martial prowess you cultivate will advance at an astonishing pace. The pain is unbearable. Fong Han's flesh was pierced, agony overwhelming him. Yet he gritted his teeth to endure. Soon, however, relief followed as the 9-aperture golden pill fused into the wound of his heart, its medicinal properties beginning to radiate forth, causing the torn flesh to knit together and the blood to cease flowing, leaving only a faint scar. A refreshing coolness enveloped him, and his lips began to secrete a sweet essence, which he swallowed eagerly, while foul odors emanated from his pores. He hurried to the riverside, purging himself of the noxious blood, and with a cleansing wash, he felt rejuvenated, breathing in fragrant air. He sensed a newfound energy in his heart, each breath causing it to beat with vigor, amplifying his strength with every pulse. The 9-aperture golden pill acted as a more potent heart, assisting the original in circulating blood. With his body restored, his mind became remarkably clear, and the events of the day coalesced in understanding, sparking a flurry of ingenious thoughts, as if a fool had suddenly attained wisdom. Indeed, a sound body nurtures a sharp mind. A robust physique invigorates the intellect, unlocking divine powers. Fong Han reaffirmed the martial theories he had covertly absorbed. Do not rejoice too soon. You have merely rectified the deficiencies of your original physique, Bai Haizhan cautioned coldly. To elevate your corporeal form to its zenith requires time and effort. Nevertheless, you will progress more swiftly than others. From today forth, you may engage in rigorous training, as you possess ample nourishment to sustain you. Sit down. I shall impart my martial arts, the 7-star fist, along with Tales of the Serpent subduing Yellow Springs map. Fong Han complied, sitting quietly as Bai Haizhan began to elucidate. The narrative deepened, yet Bai Haizhan's voice grew increasingly frail, culminating in his final words. The various fist techniques of our Starry Sky sect are derived from the celestial trajectories of the stars, forging a connection between the corporeal and the cosmos, solidifying one's essence to reach the secret realm of divine powers. Always remember this, and pay heed to the celestial paths. Suddenly, his body stiffened once more. Remember, you must infiltrate the Feather Transformation sect and steal the Feather Transformation Ascension scripture to present to the sect leader. At that time, we shall reap bountiful rewards and ensure my body is quietly buried, never to be cremated, preserving the entire corpse. In the future, should you achieve great merit, you may request the leader to grant me rebirth. If my body is damaged, resurrection will be impossible. Remember this, remember this. With that, Bai Haizhan's body stiffened abruptly, his breath extinguished, and he departed this world. Chapter 006. Rapid Progress Master? Master? Upon witnessing Bai Haken's collapse, Fong Han called out several times, but received no response. He had not anticipated that his temporary master would meet his demise so swiftly. Although their acquaintance spanned less than an hour, Bai Haizhan had imparted considerable knowledge and broadened Fong Han's perspective, revealing the extraordinary nature of the world. The emperor, the dynasty, and the countless commoners were mere playthings in the hands of immortal sections. Grateful for this revelation of the world's true nature, Fong Han felt a sense of attachment to his fleeting master. However, the task Bai Haizhan entrusted to him was exceedingly arduous: to pilfer the Ascension scripture from the Feathering Gate, present it to the headmaster of the Constellation Gate in exchange for a great reward, and thus facilitate his resurrection. The headmasters of the 10 immortal sects possessed power that shook the universe, capable of overturning realms with a mere gesture. To steal from them was an immense undertaking. Even a minor disciple could obliterate him. Regardless, the first priority was to bury his master, lest the Fong family discover the body and implicate him. With his physique honed to the 10th level of divine transformation, His bones and sinews were impervious, ensuring the corpse would not decay. Fong Han concealed by Haken's body, located a hoe, and secretly excavated a large pit by the riverbank for burial. By Haken's dark golden robe, woven from silkworm silk, was a treasure impervious to blades and fire, perfectly enveloping his corpse and shielding it from harm. With these arrangements completed, Fong Han felt a sense of relief. As a stable boy in the Fong household, his status was lowly, and his nights were spent tending to the horses. However, he had some respite during the day, unless urgent matters arose, such as the second Miss Fong Qingwei requiring a horse. By the time he finished his tasks, the sun had reached its zenith. In a single morning, Fong Han's perception of the world and his own body had undergone a seismic shift. Were it not for the constant surge of heat emanating from his heart and the flood dragon subduing the Yellow Springs diagram in his possession, he would have dismissed it all as a mere dream. The flood dragon subduing the Yellow Springs diagram was a relic of the demonic emperor of the Yellow Springs, an extraordinary magical treasure. However, Fong Han was currently unable to wield it, and even Bai Haichan was unaware of its secrets. For now, it could only be stored away. As the night deepened, stillness prevailed. Rise. Fong Han hoisted a 30-pound blue stone with both hands, then proceeded to squat repeatedly, mimicking a frog. This was a strength training method employed by the Fong family, known as the Golden Toad's Dive, which could greatly enhance physical strength. However, it consumed considerable stamina and risked sprains and injuries. Only those with exceptional health could undertake this exercise. Fong Han would not have dared to attempt this strength training regimen. But after his transformation, the 9-aperture golden pill was constantly being cleansed by blood in his heart, rendering him impervious to strenuous training. As he exercised, he felt the medicinal essence combine with the body's heat, enveloping him in a warm bath, with a fragrant aroma filling his nostrils, alleviating all pain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fong Han continued to leap, and whenever he felt exhausted, the 9-aperture golden pill in his heart generated a surge of heat, nourishing every inch of his muscles. After hundreds of leaps, Fong Han gritted his teeth and relentlessly began striking the hard stone with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Han's fist relentlessly pounded against a mountain rock, each strike fierce and violent, like a mad bull. Flesh flew, and bones cracked, as if they would shatter. The intense, excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint, but he stubbornly persevered. After his hands were covered in blood, he launched his legs, kicking with savage force. Boom, 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 boom. His legs struck the stone, causing swelling, bruising, and lacerations. Then he used his entire body to ram into the stone, striking with his back, shoulders, waist, abdomen, chest, and neck, inflicting injuries all over. Splash. After completing these exercises, Fong Han disregarded his injuries and plunged into the dark river, swimming relentlessly and battling the torrents in the center. He employed every conceivable method, engaging in high-intensity training to ravage his body. This was undoubtedly a devilish regimen, one that even the Fong family disciples, who consumed ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antler daily, would be unable to endure. More importantly, it was a test of willpower. Who could withstand the daily agony of being on the verge of death? Yet, Fong Han stubbornly persevered. The 9-aperture golden pill in his heart provided a continuous stream of blood essence, ensuring that no matter how severe his injuries, they would be fully healed after a night's sleep. He knew that the more severe his injuries, the more the medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden pill would be stimulated. As his training intensity increased, the day would come when the 9-aperture golden pill in his heart would completely dissolve, at which point his body would become truly formidable. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Fong Han devoted most of his nights to devilish, high-intensity training, tormenting his body to stimulate his vitality and unleash the medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden pill. Gradually, his body grew stronger and stronger. His once gaunt muscles became fuller, and his sinews were tight and firm. Although he appeared only slightly more robust than before, he knew that the density of his muscles and bones had increased significantly, and his weight had increased by 20 to 30 pounds. After 10 days, Fong Han could gradually leap with a 50-pound or even an 80-pound stone on his back. The second level of the physical realm, strength training, was the most fundamental yet crucial aspect of cultivation, directly influencing the success of martial arts practice. The purer the strength, the greater the future achievements. 100 pounds. After a month, Fong Han could easily leap like a frog with a 100-pound stone on his back, covering 4 to 5 steps with each bound. He could leap 36 times without his face turning red or his breath becoming labored. His footprints left deep impressions in the sand. Hi. Then, he tossed the 100-pound stone upwards, reaching a height of 2 to 3 people. As it plummeted down, he raised his hands, and his bones creaked as he caught the stone. Break. With a low roar. Fong Han supported the 100-pound stone with one hand and struck a bull-sized tree with his other fist. The tree immediately fractured, split in two. Bang. After tossing the 100-pound stone aside, Fong Han stood tall, his body exuding an aura that belied his former lowly servant demeanor. At this moment, he had finally completed his strength training, having honed every inch of his limbs, waist, and abdomen. I have reached the limit of the strength training realm. In other words, I have entered the third level of the physical realm, the realm of techniques. I can now practice the pine crane longevity fist and the various techniques of the 7-star fist. Moreover, my physical fitness is twice as strong as that of the core disciples of the Fong family. My strength far surpasses theirs, and my training techniques undoubtedly wield greater power. Fong Han clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly, a sound imbued with confidence. As a core disciple of the Fong family, he is incomparable to his peers, for their diets consist of ginseng and bird's nest, while he feasts upon the 9 orifices golden pill. In terms of sheer strength, Fong Han can single-handedly lift a 100-pound stone, executing an array of movements that the core disciples of the Fong family cannot replicate. Furthermore, as he cultivates various techniques, uniting the power coursing through his body, one can only imagine the ferocity he will unleash. At present, every muscle in Fong Han's physique resembles a pack of untamed wolves. Yet to coalesce, through the practice of his techniques, these beasts will transform into a formidable force, responding to his call, tightly interlinked and fearsome beyond measure. Gazing at the stars above, Fong Han sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed upon the celestial movements, seeking to comprehend the myriad techniques of the 7-star fist as taught by Bai Hai Zhen. His physical cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The 9 orifices golden pill within his heart gradually activated by the flowing blood, unleashing a more powerful essence. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Fong family estate, sprawling across 1,000 acres, Fong Qingxue, the esteemed young lady of the Fong family, sat quietly, akin to a celestial maiden amidst dragons and lightning. Beside her was a middle-aged man of imposing stature, with piercing green eyes and broad shoulders, the head of the Fong family. Fong Zitao, currently the governor of Longyuan province and father to Fong Qingxue, having cultivated his physique to the 10th transformation stage. He found himself slowly succumbing to the inevitability of age, his body gradually deteriorating, destined to regress unless he came across some extraordinary elixir. In the presence of his daughter, he bore little of a father's authority, for she was a transcendent powerhouse of the secret realm. Father, I have become a true disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. The sect leader has granted me an independent mountain palace on Feathered Ascension Peak. I must bring a loyal retinue to maintain the palace, tend to the fires for alchemy, care for the flora, and nurture the spirit beasts, Fong Qingxue declared. Qingxue, you truly are a true disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect? Splendid. This solidifies our family standing. Even the emperor will strive to win you over. It is no issue to bring loyal servants. Choose whomever you wish, Fong Zitao responded with delight. Fully aware of the significance of being a true disciple, the ancestors of the Fong family had never attained such a status, merely being outer disciples. Moreover, due to my status as a true disciple, Elder Tianxing has granted me several slots for outer disciples. This is a rare opportunity, and I shall select a few core disciples from our family to join me, Fong Qingxue added. Slots for outer disciples. Fong Zitao gasped in astonishment. Governor, young lady. The imperial decree has arrived, granting the young lady the title of princess. It awaits at the entrance. A voice suddenly announced. Understood, let the decree wait. I have matters to attend to. Fong Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 007. Softness and strength. Is it inappropriate to keep the imperial edict waiting for a moment? Upon witnessing his daughter, Fong Qingxue's attitude towards the imperial decree, Fong Zitao hesitated momentarily. Not at all, Fong Qingxue replied, her expression remaining serene. I have no desire to engage in worldly affairs, preferring solitude over the clamor of society. Let the messenger of the edict handle matters within the family. I shall retreat at home for a few days, observing which of our family disciples possess the potential for cultivation, and offer guidance accordingly. Father, do not become too enamored with power. Nurture your inner self, for there may yet be an opportunity to transcend the realm of divine mysteries. Indeed, Fang Zeshan nodded. While the arrival of the edict to confer upon you the title of princess warrants a celebration for the Fang family, your preference for tranquility suggests we should handle it discreetly. Additionally, which servants do you require for your palace on the Immortal Ascendance Mountain? I shall arrange for some trustworthy and loyal attendants. Very well. Fang Qingxue gently closed her eyes. In the past month, she had found no trace of Bai Haizhan. Had he, despite his grave injuries, consumed the 9 orifices golden pill and recovered enough to flee? The illustrious disciple of the feathered ascendancy, a prestigious sect in the realm of immortals, found herself lost in contemplation. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, a myriad of violet lightning threads and currents began to materialize above her head, as if coalescing into ethereal cranes, dragons, serpents, and galloping steeds, entities imbued with spiritual essence. This was evidently indicative of an extraordinarily potent state within the realm of divine mysteries. She was on the cusp of breaking through from the 3rd tier of divine mysteries, the Yuangang realm, to the 4th tier, the Yin-Yang realm, where her own magical essence would harmonize, becoming imbued with spirituality. This level was of great significance. For only with a sentient essence could one aspire to the 5th tier of divine mysteries, the celestial realm, where one could manipulate the threads of the cosmos and establish formidable formations of boundless power. Currently, within the sect, only a few elders had attained the celestial realm. Alas, she had previously obtained the Jiaofu Huangquan diagram, which could have been refined to break through to the 5th tier, perhaps even to condense the seeds of divine mysteries into a manifestation of divine law, but her efforts had ultimately fallen short. As she assessed her own magical prowess and the level of her divine mysteries, Fang Qingxue displayed an astute comprehension of the path of immortality. On another night, under the brilliance of the cold stars, Fang Han stood by the river, observing the celestial trajectories. His body surged with muscular vigor, akin to the relentless flow of stars in the rushing river. With a single step, he executed the 7-star stance, darting forward with remarkable agility. With a swift kick, he unleashed the blazing star kick. The force of his leg tore through the air, producing a heart-wrenching sound that echoed far and wide with remarkable sharpness. With a resounding crack, a thick tree trunk was shattered. Crack, crack, crack. The sound continued as Fang Han unleashed 13 more kicks. His legs a blur as they struck the surrounding trees, felling them effortlessly. Having severed 14 trees without breaking a sweat, he retracted his fists, sending sand and dirt flying beneath his feet. With his left hand, he traced a perfect circle, while with his right, he drew a precise square. He grounded himself, as steadfast as an ancient pine digging its roots deep into the rock, immovable and resolute. With his left hand tracing a circle and his right hand a square, he harmonized softness and strength, realizing that within 3 nights, he could master his techniques and enter the 4th tier of harmonious strength. The 9 orifices golden pill had indeed provided him with a solid foundation. It appeared that his breakthrough to the 5th tier of divine power was not far off. The medicinal energy of the 9 orifices golden pill surged through his heart, a warm current spreading throughout his body, swiftly alleviating the pain from his earlier exertions in breaking trees. Through a month of rigorous training, Fang Han had solidified his foundation. After merely 3 days of practice, he had mastered the 7 stars fist techniques, honing the 7 stars stance and the blazing star kick to perfection, yielding tremendous destructive power. Though the 7 stars fist of the starry gate was not extensive, each move embodied the celestial trajectories and the intricacies of the physical form. The 7 stars stance was an enigmatic footwork, while the blazing star kick was a fierce leg technique designed to vanquish foes. Fang Han achieved mastery of these techniques, reaching the 4th tier of harmonious strength. For the core disciples of the Fang family, attaining the harmonious strength realm typically required 3 to 5 years of relentless practice, and even that was considered rapid. However, Fang Han had accomplished such a feat in a mere 3 months. Feeling himself grow stronger by the day, Fang Han contentedly returned home under the cover of darkness. After resting for just an hour, he was suddenly stirred by commotion outside. There was a frantic knocking at his door, prompting him to spring up and open it, revealing the chief steward of the stables. "Steward, what is the matter? Why summon me at this hour? Hurry, the second young lady is setting out on a journey, and you are to bring Qianli Shui along with her." "Where is she going?" Fang Han was taken aback. "Why ask so many questions? As servants, we simply follow orders. Do you wish to incur the second young lady's wrath?" The steward chided as he hurried away. Fang Han dared not delay, swiftly following after. Despite his newfound fortune, He was still lacking in cultivation and had no power to defy his role as a servant. Moreover, he needed to rely on the Fong family's influence to gain entry into the feathered ascendancy. Curiosity about the legendary sect of immortals stirred within him. Upon reaching the stables, he led Qianli Shui out and made his way to the grand plaza before the Fong family estate. The Fong family was the foremost lineage in Longyuan, and the plaza was magnificently constructed, guarded by rows of stone lions, tigers, Haishio, and Qilin, creating an imposing presence. Standing in the plaza, one felt diminutive and overwhelmed by a sense of awe. Numerous servants and guards occupied the area, while carriages laden with gold, silver, jewels, and heavily armored warriors, alongside other attendants, stood ready. These individuals surrounded several key members of the Fong family as they emerged from the entrance. Fong Han's gaze was immediately drawn to a figure clad in white, radiating an ethereal purity, unlike any mortal. As this woman stepped forward, all present were momentarily awestruck. As if the world had transformed into a realm of fantasy, infused with an otherworldly aura. In that moment, all else faded into the background, leaving only her presence, deeply etched into the hearts of those who beheld her. Was she the celestial maiden of the moon or a dragon princess from the depths of the ocean? Fong Han felt a shiver of reverence. He recognized her as Fong Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Fong family, a true disciple of the feathered ascendancy, and a peerless expert who had vanquished Bai Haijian. He had initially imagined that such a formidable figure would exude an overwhelming presence, fierce and intimidating. But he was taken aback by her ethereal grace, delicate as a wisp of cloud, reminiscent of a celestial being from poetry. Those who cultivated within the realm of divine mysteries possessed a unique aura. Bai Haijian's master had spoken truly. Fong Han glanced down, recalling Bai Haijian's words, and quickly bowed his head. Yet, it seemed Fong Qingxue sensed something and turned her celestial gaze in his direction, her eyes shimmering as they swept over him. Qingwei, what is the name of the servant leading Qianli Shui? Fong Qingxue inquired, her focus shifting away from Fong Han to the second young lady, Fong Qingwei, who stood beside her. With just a glance, Fong Han captured the attention of Fong Qingxue. Is it a blessing or a curse? Chapter 008. Divine Power. This is my horse caretaker, named Fong Han, who is quite reliable in his duties and has never withheld any horse feed. However, the last time he delayed my hunting, I rewarded him with 10 lashes and then gifted him 5 taels of silver. Fong Qingwei remarked casually. Is that so? Fong Qingxue pondered for a moment, her thoughts inscrutable. This time, I will take you to Yuhuasianshan. Though the mountains are a paradise, they lack the conveniences of a great city, so it is essential to bring some servants for care. Since Fong Han is dependable, let us take him along. If he raises horses well, he may also tend to spirit beasts in the future. All right, let us depart. With a command, hundreds of servants from the Fong family set forth with a grand procession of carts. Indeed, Master Bai Hai was correct. As long as I am amidst the crowd, the young lady Fong Qingxue can discern my unusual presence at a glance. However, if she discovers that I have consumed the 9 apertures golden pill, she may very well wish for my demise. Can I conceal it successfully? Although Fong Han did not overhear the conversation between the young ladies, he sensed that Fong Qingxue was aware of him. Leading Qianli Shui while moving with the procession, Fong Han contemplated deeply. Another night passed. The Fong family's caravan arrived at a county town on the edge of Longyuan province, where hundreds took a rest in preparation for the journey ahead. In the dead of night, Fong Han prepared soy milk, boiled it, and fed it to the horses, followed by eggs and meat powder, ensuring Qianli Shui was well fed before settling the horses down. Stealthily, he slipped away to a secluded area in the wilderness to practice his martial arts. This time, he practiced not the 7-star fist but the pine crane longevity fist, which he had surreptitiously learned. Crane claw reflects on sand. Ice crane guards the plum. Celestial crane shakes its feathers. Crane dances in the vast sky. Pine crane extends life. He transformed through these 5 moves, moving like a crane and standing still like a pine. The pine crane longevity fist, like the 7-star fist, is an exceptionally sophisticated body-refining technique. However, while the 7-star fist is forceful and domineering, the pine crane style embodies tranquility and mimics the carefree longevity of the crane. The distinct styles of the Yuhua sect and the Qiwenqing sect are evident in this regard, Fong Han mused. Ever since he had the 9 apertures golden pill at his heart, his body had grown stronger, and his mind had become exceptionally astute, enhancing his intelligence, agility, and adaptability, facilitating his martial arts learning. As he practiced the Pine Crane Longevity Fist repeatedly, he contemplated the 7-star fist, and in a moment of reverie, he felt the two styles intertwining, one internal and one external, harmonizing like the fusion of water and fire. His muscles surged, and the blood flowed through his heart, invigorating the 9 apertures golden pill, which spun vigorously, its potent essence coursing throughout his body. Boom! The domineering style of the 7-star fist merged with the carefree essence of the Pine Crane Longevity Fist, driven by the 9 apertures golden pill. In an instant, his blood circulated 9 times throughout his body. The rhythm of his heartbeat slowed, now half the speed it used to be, yet it was more powerful. As solid and forceful as a hammer. He had indeed stepped into the realm of the 5th level, the domain of divine power. Fong Han recognized that the changes within his body signified that he had entered a new realm. The 5th level of divine power is typified by a slowed heartbeat, a continuous vitality, and unmatched strength. Before he could fully appreciate the benefits of this divine power, he suddenly felt a movement in his chest, the 9 apertures golden pill. At the moment of his transformation, burrowed inward, settling at the center of his heart, becoming even more concealed. Previously, it had been affixed at his chest, but now, with his heartbeat's deceleration, it was drawn deep into his heart by the pressure of the blood, making it less detectable. Crane claw imprints on sand. Suddenly, he lunged toward a tall tree, his fingers resembling crane claws, and effortlessly tore a sizable chunk of bark and wood from the trunk. If this claw were to strike a person, it would undoubtedly tear away a large piece of flesh. His power had increased yet again. Fong Han continuously unleashed the strength of his physical body, evading, leaping, and sprinting with such agility that he advanced over 10 feet in a single bound, then recoiled. His body moving freely yet ferociously, as swift as a tiger or leopard. In truth, having cultivated his body to the realm of divine power. His strength was like a galloping horse, his agility like a monkey, and his claws like those of a tiger or leopard. He had become a human weapon. A level of mastery that few core disciples of the Fong family had achieved. You have practiced the Pine Crane Longevity Fist quite well. You must have been secretly learning it for a long time. A voice suddenly resonated from behind Fong Han. Indeed, it had come. Fong Han's heart jolted. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality still filled him with trepidation. Turning around, he saw a stunning figure in white, standing not far away under the moonlight. It was Fong Qingxue. Miss. Fong Han immediately adopted a flustered demeanor, resembling a thief caught red-handed, contemplating fleeing, but hesitating instead. This was a reaction he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, now executed with remarkable authenticity. After a few breaths of silence, he knelt before Fong Qingxue, crying out, "Miss, please spare me. I am but a servant who happened upon this by chance and could not resist practicing. Please forgive me." "Not bad." Fong Qingxue observed his reaction, her gaze flickering slightly. "You are aware of your guilt. Had you attempted to flee just now, your fate would have been akin to that stone over there." As she spoke, Fong Qingxue flicked her finger, and with a whoosh, a flash of purple lightning sliced through the air, cleaving a boulder taller than a person into two with ease. "So this is the purple lightning thunderblade of the Yuhua sect? Master by High perished beneath this divine ability. Indeed, it is unmatched by any army." Feeling the potent current in the air causing his skin to tingle, Fong Han was genuinely astounded. This was the first time he had witnessed the might of a master from the divine power realm. If a practitioner at the physical realm were to face an onslaught from the imperial army, even a master of transformation would likely meet their end, as the limits of physical strength are ultimately confined. However, a master from the divine power realm has the ability to wield energy as sharp as a blade, control electricity and fire, enveloped in a protective aura, soaring and transforming at will. Mortals are utterly powerless against them. He finally comprehended why those of the divine power realm stand apart from ordinary beings. He lowered his head even further, seemingly rendered speechless, muttering, "Miss, please spare me. When will I step into the divine power realm myself and stand alongside you as equals? Master by High instructed me to kill her. But how could I possibly do that?" Fong Han's thoughts whirled. "Rise." Fong Qingxue's calm voice reached him. This extraordinary beauty, a master of divine power, spoke with an unwavering tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if she had long transcended joy and sorrow, embodying a serene pursuit of the immortal path. Over a small threshold. Upon hearing this, Fong Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he did not rise, continuing to kneel with unwavering loyalty. "I have committed a grave error and shall remain here to atone." Please instruct me, miss, and impose your punishment. This was his expression of loyalty. By all rights, you should not have been able to cultivate to the realm of divine power. Did you consume some miraculous elixir? Fang Qingxue seemed to be influenced by Fang Han's display of loyalty, her tone softening somewhat. Indeed, 5 years ago, while washing horses in the Longyuan River, a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning erupted, and a massive serpent with long horns emerged from the waters, striking terror into my heart. However, that very serpent was subsequently struck down by lightning. Out of curiosity, I retrieved the creature from the river and, after much deliberation, cooked and consumed it for several days. I even ingested its gallbladder, which was a curious sight, a bright red, stone-hard mass that took me an entire afternoon to dissolve. Since that day, my health has improved remarkably, prompting me to entertain thoughts of clandestinely mastering martial arts. I am indeed deserving of death 1,000 times over. Fang Han bowed again, his words not mere fabrications, but rather teachings imparted by Bai Haichan, the one-horned viper. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue recalled that a century ago, an ancestor of the Fang family had slain a one-horned viper in the Longyuan River, only to discover there were two, one male and one female. A glimmer flickered in her eyes as she briefly glanced at Fang Han's heart, causing him to feel a constriction within. It seemed as though the 9-aperture golden elixir had momentarily ceased its circulation. Fortunately, Fang Qingxue did not scrutinize closely, and thanks to Fang Han's recent attainment of divine strength, his heart slowed suddenly, drawing the 9-aperture golden elixir deep into its core. Moreover, Fang Qingxue's attention was diverted by Fang Han's discourse. Otherwise, the secret of the 9-aperture golden elixir might have been uncovered. The inner essence of the one-horned viper is a natural elixir that bolsters one's foundation and enhances vitality. Consuming it grants immense strength. And to have cultivated divine power after 5 years of clandestine study is commendable. Fang Qingxue remarked, many core disciples of the Fang family lack your fortuity. It seems you are indeed favored by fate. However, the one-horned viper's inner essence has only elevated you to the limits of divine power. To continue your cultivation, you will require substantial material resources. Come with me to the feathered, immortal mountain, where you shall assist in nurturing spiritual beasts. As she spoke, Fang Qingxue's figure floated gracefully away. Finally, I have passed the test. Once Fang Qingxue was certain to be gone, Fang Han rose, exhaling deeply. The preceding conversation had been a matter of life and death in a fleeting moment. Chapter 009. The Ascension Gate. Unexpectedly, the situation unfolded so smoothly. Fang Han could hardly believe that the young lady, Fang Qingxue, would let him off after merely a few inquiries. However, this outcome had been somewhat anticipated. Given his identity and current capabilities, there was no necessity for Fang Qingxue to probe deeply into his circumstances. Indeed, in the presence of the true disciples of the Ascension Gate, Fang Han's strength and status were insignificant. Even the authority of kings and imperial decrees held no value in Fang Qingxue's eyes, making further inquiry unnecessary. Of course, Fang Qingxue was unaware of the 9-aperture golden Dan, the serpent lurking in the yellow spring, hidden within Fang Han. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible, regardless of distance. Feeling relaxed, Fang Han returned to his slumber. This sleep was particularly serene, filled with hope. The hope that resided within him was to catch a glimpse of the legendary 10 gates of immortality, to behold the true visage of the Ascension Gate. In the days that followed, the journey continued relentlessly. The vast caravan of the Fang family moved continuously eastward, traversing through the provinces of Longyuan, Wuling, Huayang, Taigu, and Jiuhu, covering thousands of miles. After a month, they finally arrived at the foot of a sprawling mountain range. Before us lies the Ascension Mountain, the very foundation of our Ascension Gate, Fang Qingxue proclaimed. Amidst the throng of servants, Fang Han gazed into the distance, where towering peaks pierced the heavens, standing as straight as arrows. Some summits were adorned with blooming flowers and numerous palatial structures. Countless waterfalls cascaded from the heights, resembling jade dragons in flight. The sky above was as blue as a pristine crystal, devoid of a single cloud, with the radiant sun casting its gentle, brilliant light upon the land, untainted by dust. On the myriad peaks, ancient pine trees twisted their roots and branches, exuding a primordial aura. Deep within the mountains, amidst the ethereal mist, a colossal city of the sky faintly materialized, akin to a mirage, evoking the sensation of having entered the realm of immortals. As Fang Han beheld this celestial paradise, he was struck dumb with awe. A profound sense of wonder welled up within him. Immortal path. Immortal path. This is the immortal path. Indeed. The 10 gates of immortality far surpassed any royal lineage. His childhood aspiration had merely been to hold power as a noble in the Great Li dynasty. But now that ambition seemed utterly laughable. Fang Han chuckled at his own naivety, just as the entourage approached the Ascension Mountain. The resounding cries of celestial cranes pierced the sky, echoing in waves. To the astonishment of the crowd, several white dots appeared in the distance, darting towards them like arrows. Initially the size of fists, they morphed into cranes larger than oxen as they soared overhead. These cranes, majestic and spirited, bore crimson crowns, their wings unfurling to stir tempests. Notably, young cultivators donned in feathered garments rode upon their backs. As the cranes descended, the winds intensified, and Fang Han, who had been leading his steed, Qianlixiu, suddenly found his horse startled by the colossal cranes. The horse neighed in terror and bolted. In a swift motion, Fang Han raced forward, attempting to restrain Qianlixiu. However, at that moment, the cranes began to land, and it seemed inevitable that Fang Han and Qianlixiu would collide with them. "Hey, you mere mortal!" Arriving at the immortal mountain and recklessly charging forth, exclaimed a young cultivator atop one of the cranes, his gaze icy. With a swift motion, he struck the crane's head, commanding its massive claws to seize Qianlixiu. Simultaneously, another young cultivator, brandishing a long, dark golden whip, aimed to ensnare Fang Han, attempting to lift him into the air. Fang Han quickly rolled to evade the whip's grasp. However, Qianlixiu was wounded by the crane's claws, bleeding profusely as it struggled on the ground. The group of young cultivators, now truly grounded, surveyed the crowd with haughty expressions, as if they were divine beings observing mere mortals. Their cranes towered above, adding to their imposing presence. "You mortals, why have you come to the Ascension Mountain? You step forward," commanded the young cultivator who had just attempted to whip Fang Han, his tone condescending. "Are you the welcoming disciples of Senior Brother Jin? Is this how he teaches you to receive guests?" At that moment, Fang Qingshue's voice echoed from within a nearby carriage. Upon recognizing her, the expressions of the young cultivators shifted slightly, their demeanor turning respectful. "It is indeed Sister Fang, the newly promoted true disciple. We have come to welcome you, but your servants have been quite disruptive, breaching the rules of the Immortal Mountain." "Indeed, Sister Fang. Senior Brother Jin specifically instructed us to enlighten you about the rules of the mountain, especially concerning the conduct of mortals." Another young cultivator chimed in. Fang Han silently noted their condescending attitude. Clearly, these young cultivators held a lesser status than Fang Qingxue, as they had not yet attained the mystical realm of divine powers. Otherwise, they would not need to ride cranes, but could fly freely using their own powers. Nevertheless, Fang Han remained deeply impressed by their ability to ascend to the skies upon the cranes. "Since when did you lot have the authority to chastise my people?" Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow, her expression a blend of irritation and concern. It seemed that Senior Brother Jin was quite displeased with her elevation to true disciple. "Since you do not wish for us to welcome you, we shall take our leave. You may proceed to the mountain on your own." The young cultivator who had pointed the whip at Fang Han exchanged glances with his companions, preparing to mount their cranes and depart. "Hold on." Fang Qingshue's cold laughter pierced the air as she uttered two words. "You come riding cranes, startling my people and injuring my horse. And you think you can simply leave unscathed? What, Sister Fang, do you wish for us to compensate you? Mere mortals and horses," scoffed the young cultivators, their expression shifting slightly. "Regardless of their status, they are mine," Fang Qingxue declared. "You have harmed them, thus challenging me. In that case, I have nothing further to say. You shall pay with your lives." Rising to her full height, she suddenly floated into the air, her aura swirling around her, her white garments billowing. Surrounding her was an electric purple glow that crackled with energy. An air of disdain for the world emanated from her, a presence that demanded reverence. At that moment, Fang Han felt as though Fang Qingxue was a sword, sharp and unyielding, poised to pierce the heavens themselves. With a mere flick of her thumb, a blade of dark lightning swept across the heavens, devouring the cosmos and stirring the sun and moon. A formidable current surged through the void, annihilating all in its path. Suddenly, the young Taoist wielding a whip, who had pointed at Fang Hanjun, was struck by the violet lightning blade, emitting a chilling scream as flames engulfed his entire form. The immortal crane beneath him sensed imminent danger and took flight, its wings trembling. Yet, Fang Qingxue showed no mercy. She pressed forth once more, unleashing another violet lightning blade that directly felled the crane from the sky. In an instant, both man and crane met their demise. Alarmed, the other disciples were taken aback. Unable to fathom that Fang Qinxue would dare to take a life before the immortal Ascension Mountain, even that of her own kin. Panic ensued as they hastily mounted their cranes to escape. Fang Qinxue, how dare you kill us? Are you not afraid of the sect's rules? How will you explain this to senior brother Jin? What will Elder Tianqing say? One young Taoist bellowed. True disciples, chosen by the sect leader, held the power of life and death. You have offended my authority. If I spare you, what becomes of the dignity of a true disciple? Blame your senior brother Jin for sending you here to test my resolve. In your next life, may you possess sharper insight. Fang Qinxue's tone remained calm as she snapped her fingers 7 times, sending forth 7 arcs of electric light that swept across the scene, once more targeting the remaining 7 disciples in their cranes. Stop! A sudden, resonant cry echoed from afar, accompanied by a verdant figure soaring into the sky. This figure, a remarkably handsome young man clad in emerald, flew with the grace of a sword, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. In midair, he pointed his finger, conjuring 7 emerald flames that collided with Fang Qinxue's electric arcs, dissipating into nothingness. Fang sister, let us discuss this matter. Why resort to violence? The young man, who introduced himself as Jin Shirtai, intervened, rescuing the remaining 7 from peril. Can your emerald flames withstand my violet lightning blade? Fang Qinxue remained undeterred, her blade shifting in myriad forms as she unleashed another torrent of electric fury. Floating effortlessly, she executed her intricate steps with blinding swiftness, continuing her relentless assault. To Jin Shirtai's astonishment, Fang Qinxue's resolve proved insurmountable. The emerald flames failed to intercept the violet lightning blade, which pierced through with unyielding force. One after another, the 7 young Taoists, along with their cranes, were struck, erupting into a conflagration of smoke and ash as they plummeted to the ground, completely obliterated. You! Jin Shirtai seethed with rage. How can this be? Though you two are a true disciple of our sect, your cultivation seems merely to have transitioned from illusion to reality. Stepping into the realm of the 2nd level of divine powers, Fang Qinxue remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility as she replied, if you find fault with me, I await you at the Hall of Ascension or the Tianqing platform. The 1st level of the divine realm, the realm of magical powers, is formless. The 2nd level is where the formless becomes manifest, hence the term cultivation of the true. It signifies the transition from illusion to reality, attaining the authentic self. Upon hearing the name Tianqing platform, Jin Shirtai's expression shifted subtly. It was a place where true disciples faced life and death trials. To ascend the Tianqing platform meant that only one true disciple could emerge alive. He had not anticipated Fang Qinxue's overwhelming strength. Humph. I shall report this matter to the elder responsible for the sect's regulations, Jin Shirtai declared, brushing aside his robes as he departed. Let us depart. Unmoved by the slaughter of 8 disciples and their cranes, Fang Qinxue descended gracefully back into her carriage. This was the essence of dominance. The essence of power, looking down upon the world as if all were mere blades of grass. The true disciples of the Immortal Ascension sect were indeed extraordinary, and it was a stark revelation of Fang Qinxue's formidable prowess. Master Baihai would surely find that this young lady was not to be trifled with. Witnessing this display, Fang Han was profoundly shaken by Fang Qinxue's aura, contemplating that following Master Baihai's advice to eliminate her would be a distant prospect. One day, I too shall possess such overwhelming strength, gazing down upon the world with unyielding authority. Chapter 010. The Rise of the Underdog, a Towering Peak. Reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, is adorned with towering pine and cypress trees, cascading waterfalls, and palatial structures that rise majestically along its slopes. At the summit, a shimmering celestial pool glistens, beside which stands an even more resplendent palace. Ethereal creatures such as cranes, the iron-winged roc, golden-crowned eagles, white deer, white tigers, jade rabbits, and peacocks roam freely across the mountainside. Countless fields of spiritual herbs and ginseng flourish within, yielding an abundance of miraculous remedies. The words Purple Lightning Palace are inscribed prominently at the entrance of the palace atop the peak. This significant summit, known as Purple Lightning Peak, was bestowed upon Fang Qinxue as a symbol of her status after she became a true disciple of the Yuhua sect. At this moment, Fang Qinxue sits in a chair within the Purple Lightning Palace, surveying the throng of 800 to 900 servants below, her brow slightly furrowed. While the Purple Lightning Peak is indeed her domain, she is wholly devoted to her cultivation and must soon enter seclusion, often for months or even half a year, leaving her no time to manage domestic affairs. With so many servants at her disposal, She decides to select a few reliable individuals to oversee her estate. Fang Han, I have heard from Qingwei that you have a talent for horse racing. You will lead 250 people to care for the cranes, white tigers, and other spiritual beasts. Here is the spirit beast token. Take this token, and with a drop of your blood upon it, the beasts will heed your command. Select your team wisely. As she speaks, a radiant glow soars towards Fang Han. He catches it, discovering it to be a palm-sized jade tablet intricately carved with lifelike representations of various creatures, as if their very spirits were sealed within. Indeed, he has gained the favor of the young mistress, elevating from a mere horsekeeper to the chief steward, commanding 250 servants, a meteoric rise in status. In the Fang family, such a leap from a lowly servant to a high-ranking official would have been inconceivable due to the strict family rules and intricate relationships. Even with merit, Fang Han could never have aspired to such heights. However, within the Yuhua sect at Purple Lightning Peak, the scenario differs greatly. Fang Qingxue, absorbed in her cultivation, lacks the time or inclination to manage domestic affairs, leading to her direct appointment and unorthodox promotion. What is happening? How can a lowly servant rise above us? This cannot be. The murmurs of disbelief ripple through the gathered servants, particularly among a few formidable individuals whose eyes glint with menace, as if they wish to devour Fang Han whole. These formidable servants, previously esteemed within the Fang family, had come to Yuhua Mountain hoping to secure advantageous positions. Yet, they dare not stir trouble. Within the Fang family, they could manipulate connections and tarnish Fang Han's reputation. But here, Fang Qingxue's words carry the weight of imperial decree. Her recent display of power, having slain 8 men and their cranes, looms large in their minds, silencing any thoughts of rebellion. Fang Qingxue remains unperturbed by their whispers. Her focus is solely on her cultivation. She possesses a faint recollection of Fang Han and thus elevates him. As a true disciple of the Yuhua sect, her standing far surpasses that of mere mortals. Leaving her little interest in the trivialities of household management, Fang Cheng, you will oversee the provisions and cleanliness of Purple Lightning Peak. Select 300 servants for this task. During my seclusion, ensure meals are delivered timely to my meditation chamber. Yes, Fang Qingxue continues issuing commands, and a woman named Fang Chong steps forward. Previously the head maid in the Fang household, she is now tasked with the same responsibilities in her new role. Fang Man, you will lead 200 individuals responsible for the cultivation and harvesting of the 80 fields of medicinal herbs, crystal rice, and purple lightning flowers. Yes, a fierce-looking man with piercing eyes stands forward, one of those who had previously glared menacingly at Fang Han. Fang Rui, you will command 200 servants to manage clothing, finances, and procure necessary supplies from outside the mountain. Very well, I have established the rules. You may now attend to your duties, with the essentials of life arranged. Fang Qingxue swiftly vanishes, entering seclusion, while the grand doors of the Purple Lightning Palace close behind her, leaving the 800 to 900 servants in the square to prepare for their respective roles. Notably absent are the direct relatives of the Fang family, including the second daughter, Fang Qingwei, who are engaged in deeper training in the mountains. The disciples of Yuhua Mountain are categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and various elders who oversee law and cultivation. Fang Han and the other servants are not yet fully recognized as part of the Yuhua sect. There exists fierce competition among the outer disciples aspiring to ascend to inner disciple status, while inner disciples vie for true disciple recognition. True disciples engage in rivalry for the esteemed position of sect elder, each seeking greater authority. The highest-ranking disciples are the true disciples, each possessing their own mountain, their status exalted. Some true disciples wield power comparable to that of elders, yet without significant contributions to the sect, they remain unpromoted. The 8 crane-riding men slain by Fang Qingxue were outer disciples from another peak, known as the Baiyan Peak. Her decisive actions served to establish her authority. Having just become a true disciple, she needed to assert herself against any dissent that might arise from her peers. Although there may be complications to follow, Fang Qingxue is confident in her ability to bear the burden. The Spirit Beast token, once imbued with her blood, will enable her to command the cranes and tigers. She is eager to experience the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. Yet first, she must select her servants, 250 individuals at her command, an enticing prospect. As she closes the grand doors of the Purple Lightning Palace and retreats into seclusion, Fang Han eagerly grasps the Spirit Beast token, ready to infuse it with his blood and control the cranes for flight, an irresistible temptation. Meanwhile, he must also choose his servants. Boy, hand over the Spirit Beast token. A menacing voice interrupts from behind. Fong Han quickly turns to see a middle-aged man in fine silk, with a narrow face and a sinister grin, advancing towards him step by step, his body cracking ominously like a prowling tiger eyeing its prey. Simultaneously, Fong Man and Fong Rui cross their arms, reveling in the unfolding drama. Fong Lai, what do you want? Fong Han recognizes the approaching man as Fong Lai, a high-ranking figure within the Fong household and the chief of guards. Naturally displeased that the lucrative position of managing the spiritual beasts has not fallen to him, he approaches with an air of authority. I am here to demand the spirit beast token. You shall serve under me. What? You refuse to comply? Fong Lai's expression turns increasingly frigid as he assesses Fong Han's demeanor. This is a directive from the young mistress. Fong Han licked his lips. Ha. Even if it is a command from the young lady, do you truly believe that, as a mere lowly servant, you can command those beneath you? Among those present, who holds a status inferior to yours within the Fong residence? Go ahead, try to give an order and see if they heed your call. Fong Dafu, would you agree to work under this brat? At that moment, Fong Man spoke up. He had been the chief rent collector of the Fong estate, and although he was appointed by Fong Qingxue to oversee the medicinal fields and the celestial rice, a lucrative position, he looked down upon Fong Han and immediately stirred the pot, addressing a servant named Fong Dafu. What a joke. A lowly servant who tends to horses dares to command me? You haven't even grown up yet. Perhaps you should go home and drink milk for a couple more years. Fong Dafu, a middle-aged man with a slick demeanor, was a seasoned servant of the Fong household. Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter, casting a scornful glance at Fong Han. Kid, what authority do you possess? As the chief keeper of spirit beasts? Another servant chimed in. You still have the innocence of youth and think you can order us around? Manager Lai, teach him a lesson. Let him know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Others joined in the mockery. Kid, remember that within the Fong household, you will always be a lowly servant, incapable of rising above your station. Today, we shall break a bone of yours to teach you a lesson. From now on, keep your eyes open. The young lady may not manage the household, but we will certainly govern Zidian Peak well. Manager Lai grinned maliciously. By the way, I used to have a nickname, Bone Crusher. It has been a while since I've crushed anyone's bones. My hands are itching. Is that so? If I lack authority, then let me establish it through you. Fong Han tucked the Wan Shou card into his embrace, and with a swift movement, he advanced with a leap, taking 7 steps in one, his feet striking like the 7 stars. Instantly, 7 footprints appeared on the ground. In a flash, Fong Han seized the initiative, positioning himself before Fong Lai, and unleashed a powerful kick, the Quaishan kick. The shadow of his leg struck with tremendous force. Within the Fong estate, Fong Han had refrained from displaying his Quaishan kick, but here it was different. Fong Qingxue clearly did not concern herself with the matter, allowing her subordinates to act as they pleased. The wind from his legs howled, piercing the air with a heart-wrenching intensity. Oh no! Just as Bone Crusher Fong Lai was about to strike, he suddenly found his vision blurred as Fong Han surged forward, leaving him utterly astonished. The 13 bone-crushing hands. In his panic, he attempted to employ his ruthless grappling techniques. However, Fong Han's strength far exceeded his own. Each kick directly disrupted Fong Lai's holds. Bang, 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 bang. A series of 5 kicks landed on his body. Fong Lai's large frame was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. And the spittle from his mouth resembled bubbles from a fish. You dare to act arrogantly before me, having only just reached the 4th layer of the soft-hard realm? After kicking Fong Lai away, Fong Han also broke into a grin, leaving the crowd in shock. Those present, including Fong Man and several formidable experts, were left speechless. No one had anticipated that a mere horse-tending servant could send the chief guard flying. Fang Dafu, was it not you who suggested I return home to drink milk? Seizing the moment while everyone was still in disbelief, Fong Han moved swiftly once more, closing the distance to the slick middle-aged servant Fong Dafu, and yanked at his hair. Fong Han's martial prowess had already reached a divine strength level, and with the power of the 9-aperture golden pill, even someone of the same level would fall short against him. Though lacking in real combat experience, he possessed an indomitable spirit. Fong Dafu stood no chance against him. The cunning servant Fong Dafu let out a chilling scream, nearly having his scalp torn off, struggling desperately. You little bastard. The curse instinctively escaped his lips. What? Fong Han forcefully flung Fong Dafu to the ground, then stepped upon his face with crushing force, mercilessly pressing down. The onlookers all witnessed as Fong Dafu's face seemed on the verge of being flattened. Blood bubbles continually oozed from his mouth. Crack. Fong Han stomped again, causing the bones in one of Fong Dafu's hands to audibly crack. This harrowing scene paralyzed everyone with fear. Did you not expect that I possess strength? Fong Man. Perhaps you thought I was a petty individual who had suddenly gained power. Indeed, I am that petty individual. I am that petty individual. If you refuse to heed my words, this is the fate that awaits you. As he spoke, Fong Han delivered another brutal kick, breaking one of Fong Dafu's hands completely. Dare to insult me? I shall ensure your limbs are shattered. Chapter 11. Blood sacrifice. The sensation of possessing power is truly delightful. It is no wonder that Miss Fong Qingxue looks down upon the world, wielding life and death in her hands. Listening to the bones of Fong Dafu, this servant, cracking incessantly beneath his feet, Fong Han felt a surge of satisfaction within him. Not merely the exhilaration of a petty person reveling in their triumph, but rather the intoxicating joy of possessing the ability to manipulate the destinies of others. After all these years, at this moment, Fong Han finally felt as though he were truly human. I must acquire strength, immense power, the kind that exists within the realm of divine mysteries, to rise above others. The current strength I possess is still feeble and insignificant. The fleeting pleasure derived from this meager strength is inconsequential. I must grow stronger, stronger, and even stronger. Having tasted the thrill of power, Fong Han realized that wealth and fame are mere ephemeral illusions. True, enduring strength lies within oneself. Fong Han, what are you doing? How dare you kill here? Fong Man and Fong Rui's expressions shifted dramatically as they stepped forward, positioning themselves to confront Fong Han. These two individuals were also formidable, having risen to prominence among the servants of the Fong family. It is known that the prominent servants of the Fong family wield more authority than county magistrates. Their status is nothing to be trifled with. What? Do you wish for broken limbs? Fong Han turned, a cold smile playing on his lips. Let me tell you the truth. I have already reached the 5th level of physical cultivation, the realm of divine power. Should you wish to act, consider your own capabilities. What? 5th level, the realm of divine power? No wonder Fong Lai fell to you. Upon hearing this, Fong Man and Fong Rui's faces turned pale. Achieving the 5th level of physical cultivation is a feat only a select few core disciples of the Fong family can accomplish. They are but practitioners of the 3rd or 4th levels of techniques. Engaging Fong Han would only lead to their own humiliation. Though they were filled with disbelief that Fong Han had truly reached the realm of divine power, the reality was undeniable. He who understands the times is a wise man. Fong Han licked his lips. Since we are all working for the young lady, I shall spare your limbs today. This place is not the Fong family estate. The young lady has been in seclusion for half a year. If I were to kill you and cast your bodies down the mountain, it would be a mere word. Let us see about that. Fong Man retorted defiantly. Did you not just incite a ruckus and claim that you would not listen to me? Ignoring Fong Man's grievances, Fong Han directed his gaze toward the few servants who had just instigated the turmoil. Thud. Under the fierce intensity of his gaze, the instigators fell to their knees, crying, "Spare us, Sir Han. From now on, we will heed your every word." Traversing through wind and rain, facing blades and flames without a murmur of protest. "Rise," Fong Han commanded, a smile blossoming within him at their submission. "From this day forth, you shall follow me and serve the young lady by tending to the spirit beasts." He pointed out over 200 individuals to serve him, and due to his earlier display of power, none dared to protest or act against his orders. Previously, each of these 200 servants held a higher status than Fong Han. How could they possibly heed his command? Yet, with a stroke of cunning, he established his authority, and no one dared to provoke him. "Very well," Fong Han said, now addressing Fong Lai, who lay prostrate on the ground. "Today's events conclude here. Fong Lai's defiance of the young lady's orders and his attempt to seize your beast command token is of his own making. You have fought. Now it is time to work." At that moment, Fong Chong, who had been observing silently, spoke up. She was the head maid responsible for the entire Zidian Palace's provisions, seemingly a figure of great mystery. Fong Han had noticed her silence during his previous display of power, and now she finally intervened. "I share the same sentiment," Fong Han replied, taking a moment to regard Fong Chang. The maid, dressed in a flowing green gown, stood tall and graceful, her long legs resembling those of a crane. Her gaze carried a hint of mist, exuding an air of profound depth. It was evident she was no ordinary individual. Having heard of Fong Chang during his time as a servant in the Fong family, Fong Han knew she held a high status as the head maid. Rumor had it that the family patriarch, Fong Zitao, intended to take her as a concubine. But the First Lady's opposition thwarted the plan. Instinctively, Fong Han sensed a mysterious aura surrounding her and decided to remain cautious. Disperse. Resume your duties. We must ensure that the Zidian Peak is orderly so that the young lady can cultivate in peace. Fong Chong clapped her hands. Fong Min and Fong Rui were the first to lead a group away, followed by Fong Han, who selected a grand palace to reside in halfway up the mountain. The Zidian Peak boasted several palatial structures, with the Zidian Palace at its summit serving as the residence for Fong Qingxue. The remaining palaces were lavishly appointed for the servants, far more magnificent than the Fong family's estate in Longduan province. Fong Han settled in the Spirit Beast Palace, which housed numerous animal enclosures and aviaries. This crane is truly magnificent. Within the Spirit Beast Palace, Fong Han marveled at the 36 cranes under his care. Each crane stood 2 to 3 men tall, colossal creatures with wings broad enough to resemble giant doors. Their cries were thunderous, and a single flap of their wings could send a person tumbling. How these cranes were bred by the feathered sect remains a mystery. However, they were currently confined within the palace, ensnared by a vast net overhead and surrounding them, woven from what appeared to be purple silk, preventing their escape. The Beast Command Token. The Beast Command Token. If I were to drip blood upon it, could I truly command these cranes? Fong Han retrieved the token, which bore the likeness of the 36 cranes. By pricking his finger, Fong Han allowed a drop of his blood to fall upon the token. As the droplet touched the surface, he suddenly felt his consciousness intertwine with the token, as if it had become an extension of his own being. With a mere thought, the token levitated into the air. How could this be? How could I make the token float? Have I truly attained the realm of divine mysteries? Fong Han was astounded. It is not that you have reached the realm of divine mysteries, but rather that the Beast Command Token possesses its own magical properties. An intricate array has been inscribed upon it by the elders of the feathered sect, and your blood merely activates this array. This is the blood sacrifice ritual for magical artifacts. You can now communicate with these 36 cranes telepathically. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. It was Fong Chong, the enigmatic headmaid. Fong Chong, it seems you possess considerable knowledge, Fong Han remarked. As the overseer of the female attendants in the Fong family for many years, I have gleaned some insights. The Fong family's ancestors were disciples of the feathered sect. Thus, I have a modicum of understanding. Fong Chong replied softly, her words veiling deeper truths while revealing crucial information. Blood sacrifice ritual? Fong Han mused, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. The blood sacrifice ritual is a method for those who do not possess divine power to refine magical artifacts. The feathered sect has 3 types of disciples: the outer disciples, who solely focus on physical cultivation. The second type of disciple is the inner sect disciple. Although they have not yet attained the mastery of divine powers, they are each bestowed with treasures from their sect, such as flying swords, flying daggers, protective shields, and talismans. These flying swords and daggers, akin to the beast talisman, inherently possess intricate magical arrays, and after a blood sacrifice ritual, they can be activated by the wielder's intent, significantly enhancing their defensive and demonic warding capabilities. Despite the fact that the Yuhua sect is one of the 10 major sects of the celestial path, it still faces formidable foes, such as the primal demon sect and the demon god sect, who are its sworn enemies. How could one confront such adversaries relying solely on physical prowess? Fong Chong smiled gently, saying, though we may not be considered disciples of Yuhua sect, should fate align and we catch the attention of someone notable, earning our place among the sect, it is essential to understand these matters. The beast talisman is merely a rudimentary magical artifact. But if one were to genuinely acquire a spiritual weapon flying sword crafted by an elder of Yuhua sect, and after the blood sacrifice ritual, could wield it with intent to slay an enemy from 10 miles away, that would be the true essence of a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon? Fong Han inquired, astonished. The treasures carried by cultivators are classified into various categories: magical artifacts, spiritual weapons, precious artifacts, Dao artifacts, and celestial artifacts. Fong Chong seemed to be enlightening Fong Han, explaining that magical artifacts possess a trace of magical power, enabling their use, such as fire talismans, purification talismans, and swift wind talismans, as well as your beast talisman, which allows for rudimentary communication with spiritual beasts. Such magical artifacts can be imbued with one's magical power by those who have reached the realm of divine powers, while spiritual weapons are attained at the 5th level of the divine powers realm, where magical constructs form grand arrays and are imbued into the objects, endowing them with extraordinary sentience. Precious artifacts are even rarer, boasting greater power than spiritual weapons. Otherwise, they would not bear the title of precious. As for Tao artifacts, they are legendary treasures that have achieved enlightenment, capable of self-cultivation and continuous growth. These Tao artifacts are the stuff of myths. While celestial artifacts have never been witnessed by anyone, existing only in the annals of legendary history, your martial prowess has already reached the realm of divine power. Yet should you encounter someone wielding a spiritual weapon flying sword, you could be vanquished in an instant. Thank you, Miss Chong, for imparting such knowledge. It has truly broadened my horizons. Fong Han expressed his gratitude, feeling an air of mystery surrounding Fong Chong's identity. You have offended Fong Man and Fong Rui today. They will inevitably turn against you. The young lady is in seclusion and will not concern herself with the affairs of us servants. They may conspire against you. And by the time the young lady emerges from seclusion in a few months, she may have forgotten you entirely, Fong Chong cautioned. Them? Fong Han chuckled. Their martial skills are certainly no match for yours, yet they have already sent someone to seek out young Master Yu to lodge a complaint against you. You must exercise caution. Furthermore, Yuhua Mountain is home to 108 true disciples, 3,000 to 5,000 inner sect disciples, and hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, creating a web of intricate relations. The young lady is overwhelmingly powerful, and having recently eliminated individuals from Bianfeng, those left behind may seek to trouble us. Our lives are of little value to them. They would not hesitate to eliminate us. One must tread carefully. I shall say no more. Take good care of the spirit crane and remain vigilant. Having finished her words, Fong Chang departed, leaving Fong Han alone to ponder. Young Master Yu, known as Fong Yu, is the younger brother of Fong Qingxue, who has brought him to Yuhua Mountain to serve as an outer sect disciple. A fact that Fong Han was aware of. Blood sacrifice ritual? Blood sacrifice ritual? Indeed, I still possess a depiction of the Qiu Fu Zhuang, a relic of the emperor of the demon sect, the emperor of the Yellow Springs. I wonder if it can undergo a blood sacrifice ritual? Fong Han's mind suddenly stirred. The Qiu Fu Zhuang is uncertain whether it is a spiritual weapon, a precious artifact, a Tao artifact, or even a celestial artifact. However, it is certainly not a mere lowly magical artifact. Chapter 12. The crane fairy. The beast talisman floated in the air in accordance with Fong Han's will. A marvel that invigorated his thoughts. Blood sacrifice could enable those of corporeal realms to wield various magical artifacts, presenting an unparalleled advantage. Only those who practiced martial arts understood that relying solely on the physical body could not unleash formidable power. The physical form could not soar, was vulnerable to blades and firearms, and feared poison, water, fire, and lightning. In short, even if one refined their physical body to the 10th realm of divine transformation, possessing the strength of 5 horses, they could not escape the fate of an ordinary mortal. Only by reaching the realm of divine powers, unlocking the mind, and cultivating magical energy could one attain true transcendence. However, how arduous is the path to divine powers? Among 10,000 masters, only one may succeed. A testament to ancestral fortune and immense opportunity. At this moment, the true value of magical artifacts was revealed. If one still lingered in the corporeal realm, possessed a flying sword, capable of striking from 1,000 paces away, and soared freely after blood sacrifice, what devastation could they unleash? If this individual also held a protective talisman, creating an impenetrable barrier, what formidable weapon could they become? A master of divine might could potentially slay those of divine transformation. Even a low-tier artifact like the beast talisman could, if wielded properly, allow Fong Han to command spirit beasts to attack his foes. Should he attempt to shed blood upon the serpent-flying underworld map? No, that could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the map could indeed be blood sacrificed, Bai Haichan would have done so long ago, leaving no chance for him. It was best to exercise caution. Any disturbance could spell his doom. Fong Han, a prudent individual, recognized the serpent-flying underworld map as an enigmatic object. A misstep in blood sacrifice could invoke strange phenomena, making it difficult for him to escape even if he wished to. Therefore, he decided to first ascertain the nature of the beast talisman and whether it could communicate with spirit beasts for his use. If he could command all 36 cranes, even masters of divine transformation would be powerless against him. Approaching a crane that was evidently the leader, he observed that it was more resplendent than the others. Towering above them, its crimson crown resembling a fiery flame, unmistakably marking it as the chief. The crane gazed at Fong Han and released a long call. Instantly, he perceived a delicate feminine voice emanating from the beast talisman. Hey, hurry and release me from this net, so I can soar and stretch my wings. Surprised, Fong Han looked around. What are you staring at? It's my voice. When you drip blood on the beast talisman, my voice can be transmitted, transforming into human language for your understanding. The crane let out another long cry, and a heartfelt message resonated clearly from the beast talisman. What? You mean it's you speaking? My lady crane? Fong Han finally grasped the specific function of the beast talisman. Very well, I will release you, and you shall carry me aloft. Humph. As long as you attend to my meals and comforts, I may consider assisting you. Should you fail to meet my needs, I shall not heed your commands. Do you think possessing the beast talisman grants you authority over me? It is merely a tool for communication. We exist as equals. The crane raised its head, its proud gaze looking down upon Fong Han. Realizing this, he understood that the beast talisman did not grant him control over the cranes. It was simply a medium for communication, indicating that nurturing spirit beasts was no easy task. Fong Han recognized that his hopes of commanding the 30 cranes to defeat masters of divine transformation were likely in vain. O Crane Fairy, I pay my respects. With this newfound understanding, Fong Han's expression shifted, a smile gracing his face as he offered a jovial promise to care for the Crane Fairy, assuring her that he would attend to her needs without fail. While conversing, he opened the net. With a flurry of wings, the cranes burst forth, soaring into the sky with exuberance and freedom. You are quite a good person. It seems we may become friends. Moreover, your aura is quite powerful. Your strength is commendable. After a brief flight, the Crane Fairy suddenly dove down before Fong Han, the fierce winds causing him to hold his breath, yet his feet remained steadfast. From now on, I shall ensure they assist you more. Thank you, Crane Fairy. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Fong Han nodded earnestly. Certainly roasted mountain chicken and rabbits. I shall venture to other mountains to catch some wild hares and mountain fowl. You prepare them for us to roast. And be generous with the salt and mustard. Just thinking of roasted delicacies makes my mouth water. But alas, I cannot use fire lest I singe my feathers. I must rely on you. The Crane Fairy's words dripped with anticipation, her mouth watering as she spoke, releasing a delectable aroma that wafted through the air. This was crane saliva, an exceedingly precious medicinal substance. Observing the droplets falling to the ground, Fong Han felt a pang of regret, wishing for something to collect it. A century-old crane saliva was excellent for nourishing the organs, enhancing vitality, and soothing the lungs. A millennium's worth would be even more prized. A coveted treasure in the martial world for cultivating inner strength. One tael of gold could barely compare. The cranes of the Feathered Ascendant sect were extraordinary. Their saliva was likely worth as much as that from a 1,000-year-old crane. Let us go hunt for wild delicacies. After the Crane Fairy finished drooling, she took flight, summoning the other cranes, who soared towards the distant mountains. You all, set up the roasting framework. Watching the cranes depart, Fong Han promptly directed his over 200 servants to construct numerous roasting frameworks in preparation for the feast. Shortly thereafter, the cranes returned. The lead crane bringing back a variety of game, including mountain chickens and rabbits, along with large fish from the river, wild wolves, foxes, and even deer, tigers, leopards, antelopes, wild boars, and bears. Remarkably, the Crane Fairy had caught a beautifully patterned python, which she tossed onto the ground, startling all the servants. Indeed, this was a lucrative venture. Simply having the cranes hunt could yield an abundance of wealth. Tiger skins, bear pelts, fox furs, snake gall, bear paws. As Fong Han observed it all, he understood why Fong Man, Fong Rue, and Fong Lai coveted his position so enviously. Commanding his servants to toil diligently, they skinned the wild game, selecting prime cuts for roasting. Fong Han himself took the initiative to prepare the python caught by the Crane Fairy, pouring all his effort into the task, even instructing his servants to fetch some fine wine for her. The cranes, well attended, were soon satiated, taking flight for a while before returning to their resting places to slumber. These spirit cranes were not as complex in their needs as humans, their thoughts remaining rather simple. After tending to the cranes, Fong Han felt a sense of relief wash over him. Days turned into weeks, during which Fong Han concentrated not only on his secret training but also on attending to the cranes, gradually forging a bond with the Crane Fairy. His martial arts reached the realm of divine power, yet the golden elixir within his heart seemed to slow its movement, as if the cultivation of his physical body had reached a limit. Nevertheless, Fong Han remained diligent, persisting in his rigorous training, convinced that one day he would break through once more. On that day, Fong Han urged the Crane Fairy to partake in a little wine, and in a moment of exhilaration, he expressed his desire to experience the sensation of flight. Flying is no trivial endeavor. You must grip my feathers tightly. Should you fall, it shall not be my concern, the crane fairy warned, her eyes glazed with inebriation, while her crane saliva dripped down, which Fong Han promptly caught in a bowl. I shall be cautious, he assured her. With her consent secured, Fong Han swiftly mounted her back. Having attained the divine power realm, he was as nimble as a monkey and as agile as a civet cat, his movements remarkably swift. I am flying, the crane fairy declared, rising to her feet. With a powerful flap of her wings, Fong Han felt an immediate jolt throughout his body, as if he had lost all weight. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, rendering him breathless. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the sprawling mountains and forests below, where peaks appeared as mere fists and palaces shrank to insignificance. Should he fall, it would surely result in his obliteration. Is this the sensation of flight? I have finally ascended to the heavens. Despite a twinge of anxiety within him, Fong Han was profoundly exhilarated. Yet, he reminded himself that this flight relied on external forces. One day, he would cultivate to the realm of transcendent abilities and soar freely through the skies, embodying the essence of a true celestial being. He silently vowed, his hands gripping the crane fairy's feathers with determination. The crane fairy flapped her wings and darted through the clouds like an arrow, soon soaring beyond the boundaries of the Transcendence Fairy Mountain. Beyond lay a seemingly endless expanse of mountains, the exact number of which remained a mystery. 10,000? A million? Within those mountains lay countless secrets yet to be uncovered. Where are we headed? Fong Han inquired through the beast token as the silhouette of the purple lightning peak vanished from sight. Fear not, for I can traverse 1,000 miles in a single hour, the crane fairy replied confidently. Returning is no challenge. A few flaps of my wings will suffice. Very well. I shall defer to your guidance, as your wings are what carry us, Fong Han said, burying his head into the crane's feathers. Enveloped as if donning an immense crane cloak, the airflow glided effortlessly over the feathers, providing him a reprieve from the wind, allowing him to relish the experience of soaring through the sky. Suddenly, from the mountains ahead, several ominous columns of black smoke surged skyward like a wolf's howl, forming 7 towering plumes that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Within those thick, dark columns, grotesque faces coalesced from the swirling shadows, as though the gates to a realm of demons had swung wide open. This is dire. It is the 7 fiends' smoke of the demon god sect. We must flee. Quickly, the crane fairy exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm, as she executed a sharp turn that nearly dislodged Fong Han from her back. What is happening? Fong Han inquired, spotting the 7 ominous pillars of smoke in the distance. Run, run. If we are discovered, we are doomed. The crane fairy, disregarding all else, soared away with urgency. Just then, from within the 7 smoke columns, a thick stream of black mist erupted, coalescing into a terrifying visage as large as a door. Hurtling toward them with alarming speed, its cavernous maw agape, ready to devour the airborne crane fairy and Fong Han. Chapter 13, Conspiracy. What is the 7 fiends of the celestial wolf smoke? That ominous face is closing in. Fong Han lay flat on the back of the crane fairy. Peering through the gaps in the feathers, he beheld a grotesque visage composed of black smoke, relentlessly pursuing them with its gaping maw and menacing teeth, emitting faint, devilish laughter that seemed to echo in the wind. The fierce gusts of wind were so powerful that they scattered even human forms, let alone smoke. Yet, this cloud of smoke remained intact, as if it were indeed a demon, instilling dread in Fong Han's heart. Although Fong Han was well versed in many matters and was no longer a mere servant of the Fong estate, he had never encountered such a bizarre and perilous scene. His mind swayed, and he felt a lump rise in his throat. The 7 fiends of the celestial wolf smoke was a lethal concoction, a magical artifact of great potency, bestowed only upon the most distinguished inner disciples of the demon god sect. If ensnared by this smoke, it would surely turn us to pus and blood. This toxic smoke could only be countered by the Qinghong True Qi talisman wielded by the Ascendants, which, regrettably, could only be possessed by the most exceptional inner disciples. The crane fairy soared through the tempestuous skies, while the smoky visage desperately chased after them, closing the distance in an instant. What is the demon god sect? Observing the crane fairy's speed, which consistently outpaced the smoky face, Fong Han felt a modicum of reassurance and hastily inquired again. The demon god sect is a major sect of the demon path, on par with the ascendant sect. Their leader, the demon god, once cultivated divine powers long ago, entered the realm of immortality, transformed his flesh, and attained a human form, standing alongside the great emperors of the demonic sects, thus earning the title of demon god. The crane fairy shouted, flying with reckless abandon. The demon path, the demonic path, and the immortal path have maintained a fragile peace over the years. Logically, individuals from the demon god sect should not appear near the ascendant mountain. Some creatures, endowed with formidable physical strength, may occasionally consume extraordinary celestial herbs in the mountains, enhancing their bodies and unlocking their minds to develop divine powers. Such creatures are referred to as demons. Ultimately, the human body is weaker than that of certain animals. However, few demons can transcend the secret realms of divine powers and enter the legendary realm of immortality. Once they enter the realm of immortality, they can freely transform their bodies, resurrect through blood, and assume human forms. Such demons possess vast powers and boundless abilities, establishing sects and achieving godhood, standing in equal measure with the leaders of the immortal path. Oh. At that moment, danger suddenly struck. The grotesque face of Smoke emitted a piercing cry, accelerating towards them with ferocity. "This is bad. We are doomed," the crane fairy exclaimed, resembling a frightened child, her body trembling violently. Fong Han felt darkness envelop him as an overwhelmingly foul stench invaded his senses, penetrating deep within him, the potent poison seemingly threatening to dissolve his very being. Before him, the sinister face of Smoke lunged toward him and the crane with a menacing bite. "I am poisoned. My entire body will turn to pus." This was the singular thought that consumed Fong Han's mind. Yet, suddenly, he felt a warmth surge in his heart, as if the toxin of the 7 fiends of the celestial wolf Smoke had stimulated the 9 orifices' golden core, causing it to rotate vigorously, releasing a fragrant aroma that swiftly dispelled the toxic smoke. Moreover, he sensed a subtle movement within the crouching dragon in the yellow springs hidden beneath his clothing, emanating a powerful suction like a vortex. Zzz, 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 the encroaching black smoke vanished entirely, all drawn into Fong Han's crouching dragon in the yellow springs. The air cleared. A refreshing breeze filled his nostrils, and the foul stench dissipated. The crane fairy also felt her ability to move return, and with a sudden flap of her wings, she soared skyward, several beats toward the ascendant mountain. What just transpired? We were moments away from death. How did the 7 fiends of the celestial wolf Smoke vanish so suddenly? As the distant purple lightning peak came into view, she felt assured of their safety. Surely, even the mysterious demon god would not dare to bring harm near the ascendant sect. The crane fairy expressed her astonishment, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the black smoke upon contact. Only Fong Han had a faint inkling that perhaps the crouching dragon in the yellow springs had played a role. This mysterious painting might possess unknown powers. However, he knew better than to share this with the crane fairy. "I'm not certain of the reason. Perhaps we were simply fortunate." The individual must have retracted the smoke, fearing the ascendant sect would discover it. Fong Han feigned ignorance. Fortunately, the crane fairy's intellect resembled that of a young child, making her easily deceived. "Perhaps so. We have narrowly escaped a calamity. How perilous." The crane fairy circled and landed at the midsection of the purple lightning peak, resting alongside Fong Han until she regained her composure. "I am weary today, Fong Han. I must return to rest." She flapped her wings, stretching her long neck and yawning widely, her drool cascading down. "Indeed, it is prudent to avoid danger outside. Henceforth, instruct the other cranes to refrain from straying far from Ascendant Mountain." Fong Han nodded, watching the crane fairy retreat to rest. He then secretly secluded himself in his room to observe the changes in the crouching dragon in the yellow springs. Meanwhile, just outside the Ascendant Mountain, in the unknown depths of the ancient mountains, where the 7 fiends of the celestial wolf Smoke had surged forth, the smoke columns slowly descended. Ultimately, these 7 columns coalesced into a palm-sized emerald gourd, adorned with intricate symbols that flowed like a grand formation. The 7 fiends of the celestial wolf were absorbed within it like rivers converging into the sea. A young man clad in black with a chilling demeanor picked up the emerald gourd from the ground. He gazed skyward, pondering how the crane could have escaped, especially since part of his celestial wolf Smoke had been taken. "What is going on? Brother Wang Molan, why the furtiveness?" Just then, the forest stirred, and a verdant shadow emerged, hovering before the young man in black. Jin Shurdai, the wolf Smoke's fear. Upon seeing the newcomer, the cold-faced Wang Molan swiftly waved his hand, and another plume of smoke flew from the gourd, transforming into a green spherical mass that enveloped him, allowing him to levitate as though encased in a large bubble. This emerald bubble served to elevate him and provide protection. The emerald figure was none other than Jin Shurtai, the true disciple from Bayan Peak, who had clashed with Fong Qingxue before Ascendant Mountain. It seems Brother Molan has yet to enter the realm of divine powers. Otherwise, he would not need to rely on the power of the seven fiends' gourd to float. The wolf smoke sphere he conjured surrounds him, impervious to blades and swords. Excellent, excellent. Jean Shirt-Eye chuckled. Wang Molan, you summoned me to aid you, and yet you taunt me? My entry into the realm of divine powers is merely a matter of time. Even now, so long as the individual is not at the 5th level of divine powers, capable of casting formidable formations, I can hold my own with the aid of the seven fiends' gourd. Wang Molan replied coldly, were it not for your father, an elder of the Ascendant Sects Alchemy Division, providing you with boundless advantages, had it not been for your sect's elders concocting the Yin-Yang longevity pill 5 years ago, you would not have been able to cultivate to the realm of divine powers and become a true disciple. You might still be mingling with the inner disciples. Your information is remarkably thorough. Enough of this banter. I summoned you for assistance. Your seven fiends' gourd is a precious artifact. With it, we can withstand Fang Qingshue's purple lightning Yin Thunderblade. The stone platform shimmered with a verdant flame, its thoughts inscrutable. Are you certain that the 9-aperture golden elixir and the yellow spring chart lie in Fang Qingshue's possession? If they are not within her grasp, I am loath to take such a perilous risk in confronting her. It is crucial to recognize that dealing with the true disciples of the Ascension sect could easily provoke a resurgence of conflict among the celestial, demonic, and monstrous realms. Wang Molan confirmed, as the seven fiends' gourd in his hand incessantly exuded a dark green mist, fortifying the smoky orb surrounding him. The seven fiends' gourd is a treasured artifact of immense potency, derived from a demonic vine nurtured by the demonic god sect, painstakingly refined by masters of the 5th level of divine abilities and above, inscribed with numerous formidable formations. Thus, although Wang Molan is not a master of the secret realm of divine abilities, possessing the seven fiends' gourd allows him, through blood sacrifice, to harness its magical might for slaying foes, flight, and self-protection. It is a treasure that excels in both offense and defense, truly deserving of the title of a precious artifact. Treasures, artifacts, and precious possessions that merit such a designation are indeed rare wonders. Naturally, by Haijan of the Starry Gate, upon witnessing a meteor fall from the heavens during his time at Yellow Spring Mountain, sought it out, only to discover that the meteor had created a vast crater within the mountain, within which lay the 9-aperture golden elixir and the yellow spring chart. The 9-aperture golden elixir can aid one in transcending to the secret realm of divine abilities. As for the yellow spring chart, it is said to be a decree of the Yellow Spring Emperor, rumored to be an artifact of enlightenment containing profound secrets. Should someone uncover these secrets, they could inherit the legacy of the Yellow Spring Emperor, reassembling the fragmented Yellow Spring sect and emerging as a new generation of Demon Emperor. Only the Fang family is privy to the news of Bai Haijan's acquisition of these two treasures. A few months ago, he mysteriously vanished in Longyuan province. Do you not think these two items are in Fang Qingshue's possession? Thus, if we neutralize Fang Qingxue, you can obtain the 9-aperture golden elixir, and together we shall decipher the yellow spring chart. The stone platform spoke enigmatically. You wish to slay Fang Qingxue? If a true disciple perishes, will you not be implicated as well? Wang Molan inquired, puzzled. I do not intend to kill her. Rather, I seek to seize her heart and mind, to conquer her and compel her to willingly relinquish her treasures. An unfathomable scheme unfurled from the lips of the stone platform. Chapter 014. Outer Sect Disciples Today. I owe my life to the crawling dragon in the Yellow Springs painting. What secrets does this artwork conceal? What level of treasure could it possibly be? Fang Han lay on his bed, continuously examining the crawling dragon in the Yellow Springs. The image remained dark and hazy, depicting a creature resembling a dragon or serpent, coiled within the Yellow Springs River, shrouded in obscurity and mystery. Yet, aside from its enigma, it appeared to be an ordinary painting. He decided to set it aside for now, intending to delve deeper into its mysteries once his cultivation reached a higher level. Just as he was about to put the painting away, he noticed a peculiar change. Within the dim, dust-tinted waters of the Yellow Springs, something seemed to be moving. Fang Han focused intently and discovered that the moving entity was a grotesque face formed of black smoke. Indeed, it was the malevolent specter that had pursued him and the crane immortal during the day, now sealed within the Yellow Springs of the painting. Could it be that the crawling dragon in the Yellow Springs has the ability to capture any magical artifact? After scrutinizing the painting for a while longer, Fang Han found himself unable to extract the drifting face from the Yellow Springs. Although he could not harness its power, the painting still served as a safeguard for his life, and he resolved to keep it close. Finding a length of cord, he fashioned it as an inner garment, binding it to his body like a belly band, allowing him to finally rest easy and drift into slumber. When he awoke, it was already the dead of night. The sky was shrouded in a misty haze, and the night was eerily quiet. At the Zydian peak of the feathered immortal mountain, there was no one to keep watch. However, having cultivated to the realm of divine strength, Fong Han had developed a heightened sensitivity to the passage of time. After washing up, he stood upon a cliffside, practicing his punches and kicks, undeterred by the sheer abyss below. This was his way of cultivating courage, honing his body at the edge of the precipice, with his spirit taut and alert. Initially, he felt a slight numbness in his legs, but after soaring through the skies on the back of a crane, he sensed a newfound bravery within him. Encouraged by this feeling, he resolved to further his training and strive for a breakthrough. Reaching the 5th level of physical cultivation marked a pivotal juncture. Many skilled practitioners, even those from noble families, remained stagnant at the divine strength realm, unable to progress further. The subsequent levels were imbued with an intrinsic essence that required sudden insights and understanding to unlock. The realms beyond demanded comprehension of the nuances within one's breath, inner strength, courage, spirit, and transformation, concepts that could only be grasped intuitively rather than articulated. Only those with exceptional talent or fortuitous circumstances could transcend the divine strength realm. It could be said that once one surpassed this stage, they would be qualified to pursue the mysteries of divine powers. Otherwise, further discussions were moot. Today, Fong Han seemed to have grasped something profound. After a vigorous round of practice, he stood at the cliff's edge, feeling his breath surge. He paused, inhaling deeply, allowing the air to circulate within him as if washing rice or cleansing vegetables. This technique, known as breath purification, was not about mischief but rather about sifting through the dross to unearth the essence. It was a method imparted by Bai Hai Chan within the 7-star fist. The sound of bubbling breath echoed in his throat and lungs as he cultivated the energy within his body. His respiration stirred his blood, which in turn pressured his heart, intensifying his physical strength. In an instant, Fong Han entered a state of transcendence, his body teetering on the brink of the cliff, seemingly poised to be swept away by the wind, yet entirely oblivious to the danger. The impurities in his blood appeared to be purged through this continuous process, much like sifting through sand to reveal gold. Finally, after a prolonged effort, he exhaled a sound more melodious than that of the crane immortal. His entire being felt revitalized, his muscles and organs solidifying further. Simultaneously, his hearing sharpened. He became acutely aware of any rustle in the surroundings, akin to a vigilant mouse. This was the 6th level of physical cultivation, where one's senses heightened, reactions became more agile, and the internal organs began to solidify and refine. Gradually purging impurities from the flesh and blood, Fong Han felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him, and he perceived the potent essence emanating from the 9-orifice golden pill concealed deep within his heart. Experimentally, he attempted to regulate his heartbeat, causing it to momentarily pause, which concealed the golden pill's power even further. At that moment, no one could discern the hidden treasure nestled within his heart. Just then, he sensed a faint breeze behind him. Now acutely alert, with ears attuned to every sound and eyes scanning the horizon, he turned to find a woman clad in flowing white robes, resembling a celestial maiden from the Dragon Palace. It was none other than Fong Qingxue, who had been in seclusion for a month. Those capable of breaking through to the 6th level of divine strength were exceptionally gifted. Among the Fong family, few had attained such a level. "What is your name?" Fong Qingxue inquired, gazing at Fong Han. "Has the young lady forgotten me?" "I am Fong Han, the servant tasked with nurturing the spirit beast as per your orders a month ago," he replied, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. "Fong Han? Ah, I recall now. You are the servant who occasionally consumed the inner essence of the unicorn viper," she mused, seemingly remembering after a moment as contemplation. Though he had deceived her regarding the viper, Fong Han sensed she would not delve into such mundane matters. He realized that only those who had achieved mastery in the secret realms could leave a lasting impression on her. For everything else, she remained indifferent. "Indeed, I am but a servant," he responded promptly. "Very well. Reaching the 6th level of divine strength, it would be a pity for you to remain merely as a caretaker of spirit beasts. Since you are one of the Fong family, with such potential, you deserve a rightful position. There happens to be an opening for an outer sect disciple at the feathered immortal gate, which you shall fill." Fong Qingxue stated with a hint of authority. "You may cultivate at the outer sect, and should you ascend to the inner sect, you might acquire a magical artifact for our Fong family. Fong Han was taken aback. You are granting me a position as an outer sect disciple? His disbelief was palpable. Remaining on Xidian Peak meant he would forever be seen as a servant unless he reached the realm of divine powers. But becoming an outer sect disciple of the Feathered Immortal Gate would change everything. His status would elevate dramatically. Fong Han learned that all outer sect disciples of the Feathered Immortal Gate were scions of noble families from the Great Li dynasty or its bordering realms. Now, he could join their ranks, transforming his identity from a slave to one of nobility in an instant. Moreover, within the Feathered Immortal Gate, he would gain access to a wealth of knowledge. Fong Han understood that if he remained stagnant, he would never reach the secret realms. This rapid advancement was merely the result of the nine-orifice golden pill's influence. From the realm of divine power to the domain of breath, a full month has elapsed in stagnation, and the implications are evident. Should one continue to confine oneself in such a manner, the path ahead may become increasingly arduous, ultimately reaching no further than the 7th level of internal fortitude, lingering for a year, 2 years, or even 3, an interminable wait. What merit or capability do I possess? Fong Han spoke with trepidation. The fact that you have cultivated to the 6th level of breath signifies both virtue and ability. In this world, status is irrelevant. Only strength prevails. True power is the only permanence. In our Feathered Ascension sect, we receive tributes annually from the 3 great dynasties, the Dali, Da, and Su, not through celestial faith, but through sheer might. Now, gather your belongings and take my written note to the outer disciples registration area, lest I forget. With a snap of her fingers, Fong Qinxue summoned a snow tablet from an unknown location, which gracefully floated towards her. She then concentrated a sphere of purple lightning in her hand, etching several characters onto the snow tablet, which flickered with a life of its own. Fong Han took the snow tablet. Observing the purple lightning coalesce into 8 characters, Fong Han, outer sect disciple, registered. It was straightforward, resembling an official decree. How immense is the power wielded by true disciples! Indeed, greater strength begets greater authority, Fong Han pondered, hastily stowing it away. By the time he secured the introduction letter, Fong Qinxue had vanished without a trace. Miss, what shall I do about the spirit beast I am raising? Fong Han called out anxiously, but received no response. It turned out that Fong Qinxue had once again retreated into seclusion. Alas, Fong Qinxue is indifferent to any matters, pursuing her whims at leisure. How carefree she is. With the beast token in my possession, I can at least communicate with the Crane Fairy, which will greatly aid me as an outer disciple. Becoming an outer disciple elevates my status significantly. In this regard, Miss Fong Qinxue has conferred a favor upon me. Bai Haizhan has also shown me kindness. What path shall I tread henceforth? Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters now. I shall consider them later. Fong Han collected his tumultuous thoughts. What indeed is it like to be an outer disciple? Chapter 15. Entrance Assessment. A celestial crane gracefully soared between the majestic peaks of the Immortal Ascension Mountain, while Fong Han lay prostrate upon the crane's back. In the distance, a vast plain emerged amidst the mountains, upon which stood a formidable and magnificent city. Within this city were numerous academies and Taoist temples, a testament to human ingenuity rather than a natural formation. It seemed that a powerful and boundless immortal had moved countless peaks from the mountain range to create this habitable expanse. Such a feat of relocating mountains and filling seas was truly astonishing. This was the realm of the Yuhua sect, where true disciples resided and practiced. The Yuhua sect boasted an astonishing number of disciples, as Fong Han had learned from Fong Chang. The outer disciples alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while the prestigious inner disciples amounted to around 5,000. This figure did not even account for the various servants tending to spiritual beasts and managing medicinal fields within the sect, making the total number even more staggering. These disciples spent their days cultivating within the academies of the Yuhua sect or were sent on perilous trials to temper their will and physical strength, aspiring to achieve the realms of divine powers and ascend to greatness. Even if they could not reach such heights, honing their physical forms to perfection and earning a few magical artifacts or spiritual tools from the sect would assure them boundless wealth and honor upon returning to their families or courts. Oh dear, Fong Han, now that we have reached this plane, I dare not fly recklessly lest any disciples within take offense. And the sky above this plane is under strict prohibitions. I shall set you down here and return to Xidian Peak. If you require my assistance, simply summon me using the Wansho tablet. As they approached the vast plain, The crane swiftly reduced its altitude, eventually landing on a wide thoroughfare. Very well. Fang Han nodded, his feet touching the ground. He watched as the crane ascended and vanished from sight before he began to walk along the grand road into the imposing city at the heart of the plain. The city was constructed entirely of pristine white stone, radiant and beautiful, far surpassing Longyuan City in both splendor and cleanliness. In comparison, Longyuan City seemed like a mere rural corner. However, Fang Han did not pause to admire the sights within the city. Instead, he made his way directly to the residence marked by a plaque inscribed with the words "Treading the Immortal Path." This inscription signified that crossing the threshold of this dwelling was akin to stepping onto the path of immortality, truly grand and awe-inspiring. In truth, this Treading the Immortal Path was an academy of the Yuhua sect, designated for the assessment of prospective disciples. At that moment, a number of young individuals clad in extravagant attire stood in the square before the academy, their gazes sharp and their backgrounds illustrious, both male and female, all evidently recommended to participate in the entrance examination. The Yuhua sect, one of the 10 foremost sects of the Immortal Way, subtly influences several major dynasties. Just in the case of the Dali dynasty alone, with its population in the billions, countless noble families and royals vie for prominence. It is undeniable that entering the Yuhua sect, even as an outer disciple, serves as a stepping stone for advancement and the opportunity to learn unparalleled celestial arts. Thus, each year, individuals are recommended and granted places to take the entrance assessment. Moreover, the Yuhua sect exclusively recruits young aspirants, as youthful vigor and ambition provide the hope of reaching the realms of divine powers. In contrast, those in their middle age experience a decline in vitality, rendering them unlikely to attain such heights. Consequently, Fang Kingsnow's father, Fang Zitao, the governor of Longyuan, despite being at the pinnacle of physical transformation, could not secure a place within the Yuhua sect due to his diminished potential. Among these individuals were undoubtedly prominent figures, sons of governors, royal princes, princesses, and noble heirs. Anyone who could enter the Treading the Immortal Path was of remarkable lineage. Fang Han, with his humble background, would never be able to stand alongside them. And now he was to become an outer disciple alongside them. Currently, Fang Han wore splendid attire and bore an imposing presence, especially after reaching the 6th level of physical transformation. His body, now free of impurities, radiated an air of dignity that would lead others to believe he was far more than merely a horse attendant. Entering the Yuhua sect forbade bringing along servants. In the future, once they became disciples, would they be left to fend for themselves? Would they truly have to cook, clean, and wash their own garments, thereby hindering their cultivation? One young nobleman, holding a purple jade fan, waved it dismissively. In the Yuhua sect, once you become a disciple, meals are provided by the sect. They will distribute cleansing talismans, dust-evading talismans, and soulfire talismans. Why would one need to do their own laundry? A simple wave of a talisman, and one is cleaner than after 10 baths. The sect's meals are exquisite, far surpassing even the royal banquets. This is merely the treatment for outer disciples. The inner disciples enjoy even greater privileges. Lu Kang, if you find the lack of servants intolerable, feel free to relinquish your place to me. I just so happen to have a younger brother who did not receive a quota this time. Another individual, dressed in bright yellow, clearly of royal descent, spoke coldly. Humph. Let us see if you can even pass the assessment to become an outer disciple. A girl of about 15 or 16, adorned with a sword and boots, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, retorted coldly. Her attire indicated her noble status, particularly the fire jade hairpin embedded with a thumb-sized luminous pearl, shimmering with brilliance, an item Fang Han had never encountered even in the Fang household. Princess Hongyi, do you believe you can triumph over the divine power puppets and pass the outer disciple assessment? Of course, she replied confidently. Those divine power puppets are said to possess immense strength, agility, and endurance, impervious to blade or spear. Their physical prowess surpasses that of divine-level experts by 3 to 5 times, making them exceedingly difficult to defeat. Last year, several princes from our dynasty failed to pass the assessment, so be cautious. Listening to the conversations among these distinguished disciples, Fang Han gradually gained insight. Just what were these divine power puppets? Each of these notable individuals clearly possessed extraordinary martial skills, having at least broken through the divine level. Yet they exhibited considerable apprehension toward the puppets. He needed to exercise caution, otherwise, he might not even pass the first assessment for entry. Reaching the divine power level in martial arts allows one to command armies. Should one advance beyond that to the 6th level of transformation, they would be considered extraordinary. Typically, only those from prestigious martial lineages or wealthy noble families could achieve such feats at a young age. Were it not for the supreme 9 apertures golden elixir left by the Emperor of the Underworld, Fong Han would never have reached the 6th level. At that moment, the grand doors of the treading the immortal path slowly swung open, revealing 2 young Taoists clad in water and fire robes. They surveyed the notable disciples outside and proclaimed loudly, "The assessment for outer disciples begins today. You may all enter." Instantly, the illustrious disciples filed in, each stepping over the threshold, their spirits transformed as if they had truly embarked upon the path of immortality. Stop! As Fong Han was about to enter, he was suddenly obstructed. It appeared that there was no trace of him in the allocated spots for recommendations. "What is your name?" asked 2 young Taoists clad in crimson robes, each holding a palm-sized mirror, which they directed towards Fong Han. The mirror, however, did not reveal his visage. "I am recommended by Zidian Peak. Here is the letter of recommendation." Fong Han promptly produced the handwritten note from Fong Qingxue. Zidian Peak? That is the mountain bestowed by the Supreme Master to the true disciples. Upon hearing the name, the 2 young Taoists were visibly taken aback. They then took the letter, opened it, and beheld the ethereal, violet lightning characters inscribed upon it. "Please wait. I shall report this to the testing master." One Taoist hurriedly took the letter inside. Within the Immortal Ascension Institute, in a solemn hall, several middle-aged individuals exuding formidable presence were seated, their aura surpassing even that of the Dragon Abyss Governor, Fong Zitao. "Brother Ting, do you believe any of the disciples this time will be worthy of being included among the ranks of our Yuhua sect, becoming outer disciples?" One middle-aged man inquired. "I find this batch of disciples quite impressive. Each one is a distinguished scion of noble families and royal lineages. If they cannot even attain the status of outer disciples, it would be a disgrace. However, should they aspire to become inner disciples, that may prove to be exceedingly challenging," replied a middle-aged man clad in a robe of water and fire, a clear artifact that shimmered with water vapor and emitted a crimson glow. "If 1 or 2 prodigies emerge as inner disciples, our contributions will be substantial. Should any of our taught disciples exhibit extraordinary talent and break through to become true disciples, we might earn the recognition of the Elder Council within the Celestial Ascension Palace, potentially receiving a rare Yin-Yang longevity elixir, allowing us to transcend our current realms." "The Yin-Yang longevity elixir, how precious it is. I do not seek that. I only desire a spirit artifact bestowed by the Elder Council." As the external examination officials engaged in casual conversation, suddenly, the young Taoist rushed back in, producing Fong Qingxue's letter of recommendation. "What? Zidian Peak? Did not Fong Qingxue recommend several members of her family just a month ago? Why is she recommending again today? Does she think that with her status as a true disciple, the Yuhua sect is hers to command?" One official exclaimed with irritation. "Hush. Be careful. Fong Qingxue is notoriously fierce. A month ago, she clashed with the Bian Peak and killed 8 outer disciples. It is unwise to offend her. Moreover, look at the letter she left. The violet lightning coalesces into characters that move with a life of their own. If I surmise correctly, she has entered the mystical realm of divine powers, reaching the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm." Another official interjected hastily. "The mystical realm of divine powers, 4th level. Yin-Yang realm." The officials gasped in astonishment. If she progresses further, she will reach the 5th level, the celestial realm. Capable of arranging great formations with her spiritual power and crafting spirit artifacts independently. Even among the elders of the Celestial Ascension Palace, few possess such cultivation. How is this possible? It is said that during her time as an inner disciple, Fong Qingxue once engaged in combat with the son of the demon emperor of the innate demon sect during a sect mission, and they shared a connection. Subsequently, she ascended into the mystical realm of divine powers and became a true disciple. Silence. Do not speculate recklessly. The Elder Council has forbidden discussion on this matter. Rumor has it that when the Supreme Master was elevating Fong Qingxue to true disciple status, he personally investigated and found no discrepancies, her primordial yin intact. Otherwise, would the Supreme Master have promoted her? He would have likely confronted the innate demon sect and debated the demon emperor instead. Our Yuhua sect, with hundreds of thousands of disciples, has only a little over 100 true disciples. Their status is immensely prestigious. Regardless, it is unwise to offend Fong Qingxue. Let us grant one more recommendation slot. One official declared, "You may go now and allow Fong Han to enter, so he may take the examination alongside others. Should he fail, he will be sent back to Zidian Peak, and Fong Qingxue will have no grounds for complaint." If he succeeds, then he is indeed a talent. Chapter 016. Who is the divine power? Your name is Fong Han, is it not? Indeed, you have a spot. Please proceed to the assessment hall, just turn left. And you will find it filled with others. Fong Han stood at the entrance, completely unaware of the discussions among the assessment officials inside the academy. However, he exhibited remarkable patience as he awaited his turn. After approximately half an hour, a youthful Taoist emerged, opened the door, and invited him in, which brought a sigh of relief from Fong Han. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the academy, an overwhelming sensation washed over him. His status had irrevocably changed. Even as an outer disciple of the Feather Transformation sect, returning to the Great Li dynasty would elevate him to the status of a regional lord. Upon entering the academy, Fong Han followed the directions given, turning left and traversing a winding corridor that stretched for 7 or 8 miles, adorned with rockeries and lakes, until he arrived at an expansive hall. The young nobles and disciples who had entered before him were gathered within. The hall was immensely spacious, measuring 3,000 paces in width and capable of accommodating thousands. Standing within, one could not help but feel diminutive, especially at the far end where a dark door loomed, faintly revealing a pair of crimson eyes that gazed menacingly at all present, exuding an aura of ferocity, dominance, cruelty, and bloodshed. The entire hall resembled a chamber sealing a malevolent entity. What lies beyond that door? Fong Han pondered, sensing that whatever resided within was far from benevolent. Could it be the divine power puppet? Like him, the young nobles and disciples were drawn to the ominous gaze emanating from the dark portal. Thud, thud, thud. Several chief examiners strode in, instantly casting a heavy atmosphere over the hall. They were formidable figures, akin to masters of the highest caliber, possibly wielding powerful artifacts enhanced by blood rituals, even possessing spiritual implements. Observing the examiners, Fong Han discerned their prowess, masters of the peak of the physical realm, comparable to Bai Hai-chan. The expressions of the young nobles and disciples grew solemn. Those at the 9th and 10th levels of the physical realm could serve as high-ranking officials, national advisors, or supreme commanders in any empire. Today, you have come to participate in the assessment of our Feather Transformation sect, and I trust you are aware of its nature. You will face a divine power puppet, and should you triumph over it, you will officially become an outer disciple of our sect. However, I believe you are merely familiar with the name Divine Power Puppet without understanding the essence of what it is constructed from. I must clarify this, lest you perish without comprehension, one of the examiners stated coldly. The Divine Power Puppet is forged from an underground demon, bloodthirsty and brutal. Its immense strength was harnessed by our sect after erasing its consciousness, transforming it into a puppet endowed with boundless power and a savage nature, a true instrument of slaughter. What? The divine power puppet is created from an underground demon? The young nobles gasped in shock, recalling the trembling accounts from the princes who had previously failed. Fong Han, unfamiliar with the concept of an underground demon, relied on his instincts to sense that the divine power puppet would be a formidable adversary, perhaps even more fearsome than a ferocious beast. Do you think the path of immortality is one of leisure, riding cranes through tranquil skies? Witnessing the discourse of the noble youths, one examiner's expression turned even colder. The path of immortality is a road of no return. Cultivating the physical body requires a powerful mindset to unlock the brain and attain secret powers, embarking on the journey of immortality. Let me clarify, the path of immortality is not tranquil. It is a path of courage, slaying all demons, both inner and outer. It is a road fraught with thorns, a ruthless quest to cut through illusions and seek the true self. It is not a mundane journey but a struggle for life against the heavens. Now, with your current strength, you shall slay the outer demons and take your first step onto the immortal path, Liu Kang. You are the direct descendant of the Jinyuan Marquis of the Great Li dynasty. Step forward to face the assessment. Very well. The noble youth, Liu Kang, who had previously complained about the lack of servants at the Feather Transformation sect, quickly stepped to the center of the hall, confronting the dark portal and its blood-red gaze. The path of immortality is not tranquil. It is a journey of thorns, a struggle for life against the heavens. How profound. Fong Han felt a surge of passion ignited within him, inspired by the examiner's words. The Jinyuan Marquis was a figure of great renown in their dynasty, commanding an impressive army of 800,000 at the frontier, a force even more formidable than the Fong family. Fong Han had heard tales of the Jinyuan Marquis, a general of 800,000 troops. In the past, he would have never dreamed of associating with the son of such a powerful figure. Yet now they stood together in this assessment, as if life had transformed into a dream. Open the door. Upon seeing Lu Kang positioned in the center, the examiners exchanged glances before simultaneously gesturing, their hands emanating brilliant light that shot into the dark portal. Suddenly, the mist that had sealed the ominous door dissipated, and a shadow, towering at least a person and a half high, leaped forth, exuding an aura of ferocity that sent chills through the hall. Fong Han quickly discerned the form of the shadow. It was humanoid. Its skin was shrouded in a layer resembling black armor, covered in scales, with two protruding horns atop its head, broad fangs, and claws like hooks. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, and its musculature, akin to steel plating, rippled with power, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds with each movement. Especially notable were the puppet's long legs, which possessed remarkable agility. The divine power puppet unleashed its might, moving with the swiftness of a leopard, lunging at Lu Kang with claws poised for a lethal strike. Lu Kang, seemingly intimidated by the puppet's ferocity, hesitated momentarily and, in a frantic attempt to evade, felt the fabric of his shoulder tear as the claws grazed him, leaving long, bloody gashes. Had he not acted quickly, he could have easily met his demise. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, including Fong Han, who was equally captivated by the harrowing scene. The divine power puppet resembled a monstrous zombie, a threat capable of obliterating even seasoned experts in an instant. In a heartbeat, the puppet pursued Lu Kang, wreaking havoc across the hall, every strike aimed at slicing open flesh and shattering hearts. The central area was delineated by white lines, seemingly imbued with a restraining power, preventing the puppet from escaping, yet the disciples could not flee either, lest they forfeit the assessment. Blood battle technique, third form. Lu Kang swiftly dodged, seizing a moment to retaliate. With a flourish of his purple jade folding fan, he unleashed a purple soft sword that sprang forth, radiating a fierce aura of battle. The soft sword, a remarkable weapon capable of cleaving through gold and jade, shimmered with an enigmatic purple glow, slicing through the puppet's arm with precision. River of sword chi. Lu Kang let out a long howl once more, his swordplay flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, relentlessly aiming for the head of the divine puppet. His potential was pushed to its utmost limit. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the soft sword pierced the puppet's brow. Yet the puppet retaliated with a fierce punch that struck Lu Kang's body, sending the young lord flying outside the circle. Subsequently, the puppet collapsed to the ground. Within the circle, the task of slaying the puppet was accomplished. Congratulations, Lu Kang, you have become an outer disciple of our Yuhua Immortal sect. A chief examiner stepped forward. Holding a white talisman that shimmered slightly, it transformed into a fragrant mist that enveloped Lu Kang, allowing him to rise, wiping the sweat from his brow. His body marred by bloodstains, still shaken by the encounter. Observing Lu Kang's condition, many noble disciples seemed to hesitate momentarily. Lu Kang was indeed formidable, yet not as fearsome as Fong Tonga the giant spirit hand. He appeared to be at the 7th level, the realm of inner strength. That soft sword was truly impressive, though I seemed to lack a suitable weapon. Fong Han suddenly noted that the divine puppet was covered in scales. Impervious to blades and spears, it was impossible to defeat it barehanded. Next, a young Taoist tossed the slain divine puppet into the dark portal, which immediately emitted eerie crunching and tearing sounds that sent shivers down the spine. Soon after, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind the portal, indicating yet another divine puppet. Another privileged disciple stepped into the center of the grand hall. The portal opened, and the divine puppet lunged forward. The noble disciple quickly dodged, but seemed a moment too late, getting caught by the puppet, on the verge of being torn apart. There, an examiner bellowed, raising his hand. A beam of white sword light shooting forth, severing the puppet's head and rescuing the noble disciple from danger. Disqualified, the examiner coldly announced. One after another, noble disciples were eliminated, some sustaining injuries, while others were carried away for treatment after losing limbs. I won't take the exam. It's too dangerous. I'll return to enjoy my wealth. Many noble disciples, witnessing the peril, retreated, declaring their intent not to continue. These nobles cannot even slay an outer demon. How will they confront their inner demons, dispel heavenly fiends, or annihilate illusory monsters to seek their true selves? An examiner lamented, observing the scene. I will. At that moment, a 15 or 16-year-old girl, adorned with a sword, stepped forward into the center of the grand hall. It was Princess Hong Yi, who stood calmly at the center, seemingly having absorbed considerable experience from the previous battle. Release the demon. The examiner nodded, and another divine puppet was unleashed. With a sweep of her sword, The air shimmered with sword energy as she danced gracefully like ink on water, her movements elegant and unpredictable. After several exchanges, she suddenly thrust her sword into the puppet's throat, causing it to collapse. She was the most effortlessly successful candidate in the assessment. Impressive, Fong Han thought. When suddenly he heard a voice beside him. Fong Han, it's your turn. He quickly clenched his fists and stepped into the arena. You don't carry a weapon? The examiner was momentarily taken aback at Fong Han's empty hands. I have no weapon, Fong Han replied candidly. Just as he was about to request a weapon, the examiner nodded. Indeed, you possess courage. Release the demon. With a resounding crash, the portal swung open, and a divine puppet charged forth, roaring, its massive green fist hurtling toward Fong Han's head. Hey! Fong Han had no time for evasive maneuvers. He summoned all his strength and met the attack head-on. The impact reverberated through the air, resulting in an explosive clash. Fong Han felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, the air knocked from his lungs, on the verge of spewing blood. Yet at that moment, deep within his heart, the 9 orifices golden pill stirred, releasing medicinal power throughout his body, forcibly quelling the tumultuous surge of blood and leaving him invigorated. The divine puppet seemed momentarily startled, not anticipating that someone would dare to take its punch directly. However, being an emotionless puppet, it pressed on, lunging again. I'll tear you apart. Fong Han, witnessing the situation, felt a surge of determination and, instead of dodging, threw a powerful punch at the puppet's waist, simultaneously receiving another blow to his chest. Bang! Fong Han was nearly flung out of the circle, collapsing to the ground, yet the divine puppet was pushed back several steps. Such reckless abandon! Lu Kang, who had passed the assessment, and Princess Hong Yi exchanged glances, both thinking Fong Han was doomed. However, they did not foresee what would happen next. Fong Han sprang back to his feet, leaping like a tiger, delivering a fierce punch to the divine puppet's chest. At the same time, he took a kick from the puppet. In that instant, man and puppet clashed head-on. Fong Han resembled an invincible war god, brimming with boundless stamina, growing more spirited and formidable with each exchange. Even an Iron Man would have been shattered. Several examiners were astonished. What martial art had Fong Han mastered to possess such incredible strength? Bang, bang, bang. Fong Han retaliated with 10 kicks for every punch the divine puppet threw. The puppet was continuously knocked to the ground, only to rise again, while Fong Han also fell repeatedly, yet he rose each time. Finally, the divine puppet seemed to exhaust its strength, and Fong Han seized the opportunity to dash forward, grabbing its body and lifting it high into the air. Roar! Fong Han relished the unprecedented thrill of battle as a significant portion of the 9 orifices golden pill within his heart melted into his blood, permeating to the marrow. With a powerful heave, he brought the massive divine puppet crashing down to the ground. This puppet was struck down by sheer force, defeated without weapons. Past. The chief examiners exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their amazement. Brother, remarkable. Lu Kang gave Fong Han a thumbs up as he exited the arena. Truly impressive. Princess Hong Yi regarded Fong Han with an expression of wonder. Chapter 17. Sect benefits without the use of weapons. He effortlessly dispatched the divine puppets forged from the subterranean demons using nothing but his fists and feet. The disciples present from noble families could not help but regard Fong Han with a sense of awe at his formidable prowess. Simultaneously, they found themselves enveloped in an inexplicable feeling regarding the strength of his sinews and bones. However, this was hardly surprising. Every prominent family possesses its secrets, and it is likely that the Fong clan harbors a formidable method of physical cultivation, which prevented the disciples from probing too deeply. In that fleeting moment, Fong Han established his standing in their eyes, ensuring he would not be underestimated, while simultaneously demonstrating his considerable worth for potential alliances. Indeed, Lu Kang, the young lord of Jinyuan, and Princess Hong Yi quickly recognized the value in Fong Han. Disciples from noble families are adept at attracting talent, and upon entering the outer sect, they face an annual series of competitions that are far more ruthless and unvarnished than the intrigues of the imperial court. Consider the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples vying for a mere few thousand spots within the inner sect. The brutality of that competition is self-evident. Fong Han was confident that he could navigate this environment with ease, gradually enhancing his abilities until he achieved the status of a true disciple, akin to Fong Qingxue. By that time, even if he wished to serve the Fong family, they would lack the audacity to demand it of him. After all, it was merely due to his training in some unorthodox techniques that his sinews were somewhat more robust. In contrast, The swordsmanship of the princess and the young lord was unique to each, exhibiting their own styles. And their ability to kill in the blink of an eye far surpassed his own. Now that they were all outer disciples, mutual support in the future would be essential. In response to the overtures from Princess Hongyi and young Lord Lu Kang, Fang Han understood well what he needed to convey. His remark about mutual assistance carrying a layer of intrigue. He was already aware of the cutthroat competition among outer disciples. Without forming alliances, survival would be nearly impossible. Moreover, his knowledge of this world was woefully limited, necessitating the acquisition of wisdom from others to enrich his understanding of the universe. For instance, he was entirely ignorant of what the subterranean demons were. Birth circumstances dictate one's perspective. What could a mere horsegroom possibly comprehend? Fang Han recognized this truth all too well. As fellow disciples, it was only natural that they should look out for one another. Young Lord Lu Kang nodded in agreement. Once this assessment concludes, let us together receive the provisions distributed by the sect. As Princess Hongyi spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the ongoing evaluations in the arena. In the subsequent assessments, some were eliminated while others succeeded. Notably, several individuals appeared to be princes or grandsons of the Dali dynasty, demonstrating fierce prowess and wielding divine weapons, easily dispatching the divine puppets with remarkable ease, showcasing their profound strength. This, however, stirred a sense of caution within Fang Han. After a day's passage, the assessments finally concluded, and among the hundreds of disciples from noble families present, only a little over 20 had passed, earning their status as outer disciples. Today's assessments have finished. Those who did not pass are to await in the hall for our sect's celestial cranes to escort you from Yuhua Mountain. Those who have succeeded, please follow me to receive the essential items from the sect. Yuhua sect will provide you with accommodation, and from now on, you will be members of Yuhua sect. Celestial disciples, a status of great distinction. Your every action and word must adhere strictly to the sect's regulations, proclaimed one of the examiners, leading Fang Han and the others towards the interior of the Tuxian courtyard. Essential items? I wonder what they might be, Fang Han mused inwardly. Moments later, they arrived at the depths of the inner courtyard, entering a large storage room where dozens of boxes were arranged, perfectly sized for each individual. With a sharp click, the leading examiner opened one of the large boxes, revealing a feathered robe, several jade-engraved talismans, a sharkskin longsword, and a few jade-engraved books. The feathered robe, crafted from the silks of 5 different silkworms, heavenly, earthly, golden, silver, and black, was infused with the essence of numerous spiritual herbs. When donned, it allowed the wearer to traverse the mountains undisturbed by insects, snakes, or vermin, and it offered protection against toxins and blades, impervious to all but magical weapons. The first talisman, the cleansing garment talisman, contained magical water that, with but a thought, could envelop the wearer in mist, instantly washing away impurities and restoring freshness. The second was a dust-repelling talisman, the third a soulfire talisman for igniting flames at will, and the fourth was the true water talisman, capable of absorbing moisture from the air to purify and store it. As they would soon undertake various sect missions in deserts, these items would prove invaluable. The fifth talisman, the hemostasis talisman, contained medicinal properties capable of treating various wounds. Should one be cut by a blade, it could immediately staunch bleeding, alleviate pain, and promote healing. After detailing the clothing and talismans, the examiner drew forth a sword with a swift motion, and as it was unsheathed, it gleamed brilliantly, resonating like the cry of a dragon and the whistle of a crane, with the blade shimmering with a radiant light. This was the demon-slaying sword forged by the Yuhua sect. While it was not a flying sword, it could slice through iron as though it were mud. Imbued with a masculine energy capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits and evading evil entities, it too was a magical weapon. Should they be fortunate enough to ascend to the inner sect, the sect would bestow upon them true flying swords, spiritual artifacts capable of striking enemies from dozens of miles away and enabling flight. Furthermore, the Jade volumes contained the 3 foundational martial arts of the Yuhua sect: Pine Crane Longevity Fist, Flying Spirit Flexible Body, and Dragon-Shaped Flying Tiger Steps, along with the sect's regulations and various matters concerning other sects, demonic beasts, the abyss beneath the earth, overseas territories, and the major dynasties, encompassing a broad array of celestial and geographical knowledge. Their daily task henceforth would be to diligently study and cultivate. After the examiner had introduced the items distributed from the boxes, he distributed them one by one. What splendid items! My sword pales in comparison to this, Princess Hongyi exclaimed. holding the demon-slaying sword and feeling its chilling aura with a mere flick of her wrist. Indeed, our swords are made of materials no less superior than this demon-slaying sword. Perhaps even better, but this particular sword has been enhanced during its forging by the magical prowess of a master from the secret realm, Lu Kang remarked. Even a mundane iron, if imbued with the power of a master during its crafting, can transform into a divine weapon. Feng Han remained silent, carefully stowing away the items. Following the examiner's guidance, he located his designated room in the Wuxian courtyard. The Wuxian courtyard was vast, dwarfing the Feng residence by at least 50 times, containing countless independent courtyards, numbering in the thousands. With over several 100,000 outer disciples residing in these mountainous plains for cultivation, their accommodations included various pavilions such as Wuxian, Luxian, Kingxian, Jingxian, and Qianshan, among others. Each dwelling was comparable in scale to a royal palace, grand and majestic. Upon reaching his residence, Feng Han beheld his courtyard, expansive enough to encompass several acres, with buildings constructed in elegant pavilions, bamboo swaying gently, and streams meandering through the garden, where goldfish frolicked and kingfishers chirped in the air. The atmosphere was suffused with a celestial aura, truly a realm of the immortals. No wonder so many aspire to become disciples of the Yuhua sect. The benefits of discipleship are boundless. Closing the courtyard door, Feng Han seated himself on the large bed in his room. He crossed his legs in meditation and changed into his new attire, immediately feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, the refreshing essence of the robe invigorating his senses. This garment wards off a myriad of toxic miasmas, snakes, insects, and vermin, and it is impervious to ordinary blades. In the realm of mortals, it is a treasure beyond the worth of countless gold pieces, yet within the sect of Yuhua, it merely serves as a perk for the outer disciples. Subsequently, Feng Han meticulously infused his blood into 5 jade talismans: the purifying garment talisman, the dust-repelling talisman, the soul fire talisman, the true water talisman, and the blood-stopping talisman. Instantly, he felt a profound connection with these charms. With a mere thought, a flicker of flame erupted from the soul fire talisman. Such remarkable items are indeed essential for any journey. Feng Han then perused several jade scrolls. One particular scroll bore the title Pine Crane Longevity Fist. Upon opening it, a figure clad in white robes shimmered into view, gracefully executing each move of the martial art, while a delicate voice emanated from the scroll, elucidating the intricacies and techniques of the fist. The clarity of the explanations far surpassed what Feng Han had gleaned during his secretive studies. How is it possible for this scroll to project images and produce sound? After a lengthy contemplation, Feng Han could not discern the mechanics behind the scroll's capabilities. Perhaps, with deeper cultivation, he would eventually comprehend. Opening the other 2 jade scrolls, he encountered additional martial arts: Flying Spirit Softbone Fist and Dragon Form Flying Tiger Step. He diligently examined the explanations and mirrored the movements of the white-robed figure, immersing himself in the study. His breath flowed smoothly, and his spirit surged. The medicinal essence of the 9 orifices golden elixir permeated his very bones. Feng Han sensed a significant enhancement in his martial prowess. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with the divine power puppet earlier that day had proven immensely beneficial, fortifying his breath and rendering his physique more robust and vibrant. With a slight movement, his sinews crackled. Gazing into the mirror, he observed that his muscles appeared as if forged from steel, while his skin was smooth and soft, akin to the most exquisite silk. His internal organs were as sturdy as iron. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt it swirl within him, the internal organs tirelessly churning. The divine power puppet had hammered him like an ironworker forging steel, expelling impurities and significantly amplifying the potency of the 9 orifices golden elixir, propelling his physical cultivation to unprecedented heights. Chapter 018: The Many Worlds, Dragon Steps, and Tiger Strides. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Han absorbed the scattered potency of the 9-aperture golden pill, standing tall like a dragon and tiger, treading the ground with agility. Mastering the recently learned dragon steps and tiger strides, he had already mastered the 3 fundamental martial arts of the feathered gate, the pine crane longevity fist, while the flying spirit softbone method honed his body to be as supple as silk. The dragon steps and tiger strides, however, were an incredibly profound technique, rivaling the mysteries of the 7-star fist. Now, as Feng Han merged the essence of the 9-aperture golden pill, he reaffirmed the foundational martial arts of 2 celestial sects, integrating them with the practical experiences garnered from the battles of numerous disciples today. The benefits were immense, truly immeasurable. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his steps, envisioning a green dragon and a white tiger dancing in the abyss. His body flowed like a swimming dragon. His spirit surged like a fierce tiger, as his breath circulated rhythmically within him. Dragon's breath, tiger's devour, dragon essence, tiger's ferocity. In this fluid motion, he transcended into a realm of oblivion, where his internal organs felt as if they were infinitely contracting, solidifying into a formidable core. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged within him, and he felt a thick phlegm lodged in his throat, causing discomfort akin to a bellows. A cough erupted, and he expelled a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. After this release, he felt a rush of comfort. As his tongue met the roof of his mouth, it was as if he were tasting divine nectar with a slight motion. The essence bubbled forth, enveloping him like a gentle breeze, refreshing his entire being. In this state, one could prolong life, free from internal ailments. Was this the realm of internal strength? The text had noted that a strong interior would yield an unceasing flow of divine nectar. With impurities absent from his organs, his constitution had taken another leap forward. He had reached the 7th stage of physical cultivation, internal strength. Savoring his newfound state, Fong Han realized he had indeed progressed. The 9-aperture golden pill at his heart seemed to have shrunk considerably, indicating that its potency had nearly dissipated. Perhaps upon attaining yet another realm, its power would completely diffuse throughout his body, and then it would be up to his own cultivation. After noting the changes in the 9-aperture golden pill, Fong Han licked his lips and opened another jade tome, Feathered Gate Regulations. This set of rules was only applicable to weaker disciples. For true inheritors like Princess Fong Qingxue, such regulations held little weight. Rules and laws have always bound the weak, trampled by the strong. Setting it aside, he decided to explore a book that introduced the realms of the world. As he contemplated, Fong Han discarded the regulations and opened another jade tome titled The Many Worlds. The title, simple yet grand, hinted at boundless expanses. Upon opening the book, a dazzling display of images and an array of contents appeared before him. 10 celestial sects, 7 demonic paths, 5 beast cults, left-handed schools, abyssal depths, outer starry skies, endless oceans, ancient secrets, treasures and oddities, dynasties of the world, void realms, and countless others. A cascade of over 1,000 entries overwhelmed him. He never anticipated the world to be so vibrant and diverse. Steeling himself, he delved into the overview of the many worlds. The vastness of the world is such that even entering the realm of longevity cannot grant one insight into even a fraction of it. The essence of this work is a compilation of observations and experiences penned by the leader of the Feathered Gate for all disciples to read, to expand their horizons and knowledge of the universe. At the onset, it was evident that this book, crafted by the head of the Feathered Gate, contained information on celestial, demonic, and beast sects, various formidable figures, magical artifacts, and numerous rogue cultivators, alongside the diverse dynasties, oceans, deserts, demons lurking underground, and the legendary voids and mysterious spaces of the world, as well as the celestial realms above teeming with various medicinal herbs and treasures. It encompassed all. To truly read this tome in its entirety would likely take 3 to 5 years, if not longer. At this moment, Fong Han also realized what the prototype of the divine puppet was: the underground demons. Deep beneath the earth, there lay various abysses and fissures, shrouded in darkness, yet inhabited by a myriad of demons and even humanoid species. The underground demons were those that emerged from deep chasms, plundering the surface, becoming a dire threat to several dynasties. Curious about the 10 celestial sects, Fong Han had little time to linger and directly access the directory of the celestial sects, revealing the names of 10 factions. The 10 celestial sects: the Way of the Great One, the Feathered Gate, the Starry Gate, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Pill Cauldron Sword Sect, the Sun Moon Sword Sect, the Primordial Sect, the Wandering Immortal Island, the Linglong Blessed Land, the Crystal Caverns. These 10 sects were universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, spread across the world with countless disciples. For instance, the Crystal Caverns were an entirely independent semi-void, presided over by the enigmatic Master Crystal, a master of the longevity realm. The Linglong Blessed Land was exclusively for women, refusing male disciples. Fong Han paid little heed to the other 9 celestial sects, focusing instead on his own Feathered Gate, as it was his home, and understanding its dynamics could directly influence his circumstances. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Come in." Fong Han stood up. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a 15 or 16-year-old girl adorned with a sword and a luminous pearl. She was as radiant as a flower, her lithe figure accentuated by the robes of the feathered gate, exuding an ethereal purity akin to a lotus blossom. It was none other than Princess Hong Yi, whom Fong Han had met during the assessment. Fong Han, have you truly advanced in your martial prowess? Princess Hong Yi's keen eyes discerned the change in his aura. I had lingered at the same level for quite some time, but after battling the puppet today, I finally broke through my bottleneck. Fong Han replied promptly. By the way, where do you reside? We are all outer disciples of the Feathered Gate now, so you may simply call me Hong Yi. I live in the Qingxian courtyard for female disciples. By the way, it's already night. Aren't you going to the Yushan Hall for dinner? In the coming days, various courtyards will likely be dispatched for sect tasks, and we must train together. As Princess Hong Yi spoke, she seemed eager to invite Fong Han to join her for a meal. All right, I haven't yet experienced the culinary delights of the Feathered Gate, Fong Han nodded. Feeling a bit hungry. The dining fare at the Feathered Gate consisted of celestial cuisine, unparalleled even in the royal palace. It was prepared using the 5-chi immortal cauldron from the heavenly palace, akin to the finest medicinal dishes, meticulously designed to enhance one's physique. Princess Hong Yi narrated as they walked. The 5-chi immortal cauldron? A single cauldron can serve meals for hundreds of thousands? Fong Han exclaimed in astonishment. What a marvel! This is indeed a treasure of the Tao, a remarkable artifact that has attained enlightenment. The celestial cauldron is said to be extraordinarily vast, rumored to encompass several dozen acres, directly harnessing the true fire of the sun to concoct an endless array of delicacies. Even the most ordinary chicken, when prepared in the 5-chi celestial cauldron, would possess the restorative properties akin to ginseng black-bone chicken. Princess Hong Yi's words revealed a hint of envy. How do you know so much? Fong Han inquired. Because my mother was also a disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. She was later harmed by others, and I entered the sect with the resolve to cultivate to the realm of divine powers and avenge her. Princess Hong Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Life for a life. Debts must be repaid. Once we enter the Feathered Ascension sect, we embark on the path of immortality and will cultivate divine abilities. Fong Han nodded in agreement. It would be preferable to become an inner disciple sooner. The 3 great martial arts taught by the inner disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect, chaos breathing technique, Yuan Shen's spiritual art, and the vastness of heaven and earth, are the true inner sect's profound teachings, the supreme methods for unlocking divine potential. The current pine crane longevity fist, the flying spirit soft bone technique, and the dragon form flying tiger step are merely foundational practices. One cannot cultivate divine powers relying solely on these basic techniques. Princess Hong Yi shook her head. Chaos breathing technique, Yuan Shen's spiritual art, vastness of heaven and earth? Fong Han pondered over these 3 names thoughtfully. Fong Han. The competition among external disciples is exceedingly fierce. In the future, there will be various sect tasks to fulfill. We must support each other to advance to inner disciples and receive better treatment. We have arrived at the Jade Dining Hall. As they conversed, the two traversed the streets of the grand city and soon found themselves before a majestic palace. Above the palace, 3 large characters read, Jade Dining Hall. This is where the hundreds of thousands of external disciples, as well as the inner disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect, come to dine. Its expanse is comparable to 2 or 3 imperial palaces. Within, there are countless spacious seats, accommodating a staggering 40 to 50,000. With numerous external disciples bustling about, some engaging in conversation, others seated at tables enjoying their meals, while groups of 3 or 5 discuss martial arts cultivation and various sect tasks. What a magnificent sight, a spectacle that stirs the soul. This is the path of immortality. Fong Han gazed upon the dining scene, his heart once more filled with awe. Chapter 19. Intrigues and machinations. The vastness of the Jade Dining Hall and the grandeur of the palace evoked an unprecedented sense of awe within Fong Han. As a prominent sect among the 10 great sects of the immortal path, the true extent of Yuhua sect's powers was but a vague notion to him. Yet, he was now keenly aware of their formidable strength. What constitutes true power? It is not merely the ability to move mountains or fill seas, but rather the essential aspects of life, food, clothing, and shelter. Let us find a place to sit, invited Princess Hong Yi, as she beckoned Fong Han to enter the Jade Dining Hall, where they soon discovered an available table. This table, square and impressively spacious, was neither stone nor wood, but exuded an ancient charm with intricate carvings and a fragrant aura. Is this underwater sandalwood? Fong Han was taken aback. This dining table was crafted from a rare material, typically reserved for only a select few in the Fong family. Yet here, in this hall, it seemed as common as dirt. The table's dimensions rivaled that of a governor's banquet, stretching several yards in length and width. Notably, alongside the table was a grand crystal pool, its waters continuously flowing, with fish swimming gracefully within. The pool appeared deep and mysterious, its depths obscured from view. On the table rested a white jade container filled with various paper slips. "What would you like to eat?" Princess Hongi asked as she selected a slip, tossed it into the crystal pool, and a fish promptly swam off with it. Moments later, a large lotus flower emerged from the depths of the pool. She plucked the lotus and, petal by petal, revealed a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup, alongside a bowl of rice that shimmered like jade and sparkled like diamonds, steaming as it emerged from the water. Untouched by moisture, yet imbued with the fragrance of the lotus, invigorating Fong Han's senses. Simply toss the food god slip into the pool, and a lotus will rise. "Revealing your meal," she explained, as she pointed to her exquisite jade chopsticks, translucent and vibrant, tempting enough to make one wish to taste them. Intrigued, Fong Han mimicked her actions, and soon, a fish swam away with his slip. After a short while, a lotus reappeared, and upon opening it, he was presented with an exquisite array of dishes. With his first bite, the flavors burst forth, compelling him to devour the meal with fervor, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. The cuisine of Yuhua sect, steeped in the wisdom of the immortal path, was notably nourishing, especially when prepared with the 5-qi immortal cauldron, which preserved vital energy while expelling impurities without harming the digestive system. Thus, being an outer disciple of Yuhua sect was a coveted dream for many among the nobility. Yet, "You are also of noble birth. One would expect more decorum," Princess Hongi remarked, smiling at Fong Han's voracious appetite. "What noble birth am I?" "Merely a person of humble fortune," replied Fong Han, his mouth full, struggling to articulate. At that moment, a hurried figure approached, the young Lord Lu Kong of Jing, who took a seat at the table. "Have you eaten yet?" Fong Han greeted him. "I have, but I came to share some news that requires our discussion," Lu Kong replied, glancing around before lowering his voice. "I have learned that the Blue Moon Kingdom, situated in the vast desert, has recently been besieged by several powerful sand bandit groups, resulting in significant casualties. The Queen has sent a distress signal to Yuhua sect, and it is likely that our sect will dispatch us to assist in eliminating these bandits." "Are the bandits truly that formidable?" Princess Hongi questioned, her brow furrowed. "The Blue Moon Kingdom is strong, with millions of citizens, renowned for producing azure sand steel and exceptional weaponry. Their warriors are adept, and they have historically instilled fear in bandits. The intelligence is credible. I have inquired with several inner disciples of Yuhua sect and received corroboration from my father. Among the bandits, there are reports of subterranean demons and perhaps even disciples of the demonic sect manipulating events from the shadows." Lu Kong's voice grew more hushed. "It is rumored that these forces covet the beauty, horses, resources, and treasures of the Blue Moon Kingdom, as well as several veins of mystical gold. They have incited the bandits and even provided them with magical artifacts to facilitate their conquest." "What? The opportunity to qualify for the inner disciple assessment?" Princess Hongi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "To ascend from outer to inner disciple, one must first obtain the qualification for assessment, akin to how ordinary individuals must earn their place among outer disciples. Fong Han, despite receiving a recommendation letter from Fong Qinxue, cannot ascend to the status of an outer disciple, enjoying the divine privileges that come with it. Indeed, it is the qualification for the inner disciple assessment," Lu Kong affirmed. "This situation is critical, as the gold veins within the azure sand mines are essential for refining one of Yuhua sect's 8 divine arts, the Grand Freedom Mystical Gold Sword Qi. Should the demonic sect seize control, it would severely undermine our sect, hence the elders are giving this matter considerable attention, allocating 365 slots for participation. The desert hosts numerous bands of sand bandits, their numbers reaching into the hundreds of thousands. A conflict between 2 nations is no trivial matter. Our combined strength may not suffice. We may need to seek additional allies. Our forces are indeed somewhat limited, which is why I sought out a powerful group to ally with." Lu Kong indicated toward a distant gathering. Fong Han followed his gaze, observing several striking young men and women seated with an air of calm, as though they were in a royal court, exuding an aura of deep, immeasurable strength. "Who are they?" Fong Han inquired. "They are the royal descendants of the Great Dynasty," Princess Hongi responded. "Indeed. They are members of the royal family of the Great Dynasty. To secure our slots for inner disciples, we must ally with them. The royal disciples of the Great Li dynasty will undoubtedly oppose our efforts, Lu Kang whispered. Thus, the struggle for power among the aristocracy had extended into the realm of the immortal path. Fang Han contemplated this revelation, understanding the implications. For instance, if Lu Kang succeeded in becoming an inner disciple, it would elevate the status of the Jinyuan Marquis, potentially counterbalancing the Great Li dynasty's royal influence. Currently, the Fang family, due to Fang Qinque's connections, had little regard for imperial decrees. Yuhua sect received tributes from the three major dynasties, Great Li, Great Da, and Great Su, alongside numerous smaller states, all of which provided outer disciple slots in exchange for treasures, resources, and incense offerings. For example, the sandalwood from the Jade Dining Hall was a tribute from the coastal Great Su dynasty, while exquisite steel for crafting demon-slaying swords was contributed by the Great Da dynasty. As Fang Han beheld the multitude of temples within Lonyuan City, he noted that they were all dedicated to the Feathered Ascension sect. During festivals and holidays, many affluent families, wealthy merchants, and a myriad of individuals from various walks of life frequented these shrines to offer incense and seek blessings. Although the Feathered Ascension sect was a sect of immortals, its ties to the dynasties, aristocracies, and the secular world were profoundly intertwined. The celestial and the mortal realms were not separated by any divine barrier. The hundreds of thousands of outer disciples represented the fierce conflicts among the great dynasties, noble families, and powers outside, which were far from trivial. One could easily fear that vendettas and grievances would incessantly arise. Gradually, Fang Han began to comprehend the situation. Becoming an outer disciple did not equate to living a life of leisure akin to that of the immortals. Rather, a more brutal struggle of wits lay ahead. We should approach them and discuss matters, Lu Kang suggested. Agreed. Fang Han and Princess Hongyi rose simultaneously and made their way toward the nearby dining table. At the table, 3 men and 2 women exuded an air of regal superiority and aristocratic grace, commanding attention and respect. Upon noticing the approach of Fang Han, Lu Kang, and Princess Hongyi, they did not invite the trio to take a seat. One young man merely remarked with indifference, "Lu Kang, is this the helper you brought? I fear he may only serve as a hindrance." Upon hearing this, Fang Han felt a surge of discomfort within. "What makes you think we are a liability?" Princess Hongyi, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, though her tone turned slightly frosty. "Princess Hongyi, your swordsmanship is exceptional, and you possess many arcane techniques. Moreover, I have heard of your superior artifact, the Swift Wind Talisman. Collaborating with us is far from being a hindrance. It is indeed beneficial. My remarks pertain to the individual beside you." A royal lady interjected, her gaze fixed upon Fang Han. "Who is this person? A disciple from some minor family, I presume? We seek formidable experts, not someone who crawled out from obscurity. Does he hope to rely on us to secure a slot for an inner disciple? Even if he were to attain it, he would surely fail the assessment, thus wasting a valuable opportunity." "What did you say?" Fang Han licked his lips. Chapter 20. The Immortal Fishing for Sharks. Are you dissatisfied? It is merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the physical body, quite rare outside, yet abundant within the Yuhua sect. I have come to see what grievances you harbor. Observing Fang Han gritting his teeth, his dissatisfaction was palpable in the 4 words he uttered, unmistakable even to the dullest of minds. One young prince, his eyes glinting, rose abruptly, emanating a chilling aura. The surrounding individuals immediately felt an oppressive force, as if a mountain bore down upon them, compressing the atmosphere. Fang Han, in particular, felt the brunt of this royal fury, as if blood would spill at every step taken. Such arrogance. Merely for expressing a hint of discontent, I am to be subjected to this? Fang Han felt the pressure of this energy, recoiling slightly as thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind tearing through the air. An explosion of force as a hand, akin to a phantom claw, materialized before him, the gust causing a sharp pain across his brow. The prince had made his move directly, his technique swift as an eagle soaring, ferocious as a shark tearing, and relentless as a serpent constricting. "Prince Bao." Lu Kang's expression shifted, a warning escaping his lips, but it was too late. "This is the 9-tyrant dragon fist. Be careful." Red E, the princess, conveyed urgently into Fang Han's ears. In a flurry, Fang Han called upon the dragon-shaped flying tiger step, executing a maneuver to evade, allowing the punch to graze past his shoulder, yet the wind's force still stung his face. He was most adept at the 7 star steps, yet within the Yuhua sect. Relying upon the techniques of the constellation gate seemed ill-advised. Quick to react. However, employing the dragon-shaped flying tiger step in such a manner was a waste. The youthful prince from the Great Dynasty appeared where Fong Han had just stood. A cold smile gracing his lips as he moved like a tree bending in the wind, his wrists subtly crackling with the sound of thunder. Beware of the wind thunder slash. Ready warned. Fong Han had just evaded when the princess hand, imbued with the might of thunder, came crashing down upon him, as if intending to cleave him in two. The prince's speed was extraordinary, his footwork mysterious. His realm evidently surpassed Fong Han's. Evading was futile, he could only brace himself. His strength lay in his robust physique, his recovery capabilities several times that of an ordinary adept. In an instant, Fong Han resolved his strategy, no longer dodging. He struck out with a palm, employing the cotton palm from the flying spirit soft bone technique, making contact with Prince Bao's body. Initially soft, it then rebounded. The duality of strength met the prince's powerful strike. Bang! As their fists collided, Fong Han felt an immense force slam down upon him, as if his wrist had been struck by lightning, leaving him numb. Conversely, Prince Bao staggered back 2 steps, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. For he realized Fong Han's physique was remarkably resilient. Shaking his wrist to restore circulation, Fong Han wasted no time, his arm coiling like a dragon or serpent, launching a powerful strike towards the prince's throat, initiating his counterattack. A counterattack? Prince Bao scoffed dismissively, his body arching slightly like a great fishing rod. His hands executed a technique akin to that of a shark or crocodile, jaws wide open to snatch prey, his speed astonishingly swift, latching onto Fong Han's arm. Suddenly, a sound akin to steel snapping echoed within Fong Han as he felt himself hoisted into the air, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Prince Bao thrust out a palm. Pop! Fong Han felt a surge of heat in his chest as he was sent hurtling to the ground. Immortal fishing for sharks. Witnessing Fong Han being tossed like a fish on a line, Red E sprang to his side. Are you all right? I'm fine. A trickle of blood stained Fong Han's lips. His insides recently shaken, but fortunately, his constitution was as strong as iron. Otherwise, he would have faced severe injury. This Prince Bao is of a higher realm than I, and his techniques are exceedingly profound. I must practice 100-fold to return the favor, to make him regret his actions. I cannot let this grievance fester. I shall rise above. Fong Han gritted his teeth, standing up while feigning nonchalance, wiping the blood from his lips and uttering, "Impressive, truly impressive." This technique, immortal fishing for sharks, belongs to the martial arts of Wan Guasian Island. May I inquire how Prince Bao came to learn it? Red E, seeing Fong Han unharmed, continued, it is said that disciples of Wan Guasian Island, while standing upon the reefs with fishing rods, can catch sharks as large as calves, wielding unparalleled strength to fling hundreds of pounds of shark onto the shore. The method of applying force is extraordinarily intricate. Our great dynasty possesses myriad martial arts. We can certainly acquire the techniques from Wan Guasian Island, Prince Bao replied arrogantly, regarding Fong Han with a scrutinizing gaze. Your physique is commendable. It seems you have consumed some sort of elixir. However, your combat experience is lacking, and your adaptability is low. Yet, you hold some value. You are not entirely without merit. Hence, I shall allow you to join us. When the sect issues its training mission, you may seek us out. Upon witnessing Prince Bao's victory over Fong Han, another evidently leading royal youth stood. Fong Han, are you truly unscathed? After the others departed, Lu Kong let out a cold snort, then inquired further. I shall return for now. Fong Han dusted himself off and exited the Jade Dining Hall. The recent skirmish had attracted little attention, as the hall was filled with tens of thousands of outer disciples who experienced daily conflicts. Alone in his chamber, Fong Han reflected on the reasons for his defeat. First, his combat experience was far too limited. Since beginning his martial training, he had only faced a few servant overseers, with his most significant battle being against a divine puppet. How could mere skirmishes compare to a royal scion like Prince Bao, honed through countless battles? Second, his strength was inferior to that of Prince Bao, who clearly held a superior realm. Third, the prince's techniques were astoundingly intricate. If Prince Bao could employ the martial arts of Wan Guasian Island, then Fong Han too could wield the techniques of the Constellation Gate without hesitation. Wan Guasian Island is one of the 10 major sects of the immortal path, established upon the sea. Relentless training, 1,000 times over. Whoever strikes me shall face my wrath. Fong Han resolved fiercely. In the past, he had been trodden upon. Now, as a cultivator, he would never allow anyone to dominate him again. With a creak, The courtyard door swung open, and Princess Reddy entered. Fong Han. That Prince Bao blends countless martial disciplines into one, proving exceptionally formidable. Losing to him today is not unjust. If I were to engage him, I would likely fare no better. I do not consider it unjust. As long as one lives, it is not unjust. Death brings no opportunity. And that is the true injustice. Princess Reddy, I implore you to aid me in my training. Fong Han touched his chest. How shall I assist your training? Take up your sword and strike me. We shall spar. I require practical experience, an abundance of it, to forge my courage. Do not hold back. Strike me with all your might. Fong Han declared coldly. Princess Reddy hesitated, initially inclined to refuse, but upon seeing the fierce determination etched on Fong Han's face. As if he were ready to devour his opponent, she unsheathed her sword, its cold gleam radiating. I too recognize your lack of practical experience. Since that is the case, I shall not be polite. Though I am the princess of the Great Li dynasty, I once held a secret identity as the renowned assassin, Red Ink Pavilion. Having claimed the lives of countless nefarious individuals, in the midst of the desolate autumn rain, a sense of melancholy prevails as a solitary figure wields a sword, severing the ties of lost souls. With a swift draw, Princess Hongi emanates a chilling aura of assassination, sending a shiver down Fong Han's spine. In a flurry of glinting blades, she targets his brow, eyes, ears, throat, wrists, and arms. Sensing the oppressive aura of death, Fong Han swiftly evades. A sharp gasp escapes him as a long gash appears on his forehead, blood trickling down, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. The difference between wielding a sword and being unarmed is monumental, especially in a duel between two masters. With a fierce swipe, he staunches the blood from his wound and resumes the fight, dodging left and right while mounting a vigorous counterattack. Yet, before long, he finds himself adorned with additional sword scars. Undeterred by his injuries, he radiates boundless energy, desperately evading the flashing blades while seeking opportunities to strike back. Time passes, one incense stick, half an hour, and ultimately, Fong Han's body is a canvas of crimson, as if he has been subjected to 1,000 cuts, leaving a harrowing sight. Stop. You are losing too much blood. Do you not wish to bandage your wounds? Princess Hongi pauses. Very well. I shall return tomorrow. Fong Han replies, retreating to his chamber. On the following day, they reconvene in the courtyard, where Princess Hongi observes that all of Fong Han's wounds have healed, leaving only faint traces. She silently admires his remarkable recuperative abilities. Their next confrontation concludes with Fong Han once again battered and bloodied. That night, Fong Han fervently nurtures his heart, channeling the potency of the 9-aperture golden elixir. He perceives the elixir's energy surging forth with increasing vigor, mending his body. Throughout the night, he relentlessly practices, mastering various techniques with unwavering determination. Days pass, 3, 4, 5, each day leaving him bloodied by the sword. Yet each night he pushes beyond the limits of human endurance, laboring tirelessly to exhaust the elixir's power and fully integrate it into his being. Princess Hongi grows increasingly impressed by his resolve. Enduring such excruciating pain is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. 10 days slip by. 15 days, 20 days at last. One fateful night, Fong Han feels a tremendous surge within his heart as the 9-aperture golden elixir is violently dismantled by his robust blood, transforming into boundless warmth that courses through him, ultimately coalescing into a golden radiance that settles within his marrow, merging into one. As Fong Han's skin sheds the remnants of countless sword wounds, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, a new layer emerges, stronger and more resilient, enveloped by a thick, protective membrane. His entire being brims with an inexhaustible potential for explosive power. Finally, he has fully refined the 9-aperture golden elixir, fortifying his physique to the utmost. From now on, his cultivation will depend solely upon himself. On the 20th morning as an outer disciple, Fong Han undergoes a metamorphosis, his skin transforming as he awaits Princess Hongi. Unexpectedly, a paper crane fashioned from talismanic paper soars into his courtyard, igniting before him to reveal several fiery characters, outer disciples. Chuanxian Academy, gathering. It signals their departure for a task of experience. Prince Bao, today I shall thrash you within an inch of your life. Draping his garments, Fong Han strides confidently out of the courtyard. Chapter 21. Revenge does not wait for the night, dressed in ceremonial robes and armed with the demon-slaying sword and 5 spiritual talismans. Fong Han stepped out with a heart full of determination. After 20 days of relentless training, disregarding life and death, and enduring the excruciating pain of slow torture day and night, he had finally refined all the medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden pill. Beneath his skin, he had cultivated a thick and dense membrane, greatly enhancing his physical strength and reaching the 8th level of the body realm, a pinnacle of formidable power. Reaching the 8th level of the body realm marked yet another limit for the physical body. The most notable characteristic was the thick layer of flesh-like membrane growing inside his skin, akin to tough cowhide, providing exceptional resistance to impact. Otherwise, how could one truly embody the term formidable? More impressively, Fang Han's membrane was twice as thick as that of other formidable beings at the same level. This meant that his physical resilience and endurance surpassed that of his peers significantly, a gift bestowed upon him by the 9-aperture golden pill. The 9-aperture golden pill, crafted by the Emperor of the Demon Sect and the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, fortified one's foundation and could propel a person directly into the mystical realm. However, due to Fang Han's inadequate foundation, the pill could not elevate him to that mystical tier, but it did lay an unparalleled foundation. The more solidly one's foundation was laid, the greater the likelihood of achieving the mystical realm. Moreover, once one attained the mystical state, their physical prowess and magical power would far surpass that of ordinary experts, allowing for a longer lifespan. Today he must exact revenge, returning the injury he suffered at the hands of Prince Bao. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. A petty person seeks revenge without delay. Fang Han, being of humble origin, clearly fell into the latter category, driven by an insatiable desire for immediate retribution. After waiting for 20 days, the resentment he harbored was monumental, akin to an overwhelming tide that could not be washed away. With fervent strides, akin to a dragon soaring or a tiger leaping, Fang Han arrived at the gathering of Immortals Academy. This was the meeting place for all disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect. A vast expanse featuring a grand square spanning 10 miles, adorned with towering dragon-shaped pillars surrounded by swirling clouds and gentle breezes. The scene of deities gathering here dwarfed even the grandest assemblies before the imperial palace of the Great Li dynasty. Typically, this square lay in silence, but now it buzzed with activity, bustling with disciples clad in ceremonial robes. Fang Han maneuvered through the crowd in search of Princess Hongyi and Lu Kang, the only two individuals he was familiar with among the hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was essential to form alliances. Solitary efforts would prove futile in the challenges that lay ahead. Fang Han, over here, a faint voice called out. He turned to see Princess Hongyi beckoning him from beneath a dragon pillar and hurried over. Where are the princes from the Great Virtue dynasty? He inquired. Lu Kang has gone to contact them. It's quite crowded here, making it difficult to find anyone. We'll wait for the elders to speak first, she replied, glancing at Fang Han and assessing him. You've broken through to another realm. This progress is astonishingly rapid. It's improbable for anyone, no matter how talented, to achieve such a feat in just 20 days. Did you consume the inner core of a unicorn viper? I suspect you've ingested some ancient miracle elixir like the Yin-Yang longevity pill instead. Princess Hongyi's keen eye for detail was evident, having once been a renowned assassin of the Scarlet Hall. Clearing his throat, Fang Han attempted to explain, claiming he had ingested the inner core of the unicorn viper, which enhanced his innate talents and robust physique. He had used the same ruse with Fang Qingxue, but Princess Hongyi was evidently not as easily deceived. Every individual harbors their own secrets, she conceded, recognizing that every outer disciple belonged to noble lineages, each with their own hidden truths. Take Prince Bao of the Great Virtue dynasty, for instance. His mastery of the arts from the 10 schools of immortal Tao and the Isle of 10,000 Returns was clearly more complex than mere claims of his dynasty collecting various martial arts. Just then, a thunderous sword cry resonated from the distant skies, slicing through the clouds and revealing a vast expanse above. Gradually, 5 celestial figures descended, not riding cranes, but standing amidst radiant light, exuding an aura that was far more majestic than that of mere mortals. These were elders from the Feathered Ascension Heavenly Palace. Princess Hongyi gazed at them with a glimmer of envy as they gracefully landed on the immortal platform in the square, rendering the surrounding disciples silent. The platform towered 18 zhang high, resembling a mountain, serving as the place where elders addressed both inner and outer disciples, issuing commands for the sect. In the vast sands of the Blue Moon Kingdom, we have been besieged by sand bandits, and remnants of underground demons scheme against us. Many of you may already know of these events. The Feathered Ascension sect is dispatching you not only to alleviate the crisis in the Blue Moon Kingdom, but also to gain experience. Outer disciples who excel during this mission will earn the opportunity to ascend to inner disciples. Inner disciples who achieve remarkable feats, progressing to the mystical realm, may become true disciples. Even if one does not reach the mystical realm, slaying the instigators of this conflict, such as the heavenly wolf Wang Molan from the demon god sect, the pure fox from the celestial demon sect, or the pink prince from the Six Desires demon sect, will earn you a yin-yang longevity pill. A purple-clad elder, shimmering with ethereal energy, suddenly spoke. Each word resonating like thunder, reaching the ears of every disciple in the Feathered Ascension sect. Should any among you feel inadequately prepared for this trial, you may remain within the sect to continue your training, another elder added. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, where life and death intertwine. Yet, only through such trials can one truly grasp the terrifying truths of existence and awaken the mind to cultivate magical powers. The course ahead is for each of you to decide. As the 5 elders took their leave from the immortal platform, the disciples erupted into fervent discussions. A yin-yang longevity pill. It was rumored to be crafted from 3,681 types of celestial herbs, refined over 30 years by the Supreme Master himself, capable of extending one's life by 100 years and aiding in entering the mystical realm. The Supreme Master had only produced 6 such pills, each a rare treasure of the sect. The mere fact that one was being offered as a reward indicated dire consequences for those who had instigated this turmoil. Princess Hongyi's expression sharpened with intensity, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Killing these individuals is no small feat. They are favored disciples of the demon sects, cunning and equipped with legendary artifacts. One might even find themselves hunted instead. Who are the heavenly wolf and the pure fox? Fang Han inquired. The information regarding these individuals, particularly the several princes of the great dynasty, is undoubtedly comprehensive. Princess Hongyi stated that since the sect has bestowed the yin-yang longevity elixir, it is likely that among the thousands of disciples in the inner sect, many are eager to act, especially those formidable experts listed on the mountain and river ranking. Who are the most terrifying? What exactly is the mountain and river ranking? Fang Han realized that his knowledge was woefully insufficient. The mountain and river ranking represents the 10 most outstanding experts among the inner sect disciples. They possess formidable spiritual artifacts, and some even wield treasured items. Although they have not yet entered the realm of supernatural powers, their strength is scarcely inferior to that of true disciples. Once they step into the realm of supernatural powers, they can immediately become true disciples. Princess Hongyi spoke with great patience. At this moment, in the square of the immortal assembly, all the disciples began to disperse, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Discussing their upcoming training journey to the Blue Moon Kingdom in the Hanhai Desert. The Blue Moon Kingdom lies a staggering distance of over 10,000 miles from Yuhua Mountain. Even the swiftest steed would require 10 days and nights of relentless travel. However, disciples of Yuhua sect each possess their own means. Those relying solely on steeds are the most rudimentary of characters. Such individuals would only meet their demise during training. With their abilities, the more adept disciples could likely reach their destination in 7 or 8 days, while those who could fly on cranes would arrive in just 2 or 3 days, allowing for rest along the way. Here you are. Several members of the great royal family had already gathered, having enlisted numerous experts for this endeavor. Lu Kang approached from a distance. Let us go. Upon seeing Lu Kang's arrival, Fang Han immediately turned and followed him towards the distance. Outside the immortal assembly, in a tastefully designed courtyard, he encountered several disciples from the great royal family, along with 3 or 4 other young men and women. The esteemed Prince Bao was notably among them. Lu Kang, you've brought people, he remarked. That is excellent. Prince Bao glanced at Lu Kang, who was accompanied by Princess Hongyi and Fang Han, his gaze briefly assessing them. I have some trivial matters for you to attend to. Trivial matters? Fang Han chuckled heartily. Prince Bao, let us first resolve the matters between us. Chapter 022. Flying Sword. Fang Han let out a hearty laugh, startling not only Prince Bao, but also drawing the attention of several other princes and princesses from the Dada royal family. Moreover, a few young men and women turned their gazes towards him as well. The presence of these youths was as imposing as that of the royal family, with one young man exuding a particularly deep aura, elusive as if he were a mountain stone or a blade of grass. Under their watchful eyes, Fang Han felt as though all his vitality, his weight, explosive power, speed, and heartbeat was laid bare before them. Among them, there was a master at the 9th level of the physical body, a realm of spiritual awakening. A thought flickered in Fang Han's mind, prompting him to be on guard. At the 9th level of awakening, One begins to unlock the potential of the brain, possessing a keen spirit that can almost see through every aspect of an opponent's vitality, as well as introspectively observe one's own internal organs as if they were visible at a glance. This state is exceedingly terrifying, otherwise it could not be labeled as awakening. To reach such a level requires the cultivation of extraordinary mental training techniques, such as those learned only by inner disciples. Could it be that these individuals are inner disciples? Yet, Fong Han had no time to ponder further, for Prince Bao had already risen, his icy gaze sweeping over Fong Han's entire being. "Oh, it seems you are quite dissatisfied with my previous victory over you. After 20 days of arduous practice, you have gained some results and seek to defeat me to vent your frustrations? Your depth of character is too shallow. Seeking revenge for a slight is not the way of a gentleman. The wise know that revenge is best served cold, and to harbor such grievances for 10 years is preferable to being rash. If you had kept your composure, I might have admired you as a formidable character. But your eagerness to court death is akin to that of a rogue. Alas, I must reluctantly defeat you once more, and this time it will not be as simple as spitting blood. I do not seek greatness. I only wish to express the resentment within my heart. An eye for an eye, a grudge for a grudge. 10 years is too long. Time waits for no one. The future is uncertain, and the present is all that matters. Life is fleeting, like a mayfly's dream. To bear a grudge for a decade is less than to fight now. That is true courage. Your scheming is too heavy. The path to immortality is fraught with peril. You may never cultivate to the realm of divine powers. The path of immortality is one of boldness and relentless progression, not of cunning, patience, and self-repression, nor is it about scheming and twisting one's spirit. Such convolutions cannot be accommodated on the road to immortality. Suddenly, Fong Han's tone transformed into one of profound tranquility, calmness enveloping his words, each sentence rich with philosophical insight, deftly countering Prince Bao's remarks to the point where the prince found himself at a loss for words. Since ingesting the 9-aperture golden elixir, Fong Han's thoughts had become astute, brimming with inventive ideas and boundless imagination. Coupled with his diligent study of various worlds, he had accumulated considerable insights. This tome encompassed not merely astronomy and geography, but also rare treasures and myriad reflections. The supreme master of the feather transformation sect could not help but infuse his own insights into his writing, which undoubtedly opened a great door within Fong Han's mind, enriching his foundation and gradually transforming his thoughts and broadening his perspective. Now, as he vehemently rebutted Prince Bao's words, his rhetoric was as sharp as blades in iron cavalry, soaring through the air. In this moment, no one would mistake him for a mere horsekeeper. Who cares for your nonsense? Prince Bao's face was icy cold, and in an instant, he appeared before Fong Han, moving with an enigmatic grace that defied comprehension. Fong Han felt a tingling in his throat as Prince Bao's finger, like an arrow, poised precariously above his Adam's apple. This finger, imbued with a sinister, dark, and chilling energy, was reminiscent of the long hate finger technique from the long hate sect of the demonic arts. Princess Hong, he cried out once more. Prince Bao had not only mastered the martial arts of Wangui Immortal Island, but had also learned techniques from another lineage of the demonic sect. He exhibited no hesitation in employing demonic arts within the realm of immortal sections. At that moment, Fong Han could not hear Princess Hong Yi's warnings, for everything transpired too swiftly, too rapidly. However, after enduring excruciating training for 20 days, he was well prepared. With one step, an aura of dominance surged forth. He stepped firmly upon the 7 stars, his body reminiscent of a mighty tide, crashing forth like a river, raising countless waves, invoking visions of heroes and nobles who could stabilize the realm and bring peace to the empire. As Fong Han's robes billowed, with a single flash of his foot, his momentum swelled again, rendering the long hate finger technique utterly futile. Then, with a swift motion of his leg, he unleashed the might of the Kueishin kick. Within this kick, his internal energy roared, expanding every sinew and muscle in his body, channeling the valor of his physical realm, unleashing the fury of thunder. As if a celestial being had descended, a long breath escaped his lips, resonating like a soaring crane or a dragon, coalescing into a profound couplet that encapsulated the essence of the 7 stars' fist, amplifying the might of Fong Han's kick. Iron hooves tread upon the mountains. Kueishin kicks the North Star. The force of his leg was akin to an army of thousands, trampling across the land, as if a colossal deity had manifested in the air, shifting the very constellations with a single kick. In that moment, Fong Han felt as if he had become the sovereign of the celestial stars, the ruler of the constellations, the chief among the celestial bodies. The vast cosmos lay before him, and he established a mysterious and unfathomable connection with the heavens and the universe, with the boundless stars. This momentum, in an instant. Princess Hong Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration, her expression shifting to one of shock. The Seven Stars sect, the Seven Stars fist. How could he possess such secrets? As Fong Han executed his kick, the other young members of the Da De royal family, along with several even more formidable youths, displayed expressions of astonishment. How could he have become so powerful in such a short time? Prince Bao, too, was caught off guard. Failing to anticipate Fong Han's rapid progress over just 20 days, Fong Han's muscles felt like tempered steel, his arms and legs sharp as blades, akin to mountain axes. The aura he exuded was even more domineering and fierce than that of a reigning emperor. The martial arts of the Seven Stars sect were inherently aggressive, and the 9-aperture golden elixir, crafted by the great Emperor Huang Quan of the demonic realm, contained the potent essence of a legendary demonic emperor, which had fused with Fong Han's spirit. Combined with the martial arts of the Seven Stars sect, they complemented each other perfectly. After refining the elixir the previous night, a trace of its formidable essence had integrated into Fong Han's spirit. It could be said that Fong Han's current dominance, akin to the sovereign of celestial stars, stemmed from the ancient demonic aura of Emperor Huang Quan, exerting an unparalleled mental pressure. This was something Fong Han was acutely aware of. The 9-aperture golden elixir possessed a certain sentience, and now this spirit was tightly intertwined with his own, sharpening his mind and clarity. Faced with Fong Han's overwhelming presence, Prince Bao felt a momentary stagnation in his aura. Drawing in his chest and contracting his abdomen, he shielded himself with his arms like a protective screen, seemingly preparing to counterattack defensively. But could he withstand it? Fong Han let out a cold laugh, stepping upon the Seven Stars while simultaneously launching a technique from the Seven Stars fist, his 10 fingers resembling a peepish strings, glimmering as they aimed for the vital arteries of Prince Bao's neck and wrists. This strike was ferociously domineering, as if the very essence of the world's heroes had converged, each exhibiting their prowess. With a sudden sound, a long gash appeared on Prince Bao's face, staining it crimson. Enough. At that moment, a remarkably well-proportioned young man adorned with a jade hairpin abruptly rose to his feet. With a swift motion of his hand, an array of ominous sword lights surged forth, coalescing into a 3-foot-long sword devoid of a hilt, resembling the gentle flow of autumn waters. It sliced through the air with the agility of a dragon or serpent, aimed at Fong Han in an attempt to thwart his relentless pursuit. Fong Han, be cautious, this is a flying sword spirit tool. Lu Kang and Princess Hong Yi exclaimed in alarm. This was dire. Fong Han recognized that the flying sword was beyond mere martial arts. It was a spiritual artifact crafted by a master of supernatural abilities, beyond the capacity of the physical body to withstand. Consequently, he hastily retreated. However, the youth who unleashed the flying sword seemed intent on imparting a lesson. He pointed into the void, and the flying sword suddenly trembled, emanating dozens of shadows that enveloped Fong Han entirely before descending upon him. With a soft thud, the sword's light struck him. Yet, at that very instant, Fong Han felt a subtle tremor from the Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tu bound to his body. The sword light penetrated his garments, vanishing without a trace, leaving him unscathed on the outside. Over the past 20 days, during his daily sword practice with Princess Hong Yi, Fong Han had kept the Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tu concealed. Today, however, he had chosen to wear it, fully aware of its extraordinary power to preserve his life. Indeed, it had unexpectedly neutralized the opponent's flying sword. What? The youth, witnessing his flying sword vanish upon striking Fong Han, was filled with disbelief and frustration. He exerted his will, yet felt no response, as if his sword had sunk into the abyss. This revelation was shocking. As an inner sect disciple, the flying sword was a spiritual tool bestowed by the sect, refined with blood and capable of seamless operation. He had assumed that dealing with a mere outer sect disciple would be trivial, only to find that not only had he failed, but his prized flying sword had been seized. It felt akin to having a piece of flesh cruelly severed from his body, causing him immense heartache. I misjudged the situation. I did not expect my brother to possess such a fine spiritual artifact. This was merely a misunderstanding. Please return my flying sword. The youth's gaze was icy, yet his tone had softened considerably. Do you desire your flying sword? You may retrieve it from Zidian Peak in the future, Fong Han replied, his mind racing with strategy. Chapter 023. The magical artifact Xidian Peak, the residence of the true disciple Fong Qingxue, was a place of both reverence and fear. Upon becoming a true disciple, she had killed 8 outer disciples to establish her dominance. Although the elders had reprimanded her, they had not imposed any substantial punishment, rendering her an untouchable true disciple. As Fong Han uttered the name Xidian Peak, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, especially among the princes and princesses of the Da royal family, whose faces turned pale as they murmured among themselves. The most embarrassed of all was Prince Bao, alongside the inner disciple who had just unleashed his flying sword. Having been defeated by Fong Han, Prince Bao bore a long, bloody gash across his face, a humiliation that was difficult to bear. He retrieved a bleeding-stopping jade talisman from his robe to staunch the flow, while a cold snort escaped his nose, his eyes glinting with a deeply rooted malice. A profound enmity was palpable in his gaze. The inner disciple, who had lost his flying sword, initially bristled with rage and was ready to retaliate. However, upon hearing the name Xidian Peak, a deep-seated caution took hold of him. My junior brother's spirit windsword is no ordinary weapon. It was granted to him by the elders after a significant contribution. As a top-tier spiritual artifact, it has vanquished countless demons. I hope it can be returned, otherwise, the dangers of this expedition may lead to disaster. While acknowledging that my junior brother had acted rashly, I believe this is a minor conflict. We must unite and pursue the greater goal of exterminating evil. Can junior brother Fong consider the bigger picture? I apologize on behalf of my junior brother. At that moment, a woman, seemingly in her 20s, spoke up. She was evidently an inner disciple of high cultivation, with delicate features and an elegant figure. Her long legs and fair neck complemented her striking eyes, which, though seemingly gentle, occasionally sparkled with authority. Sister Imo. The royal offspring of the Da dynasty appeared flustered at the sight of her apology, eager to explain, but Sister Imo raised a hand to silence them. Her gaze fixed on Fong Han, combining both apology and an imposing presence, as if she sought to unveil his secrets. Sister Imo was formidable. Her aura was akin to that of Master Bai Hai, both being experts at the 10th transformation of the corporeal realm. As she pressed Fong Han for the flying sword, he pondered whether to comply. Moreover, the sealed contents of the Jiao Fu Huang Quan map seemed inaccessible, revealing it could spell disaster. And parting with a spiritual artifact so nonchalantly felt unthinkable. Currently, our priority is to eradicate evil and head to the Lanyu Kingdom in the Hanhai Desert to rescue the people from peril. I am aware of this greater mission. Yet when the young lady of Xidian Peak bestowed this spiritual artifact upon me, she only mentioned its defensive capabilities against flying swords and the need for me to undertake a significant task without imparting its methods of use. Therefore, I had no choice but to take my senior brother's sword. How about this? I shall return to Xidian Peak tomorrow and request the young lady to extract the spirit wind sword from this artifact before returning it to my senior brother. Fong Han's mind raced as he deftly shifted the responsibility onto Fong Qingxue, hoping to navigate this immediate crisis and devise a strategy later. Oh, Sister Qingxue actually entrusted you with a spiritual artifact and tasked you with a significant mission. Sister Mo's eyes glimmered with insight upon hearing Fong Han's fabrications. After a lengthy pause, she said, if that is the case, let us prepare diligently tonight and set forth for the Hanhai Desert tomorrow. My spirit windsword. There is no way I shall allow it to leave. The inner disciple who had released the flying sword glared at Fong Han, his expression ferocious. I have my own decisions to make. Sister Imo interjected, raising her hand once more. With that said, I take my leave, Fong Han declared, nodding toward Prince Bao. Your strength is commendable. I have learned much from our encounter. You will soon understand the meaning of regret. Why bother? Sister Imo has already emphasized the importance of the greater mission. I am a person who prioritizes the broader picture and will return to Xidian Peak to prepare for our journey to the Hanhai Desert. Fong Han chuckled, turning to exit. Once alone outside the city, he activated the beast summoning token. Shortly, the crane fairy soared down before him. Fong Han, you have been an outer disciple for 20 days now. Why have you not summoned me? What have you been up to? The crane fairy seemed dissatisfied. I was embroiled in a conflict and spent my time diligently training to fight back. Fong Han recounted his encounter with Prince Bao, sharing the news with the crane fairy, who, akin to a young girl, would surely find joy in his victories. Giggling. Indeed, Prince Bao's misfortune brings me great delight. The last time I ventured out, I encountered a golden-winged rock twice my size, nearly falling prey to it. It appears I must strive harder to cultivate and exact my vengeance. You can cultivate? Fong Han mounted the crane fairy's back as they ascended into the sky. Of course, my physique is far sturdier than yours. The Yuhua sect's pine crane longevity fist is derived from our crane-like movements. Currently, I am practicing the Yuan spirit technique, which Fang Qingxue once imparted to me. What? You have mastered a technique reserved for inner disciples? Fong Han was astounded to learn the crane fairy possessed such skills. Having reached the 8th level of the corporeal realm, she had developed numerous protective layers, honing her body to its limits. To advance further, she must cultivate her spirit, necessitating various spiritual training methods. Without such techniques, Fong Han would remain unable to enter the 9th level, the realm of communication with spirits, forever barred from unlocking his mind's potential. To comprehend, upon entering the realm of spiritual communication, one reaches a pivotal juncture. Possessing the mental prowess to perceive the life force of adversaries and attaining the profound state of the tenfold divine transformation. Furthermore, one gains an extraordinary capacity for photographic memory. It is said that on the eve of entering the secret domain of divine powers, one can effortlessly forget a matter at will or engrave it indelibly in memory. This state is a manifestation of pure mental cultivation and the unlocking of cerebral potential, with certain foundations rooted in spiritual training techniques. Initially, I believed that such knowledge could only be acquired within the inner sanctum, yet I was surprised to discover that the crane fairy could impart it as well. Crane fairy, might you teach me the Yuanshan spiritual technique? Fong Han inquired. Certainly, but you must not disclose this to others. Otherwise, the rules of the Yuhua sect might lead to my demise, and I harbor a slight fear of that, the crane fairy replied in a hushed tone. Such advantages are not divulged lightly, for only a fool would share them. Fong Han nodded vigorously. The Zidian peak lay before him, and as Fong Han descended from the crane's back, he beheld Fong Chang standing at the entrance of his dwelling. How is it, Fong Han? Have you finally distinguished yourself and become an outer sect disciple? Ah, it is Miss Chang. How did you know I would return to Zidian Peak today, my lady? Fong Han always sensed an air of mystery surrounding Fong Chang, believing she was far more than merely the head maid. I saw the crane fairy soar into the sky, which led me to anticipate your return. Speaking of the lady, I was about to inform you that she received a communique from the elder today. She has emerged from her seclusion and has ventured into the Han Hai Desert, where significant events are unfolding in the Blue Moon Kingdom, Fong Chang explained. By the way, I heard that outer sect disciples are also to embark on their own adventures. Are you preparing to set out as well? Indeed. I shall stay at Zidian Peak for one night before taking the crane ferry out tomorrow, Fong Han replied. In that case, I shall not intrude any further. Should you secure a spot as an inner sect disciple during this expedition, it would be a tremendous joy. The Fong family would surely abolish your status as a servant and elevate you to the rank of a core disciple. At that time, you would be of great assistance to the Fong family, Fong Chang remarked with a subtle smile before turning to depart, leaving Fong Han deep in contemplation as he watched her retreating figure. Within the inner immortal courtyard of the Yuhua sect, the inner sect disciples, including the one from whom the spirit wind sword had been confiscated and several others led by Senior Sister Mo, gathered together. Senior Sister Mo. An outer sect disciple cannot possibly possess a spirit tool. How could they seize my flying sword? That sword is my lifeblood, and I must reclaim it. One disciple exclaimed. I suspect that the spirit tool in his possession is not a treasure of our Yuhua sect, but rather a magical artifact from the demonic sect. A magical artifact. Indeed. It appears to be a magical artifact. I have long heard rumors that Fang Qingxue had a past entanglement with the demon lord of the innate demon sect. Perhaps that demon lord gifted her a magical artifact, and now she has positioned Fong Han within the outer sect of Yuhua, bestowing upon him a magical artifact, seemingly cultivating him as a pawn. Given the involvement of the innate demon sect, I refrained from intervening to reclaim your flying sword today. Senior Sister Mo's eyes glimmered with myriad speculations. Chapter 024. The Yuanshan Spirit Technique. So it is, upon hearing Senior Sister Mo's analysis, it indeed seems to be the case. I wonder what Fong Qingsno wants him to do. A disciple from the inner sect promptly expressed agreement. This likely involves the conflict among the true disciples, in which we currently have no place to intervene. Senior Sister Mo's gaze turned cold. To genuinely engage in the internal power struggles of the Yuhua sect, one must become a true disciple. Without that status, all efforts are futile skirmishes, and if we, as inner disciples, meddle in the affairs of true disciples, The outcome will surely not bode well for us. Senior Sister Mo, does that mean my Lingfeng sword has been taken away for nothing? The inner disciple's tone betrayed a chilling intent. I will devise a way for you, she assured. A spiritual weapon is of great significance in the secular world. It could not be exchanged for even a city of 10,000 inhabitants, and it must not fall into the hands of others. Our plan to eliminate the red powder prince has long been rehearsed with the flying sword formation, and your Lingfeng sword is essential. It cannot end in vain. As she spoke, Senior Sister Mo's expression gradually calmed, as if a clever idea had struck her. Indeed, if we can slay the red powder prince, I will surely obtain a yin-yang longevity pill. Consuming it will allow me to break through my bottleneck and enter the realm of divine powers, thus becoming a true disciple in no time, remarked an inner disciple with a smile. Precisely. Though I have reached the level of physical transformation, my spirit has not yet achieved completeness. I have not reached the stage where I can simply forget something at will. If I obtain the yin-yang longevity pill, it will compensate for this loss, further enhancing my physical form while expanding my spirit, breaking through limits, and unlocking the gates of divine powers. Senior Sister Mo declared with gravity, as for the Lingfeng sword, I will certainly retrieve it from Fong Han, along with that formidable magical artifact he possesses. If we can secure that magical artifact, our chances of defeating the red powder prince will increase significantly. For now, focus on your cultivation and prepare yourselves mentally and physically. I must visit a certain place. Senior Sister Mo, where are you headed? To Bayan Peak. The conflict between Fong Qing Snow and the true disciples at Bayan Peak is quite significant. I intend to negotiate there and borrow a few celestial cranes to expedite our journey to the Hanhai Desert. Although we possess some minor magical tools, they pale in comparison to the utility of celestial cranes. Senior Sister Mo rose from her seat. It is known that outer and inner disciples lack the qualification to raise spiritual beasts. Only true disciples, who are granted a mountain peak, may nurture such creatures, effectively establishing a small sect within the larger faction. True disciples, indeed, are those capable of founding their own schools and nurturing talent, wielding immense power within the sect. Akin to lords within a nation. Only by becoming true disciples can one be regarded as a genuine member of the Yuhua sect, participating in higher-level decisions. A spiritual weapon is no trivial matter. Senior Sister Mo and her group will certainly not let this issue rest easily. Additionally, the secret of my Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tu has subtly leaked. What should I do? Leave the Yuhua sect? No. If I were to reach the realm of divine powers, leaving the sect may be viable, but now, should I depart? I fear I might not withstand even a casual pursuit. Outside Yuhua Mountain, in a secluded valley within the depths of a sprawling wilderness, Fong Han examined the Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tu repeatedly. He was no longer at Zidian Peak. Instead, he had been carried away by the Crane Ferry, flying thousands of miles beyond Yuhua Mountain to an unknown desolate hill before landing. As for the Crane Ferry, she had disclosed some incantations of the Yuanshan spirit technique, and he had easily deceived her into revealing the details. Now, it was time to contemplate the Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tuesday. This legendary painting of the Yellow Spring Emperor now felt like a searing hot potato in Fong Han's possession. Disposing of it was out of the question. Yet retaining it appeared perilous. At this moment, within the tranquil Yellow Spring River depicted in the painting, aside from the previously captured Celestial Wolf's 7 evil smokes, there indeed lay a flying sword. This sword bore no hilt, merely a pure iron ice crystal engraved with countless pictographs, resembling winds that collectively formed a text, a formation, continuously revolving as if marking the passage of day and night, unceasing. Fong Han, having diligently studied various worlds, had gathered knowledge about magical artifacts. The wind-shaped characters on this Lingfeng sword represented magical power, while the text formed a grand formation. It was precisely this accumulation of magical energy that granted the sword its extraordinary capabilities. How could he extract it? Even if he managed to do so, a spirit weapon that had been consecrated with blood could not be reconsecrated by him unless a master of the divine powers realm used their formidable magical energy to erase the original owner's blood essence. Fong Han brushed his fingers over the painting. The Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tu remained an ordinary image, yet he understood that even if he retrieved the Lingfeng sword, unless he sought Fong Qing's to utilize her divine powers to erase the blood essence, he would be unable to reconsecrate it. For it is known that every magical artifact, upon its creation, infused with true fire, contains pure magical energy devoid of any thought, a pristine force. Whoever spills their blood upon it can command that power. it is best to first cultivate the Yuanshan spirit technique. After much contemplation, Feng Han resolved to practice the Yuanshan spirit technique he had recently acquired from the Crane Fairy. He settled into a meditative position, pressing a hand onto the Tianmin acupoint at the center of his forehead, channeling all his spirit into that point. To achieve immortality, one must cultivate the Tianmin. Gradually, he envisioned his Tianmin acupoint as a realm of darkness. This imagery represented his comprehension of the brain as an abyss of obscurity. Subsequently, he imagined his blood, marrow, organs, and fascia transforming into a pure white essence, as radiant as a celestial crane's feathers, gradually ascending into his Tianmin acupoint. This signified the use of his bodily essence to dispel the darkness within his mind and gain self-awareness. The implications of this visualization were profound. In this imaginative process, Feng Han distinctly sensed his body being gradually emptied, the essence of his blood and vitality transformed into luminosity, illuminating his mind. His body felt somewhat hollow. Cultivating the spirit and honing the potential of the mind's divine powers necessitated a robust physique to support it, and he finally grasped this truth. Fortunately, his body was significantly stronger than that of an average expert at the divine transformation level, especially with the power of the 9-aperture golden elixir coursing through his marrow, enhancing his vitality further. Gradually, the darkness within the Tianmin acupoint was illuminated by this white essence, dispelling the gloom. In the far reaches of that darkness, Feng Han vaguely perceived an ancient, imposing stone door, neither completely round nor completely square. The patterns etched upon the door were rich and intricate, resembling the convolutions of the brain. The entire structure of the brain appeared to be a gateway to divine powers. This is the gateway to divine powers. If I can shatter this gateway, I shall enter the realm of divine secrets, Feng Han mused, exerting his spirit to visualize his essence as a white light illuminating the Tianmin of his mind. However, no matter how he shone the light, the black mist within the Tianmin grew denser, obscuring even the gateway to divine powers, let alone opening this enigmatic door within his mind. At long last, a profound sense of mental fatigue enveloped him, compelling Feng Han to awaken with urgency as all fanciful thoughts dissipated from his mind. How utterly enervated. It is no wonder that those afflicted with lovesickness grow increasingly frail day by day. The depletion of the spirit surpasses that of the body in its intensity. After practicing the Yuanshan mental technique, Feng Han sensed a lingering lethargy, necessitating a period of rest to recuperate. Yet, upon regaining his strength, he found his senses sharpened, his mind agile, as if he could vividly envision the intricacies of his own brain. With a drop of blood, he decided to experiment. Reassured by the solitude of the desolate mountains surrounding him, unperturbed by the prospect of unforeseen anomalies. Having made modest progress in the Yuanshan mental technique, Feng Han had yet to attain the realm of spiritual communication, but he had begun to grasp the essence of both human spirit and flesh. With a decisive bite, he punctured his fingertip, and blood flowed forth, dripping onto the Jiaofu Huangquan Tuesday. Remarkably, the painting appeared to absorb his blood like cotton, and he observed the yellow spring river depicted within it begin to ripple gently. Simultaneously, he felt a profound connection between his spirit and the artwork. Suddenly, Feng Han sensed a thread of his essence plunge into the river, surrounded by tumultuous waves of earthy yellow, his spirit navigating through the waters, where he caught sight of the Lingfeng sword. With intent, he seized it with his spirit. In an instant, a flash of brilliance occurred as the Lingfeng sword soared forth from the yellow spring river within the painting, landing in Feng Han's grasp, cutting his palm anew. Blood seeped into the blade, and he felt an immediate sensation of unity resonate within his heart. Could it be that this Lingfeng sword was refined through my blood? Unlikely. It would have required an adept from the realm of divine mysteries to erase the spiritual imprint of another's blood. Could it be that the Jiaofu Huangquan too possesses the ability not only to capture others' treasures, but also to obliterate the spiritual marks left by blood? If so, I might be destined for greatness. With this thought igniting his spirit, Feng Han willed the sword, and with a swift motion, the grand formation within the Lingfeng sword activated, unleashing a fierce gale that cleaved a small tree, as thick as a bowl, 1,000 steps away, in two. In that moment, Feng Han was overwhelmed with elation. Chapter 025. The 10th of the mountain and river rankings. The sword light danced through the mountains and forests, conjuring a tempest of azure winds that obliterated trees and shattered rocks in its wake. The blade of the spirit wind sword was remarkably sharp. With the spirit wind array operating at its peak, revealing only a fleeting azure silhouette as it soared. With a mere thought, the spirit wind sword halted its motion, hovering before him before settling quietly into its sheath. Indeed, with a sword in hand, one could defy the gods, should I venture into the mundane world. This sword alone could contend with 1,000 warriors, provided they were not lying in ambush with powerful bows, crossbows, and explosives aimed at my demise. After demonstrating the might of the spirit windsword, Fong Han felt a lingering thrill. He understood that in the current circumstances, he was no longer fearful of being besieged by armies. Generally, even experts at the 10th level of physical transformation would be wary of assaults from mundane forces. 1,000-strong army, peppered with experts at the 5th level of physical prowess, wielding blades and arrows, could easily encircle and eliminate someone of the 10th level. Yet, with a spirit weapon in hand, one could effortlessly dispatch foes from miles away, rendering a 1,000-man army utterly helpless. A spirit weapon is akin to an army of 1,000. With the acquisition of the spirit wind sword, Fong Han's strength had surged. The only shortcoming was that the sword offered limited defense. It could not intercept a relentless rain of arrows. Moreover, it lacked the capability for human flight. Only a treasure-level flying sword could offer both offense and defense, capable of transforming and adapting in myriad ways. For instance, it could suddenly morph into a transparent steel sphere, enveloping its bearer to facilitate rapid flight while fending off various weapons, even submerging underwater to explore the depths. However, treasure-level artifacts were exceedingly rare. Each could incite bloodshed and chaos. Without serendipity or the backing of significant figures within sects, acquiring such legacies was nearly impossible. The crafting of treasure artifacts required not only rare materials, but also the expertise of formidable cultivators at the 9th or 10th level of divine powers or extraordinary masters who had entered the realm of eternal life. Spirit artifacts were already scarce. Treasures were a distant aspiration. The spirit windsword had been refined under my control. Yet I would need to address certain matters with senior sister Mo and her companions. Having rehearsed all this, Fong Han summoned the crane fairy through the beast token, riding her back to the peak of purple lightning for a tranquil night's rest. The following day, he soared directly to the central plains of Feathered Ascension Mountain, where he met Lu Kong and Princess Hong Yi, each accompanied by a large crane, albeit not as majestic as the crane fairy. It appeared that both Lu Kong and Princess Hong Yi had connections with some true disciples, with Miss Fang Qingxue already departed for the Hanhai Desert. Could there be additional reasons behind the demonic forces inciting the Sand Bandits to assault the Blue Moon Kingdom? Within the Feathered Ascension sect, the 108 true disciples were embroiled in their own rivalries. It seemed prudent for Fong Han to exercise extra caution. Fong Han, you have arrived? Princess Hong Yi approached as he descended. The people from the great De Royal family, along with senior sister Mo, are already awaiting us. Indeed, scarcely had she spoken when a cacophony of crane calls echoed from the sky, heralding the arrival of the royal entourage, and a few inner disciples led by senior sister Mo. Fong Han recognized them all. Yet one man stood out, a newcomer clad in a verdant Taoist robe, not the ordinary garb of outer disciples or the water and fire robes of inner disciples, but seemingly a spirit artifact. Such garments, fashioned from spirit materials, were of tremendous significance, safeguarding the wearer from malevolent forces and protecting the physical body. The physical form is the source of divine powers. Even those who have reached the realm of divine abilities must diligently protect their bodies. Should they be slain, all powers would dissipate into nothingness. Senior Brother Yuan. Upon seeing the man in the green robe, everyone bowed in respect. This is Senior Brother Yuan Jiankong. Ranked 10th on the mountain and river rankings, Princess Hong Yi whispered to Fong Han. A chill ran through Fong Han. An inner disciple of such renown indeed commanded a formidable presence. Ah, you are Fong Han. From Purple Lightning Peak? Yuan Jiankong's piercing gaze met Fong Han's. You have taken the spirit wind sword from Junior Brother Zhua? I shall inform Fang Qingxue of this upon our meeting. Alarm bells rang in Fong Han's mind. Yuan Jiankong's tone hinted at discontent. Enough, Senior Brother Yuan. The greater good must prevail. Let us proceed to the Hanhai Desert. Sister Fong has already arrived in the Blue Moon Kingdom, and should she get there first, that Yin-Yang longevity pill. Senior Sister Mo interjected coolly. Indeed, well said, Yuan Jiankong remarked, casting a lingering glance at Fong Han before ascending upon his crane, which took to the skies with a powerful beat of its wings. His robe seemed to grant him the ability to float, unlike others who needed to secure themselves tightly upon the crane's back to avoid being thrown off by the winds. Let us go. The members of the great De Royal family, particularly the Prince of Treasures, mounted their cranes, casting a significant glance at Fong Han before soaring into the sky. Fong Han, you must exercise caution. This time, let us not seek glory but rather avoid mistakes. Alternatively, you may choose not to participate. Princess Hong E's eyes conveyed a warning. Of course, I must go. Without experience, how can one grow? I aspire to enter the inner sect, and my name shall not be absent from the mountain and river rankings in the future. Fong Han, having fused the 9-aperture golden pill, felt an infusion of the yellow spring emperor's aura, speaking with newfound confidence that resonated with others, shedding the timorous and submissive demeanor he once had. I will not stand idly by while they plot against you. However, they will not dare to act recklessly against the demons. Lu Kang remarked. Our primary goal is to utilize their spirit artifacts to counter the flying demon generals among the foes. Let us speak of this further once we arrive in the Hanhai Desert. Fong Han mounted the crane, ascending into the sky, following behind senior sister Mo and Yuan Jiankong. While contemplating the precariousness of his situation, he understood that having acquired a spirit artifact and revealing the existence of a powerful treasure within him could spell disaster. Though these individuals were all disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect, none were innocuous. In the mundane world, they were ruthless and cunning figures, not merely good-natured individuals. As only the most exceptional scions were welcomed into the sect, these people were not only exceptionally intelligent, but possessed a callousness that was equally formidable. The reason they refrained from acting against him was not due to sect rules, but rather the deterrent posed by Fong Qingshua's influence. Fong Han held no illusions regarding the bonds of brotherhood. Such ties were as fragile as paper when confronted with the allure of spirit artifacts. The Feather Transformation sect is selective in its recruitment, shunning common folk who, in their simplicity, may not engage in the intricate machinations and rivalries that characterize the lives of the nobility. The disciples of royal families, however, are steeped in the nuances of human relationships from a tender age, adept in the art of subterfuge and self-interest, often bringing the intrigues of courtly life into the sanctum of the Feather Transformation sect. Fong Han is acutely aware that upon reaching the vast expanse of the Hanhai Desert, he may become a target for those seeking to usurp his spiritual artifacts. His best course of action seems to be remaining within the confines of the sect. Yet even that may invite trouble, as some might seize the opportunity to chastise him, resulting in the inevitable loss of his treasures. A state of chaos might serve him better, allowing him to navigate the murky waters with cunning. Moreover, what he truly requires now is extensive combat experience. Only through the trials of life and death can his spirit be ignited, enabling him to ascend to the 9th level of corporeal enlightenment. The celestial cranes soared swiftly through the sky, leaving a series of mountains in their wake. However, every couple of hours, the group would descend for a brief respite. For even these ethereal beings, burdened by the weight of 100 or 200 pounds, required sustenance and recovery. During these pauses, the disciples of the Feather Transformation sect naturally formed small factions. Fong Han, Lu Kang, and Princess Hong constituted one group, while the 3 men and 2 women from the De royal family formed another. Sister Mo and her fellow inner disciples formed yet another circle. The enigmatic Yuan Jiankong, ranked 10th on the Mountain River list, remained solitary, occasionally exchanging words with Sister Mo, while the others largely ignored him. As night fell, Fong Han observed that the mountains had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of desert, illuminated by the cold, silvery glow of the moon. The Hanhai Desert loomed before them. Boundless and stark, Blue Moon City lay at the heart of this desert, and they would need to journey another day to reach it. Tonight, they must rest to regain their strength, for the celestial cranes were weary. Yuan Jiankong was the first to land in the desert. Fong Han followed suit. Upon their descent, the disciples of the Feather Transformation sect ignited campfires, quenched their thirst, and sat in meditation. Fong Han vigilantly guarded the crane maiden, attuned to the sounds around him and alert to his surroundings. Meanwhile, in the western reaches of the desert, hidden among the undulating sand dunes, a pair of enigmatic eyes had already fixed their gaze upon them. Chapter 26. The Rosy Prince with a resounding crack, a desert scorpion, the size of a fist, was unearthed by the crane fairy, who swiftly pecked it to death and tossed it into the fire, where it sizzled and emitted a foul odor. The crane fairy reveled in her amusement, tirelessly digging through the sands, extracting one massive scorpion after another, dispatching them with a peck before casting them into the flames. The scorpions in the desert were both large and malevolent, emerging at night to absorb dew and hunt, their venom deadly enough to claim the lives of any unfortunate souls they stung. However, the disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, clad in protective robes that repelled all insects, were hardly perturbed by these minor annoyances. Fong Han, however, remained motionless, contemplating the profound applications of the Yuanshan spiritual technique, since he had practiced it the day before. He felt as if he had discovered the true path of cultivation, the key to unlocking divine powers. Every moment he could spare was spent pondering its intricacies and familiarizing himself with the rhythm and structure of his body. As he progressed towards the state of spiritual awakening, he envisioned his internal organs and skeletal framework with clarity, as if observing the patterns of his palm. While he had yet to achieve complete mastery, he sensed that the more he cultivated, the clearer his body became, akin to crystal being purified and gradually turning transparent. The only obscured aspect remained his mind, shrouded in darkness like a sealed door to divine powers that refused to open for him. Lu Kang and Princess Hong Yi also sat cross-legged, engaged in their own forms of cultivation, nurturing their spirits and refining their vital energies. Despite the arid conditions of the desert, they possessed talismans that provided pure water, allowing them to replenish their hydration and cleanse themselves, maintaining a sense of cleanliness even in such harsh surroundings. Without these magical artifacts, even those at the divine transformation stage would succumb to exhaustion after prolonged exposure to the desert. The disciples of the Feather Transformation sect were all quietly absorbed in their respective practices, with little conversation among them, creating an atmosphere of tranquility reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. The night wind howled, causing the campfire to flicker. Suddenly, from a distance, a chilling howl echoed through the sand dunes, the cries of foxes and wolves reverberating like wild beasts howling at the moon, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. What was that? Upon hearing the sound, Fong Han felt an inexplicable terror wash over him. He opened his eyes to see Yuan Jiankong, ranked 10th on the Mountain River list, standing alert, along with his senior sister Mo and several inner disciples. The 3 men and 2 women of the Great Virtue Dynasty also rose to their feet. Lu Kang and Princess Hong Yi joined them, while many cranes took to the sky, including the crane fairy, whose voice echoed from the beast token. Fong Han, we are surrounded by formidable enemies. I am taking to the skies to evade. As a crane, naturally, she would flee swiftly at the first hint of danger. Unlike humans who might remain composed in such dire circumstances. Enemies. Standing up, Fong Han observed distant silhouettes, accompanied by the resonant sound of galloping hooves. From the sand dunes, a surge of figures emerged, clad in scale armor, riding camels, and wielding massive curved sabers. Desert bandits, armed with bows and arrows, encroaching from all directions with menacing intent. The camels, all white-haired, galloped with astonishing speed, resembling white dragons of the desert, their explosive power and velocity akin to the wind. Were these the legendary desert bandits? Fong Han had heard tales of them. Brutal marauders who thrived on human flesh and blood, preying on passing merchants and even harassing borderlands. Notorious for grinding children into a bloody pulp to brew a vile wine. The malevolent aura emanating from this sudden group of bandits indeed resembled that of hellish demons, ferociously ruthless. Amidst the bandits, Fong Han also spotted figures with twisted horns and scaly skin, resembling the puppets of the Feather Transformation sect. These were clearly demons dwelling in the abyss, known for their extreme malevolence. Fortunately, the disciples of the Feather Transformation sect had been tested by slaying such demons upon their initiation. Otherwise, encountering them would instill dread in any normal person. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended from the sky, dense and relentless, akin to a swarm of locusts, their piercing force threatening to tear through all. The bandits paused 500 paces away, unleashing a torrent of arrows upon them. Fortunately, the cranes had already taken flight. Otherwise, injuries would have been inevitable. The full moon, the desert, the bandits, and the arrow rain formed a perilous, bloody, and thrilling tableau of wild desert life. Cursing under his breath, Fong Han unsheathed the demon-slaying sword, twirling it into a dazzling display to shield his face and vital areas from the incoming arrows. Many arrows struck his protective robe, bouncing harmlessly off its surface. The robe, woven from the silk of 5 spiritual silkworms and imbued with magical power, rendered it impervious to ordinary weapons. Although the arrows were formidable, they could not penetrate the robe. Nevertheless, their immense force caused him considerable pain. Had he not reached the realm of divine strength, cultivating a thick layer of muscle to absorb impacts, he would surely have faltered under the assault. Let us huddle together. Princess Hong Yi and Lu Kang quickly positioned themselves back to back with Fong Han, their swords dancing in the air to deflect the arrows. The swordplay of Princess Hong, it was particularly impressive, capable of slicing the wings off even the smallest of insects mid-flight, while their protective robes shielded them from most of the onslaught. Humph, a swarm of ants. Where are the true foes? In an instant, a brilliant flash of light shot skyward, illuminating the night and scattering the arrow rain. The bandits, mounted on their white camels and wielding curved sabers, were struck down by this dazzling radiance, their armor shattering and bodies severed in half, blood spraying into the air as their innards spilled onto the ground. The scene was gruesome. Dozens of bandits fell from their camels, a testament to the sheer might of the flying sword. This was no ordinary blade. It surpassed even the Lingfeng sword in ferocity. Yuan Jiankong's prowess was indeed formidable. Fang Han realized he was no match for him. However, if the Jiaofu Huangquan II could be activated to seize this flying sword, he might stand a chance. But given Yuan Jiankong's significance within the Feather Transformation sect, as long as he did not directly confront Fang Han, there was no need to provoke him. Nevertheless, it was prudent to remain cautious and vigilant. Fang Han contemplated silently. Haha, truly impressive. One of the top 10 disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, Yuan Jiankong. That silver serpent sword, forged from the blood of silver serpents over a millennium and combined with 10 fires of red copper, is a top-tier spiritual artifact. Just shy of reaching the realm of a treasured artifact. You have no idea how many disciples of the Red Dust Demon sect you have slain with that sword. Today, I finally await your arrival in the vast sea of sand. At that moment, a long howl pierced the sky, accompanied by a pink, otherworldly glow emanating from a long sword, radiating with a sweet fragrance, which resonated in the air as it intercepted Yuan Jiankong's silver serpent sword. The two flying swords collided in midair, resembling a pink dragon and a silver dragon, tearing at each other and unleashing a whirlwind of sword energy. Eventually, both swords retreated, preparing for the next confrontation. It appears that each party harbors their own concerns. Meanwhile, hundreds of sand bandits disperse like flowing sand, forming the stance of a two-headed serpent. A remarkably striking young man, clad in pink attire, emerged slowly from the sandy ground. The Red Dust Demon sect. The Pink Prince. Upon the appearance of this pink-clad youth, Jiankong's expression turned stern, and several inner disciples, including Sister Mo, became gravely serious, while Fang Han could palpably sense the oppressive atmosphere. Is this truly the Pink Prince? Legend has it that killing him could yield a yin-yang longevity pill. As Fang Han gazed at the enchanting young man in pink, he immediately recalled the words of the elder from the Ascension Gate. Indeed, it is none other than the prince himself. The bewitching Pink Prince's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, sweeping across the faces of the crowd. Fang Han noticed that his gaze lingered not on the men, but rather flitted between Sister Mo and Princess Hong Yi, the two illustrious royal daughters, as if he were intent on undressing them with his eyes. You of the Ascension Gate wish to slay me and have even offered a yin-yang longevity pill as a reward. This pill is a supreme golden elixir, painstakingly crafted from the blood essence of our sect leader's own longevity secret realm. I almost feel tempted to take my own life just to claim this elixir. The Pink Prince remarked leisurely. Pink Prince, how dare you lay an ambush to exterminate us? Did you think we were unaware of the sand bandits? We deliberately descended to the ground to lure you out. Sister Mo replied with a serene tone. I did not expect you to fall for our ruse. Is that so? Am I not aware that you inner disciples have combined your efforts to amass several spiritual artifacts and set up a sword formation to kill me? If I were oblivious to such news, I would hardly deserve the title of Pink Prince. I have merely played along with your scheme. The 10 demon generals. It is time for you to reveal yourselves, the Pink Prince commanded with a wave of his hand. In an instant, from the distant sand dunes, 10 towering shadows suddenly ascended. These shadows leapt into the air, soaring over 10 feet high, defying gravity as they unfurled wide, muscular wings, gliding gracefully towards the Pink Prince's side. Demon generals, celestial night demons. Sister Mo's complexion visibly changed. Chapter 27. Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, the 3 demons, flying night demons. Legend speaks of these ferocious creatures, whose bodies are forged of steel and iron, possessing immense strength, resembling deities of terror, with flesh-like wings sprouting from their backs. They glide effortlessly through the air, reigning as the leaders among the abyssal demons, also known as demon generals. Notably, the flying night demons exhibit remarkable intelligence, akin to that of humans, and possess profound martial skills. Their ability to soar renders them virtually invincible against opponents of lower realms. Only those adept in the secret arts of the divine can hope to suppress or contend with such a formidable demon general. Particularly, the skin of the flying night demon is encased in a hard, bony exterior, impervious even to flying swords. Their inner vitality is astonishingly potent. Severing their heads does not incapacitate them, as their lower halves can persist in slaughtering for hours before succumbing to death. These demonic beings glide with the speed of lightning, necessitating numerous skilled fighters to bring one down, let alone 10. Feng Han's countenance darkened as he sensed a wave of impending danger wash over him. He had encountered references to the flying night demons in all worlds, which vividly depicted their terror. Among the denizens of the abyss, the hierarchy begins with the demons, followed by the night demons, and culminating in the flying night demons. A single flying night demon can command between 10,000 to 20,000 lesser demons. Truly a formidable force. With his capabilities, if he unleashed the spirit windsword, he might stand a chance to vanquish one of these night demons. However, facing two would surely spell his doom. Chattering, chattering, chattering. As 10 flying night demons alighted behind the enigmatic young man, the Crimson Prince, they emitted a cacophony of shrill, discordant sounds. Subsequently, one of the demon generals, wielding a dark steel trident, spoke in a refined tone. "Ah, Yuhua sect. How fortunate to have so many disciples gathered here today. We shall feast upon your flesh, particularly those of the divine transformation realm, to practice the Earth Demon Corpse refinement technique and forge powerful golden corpses. We may also seize several spirit artifacts." Beneath the moonlight, the trident shimmered with a blue luminescence, evidently coated in poison. The demon general's crimson gaze swept across the Yuhua sect disciples, and when Feng Han met his eyes, it felt as though he had plunged into a blood pool, the stench of gore overwhelming him. The flying night demons are astoundingly intelligent, fluent in various languages, and not mere thoughtless beasts driven solely by bloodlust. Earth demons and human demons have long harbored mutual animosity. The Earth demons are the finest material for cultivating external avatars within the 7 paths of demonhood. Yet now, you unite, have you forged some clandestine pact? The 10th ranked on the mountain and river list, Yuan Jiankong, remarked coldly. The 3 abyssal demon emperors have indeed signed a pact of offense and defense with us. The esteemed demon lords. They are determined to cleanse the 10 sects of immortality, beginning with the Hanhai Desert, followed by the march of our grand army to obliterate the myriad dynasties protected by the 10 sects, ultimately annihilating your immortal lineage to establish our envisioned realm. The ideal realm of the demon lords is one where humans, monsters, and demons coexist, living, trading, and cultivating without discrimination or slaughter. In ancient times, the coexistence of humans, demons, gods, and devils marked the Golden Age, a stark contrast to your sect's dichotomy of beauty and ugliness, good and evil, which incited mutual annihilation and warfare. Now, all vendettas shall cease. Your sect, which delineates beauty and ugliness, goodness and evil, shall ultimately face destruction. The world shall once again embrace an era devoid of such distinctions, where humans, gods, demons, and devils coexist harmoniously. The Crimson Prince spoke softly, almost like a woman, with a honeyed tone. Thus, your demise is merely the beginning. Abyssal Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this term uttered by the Crimson Prince, Feng Han recalled the classifications of demons detailed in All Worlds. The first category is human demons, humans who cultivate the path of demons and attain divine abilities. The second is earth demons, ferocious beings of the abyss, imbued with formidable intelligence. The third is celestial demons, the most enigmatic, hailing from the void of outer space, adept at conquest and slaughter. Humans who cultivate the path of demons and reach the realm of longevity are deemed demon emperors. Earth demons attaining the same realm are known as demon emperors. Celestial demons, upon reaching longevity, are referred to as demon gods. The cultivation techniques of the path of demons stem from the celestial demons in ancient times, who descended upon the world, disseminating their knowledge, which starkly contrasts with the serene practices of the immortal path. Much of it revolves around the consumption of flesh, forceful plundering, and harnessing one's negative emotions, such as rage, hatred, malevolence, and cruelty, to unleash latent potential. In this realm, the celestial demons from beyond the stars are the most mysterious, while the earth demons comprise the largest variety. However, the most powerful faction is the human demons, represented by the 7 paths of demonhood, with each demon lord possessing boundless power and wisdom. Human demons practice the techniques of the demon path, yet do not embody true demonic forms. Nevertheless, through extraordinary intellect. They have refined the techniques to be more suitable for human cultivation. Some demon lords have even fused the immortal and demon paths, creating unparalleled divine abilities, merging both to dominate the world. The three types of demons, heaven, earth, and humanity, often engage in conflict. For instance, some demon lords traverse the void, capturing celestial demons, sealing them to craft powerful artifacts. These concepts are alluded to in all worlds. At present, Fang Han's cultivation is steadily approaching the 8th level of the corporeal realm, and his memory is becoming increasingly profound, granting him a near-photographic recall. The flying night demons are invaluable. Our Yuhua sect is in dire need of such powerful puppets for labor, moving mountains, constructing, mining, and treasure hunting. With 10 of them here, if we capture them all, we could present them to the sect, allowing the elders to erase their original memories and reforge them, potentially earning 10 spirit artifacts as a reward, alongside immense merit. Sister Mo's face suddenly brightened with a smile. Senior brother, you shall slay the Crimson Prince. While the inner disciples set up a sword formation to eliminate the 10 night demons, the outer disciples will break through and eliminate the sand bandits. As she spoke, Sister Emma waved her hand, and a long, golden rope, adorned with several purple gold bells, flew from her hand like a serpent, binding the 10 flying night demons. Simultaneously, a blue flying sword ascended from her back, striking down with lethal intent. With her command, the remaining 4 inner disciples each summoned their flying swords, forming a pentagram array in the skies alongside her blue sword. Buzzing, buzzing. As the pentagram array took shape, the 5 swords synergized their powers, amplifying their might, swirling in a vortex that formed a colossal sword pillar, stirring the surrounding yellow sands into a tempest of darkness. Yuan Jian Kong emitted a cold snort, his green robe flickering as a luminous sphere enveloped him, lifting his body into the air. The silver serpent sword in his grasp transformed into a fierce silver serpent of light, coiling towards the Crimson Prince. The brutal battle commenced. As the 10 flying night demons prepared to strike, they were suddenly ensnared by the long rope released by Sister Mo, which exuded a potent aroma of realgar that spread with the wind. Upon catching a whiff, the demons felt their strength wane, and the rope, imbued with sentience, coiled around them, binding them tightly. Originally, this rope was a treasured artifact, crafted from the essence of 10,000-year-old realgar, blended with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and infused with the vitality of 999 vividly colored roosters born at the peak of the midday sun. The blood from their combs was meticulously refined in the alchemical furnace of the Feathered Ascension sect by a venerable elder of extraordinary prowess, who imbued it with magical power specifically designed to counteract the subterranean demons. Any ordinary demon ensnared by it would fall into a deep stupor, and even a flying night demon would find it exceedingly difficult to break free, as if under the influence of a debilitating potion, rendering them significantly weaker. The creation of this rope was an arduous endeavor. The essence of 10,000-year-old realgar was rare, and the collection of 999 midday-born roosters was even more challenging. When the elder of the Feathered Ascension sect undertook the task of forging this artifact, he descended from the mountain to the Great Li dynasty, the Great Dynasty, the Rising Sun dynasty, and numerous smaller nations, expending vast sums of wealth to enlist the aid of influential figures in gathering these roosters. A process that took a full 3 years to complete, considering that the populations of the many dynasties controlled by the Feathered Ascension sect numbered in the hundreds of millions. The difficulty in collecting roosters born at midday underscores the significant challenge involved in crafting this artifact. This treasure was specifically designed to subdue the demon clan of the Abyss. The rooster, inherently imbued with fierce yang energy and adept in combat, when born at midday, possessed an even purer essence of yang. The drop of blood from its comb represented the quintessence of pure yang. The creation of this rope incorporated the blood of countless vividly colored roosters, merging their ferocious spirits into its very fabric. How could such a precious object end up in your hands? The Crimson Prince exuded a radiant red light and soared into the air, witnessing 10 flying night demons ensnared by the rope, thrashing violently yet rendered powerless, as a flying sword pierced through their hearts with ease. Crimson Prince, how could you fail to consider the consequences of your actions? Sister Mo sneered. Kill. At that moment, the previously scattered sand bandits, sensing the impending doom, surged forth like a raging tide, trampling with their camels and rolling in with a vast army. Outer disciples, do you not resist? Sister Mo shouted fiercely once more. Several royal princes and princesses from the Great Dynasty charged forward to intercept the bandits. We will fight as well. This is an excellent opportunity to hone our skills in real combat, declared Princess Hongi. Very well. Fong Han, initially stirred by the spectacle of the battle, realized he could not partake and thus brandished his demon-slaying sword, joining Princess Hongi and Liu Kang in their charge against the bandits. Chapter 028. Life and Death Struggle with a Swift Thrust. Fong Han's sword pierced through the scales of a desert bandit, creating a fatal wound in his heart, while the bandit's blade left a mark upon his robes. The chaos of slaughter ensued, striking foes, enduring blows, and evading death in a relentless dance of combat. Fong Han plunged into the fray, his movements fluid and agile, like a monkey swinging through the trees, and his swordplay like a shooting star, fierce and unyielding. The intensity of the battle heightened with each encounter, as his experience in real combat burgeoned. This was not a mere contest. It was a true battle, starkly different from the swordplay against Princess Hongi. Thousands of bandits swarmed like a tempest, their weapons flashing in a chaotic array. A moment's hesitation could lead to instant demise. There was no room for luck. What truly tests a person's will? It is undoubtedly the brutal melee on the battlefield, facing countless foes amidst a forest of blades, undaunted. The desert bandits were a ruthless army, and standing alone against them with naught but a sword was a true trial of courage, intellect, strength, and fortune. This was Fong Han's first experience of killing, taking the life of a living being. Initially, he felt a pang of discomfort, but as a curved blade grazed his neck, nearly severing half his face, that discomfort vanished entirely. What remained was the instinct to strike, to aim for vital points, to evade, and to take lives with his formidable swordsmanship. As each life extinguished beneath his blade, his awareness sharpened, and he sensed the presence of the departed souls. It felt as though he had transformed into a reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives. The assault on the disciples of Yuhua Gate was led by at least 2,000 ferocious bandits, each one ruthless and skilled, wielding superbly crafted curved blades capable of cleaving through flesh and bone. The sheer ferocity of their advance could instill terror in the stoutest of hearts. What do martial artists fear most? They dread being encircled by a multitude, where no technique can be employed amidst the chaos of blades and arrows. Though Fong Han possessed extraordinary stamina, far superior to that of the average adept, the danger was ever present. Had it not been for the demon-slaying sword in his hand, which could slice through iron like clay, and the protective robes he wore that repelled blades, he would have met his end countless times over. Even so, his body bore numerous scars from the skirmish. Fortunately, his body had been refined into the 9-aperture golden core, granting him remarkable recovery abilities. He could staunch his wounds without the need for talismans. Fong Han, be careful. Suddenly, as Fong Han's concentration wavered, a curved blade appeared before him like a crescent moon, seemingly summoned from the underworld, descending upon him with unstoppable force. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he watched helplessly as the deadly light aimed for his throat, unable to react in time. Just at that critical moment, Princess Hongi struck with her sword, intercepting the blade and saving Fong Han from peril. Who possessed such extraordinary martial prowess? The curved blade radiated a mesmerizing and sinister light, suggestive of a mastery that transcended the ordinary realm of combat. Achieving such a level in martial arts meant that the practitioner could influence the minds of their foes, creating illusions and disrupting their focus. This warrior was on the brink of entering the realm of divine abilities. The desert bandits dispersed like a tide, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed, and a figure clad in white emerged before Fong Han. Unlike the other bandits dressed in shades of black and yellow, this one was impeccably clean, without a single blemish. Disciples of Yuhua, retreat. I shall hold them off. The voice was gravelly, yet magnetic. Fong Han realized that this white-clad bandit was remarkably young, his face obscured by a veil. What stood out was the long, gleaming curved blade in his hand, reminiscent of liquid mercury, capable of effortlessly cleaving a horse in two. The Prince of the Evil Moon. He is the leader of the bandits, the son of the desert. Capture him, and we shall present him to the elders of Yuhua Gate. We will not only secure a place for inner disciples but also earn rewards of spiritual artifacts. He is the most likely candidate to enter the realm of divine abilities. Just then, a whirlwind approached. It was the esteemed prince of the Great Dynasty, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women, all outer disciples. Do you wish to capture me? Behold my blade. In an instant, the Prince of the Evil Moon leaped forward, covering an astonishing distance in a single bound, like a galloping steed, wielding his curved blade once more. Fong Han felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blade, as if all his spirit was being drawn towards it, rendering him immobile. However, Recalling his earlier experience, he quickly activated the Yuanjin spirit technique, regaining clarity as his sword leapt to life, executing a 7 stars linked strike to parry the deadly light. Clang, clang, clang. Fang Han successfully deflected the onslaught. But to his dismay, the prince had vanished from sight, moving with such swiftness that he appeared but a shadow. In a blur, the curved blade struck down 7 or 8 of Yuhua Gate's outer disciples, each one falling victim to his might. Just as Fang Han regained his focus, the malevolent blade surged toward him once more, cloaked in an aura of death. The world around him blurred, his spirit once again ensnared by the weapon's sinister allure. Summoning all his strength, Fang Han fought back, his sword dancing through the air as he parried dozens of blows. Suddenly, the pressure lifted, and he saw that the bandits had retreated, leaving behind a field strewn with bodies. The Prince of the Evil Moon had skillfully held off multiple adversaries, allowing his subordinates to escape unharmed. His martial prowess, physical strength, and incredible speed were simply astounding. Fang Han had never encountered someone so formidable, relying solely on their abilities. Should we pursue? Forget it. Do not chase the desperate foe. We lack the spiritual artifacts necessary to defeat the Prince of the Evil Moon. His strength is beyond measure. If we fall into an ambush, we risk our own lives. Let us watch as Sister Imo subdues the demons. The Prince of the Great Dynasty exchanged glances. One of the princesses dismissing the idea of pursuit, exhibiting remarkable caution. Sister Mo's success in vanquishing the demons would be an unparalleled achievement. The prince cast a cold glance at Fang Han, seemingly displeased that he had survived the encounter with the bandits. However, his attention soon shifted to the battle unfolding in the skies above. Sister Imo, alongside several inner disciples, was fully engaged in a fierce struggle. Commanding 5 flying swords in conjunction with the silver serpent sword of Yuan Jian Kong, encircling the pink prince. Meanwhile, 10 flying night demons were ensnared in the celestial golden rooster's binding rope, thrashing helplessly as Sister Imo gripped the other end of the rope tightly. The current situation resembles that of a kite flying, as Sister Imo seems to have unleashed 10 flying night demons, awaiting the moment to slay the rosy prince, after which she can reclaim these formidable entities. Although pierced by flying swords, these demons have merely been weakened. They are not dead. This artifact is of significant import. Should they attempt to bind me, I wonder if the Jiao Fu Huangquan Tu would be able to subdue them? Indeed, this treasure proves its worth, ensnaring 10 flying night demons at once. Without this artifact, I fear the casualties among us would be severe. However, Sister Imo possessing such a treasure is truly unexpected. Who is she, and from whom has she borrowed this power? Fang Han observed all this, his mind racing with speculation. The rosy prince now hovered in the air, wielding a pink flying sword that darted about, countering all sword light directed at him. His garments radiated waves of pink luminescence, forming a protective sphere around him. As some flying swords struck this sphere, they erupted into a shower of pink peach blossoms. None had yet reached the realm of divine abilities. They were merely engaged in a battle of magical artifacts. Should Sister Imo emerge victorious this time, there would be no need to venture to the Blue Moon Kingdom. She could return directly to Yuhua Gate, presenting the rosy prince to the elders of her sect, thereby securing a Yangyin Wan Shodan as a reward. Lu Kong observed the scene, whispering, the rosy prince is not so easily slain. Although Sister Imo excels and wields a borrowed artifact, it remains uncertain whether the rosy prince possesses an escape technique. Even if he is defeated, the credit will not fall to us, at most. We might secure a spot in the inner disciple assessment. Princess Hong Yi remained wholly absorbed in the contest. Fang Han wished fervently to send forth his flying sword. Yet he knew he must not reveal himself. Otherwise, once Sister Imo dealt with these fiends, it would be his turn to face the consequences. His own strength was still quite limited, necessitating diligent training. However, he acknowledged that this battle, particularly the engagement with the Evil Moon Prince, offered invaluable experience, honing his spirit far more than months of solitary cultivation could provide. The rosy prince began to retaliate. The outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. Suddenly, Princess Hongyi exclaimed. Indeed, enveloped in sword light, the rosy prince let out a roar, summoning a sphere of pink light, which he hurled at the sword light, resulting in a sudden explosion. 6 Desires in Thunder. Chapter 29. A critical moment. The disciples of the demonic sect engaged in a fierce battle with their magical artifacts. A spectacle of both intensity and splendor. However, the stakes were dire. The outcome of this contest could lead to instant death for the defeated. A perilous dance between life and death. Both the Red Dust demonic sect, one of the 7 factions of the demonic sect, and the Feathered Ascension sect. One of the 10 schools of the celestial path were formidable powers that overshadowed the realms. The disciples of both sects possessed numerous spiritual artifacts, far surpassing those of lesser sects, which relied on a single artifact to uphold their status. Sister Imo unleashed her ultimate weapon, the celestial rooster sunlight whip, poised to slay the Red Prince and secure an unparalleled achievement. Yet, to her astonishment, the Red Prince also wielded a trump card, the Six Desires in Thunder. This was not merely a magical tool or a spiritual artifact. It was a one-time toxic creation, a result of the supreme sorcery of several esteemed elders of the Red Dust demonic sect. Each bolt of Een Thunder required the resentment and souls of countless individuals, gathered in the darkest depths of the earth, nurtured over decades, and fused with the celestial Een Yang lightning to form a lethal orb. The moment the Een Thunder was unleashed, it erupted explosively, releasing a myriad of crimson smoke and countless demonic apparitions, rendering any spiritual artifact ineffective. The foul energies severed the connection between the wielder and their artifact. In practical terms, if a flying sword were struck by the Een Thunder, it would fall to the ground, utterly unmanageable. Recovery would require hours of brewing with potent herbs like snow lotus or ginseng to cleanse the taint and restore its essence through blood sacrifice. The effects were devastating. Even a mere whiff of the toxin could incapacitate a person, rendering even the mightiest physique powerless against the onslaught of the poisonous souls. Only those who had entered the realm of divine mysteries could employ their powers to stave off the spread of such toxic energies. The rarity of these Een Thunders was legendary. Each one required the sacrifice of countless lives to forge. Even the most esteemed disciples of the demonic sect lacked access to them, reserved solely for the most powerful elders, who would not bestow such a treasure upon their students. To everyone's shock, the Red Prince possessed one of these orbs, which he detonated at a crucial moment for his salvation. The explosion of the Six Desires Een Thunder sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lu Kang and Princess Hong Yi were visibly stricken with despair. Fong Han witnessed a burst of crimson light, within which appeared hundreds of grotesque faces, as if the gates of hell had been flung open to release a horde of vengeful spirits. These ghastly visages, the toxic souls, ensnared several flying swords, infiltrating their very essence, causing them to plummet to the ground with a cacophony that echoed for miles. Once coveted swords, worth more than a city of 10,000 inhabitants, now fell like discarded scrap metal, utterly worthless. Even the renowned silver serpent sword of the top-ranked Yu Jiankong succumbed to the assault of these malevolent souls, spiraling aimlessly before crashing to the earth, revealing its true form, a silver serpent, coiled and writhing, still gleaming with a hint of spirit despite its fall. As the toxic souls swarmed towards Sister Imo and her companions, agonized screams pierced the air. The inner disciples were soon overwhelmed, succumbing to the onslaught. The celestial rooster sunlight whip in Sister Mo's grasp emitted a brilliant light, consuming the toxic souls in its wake. However, being a mere rope artifact, it could not protect her from all sides. A single toxic soul crept up from behind, overwhelming her, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the sandy ground. Simultaneously, the royal princes of the Great Dynasty, along with a princess, found themselves similarly besieged by the toxic souls, collapsing into unconsciousness. They were outer disciples, lacking even a single spiritual artifact, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the Six Desires Een Thunder. Fong Han, amidst the chaos, felt the encroaching presence of a grotesque visage approaching him, wrapping around his form, intent on invading his mind. The pain was sharp, like needles piercing his skull. He noticed Princess Hong Yi and Lu Kang had already fallen, victims of the toxic assault, their fates uncertain. In that critical moment, as the toxic souls threatened to invade his body, the crouching dragon in the Yellow Springs activated once more. Fong Han instinctively channeled a fragment of his spirit, witnessing the invading souls plummet into the Yellow Springs River, where they were confined. His body remained unharmed. However, as he observed Sister Imo and several inner disciples collapse, a pang of concern surged within him. He had no knowledge of Princess Hong Yi's condition. She had saved him from the blade of the evil Moon Prince, and now he felt powerless to return the favor. If only he could wield the Yellow Springs image actively. Alas, it only served as a passive defense. Then he remembered the 9-aperture golden elixir he had consumed, wondering if the medicinal properties within his blood could counteract the poison. With a reckless determination, he pressed his body against that of Princess Hong Yi, simultaneously slicing his wrist to let his blood drip into her mouth, hoping to save her in this desperate moment. The 9-aperture golden elixir, crafted by the emperor of the demonic sect, was not only meant to fortify the body, but perhaps held the key to resisting the toxic souls, safeguarding the life of Princess Hongyi. He was resolute in repaying the debt of gratitude she had shown him, while all the disciples succumbed to the toxic souls unleashed by the six desires in thunder. One remained steadfast, Yu Jiankong, clad in a spiritual artifact robe of vibrant green known as the Golden Green Robe, woven from the essence of ancient pine needles. He exuded a purifying aura that could repel the toxic souls. Countless pink toxic souls encircled him, yet they were repelled and annihilated by the radiant green light. Seizing the moment, he roared fiercely, his face a mask of determination, as he tightened the robe around himself, channeling its power. The green pine needles shot forth, piercing the toxic souls relentlessly. He lunged forward, intent on reclaiming his silver serpent sword before fleeing. Despite being ranked 10th on the Mountain River list, his formidable prowess was heavily reliant on the silver serpent sword. Losing it would jeopardize his standing in the next ranking. Huh? You think you can keep your silver serpent sword? The Red Prince descended from above, his pink flying sword slicing through the air. Not to slay, but to snatch the silver serpent sword, spiraling gracefully into his grip. Yu Jiankong thwarted in his attempt to seize the sword. Let out a roar of frustration, but he quickly made the decision to flee, gliding toward the edge of the desert. At that moment, the celestial cranes in the sky vanished without a trace, likely retreating to Feathered Ascension Mountain. The celestial cranes are all domesticated, merely serving to provide their physical prowess. Naturally, they would not engage in combat against demonic foes. Humph. Worthless. Cough. Cough. The Red Powder Prince fell to the ground, incessantly coughing. Subsequently, Fong Han discreetly observed several sword wounds on his body, evidently inflicted by the sword array moments ago. The garments he wore were also crafted from spiritual materials. Yet they had sustained such numerous assaults from flying swords that the magical essence of the attire had been severed, causing injury to him. Little beauty, your grand momentum has waned. Do you still wish to stubbornly resist? Fortunately, the celestial rooster's supreme yang whip is not yours. You can only harness a fraction of its power. Otherwise, the six desires in thunder would have no qualms in dealing with you. The Red Powder Prince drew closer to Sister Mo, as the disciples of the Yuhua sect fell one after another. The original Jin Kong had already fled, leaving only Sister Mo, who clung to the celestial rooster's supreme yang whip, relying on its magical essence to guard her heart and spirit against the invasion of toxic souls. However, her body was rendered immobile, and she could only watch helplessly as the Red Powder Prince advanced. Red Powder Prince, how dare you? Sister Mo suddenly exclaimed. Ha ha, what do I have to fear? The Red Powder Prince glanced skyward at the celestial rooster's supreme yang whip, which continued to bind the 10 flying night demons. These demons now appeared exceedingly weakened, gradually struggling to maintain flight before plummeting to the sandy ground below. I shall capture you, and once your wounds have healed, I will relish the experience. The Red Powder Prince approached Sister Mo, and suddenly, with a wave of his hand, her gaze turned icy as she summoned all her strength. With a gasp, she expelled a pearl, hurling it towards the princess' eyes. Water and fire pearl. You possess such an item? The prince scoffed. But it is merely a magical artifact, hardly worthy of consideration. Once more, a crimson light erupted from the prince, warding off the pearl. Boom. Sister Mo exerted her last ounce of strength, uttering a single word. And the water and fire pearl detonated, tearing through the Red Powder Prince's protective aura and sending him staggering back several paces. Very well, that tactic has passed. What other means do you possess? Rising from the ground, the Red Powder Prince bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, staggering as he lunged forward once more. At that moment, Sister Mo had been completely drained of strength, her vision blurred, and the Red Powder Prince appeared to multiply into numerous shadows. She resigned herself, closing her eyes as she awaited her demise. It is time. Suddenly, Fong Han leapt forth like a leopard, raising his hand as the Lingfeng sword soared through the air, aiming for the Red Powder Prince's neck. The Red Powder Prince, gravely injured and caught off guard after the previous attack had rent his protective garment, was now presented with an unprecedented opportunity for assassination. Should he succeed in slaying the Red Powder Prince, the 5 spiritual swords present, along with the silver snake sword, and the sword the prince wielded, not to mention the spiritual attire he wore, such a windfall would be unparalleled. Chapter 030. Decapitation success with a sudden leap. Fong Han unleashed the full force of his spirit through the flying sword, channeling all his essence into the Lingfeng sword. In a swift motion, it sliced through the air. Akin to thunder and lightning, a blazing comet racing across the sky, a meteor descending to the earth. He felt as though he had become one with the Lingfeng sword. the weapon itself propelling him forward in a dance of lethal precision, embodying the essence of unity between man and sword. In the blink of an eye, the Lingfeng sword was poised at the throat of the charming prince, seemingly ready to sever his head from his shoulders. Fang Han sensed that in the next moment, the sword would taste the blood of this formidable opponent from the demonic sect. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Waves of crimson light erupted from the prince's body. As the sword's radiant strike met resistance, as if it were cleaving through a sponge, losing its momentum and sinking into a quagmire. How could one still be alive after being afflicted by the six desires in thunder? Surely, there must be an extraordinary artifact at play. How could an ordinary disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect possess such a treasure capable of resisting the soul poison? The prince spun around, his gaze locking onto Fang Han, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light. At once, Fang Han felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his entire body tingling as if his very soul was being drawn into those eyes. The soul-snatching demon eyes. In this moment of peril, he bit his tongue, instantly regaining clarity. This was the ocular technique of the Red Dust Demon sect, requiring mastery at the divine transformation level, wielding immense mental power to manipulate the minds of enemies, conjuring illusions that, while not tangible, could plunge foes into despair. Fortunately, Fang Han had encountered descriptions of this demonic skill in Worlds of All, lacking entry into the realm of divine abilities. One spirit could only create illusions without affecting the physical realm. Upon reaching that realm, immense spirit transforms into magical power, allowing for the manifestation of formidable capabilities. The prince had not yet entered this realm. Otherwise, his adversaries would have been annihilated long ago. With a swift motion, the Red Desire sword shot forth from the prince's hand, aimed directly at Fang Han's head. Unprotected by the Yellow Springs diagram, a single strike could seal his fate. Although he knew the Yellow Springs diagram could absorb flying swords, the last encounter had seen the Lingfeng sword pierce through and directly enter the diagram, capturing the soul poison that had surged forth. Fang Han could not guarantee that when the flying sword struck his head, the diagram would absorb it. This was a risk he could not afford to take. The diagram was a passive artifact, not one of active control, and he could only retrieve items from within it. With a focused thought, the Lingfeng sword returned to intercept the Red Desire sword. The two spiritual weapons danced in the air, clashing with sparks flying, the air thick with sword energy. The prince's defensive garment proved remarkably powerful, seemingly able to withstand Fang Han's strikes. Was he to fail at the final moment? Fang Han strained to hold back the Red Desire sword, concentrating entirely, unable to spare even a fragment of his spirit. He was now manipulating the sword with his mind. A mere thought would send the Lingfeng sword soaring, driven by the spirit array within, darting and striking from all directions. Should his concentration waver, the sword's trajectory would falter, leaving him vulnerable to the prince's counterattack. The prince appeared aware of the formidable artifact Fang Han possessed, skillfully maneuvering his flying sword to target Fang Han's head. You cannot wield that mysterious artifact of yours, akin to the celestial rooster's supreme sun whip. Could it be yet another treasure? How fortunate I am to have encountered two such artifacts. The prince pressed forward, each step resonating like a death knell. As he closed the distance to within 3 yards of Fang Han, the Red Desire sword's strikes intensified, sending shockwaves through the Lingfeng sword. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a crimson figure sprang from the ground, the sword striking with lethal intent, aimed directly at the prince's throat. It was none other than Princess Hongyi. Unbeknownst to them, she had awakened, and her precise strike showcased her prowess as a master assassin. The sword aimed true, surprising the prince, whose crimson aura surged once more, rippling outward and ensnaring the princess's blade, rendering it unable to penetrate. An opportunity. At this moment, Fang Han's heart surged with elation. He understood that the moment had finally arrived. The trajectory of the Red Desire sword slowed as the prince became distracted, and with a swift mental command, the Lingfeng sword cleaved down, striking the prince's protective red light, which shattered with a crack. You seek death. You think you can slay me like this? The prince roared, channeling his entire spirit into his formidable garment, causing its crimson glow to coalesce once again. Break. Fang Han, now reckless, summoned his spirit. A plume of black smoke erupted from his body, forming a terrifying visage of a demonic face. As the smoke billowed forth, it exuded a malevolent aura. Fang Han then spat a mouthful of blood onto this dark, smoky visage. The smoke, now infused with sentience, opened a gaping maw and lunged at the prince's protective aura, biting down with ferocity, tearing a sizable chunk away. The 7 fiends of the Heavenly Wolf. How was this possible? Wasn't it in Wang Molin's possession? How could you have it? The crimson aura shattered completely. The black smoke visage clamped onto the prince's head, and in an instant, his face turned ashen before he collapsed, convulsing and ultimately succumbing to stillness. Collect. With another thought, Fong Han summoned the black smoke visage into his body, directing it into the Yellow Springs Diagram's river. Typically, any artifact entering the diagram would lose its original will, yet after Fong Han's blood sacrifice, it seemed that the essence of the 9-aperture golden pill within his blood established a profound connection with the diagram, allowing his artifacts to remain unaffected. This manifestation of the 7 fiends of the Heavenly Wolf, summoned during a critical moment, yielded an unexpected and decisive victory. He had slain the charming prince. The prince was dead. Princess Hongyi gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Quickly, secure the battlefield. We have struck gold, Fong Han urged. Chapter 31. Striking rich to my astonishment. The 9 Orifices golden pill possesses the remarkable ability to dispel malevolent energies and toxic auras. After consuming my blood, Princess Hongyi regained her senses. Truly, it is a pill forged by the great Huangquan Emperor. As for the others, should I rescue them or not? While retrieving the fallen flying swords, my thoughts wandered. Within the various worlds, the effects of the 9 Orifices golden pill are documented, stating that it is an unparalleled elixir crafted by the Huangquan sect of the Demon Path. Upon ingestion, it not only fortifies the body but also provides resistance against numerous malevolent spells. The 9 Orifices golden pill is on par with the Yinyang longevity pill of the Yuhua sect. A cataclysmic battle culminated in the death of the Pink Prince, devoured by the demonic visage conjured from my Tianlang 7 Fiend smoke. The Tianlang 7 Fiend smoke, a treasured artifact, wields immense power. Despite having captured only a fragment, it was more than sufficient to contend with the enchanted garments of the Pink Prince, especially as he was rendered incapacitated by a fierce blow. A decisive strike. Observing the 7 flying swords scattered on the ground, I recognized their worth. They could easily exchange for 7 cities. This was not merely a figurative expression of value, but an undeniable truth. The sight of the fallen swords stirred Princess Hongyi's interest as well. Among them were the Pink Prince's red desire sword, a silver snake sword left by the original owner, and a true blue sword belonging to senior sister Mo, along with 4 other flying swords belonging to inner disciples. Originally, there were 5 inner disciples, but one, a disciple named Zhua, had his spirit wind sword confiscated by me, leaving him without a sword. Excellent swords. I immediately picked up the silver snake sword, discerning its superior quality, abundant spirit, and formidable magical power. Having immersed myself in the various worlds and improved my cultivation during my time in the Yuhua sect, my understanding of such artifacts had broadened. The silver snake sword, gleaming with a pure silver hue and devoid of any blemish, twisted like a silver serpent, still writhing in my grasp. This sword was a product of a serendipitous encounter when the original owner, while foraging in a remote valley, witnessed a spiritual crane of the Yuhua sect battling a silver snake. The snake had slain over 100 spiritual cranes before being captured and offered to the sect, where the elders infused it with the essence of metal, crafting this spiritual sword. Regrettably, the elders lamented that the silver snake lacked just a touch of refinement to achieve the ability to ride the winds and summon clouds, reaching the secret realm of divine powers. Had it been captured then and forged into a flying sword, it could have become a treasured artifact. Princess Hongyi gazed at the silver snake sword in awe. What? It killed over 100 spiritual cranes? I was taken aback. The spiritual cranes of the Yuhua sect are no ordinary birds. They are extraordinary beings, massive and resplendent, capable of lifting fierce beasts like leopards, bears, rhinoceroses, and tigers with ease. The sheer power of a single silver snake, able to slay such formidable creatures, speaks volumes of its might. This silver snake sword holds great prestige within the sect. Even if I were to possess it, it would likely be reclaimed. However, I see no reason to return it since wealth should not be openly displayed. Now then, let us select a few flying swords. I gathered all 7 swords together. I shall take Senior Sister Mo's true blue sword. Its materials are exceptional, Princess Hongyi said, picking up the vibrant blue sword and admiring it. Alas, we cannot use these swords just yet. We must first utilize pure yang elixirs to purge the toxic spirits within. Then invite a master from the secret realm of divine powers to erase the original owner's blood spirit. Oh, by the way, how did you cleanse the blood spirit from the spirit wind sword you collected? Was it the work of Fong Qinxue? Something like that. I could not disclose the secret of the Jiao Fu Huang Quan Tuesday. Although Princess Hongyi had saved me earlier, I had also rescued her in return. However, The treasures of the Huangwan Emperor are far too astonishing. If word were to spread, it would surely stir chaos among both celestial and demonic factions. Thank you once again for alleviating my poison earlier. The 6 desires in Thunder's toxic spirit, if not dealt with promptly, could have dire consequences. After some contemplation, Princess Hongyi handed me the true blue sword. Please ask Senior Sister Fong to refine this sword for me. I currently cannot find a master from the secret realm. Especially since this artifact is not merely ordinary, and Senior Sister Mo has powerful disciples backing her. Certainly, I collected the red desire sword, the silver snake sword, the true blue sword, and the other 4 flying swords, binding them in my sword pouch. Subsequently, I hastily removed the garments from the pink prince's body. His attire was a splendid pink robe, intricately stitched with runes using unknown threads. This garment is known as the Blood Cotton Demon Garment, which is no trivial matter. Princess Hongyi remarked. Blood Cotton Demon Garment. The Pink Prince himself is worth even more. If we were to present his corpse to the sect elders, we could obtain a yin-yang longevity pill. Indeed, the yin-yang longevity pill, Princess Hongyi mused, seemingly savoring the legendary elixir's taste. However, delivering the Pink Prince's body to the sect elders might be unwise. We risk not receiving the pill and exposing our hoarding of the flying swords instead. It would be far more prudent to first collect the Pink Prince's body. You should discuss it with Senior Sister Fong and have her intervene. That would be the best course of action. True, only Senior Sister Fong can properly handle the Pink Prince's body. The yin-yang longevity pill is coveted by many in the sect. How could we dare to consume it? My strength has gradually increased, and my tone of address has shifted accordingly, referring to Fong Qinxue as Senior Sister instead of Mississippi. Yet, despite my agreement, I secretly lamented. My ability to collect the flying sword stemmed entirely from the influence of the Huangquan map, with no connection to Fong Qinxue. If she were to discover the truth, I would likely be the first to face her wrath. The question of how to handle this matter remains a complex dilemma. Oh, and what about that great treasure? Can we manage it? Suddenly, Princess Hongyi exclaimed, the Tiangu Chicken's supreme yang cord is also a precious artifact, binding the 10 flying night demons. I too turned my gaze toward the Tiangu Chicken's supreme yang cord. The 10 flying night demons lay sprawled upon the sandy ground, still ensnared by this treasure. Chapter 032. The Human Heart. 10 ferocious flying night demons, once brimming with ferocity and an overwhelming presence, now lay bound by ropes, pierced through the heart by flying swords, and sprawled upon the sandy ground, their black blood pooling around them, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. Yet, each still emanated a powerful aura, indicative of their vigorous vitality. This treasure may be beyond our grasp, Fong Han remarked at once. Even for a prominent sect like the Yuhua sect, a treasure of such caliber was exceedingly rare. The loss of a treasure would surely prompt an investigation by the elders of the sect. There was nothing in the world that Yuhua sect could not uncover, given their capabilities. The Tianji Zhiyang robe had been meticulously crafted by the Grand Elder Zhiyang Zhenren and later bestowed upon Huatian Du, the foremost disciple of Tiandu Peak. Huatian Du was the most promising disciple likely to enter the realm of longevity, celebrated as the foremost among the true disciples. Sister Mo must have borrowed this treasure from him. Tiandu Peak held a prestigious position among the many peaks of Yuhua sect, while Sister Fong's Zidian Peak languished at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, the Princess Hongyi nodded in agreement with Fong Han's words, though her expression shifted unexpectedly at the end of her acknowledgement. But what? Fong Han detected an undertone in her words. Yet, Sister Fong is not to be underestimated. She has exchanged cultivation techniques with the son of the innate emperor of the demonic path, Imo Shuaying Tian, achieving a remarkable synergy between celestial and demonic arts, advancing at an astonishing pace with boundless prospects. If we were to first retrieve the Tianji Zhiyang rope and present it to her, she would undoubtedly know how to handle it. Princess Hongyi gazed skyward, seemingly pondering the intricate web of relationships and power dynamics within the Yuhua sect, which was far more complex than that of the court, given the sect's dominion over supreme powers. Moreover, if we do not seize this treasure now, can we truly leave it here unguarded? Shall we merely abandon it? Or should we aid Sister Mo in detoxifying? If we assist her, what will she ask us about the antidote? And what of the fate of the flying sword? How did the Crimson Prince perish? What then? A barrage of inquiries left Fong Han feeling that the situation had once again become precarious. What about Lu Kong? Should we save him? If we do, it will also be quite troublesome. Fong Han furrowed his brow, urging Princess Hongyi to consider their options. Forget it. Lu Kong is also cunning. His attempts to align with you are merely to strengthen his own position. We cannot place our trust in him as easily as we do with each other, having saved one another's lives. If he discovers that we have collected so many flying swords and intend to take the Tianji Zhiyang rope, it will surely spread far and wide. More importantly, if Yuan Jiankong escapes, he will undoubtedly send out a distress signal to the true disciples. Princess Hongyi glanced at Lu Kang, who was prostrate on the ground, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head. That may not be wise. After all, the three of us are currently allies. If we can save him, we should. Fang Han considered this and approached Lu Kang, allowing a drop of his own blood to fall into Lu Kang's mouth, subsequently activating a true water talisman to send it into his abdomen. Before long, Lu Kang's stomach began to gurgle, and a wave of poisonous gas wafted from his body, dissipating in the wind as he sprang back to his feet. Fang Han Hongyi, you were struck by the 6 desires in thunder, yet you remain conscious? Fang Han, your blood can indeed counteract the poison of the 6 desires in thunder. What elixir have you consumed? Could it be the Yin Yang Wan Shodan? As Lu Kang rose, he quickly grasped the situation, especially upon seeing the unconscious forms of Sister Mo and others, realizing the gravity of the circumstances. His astonishment deepened upon spotting the body of the Crimson Prince, though he swiftly buried his surprise deep within. Setting aside those thoughts, the situation was clear. The Crimson Prince and Sister Mo had both suffered severe injuries, and he had relied on a magical artifact to slay the Crimson Prince. Seizing 2 treasures from him, along with Yuan Jiankong's silver serpent sword, Sister Mo's true blue sword, and several other flying swords, now rendered ineffective. Fang Han recounted the events, deftly sidestepping Lu Kang's inquiry regarding the elixir. Lu Kang was a man of deep schemes. He could not reveal too much. Is that so? 7 flying swords. How astonishing. Especially the blood cotton demon garment, which is exceedingly rare. Lu Kang exclaimed, visibly shaken. Fang Han, might you consider sharing the silver serpent sword and the blood cotton demon garment with me? You already possess a spirit wind sword and a treasure from Sister Fang that can collect flying swords. You are not in need of more. Contemplating this, Lu Kang suddenly declared, Fang Han was taken aback. Lu Kang audaciously sought both the blood cotton demon garment and the finest silver serpent sword. An uncomfortable feeling welled within him. Lu Kang, is this not rather presumptuous? We still owe these items to the sect. What if they find out? Princess, do you genuinely intend to return these flying swords to the sect? Lu Kang chuckled. If we hand them over, they will not end up in our hands. With so many inner disciples and true disciples, they would be divided among them in an instant. It is preposterous that Fang Han is fortunate enough to stumble upon such a great opportunity. 7 flying swords, a magical garment. Now is not the time for modesty. It is a rare chance. Fortunately, Fang Han now held leverage. By proposing a division of the spoils, he could seek the utmost benefit. Otherwise, even if he entered the inner sect, it would be unlikely for him to receive any rewards, let alone a flying sword. Acquiring these treasures would allow him to stand out among the inner disciples. It seemed his judgment of character had been astute when he chose to ally with Fang Han. As they conversed, Lu Kang's mind raced. The 7 flying swords and a magical garment held immense significance. He was aware that his request was rather abrupt. Yet he could not allow this opportunity to slip by. Such chances were rare. If he did not assert himself now, he would regret it later. Although he was the legitimate son of the Duke of Jinyuan, he was still an authority in the mundane world, and acquiring a single spiritual artifact was an impossibility, let alone extraordinary treasures like the silver serpent sword and the blood cotton demon garment. Lu, it seems you have not rendered much assistance. Fang Han suddenly interjected after a moment of silence. Lu Kang had, indeed, only sought to draw him closer, unlike Princess Hongyi, who had stood by him, practicing swordsmanship and saving his life beneath the wicked moonblade. My silence is the greatest assistance, Lu Kang replied with a slight smile. Just then, a magical sword surged forward, slicing through the air and striking Lu Kang's throat. He collapsed to the ground like a chicken, convulsing and clutching at the yellow sand. You. His voice faltered as he managed to utter a few words before succumbing to death. Ah, Fang Han, what do you think? I told you we should not have saved him. Now he has turned to threaten us. Princess Hongyi sighed deeply, retracting her sword. As a seasoned assassin, she executed the strike with silent precision, reaping the soul of her foe without a sound. Chapter 33, Awakening Hell? The sudden and silent strike of Princess Hongyi's sword startled Fang Han, who looked up and gazed at her for a moment before speaking. Lu Kang is the son of the Jinyuan Marquis, a man who wields military power in our great Li dynasty. With his legitimate heir dead, the repercussions could be dire. I expected you to be taken aback. Yet you appear far more composed than I had imagined, she replied, cleansing the blood from her sword, her eyes gleaming like two exquisite gemstones as she regarded Fong Han. She smiled, avoiding a glance at the lifeless Lu Kang on the ground, as if he were an inconsequential figure. She had anticipated that Fong Han would be shocked, perhaps even chastising her for her actions. Instead, his first thought was to consider the consequences, clearly contemplating how to manage the aftermath. Seeing this, she could not help but admire his decisiveness. He was no indecisive person. Since the deed was done, regret was futile. All further contemplation was merely a waste of time. It was time to think about how to move forward. Fong Han stood up. I have never regretted my actions. Moreover, Lu Kang's audacity to threaten us was driven by his insatiable greed. He had every reason to be greedy. As a single silver serpent sword and a piece of blood cotton demon garb could easily trade for 10 Jin Yuan marquee titles. With this opportunity lost, it would never return. His impatience was his folly. He should have waited until we returned to the Yuhua Gate to make his demands. His death is not on my hands, but rather the result of a misstep by the charming prince. Princess Hongyi sheathed her sword gracefully. We should not linger here. I will collect the celestial rooster's sun tether and then depart. Fong Han approached Mo Shiji, the remarkable inner sect disciple now poisoned by the six desires in thunder. Her powerful body, having reached the divine transformation realm, lay unconscious with a pallor of purple and black. Though her physique had attained the 10th level of divine transformation, rendering her nearly invulnerable, even a pound of arsenic would merely leave her ill, not dead. Yet the toxicity of the six desires in thunder was 1,000 times more potent than arsenic. Mo Shiji, whether you survive now depends on your fortune. I cannot leave such a treasure as the celestial rooster's sun tether here in this desert. As he spoke, he took the rope from her hands. However, the rope was bound to 10 flying night demons, tightly ensnared and unyielding. Alas, I forgot. Once this rope ensnares a demon, it cannot be loosened unless the master consciously commands it. Princess Hongyi exclaimed, how can we possibly carry 10 flying night demons? Fong Han furrowed his brow tightly. To remove this rope now would necessitate bringing along all 10 demons. He pondered whether the Jiaofu Huangquan map could capture this treasure. Deciding to try, he tucked one end of the rope into his garment, brushing against the Huangquan map within. At that moment, his consciousness merged with the river depicted on the map. In an instant, as if sensing the presence of the Jiaofu Huangquan map, the celestial rooster's sun tether erupted with illusory forms of vibrant roosters, each proud and majestic, crowing to the heavens. The very earth trembled, seemingly transforming the night into the dawn of a new day. Suddenly, a shadow of a dragon sprang forth from Fong Han's body, opening its gaping maw, spewing forth a yellow light that engulfed the surroundings, shrouding everything in a dense yellow fog. Princess Hongyi felt an intense danger and quickly crouched down, uncertain of what was transpiring. Only Fong Han perceived clearly as the dragon danced forth, unleashing yellow clouds in combat with the roosters. An overwhelming clash ensued between countless rooster spirits and the dragon, creating an unprecedented spectacle. In the next moment, the dragon let out a furious roar, its maw wide open once more, swallowing the myriad of rooster illusions. The yellow clouds dissipated, and the dragon vanished into the Huangquan map within Fong Han's chest, leaving no trace behind. What just happened? Princess Hongyi, sensing the danger had vanished, quickly rose, her gaze fixated on Fong Han. Where is the celestial rooster's sun tether? Have you truly taken it? And what of the 10 flying night demons? They have vanished. What transpired? Fong Han, equally bewildered, could not fathom the events. He only knew that when he attempted to collect the celestial rooster's sun tether, the dragon had emerged from the Huangquan map, battling the rooster spirits and ultimately claiming victory, devouring them all. Even the 10 flying night demons had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the dragon had consumed the treasure? He needed to investigate. Fong Han swiftly immersed his consciousness into the Huangquan map and discovered the 10 flying night demons lying within the river, floating like corpses, having been absorbed. Yet, the celestial rooster's sun tether was nowhere to be found. How peculiar. If even the 10 flying night demons were captured, why could he not find the sun tether? Could it be that the dragon had truly swallowed the rope? After all, the sun tether was one of the purest treasures in existence, with its myriad rooster spirits being of significant value. Fong Han directed his consciousness towards the dragon's form in the Huangquan map. This extraordinary treasure contained only 2 elements, the dragon and the long Huangquan River, without any known source or destination. Fong Han understood that treasures absorbed by the map typically resided within the Huangquan River. Though depicted in the drawing, the river seemed to embody a void of celestial space, a remarkable phenomenon. Having recently read various worlds, Fong Han knew that treasures capable of forming their own celestial spaces were of a Tao device level. Such treasures possessed spirits that could cultivate themselves, rivaling the esteemed immortals of the eternal life secret realm. For example, the Tao device known as the 5-Qi immortal cauldron within the Yuhua Gate was said to have a spirit so revered that even the elders of the sect addressed it as the 5-Qi true person. To refer to a treasure as a true person indicated its elevated status, unparalleled in significance. In fact, Tao device-level treasures were exceedingly rare, even among the top 10 sects of the immortal path. Thus, the Jiaofu Huangquan map was at least a Tao device-level treasure. The Huangquan River represented a celestial void, while the dragon was its spirit, an enlightened being. Fong Han speculated on this notion, but the dragon had never spoken nor exhibited any awareness, remaining a mere painting, an inanimate object. Yet today, it seemed to awaken and consume a precious artifact. Fong Han suddenly felt that the dragon had become animated. Could my conjecture be correct? Is the dragon the spirit of the Huangquan map? An enlightened entity? Otherwise, where has the celestial rooster's sun tether vanished? His thoughts flowed. You are not mistaken. Your intuition is sharp. As the heir of the Emperor of Huangquan, you have consumed the 9-aperture golden pill, which, when mingled with your blood and dropped upon this map, has awakened it. Today, you have inadvertently allowed me the opportunity to consume a treasure. A treasure of pure yang has restored a fraction of my vitality, awakening me at last. Suddenly, in Fong Han's perception, the dragon depicted in the painting opened its eyes, and a voice of immense magnitude resonated deep within his soul. Fong Han, what troubles you? Why do you stand there motionless? Has something gone awry? Exclaimed Princess Hongyi, who could only see Fong Han standing in a daze. Little did she know that Fong Han had heard the words of the dragon within the Yellow Springs diagram. The ancient spirit of the artifact has awakened. Chapter 034. The arrival. Are you the spirit of the Jiao residing in the Yellow Spring map? As Fong Han listened to the voice emanating from the Yellow Spring map, he communicated with the dragon using his mental energy. Instantly, he sensed the dragon's aura within the map, which was as monumental as the vast rivers and lakes, rivaling even the mighty Longyuan River. The Longyuan River, flowing for countless miles, traverses the eastern and western realms of the Great Li dynasty, serving as the convergence of the imperial dragon vein. The aura of the dragon within the Yellow Spring map conveyed to Fong Han was akin to the imperial dragon vein, transcending time, mastering history, and altering destiny. This aura was overwhelmingly potent. Fong Han felt a suffocating sensation, as if he could scarcely breathe. My essence is originally an imperial dragon vein, thus inherently powerful. However, I am gravely wounded, my vitality severely diminished, leaving only a remnant soul. Yet, if you can procure for me 3,636 treasures of pure yang like the one today, allowing me to absorb their essence, I shall gradually recover. At that time, you need not hide anymore. You can directly inherit the legacy of the Yellow Spring Emperor and become a mighty demon emperor, traversing the realms and dominating the universe. The voice of the dragon continued to resonate. Such formidable strength, what could possibly have wounded you? Fong Han understood that the Jiao residing in the Yellow Spring map was a talisman of the Yellow Spring Emperor from the demonic sect. Whoever possessed it held the potential to become a demon emperor and unify the Yellow Spring sect. Now, the dragon within the Yellow Spring map had been awakened by him. Was it a celestial being? A being of boundless magical power? The dragons sang a long lament. They sought the fabled gate of eternal life. Ha! Should that gate open, one could become impervious to calamity, eternal and indestructible. The sun and moon may perish, yet I remain undying. Heaven and earth may decay, yet I endure. Athaha. But such matters are beyond your reach. The gate of eternal life, what could that be? The sun and moon perish while I remain undying. Heaven and earth decay while I endure. Such an existence could not possibly exist. This dragon must have lost its senses, perhaps driven mad by some stimulus. Fong Han mused. Fong Han, is your name indeed Fong Han? I sense a lack of excitement in your heart. Do you not desire to become the demon emperor of the sect? After a prolonged lament, the dragon suddenly posed an eerie question. Becoming a demon emperor is not so easily attained. The path of cultivation cannot be achieved merely through a single artifact. Does the Yuhua sect lack treasures? Yet how many have emerged as demon emperors? Treasures may assist, but true cultivation relies on steadfast progression through one's own efforts. Fong Han replied solemnly, transmitting a powerful thought to the dragon. Regarding the dragon's proposition to inherit the path of the Yellow Spring Emperor and become a demon emperor, Fong Han indeed felt little excitement. After all, cultivation is a journey of relentless perseverance, requiring indomitable spirit, extraordinary willpower, great wisdom, and fortitude. It is impossible to achieve in one swift motion. Otherwise, there would be masters scattered throughout the world, even within the Grand Yuhua sect, where the supreme leader possesses profound cultivation, rivaling the renown of several demon emperors. Crafting a master of the mystical realm is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, even if one were to become such a master, lacking the resolute will forged through gradual cultivation, achieving greatness thereafter would be unfeasible. For instance, if the leader of the Yuhua sect were to grant an ordinary person a Yangyin longevity pill and exert great effort to elevate them into the mystical realm, that person's achievements would reach a standstill, unable to progress further, for it would be akin to building castles in the air. This is why the leader of the Yuhua sect would send disciples to eliminate favored princes, allowing elite disciples to attain spiritual transcendence amidst life and death situations before bestowing upon them the Yangyin longevity pill. To think that one could become a demon emperor merely by obtaining the Yellow Spring map? Such an emperor would be too trivial. Unexpectedly, you see through the path of cultivation and understand that it is a long and endless journey. Very well, very well. Your mindset is commendable. This is indeed the mindset of a successor to the demon emperor. The long road ahead. As long as you persist, success shall inevitably come. Thus, every time you find me a treasure of pure yang like today, allowing me to consume it and regain my strength, I shall impart to you the supreme cultivation techniques of the Yellow Spring sect, gradually aiding you in becoming the demon emperor, the dragon declared. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without a cost. Where might I find a second treasure like the heavenly pure yang rope for you? Fong Han replied leisurely. Moreover, you have consumed this treasure today, placing me in grave danger. The elders of the Yuhua sect will undoubtedly investigate if they trace it back to me. I shall perish instantly. You too will be subjected to sacrifice. This trouble must be addressed first. That is indeed a predicament. The dragon fell silent for a moment before responding. My strength has yet to recover, and I can only absorb treasures of the first rank. If it is a precious artifact, it will require a struggle. Should I encounter a master of the Yuhua sect, it may still prove challenging. I can only hide within you. You have integrated the 9 apertures golden pill, and your blood carries the essence of the Yellow Spring Emperor, making you perfect for my concealment. Concerning the matter of seeking pure yang treasures, we shall discuss that later. The Yellow Spring River, a realm unto itself, is a small cave of heaven. I am the spirit of the dragon vein of the Yellow Spring River. In ancient times, the Yellow Spring Emperor sealed the sacred river of the Yellow Spring in the abyss with unparalleled power. You can now harness the strength of the Yellow Spring River to store items, ensuring others remain oblivious to your presence. Understanding dawned upon Fong Han, and he nodded. He now realized the benefits he had gained. First, assisting the dragon in seeking pure yang treasures for it to consume and restore its power, in return for which the dragon would impart the supreme demonic skills of the Yellow Spring sect. Second, he had acquired the Yellow Spring River as a small cave of heaven, allowing him to store items. This was indeed a transaction. Furthermore, having just captured the pure yang ropes, he had also collected the 10 flying night demon generals, all residing within the Yellow Spring River. He would utilize the river's power to gradually nurture them into his Eurus. The Yellow Spring River, a sacred spring of the earth, possesses extraordinary power, most suitable for refining demonic skills. In the future, when he strengthens his physical body, he could enter the Yellow Spring River and swim freely. With these 10 Azuras, even when encountering the elders of the Yuhua sect, he would stand a fighting chance. Now, I must refine the pure yang energy to solidify my spiritual form. Should danger arise, I shall manifest to assist you. Alas, someone approaches rapidly, their strength is formidable. You must leave at once. As the dragon's voice gradually faded, it seemed to slip into slumber. Fong Han, Fong Han. Hearing the call of Princess Hongi, Fong Han snapped back to reality. Someone is coming. We must leave immediately and take the body of the favored prince with us. With no time for lengthy explanations, Fong Han waved his hand, donning a pink robe, the blood cotton demonic garment he had just acquired. He then approached the favored prince's body, waving his hand to conjure a vortex of yellow water that enveloped the prince's body, causing it to vanish from sight. Observing with his spiritual sense, He noted that the favored prince's body had already descended into the Yellow Spring River. Upon awakening the dragon, Fong Han was now adeptly utilizing the Yellow Spring map. He could now draw forth a bit of water from the Yellow Spring River with his intent, wrapping it around items to retrieve them. Instantly, Fong Han took hold of Princess Hongmi, exclaiming, "Let us go." A pink light enveloped them both as they glided low over the desert, vanishing into the depths of the sands, escaping this place of turmoil. Clad in the blood-cotton demonic garment, he could harness its power to fly. Shortly after their departure, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. Among them, clad in a resplendent golden robe, was the recently escaped Yuan Jiankong, ranked 10th on the Shanhua list. However, his demeanor now exuded utmost respect, trailing behind a man as though he were a subordinate. This man, with eyebrows shaped like crescent moons, emanated an aura that was as serene as a gentle breeze, devoid of any harshness. He appeared akin to a tranquil spring, and his attire consisted merely of a simple azure garment, neither a spiritual artifact nor a magical implement, suggesting that his flight relied solely on the strength of his corporeal form, without any external assistance. "Senior Brother Hua, we have arrived a moment late," Yuan Jiankong spoke softly, almost in a tone of deference. The newcomer was none other than Hua Tiandu, the foremost disciple of the Yuhua sect, who presided over Tiandu Peak, the master of the Heavenly Rooster's supreme yang. Chapter 035. Encountering Fong Qingxue again, the disciples of the Feathering Gate. A total of 108, each command a picturesque peak abundant with the essence of heaven and earth, overseeing various matters. Occasionally, they descend to impart knowledge to the outer and inner disciples, selectively choosing their most trusted confidants. These true disciples wield immense power and possess formidable strength. However, they are not equal, as there exists a hierarchy among them. Among the 108 true disciples, one of the most formidable is Hua Tiandu, who is even referred to as the Son of Heaven within the Taoist realm. He stands on equal footing with the esteemed elders of the 10 great sects of immortality and is rumored to be the most likely candidate to transcend the 10th level of divine abilities and enter the realm of longevity. His might is boundless, and his mastery of Taoist arts is immeasurable. The Tianji Zhi Yangsu, a treasure of his prior existence before attaining enlightenment, is now rendered obsolete due to his high level of divine abilities. Consequently, he lent it to senior sister Imo, allowing her to slay the demons of the demonic sect and earn the reward of the Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan, thus paving her path to becoming a true disciple under his wing. I sensed an abrupt disturbance with the Tianji Zhi Yangsu, as it lost its connection to my spirit, indicating that something was amiss. Who has taken this pure young treasure? Hua Tiandu, unperturbed by Yuan Jiankong's words, wore a frigid expression, causing the surrounding air to chill instantaneously and the ground to crystallize into a thick layer of ice. Particularly, senior sister Imo, several inner disciples, as well as the prince of the Great Dynasty, Lu Kang, were all encased in a massive block of ice, akin to frozen coffins, immobilizing their bodily functions along with the poisonous souls within. As the chilling sounds echoed, Yuan Jiankong felt a profound coldness enveloping him, causing his teeth to chatter incessantly, as if he might freeze solid. Even with his cultivation of the divine transformation realm and wearing a spirit garment, he found Hua Tiandu's casual wave of frost utterly unbearable, illustrating the immense prowess of Hua Tiandu's abilities. Hua Tiandu's Tianhan Xianin force, a technique that astounds even the divine beings, would surely reduce my body to dust and shatter it. Even if I were clad in 10 spirit garments, Yuan Jiankong mused in horror. The Tianhan Xianin force is one of the 8 divine techniques of the Feathering Gate, unleashing profound chill that can freeze rivers solid. Now, Hua Tiandu wielded this technique not to kill, but to save, freezing the vitality of these individuals, showcasing his extraordinary skill to an almost transcendental degree. Brother Hua, we have lost our flying swords, and the Red Prince is not present. It must be that he seized these spirit artifacts. My silver serpent sword has also been tainted by the 6 desires in thunder. I hope you will intercede on my behalf, Yuan Jiankong lamented, regretting the loss of his silver serpent sword. I must first return them to the sect. As for the lost spirit artifacts, that can be addressed later, Hua Tiandu replied coldly. I have told you many times, relying on spirit artifacts merely enhances lethality. It does not benefit your cultivation. Abandoning the silver serpent sword may allow you to enter the realm of divine abilities. Hua Tiandu smirked. However, the Tianji Jiangsu is no ordinary treasure. The fact that someone could obliterate the spiritual imprint I left within it is no feat a mere Red Prince could accomplish. Even 10 Red Princes could not achieve this. I suspect an elder from the demonic sect is involved. I must return to inform the sect elders and the Supreme Master. Come with me." He gestured, and a large white cloud descended from the sky, lifting the frozen individuals into the air. Stepping onto the cloud, it ascended gracefully. This cloud was not a treasure but a manifestation of his divine abilities, crafted from the essence of the heavens, far superior to any artifact. Riding the clouds, Yuan Jin Kong followed closely, as the spirit garment he wore could only glide at low altitudes, since any higher would risk the fierce winds dispersing his protective barrier and causing him to plummet to his demise. Even Fong Han, riding the celestial crane, could not ascend into the clouds, instead weaving beneath the currents. "Fong Han, how could you make the Red Prince's corpse vanish without a trace? What treasure do you possess? Even a precious artifact cannot open a void by itself. Unless you possess a legendary Tao artifact, which alone can claim the void." "Like a palm-sized gourd that can contain all things," exclaimed Princess Hong Yi, her gaze fixed on Fong Han as they landed on a sand dune, bewildered. It was astonishing. When Fong Han collected the corpse of the Red Prince, it vanished entirely, indicating he must possess a legendary Tao artifact. The concept of a Tao artifact is monumental. The Feathering Gate, a venerable sect with a rich history, possesses only a handful of such artifacts, even after centuries. "My secrets are best kept from others. The fewer who know, the better for you, Princess. It is of no benefit for you to inquire further. The true blue sword has had its poisonous soul purified, and you may now refine it with your blood." Fong Han lightly gestured, producing a wisp of nether water, from which he extracted the true blue sword and handed it to Princess Hong Yi. "Very well, I shall refrain from questioning further. Let us eliminate Liu Kang and seize these flying swords. That alone is a significant secret. If the elders of the Feathering Gate learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, no one witnessed our actions upon our return. We can claim to have been saved by others or that we narrowly escaped with our lives. We can fabricate any story. As the Feathering Gate would not scrutinize two lowly outer disciples in detail, Princess Hong Yi replied, using the sword to cut her fingertip and letting her blood drip onto the true blue sword, establishing a bond of flesh and blood. The true blue sword, now cleansed of its previous blood essence, became a blank slate, akin to a new creation. With her blood, Princess Hong Yi formed a connection, ensuring that even if she stained it with the blood of others in the future, they could not claim it as their own unless they were masters of divine abilities capable of erasing the original blood essence. Once the true blue sword was refined, Princess Hong Yi expressed her satisfaction. "Let us proceed to Blue Moon City. Remember, the flying swords must remain concealed, and your blood cotton magic robe is too conspicuous. It cannot be seen by others." Indeed, Fong Han removed the blood cotton magic robe and stored it in the Netherwater map. They decided to walk to Blue Moon City, as the blood cotton magic robe could not fly high and would attract the attention of powerful beings on the ground. As they spoke, the duo hurried through the sands, traversing toward the heart of the desert. After 3 days of trekking through the arid expanse, they finally beheld lush oases and a long river, under the azure sky and crystal waters. Throughout their journey, Fong Han and Princess Hong Yi diligently practiced their martial skills and sword techniques, feeling their resilience strengthen. As they neared the threshold of the spirit connection realm, this is the Blue Moon River. Following its flow downwards will lead us to Blue Moon Nation. However, we must exercise caution. Sand bandits and the demons from the abyss lurk around, laying siege to Blue Moon Nation. And there are certainly camps of sand bandits and demon armies along this river, Princess Hong Yi cautioned. As her words fell, suddenly, a tremendous black mist erupted from the distant Blue Moon River, soaring into the sky like a signal of alarm. The 7 fiends of the celestial wolf. A surge of urgency coursed through Fong Han's heart as he hastily pulled Princess Hong Yi down to the ground. Then, he beheld a surrounding spectacle, where a bolt of purple lightning danced about like a thunderous wrath, cleaving the column of mist in twain. The blade of purple lightning and dark thunder. It was Fang Qingxue. An intense wave of emotion surged within Fong Han. By the distant Azure Moon River, the Skywolf's 7 fiends smoke of Wang Molan shot straight into the sky, only to be cleaved apart by the radiance of the violet lightning in Thunderblade, scattering and collapsing in disarray. Fong Han was acutely aware of the Skywolf's 7 fiends smoke's potency, having relied on a wisp of its venomous fumes to breach Prince Scarlet's blood cotton demon armor. Otherwise, the outcome would have remained uncertain. A mere strand of the Skywolf's 7 fiends smoke was a formidable spiritual weapon in itself. The 7 fiends gourd, which contained the smoke, was an even rarer treasure, a gourd harvested from a demonic vine cultivated by a demon deity. Within it resided not only the Skywolf Seven Fiend Smoke, but also a myriad of other formidable entities. Fong Han had gleaned this information upon learning of Skywolf Little True Man Wong Molin's background. Slaying Wong Molin would earn one an elixir of eternal life. And it was then that Fong Han realized the Skywolf Smoke he and Crane Fairy had encountered in the wilderness outside the Gate of Immortality had been unleashed by this very individual. Now, it seemed, Fong Qingxue intended to eliminate the Skywolf Little True Man and shatter his treasured artifact. To unexpectedly encounter Fong Qingxue's act of assassination at the Azure Moon River in the heart of the desert filled Fong Han with trepidation. He dreaded encountering her. Fearing his secrets might be exposed, Violet Lightning transmutes to serpents. Yin and Yang possess spirit. As expected, Fong Qingxue's familiar voice echoed from the river in the distance. Fong Han beheld her Violet Lightning Yin Thunderblade transform into two colossal electric serpents. These serpents, each 10 zhang long and as thick as a human leg, possessed lifelike scales and flicked their tongues. Fong Han sensed the very essence of life within their forms. Chilla. As soon as these electric serpents materialized, they began to coil and dance in the sky, their heads and tails connected to form a yin-yang circle, once again tearing the Skywolf Smoke to shreds. The potent electric current refined much of the smoke directly. Within the smoke, the howls of countless wild wolves echoed, the sounds of the wolf souls being utterly annihilated. The process of refining the Skywolf Seven Fiend Smoke bore some resemblance to that of the Sky Chicken Ultimate Yangchang. The latter involved collecting the essence and yang souls of 5-colored brocade chickens, while the former directly infused the blood souls of nocturnal wolves into the smoke. However, this highly toxic smoke was utterly consumed when confronted with Fong Qingxue's divine power. Fong Han was once again deeply shaken by Fong Qingxue's means of cleaving the Skywolf Smoke in the sky above the great river. He knew that even the dragon within the Yellow Springs diagram could scarcely defeat this young lady unless it regained its full strength. Fong Qingxue, you're not merely at the Yuan Gang realm, but at the Yin-Yang realm, the 4th level. Your magic power has manifested spirituality. How did you cultivate so swiftly? An exceedingly sharp curse erupted from within the Skywolf Smoke, followed by a sphere of smoke bursting forth and fleeing rapidly through the sky, leaving a long trail in its wake. Fong Han clearly saw that the sphere of smoke encased a person clad in dark green robes, clutching a small gourd from which wisps of smoke billowed, enveloping his entire body. His flight speed was astonishing, like an arrow piercing the clouds, a shooting star streaking across the sky, and he passed overhead in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? At that moment, Fong Qingxue, clad in white, materialized in the sky above the river. Simultaneously, the two yin-yang Violet Lightning serpents arrived beneath her feet, allowing her to step upon them, moving with the grace of a goddess descending to the mortal realm. With the yin-yang Violet Lightning serpents beneath her feet, she pursued rapidly. Seeing that Skywolf Little True Man Wong Molin was about to vanish from her sight, she drew back her hands, coiling thick violet lightning around them to instantly form a human-sized great bow. Then, a bolt of violet lightning coalesced into an arrow and was knocked onto the bow. Boom! The violet lightning arrow tore through the air, creating a series of fiery tails due to the friction, resembling a meteorite descending to Earth. In a flash, it struck the Skywolf Little True Man Wong Molin's protective smoke sphere with tremendous force. Innate demon bow force. You've actually fused the demonic techniques of the innate demon sect with the divine powers of the immortal path. Wong Molin cried out in agony as the protective smoke sphere shattered, and he plummeted into the Azure Moon River. His clothes ignited as if consumed by a powerful electric current, causing his eyebrows and hair to stand on end, and his face contorted in an instant. Fong Qingxue's move, condensing magic power into a bow and arrow, was a technique from the demonic path known as the innate demon bow force, a divine power of the innate demon sect that complemented the violet lightning in thunder. Demon deity Blackwater. As he fell into the river, Wong Molin roared desperately. The seven fiends' gourd in his hand suddenly released a burst of water, black water vapor that completely enveloped his body, merging into the river and vanishing without a trace. Fong Qingxue arrived, suspended in the air above the river, her brows furrowed. Demon deity Blackwater escaped? Then, a violet lightning appeared between her brows. In the blink of an eye, this violet lightning vertical eye pierced through the depths of the Azure Moon River, revealing a distant green light merging with the black water, vanishing into the underground river. Oh, someone is secretly assisting? Seeing this, Fang Qingxue did not pursue but turned her gaze towards Fang Han and Red Joy County Princess below. Disciples of the Gate of Immortality? Then she descended. Greetings, Senior Sister Fang. Seeing Fang Qingxue descend, Red Joy County Princess and Fang Han could no longer remain prostrate on the ground. They rose, and Red Joy County Princess greeted her. Fang Han remained silent, pondering how to phrase his response. Fang Han, you dare to venture into this desert to train, knowing it has become a battleground between immortals and demons. Fraught with peril? I only just made you an outer disciple, and you come here to die? Fang Qingxue's gaze bore into Fang Han, penetrating his organs and delving into his heart. Robust aura, refined organs, flesh encased in membrane, filled with divine courage. You've actually cultivated to the divine courage realm? In a mere month, you've advanced from the 6th level of the fleshly body to the 8th level of divine courage? Observing Fang Han's vital state, Fang Qingxue was slightly astonished, as advancing 2 levels in a single month was an incredible leap. How did you cultivate? Answer me. Fang Qingxue's voice intensified, striking his heart like a heavy hammer as she saw his silence. Senior sister, it's like this. Fang Han responded hastily, beginning to frame his reply. However, Fang Qingxue waved her hand, her eyes gleaming with peculiar light. What did you just call me? Chapter 037. Cultivating with me. A cold snort escaped from Fang Qingxue, and the temperature around her seemed to plummet sharply, as if the very air were on the verge of freezing. Though not the genuine freeze of the frigid realm, it imparted a chilling sensation akin to a flurry of snowflakes, oppressive and relentless. Under the gaze of this young lady, a true disciple and a master of the mystical realm, Fang Han felt as if he stood naked amidst an icy expanse, the biting cold penetrating his bones, spirit, and mind, controlling his thoughts. Yuanshan's spiritual technique. In this dire situation, Fang Han hastily invoked the feather transformation sects technique for mental suppression. Within his mind, he envisioned the celestial gate, an ancient and intricately patterned door of mystical power, flickering in and out of focus. In an instant, his entire being surged with vital energy, rushing towards the celestial gate in his mind, dispersing all mental illusions, restoring the world to its original state. Oh, you also practice the Yuanshan spiritual technique, capable of utilizing your vital energy to invigorate your mind, dispelling illusions, and suppressing your spirit. This is a technique reserved for inner disciples, taught to you by Fairy He. I presume. The fact that you can dispel even a fragment of my mental illusion indicates that you are but a step away from the realm of spiritual awakening. Such rapid progress in your cultivation is rare. Not even the outer disciples of the Feather Transformation sect can compare to you, Fang Qingxue remarked leisurely. As she spoke, a hint of spiritual pressure accompanied her words, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly Fang Han had recovered, unyielded to her pressure. She immediately discerned that Fang Han's cultivation was on the verge of reaching the 9th level of physical awakening. This revelation astonished her further, for such a pace, while not unprecedented, was indeed remarkable. I must continue my training. My purpose for coming to the vast desert is to eliminate several leaders of the Sand Bandits and seize a place as an inner disciple, Fang Han replied, licking his lips. His earlier bold address of Senior Sister was merely a diversion, a calculated risk to shift Fang Qingxue's attention, lest she probe further into matters that could expose the secret of the serpent beneath the yellow spring, while others may be oblivious to the treasures he possessed. Fang Qingxue could easily surmise their existence, particularly since she was the one who had slain Bai Haijin. It was preferable for him to face punishment for addressing her as Senior Sister than to be killed over the secret of the serpent beneath the yellow spring. Go to Blue Moon City. There are many outer disciples of the Feather Transformation sect there, Fang Qingxue instructed, disregarding Fang Han's words, and turning to Princess Hongyi. Yes, Senior Sister. Princess Hongyi cast a glance at Fang Han, but dared not defy Fang Qingxue's command. With a flash, she invoked the earthbound soaring technique, resembling a fiery steed galloping away into the distance. After her departure, Fang Qingxue fixed her gaze upon Fang Han for a considerable time, remaining silent as sparks of purple electricity flickered in her eyes, lost in contemplation. Fang Han, too, felt uneasy under her scrutiny, uncertain of her unpredictable disposition and what she might intend to do. The dragon concealed within the serpent beneath the yellow spring had fallen utterly silent, seemingly vanishing without a trace. This dragon, once so boastful of its might, now cowered in the presence of a master of the mystical realm. A stark contrast that left Fang Han inwardly scoffing. Senior Sister, what is Senior Sister? Fang Qingxue observed Fang Han for a long while, pacing in the sand before suddenly speaking, startling him into a cold sweat. It seems your cultivation has surged, and with it, your confidence. A mere servant. Yet you have swiftly shed the shackles of your heart. This is indeed rare, and your future seems limitless. You are a talent of the Fong family. My greatest fear is that one may possess strength, yet remain bound by servitude in their heart. Such individuals rarely achieve greatness. Your call of senior sister has shattered those shackles, and with such courage, your accomplishments are bound to be significant. I shall remember you. Fong Han gazed at Fong Qingxue, astonished that this fierce young lady not only refrained from punishing him, but even expressed admiration, an unexpected turn of events that stirred a sense of camaraderie within him. Her words, "I shall remember you," were rare indeed, signifying that he had earned a place in her memory. Senior sister speaks truly, Fong Han replied, realizing Fong Qingxue's stance. His mind raced. By the way, senior sister, the one you sought to kill earlier, was it the young master Wang Molan of the Celestial Wolf? I once encountered him outside Feather Transformation Mountain with Fairy He. As he recounted the incident involving the 7 fiends of the Celestial Wolf, he discreetly omitted the part about the serpent beneath the yellow spring absorbing some of the poisonous smoke, instead fabricating a tale that the poison had receded upon entering the mountain's interior. Wang Molan dared to appear outside Feather Transformation Mountain? Fong Qingxue's interest was piqued, plunging her into thought. When I struck down Wang Molan, he managed to escape into an underground river. There were many suspicious elements at play. After a moment of reflection, she seemed to reach a conclusion, speaking again. Your rapid advancement in cultivation, soon to become an inner disciple of the Feather Transformation sect, suggests you should not be regarded as a mere servant within the Fong family. However, your current prowess is not surprising. I am curious to understand the reasons behind your meteoric rise. Coincidentally, I have a task to attend to. You may accompany me. There, I will ensure you cultivate diligently. Should you reach the realm of transformation during this period, I will return and persuade my father to recognize you as an adopted son, thereby making you a true member of the Fong family. Upon hearing this, Fong Han felt a chill run through him. He understood that Fong Qingxue held some skepticism regarding him, and being allowed to cultivate under her watchful eye significantly increased the chances of exposure. Yet, refusing her was not an option. To do so would likely result in his immediate demise. What task does senior sister intend to undertake? Where shall we cultivate? Fong Han asked calmly, adopting a demeanor of composure. I am heading to the abyssal depths to eliminate a target. Initially, I plan to go alone. But since you are a member of the Fong family and have shown rapid progress, you shall accompany me. This will allow you to battle the subterranean demons while also assisting me in dealing with minor characters, Fong Qingxue explained, summoning 2 serpentine beings of purple lightning that coiled around her. She sat upon one of the serpents, instructing Fong Han, you should sit atop the other. Upon hearing this, Fong Han promptly complied, finding himself balanced securely atop the serpent's head, which seemed to possess a subtle pull that kept him firmly in place. The surrounding aura of purple energy shielded him from the turbulent winds, providing a remarkably comfortable experience. What kind of magic is this, senior sister? Fong Han feigned curiosity. This is the purple lightning yin-yang serpent, a creature of innate spirit, forged from my magical powers. Its might is boundless, Fong Qingxue replied coolly. You need not inquire too much now. Such matters will be unveiled to you only after reaching the realm of mystical powers. The realm of mystical powers. The realm of mystical powers. Fong Han murmured to himself. If you can cultivate to the realm of mystical powers, I shall betroth Qingwei to you. Fong Qingxue said, closing her eyes, her tone hinting at profound depths. After a moment, she patted the head of the purple lightning serpent and commanded, let us depart. With 2 resonant howls, like dragons and serpents, the 2 yin-yang purple lightning serpents soared into the sky, ascending into the clouds. The winds howled, white clouds billowed, and the cold air pressed in, the currents slicing like blades. Fong Han had never flown above the clouds before. Glancing downwards, he saw nothing but an endless expanse, as if he had truly ascended to the heavens. The twin serpents of purple lightning, resembling 2 majestic dragons, traversed the clouds, their heads visible yet their tails obscured. This formidable woman possessed innate magical prowess from the primordial demon sect, coupled with celestial abilities from the ascension sect. The 2 serpents, embodiments of yin and yang, represented the harmonious fusion of celestial and demonic arts, a true union of the divine and the infernal. When training in her presence, one must exercise utmost caution. Even the slightest misstep could lead to her discerning one's intentions. Suddenly, from the depths of Fong Han's consciousness, a voice emerged. The spirit of the dragon artifact stirred once more. What method of caution? Fong Han pondered, unsure of his ability to remain undetected by Fong Qingxue. I shall teach you in due course. For now, it is unwise to speak. Sitting atop this yin-yang purple lightning serpent makes you conspicuous, the dragon spirit advised, preparing to retreat into silence. By the way, how should I address you? Fong Han inquired, realizing he did not even know the dragon's name. I am called Yen, a single character. Came the reply. Yen. Fong Han mused over the name, while Yen fell silent. The diagram of the crouching dragon and the yellow spring seemingly merging with his very flesh. Very well, we have arrived at the entrance of the abyss. Descend now. Fong Qingxue's voice echoed once more. Fong Han turned to see the young lady standing atop the serpent's head, gazing downward. The twin serpents, like arrows, plunged into the depths below, bursting forth from the clouds. Fong Han beheld an immense chasm in the boundless expanse of yellow sands, as if the earth had been cleaved in two. Within the abyss lay a darkness so profound that no light penetrated, and fleeting shadows of bats flitted through the gloom, suggesting a hidden roost. With a rush, the purple lightning serpents bore Fong Han and Fong Qingxue into the chasm. Indeed, a host of bats erupted from the fissure, swarming like a tempest of locusts. As Fong Han discerned their form, he recognized that these bats were the size of large fans, with razor-sharp fangs and eyes glimmering with a sanguine glow, rare blood-sucking bats. Yet, as they approached within 3 zhang of the purple lightning serpent, they were struck as if by lightning, their bodies charred, emitting wails as they plummeted to the ground. The serpent continued its descent, and the fallen bats rained down like droplets of rain, countless in number. Suddenly, the great serpent landed, and Fong Han found himself within the belly of a mountain. Before him stretched an endless expanse, resembling a vast plain. This was the subterranean world, home to a myriad of demons, yakshas, and ferocious beasts. Let us walk to the altar of the demon god. If we were to fly, the flickering of the purple lightning would surely alarm the beasts, Fong Qingxue advised. The altar of the demon god? Fong Han inquired, perplexed. Wang Molan has been injured by my hand and must return to the altar to recuperate. I intend to eradicate the root of the problem. Furthermore, the altar serves as a crucial stronghold for the underground demon army, where a formidable Shura commander resides. Destroying it would cause the demon army to collapse without a fight, Fong Qingxue explained. As she spoke, the twin serpents of purple lightning transformed into strands of violet light, merging with her being as she walked forward. Fong Han followed suit, stepping onto the darkened soil of this subterranean realm. Chapter 038. The underworld, the abyssal realm beneath the earth, is not entirely shrouded in darkness. As Fong Han set foot upon the soil of this subterranean expanse, he discovered it bore a striking resemblance to the surface world, with its rich, fertile black earth, numerous streams, and towering flora. Among these towering plants, many were mushrooms, some resembling colossal umbrellas, adorned with speckles that emitted a gentle luminescence, bestowing a semblance of light upon the abyssal realm. These luminescent fungi, known as glow mushrooms, flourished throughout the subterranean depths. Upon attaining a formidable level of cultivation, one could harness this faint light to gain the ability of night vision. This underworld serves as an excellent venue for cultivation, where countless dangers lurk in the shadows, and myriad beasts may strike at any moment. Yet, it is here that one can finally hone their mental fortitude, unlocking their potential amidst constant peril, making it the most effective method of training. To my knowledge, half of the true disciples of our Yuhua sect cultivated in the depths before reaching the realm of divine powers. Fong Qingxue traversed the surface, her feet barely touching the ground. The underworld is rich in mineral resources, including ancient cold iron, ink crystal, purple silver, fine gold, white shining steel, earth crystal, sky blue stone, and sea-tide jade, all rare treasures essential for crafting flying swords and magical artifacts, capable even of assisting in cultivation and enhancing one's spirit. The subterranean beasts are bizarre and varied. Some possess blood that serves as the finest material for concocting elixirs, including the unicorn viper you have encountered. You have perused accounts of various worlds, so there is no need for me to elaborate further. Now, proceed ahead of me and clear the path. Understood, senior sister. With a flicker, Fong Han dashed forward, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette as he silently advanced before Fong Qingxue. Observing Fong Han's swift and composed movements, akin to a mountain-esque stability, Fong Qingxue nodded slightly, her gaze fixed upon him as if seeking to discern some deeper truth. In truth, Fong Qingxue had brought Fong Han into the depths to personally ascertain the reason behind his rapid advancement. by having him lead the way. She hoped to uncover his true capabilities. Never must he employ the techniques of the Starry Gate, for doing so would undoubtedly reveal the treasures I acquired from Baihijin. It is better to feign a semblance of reality. As Fong Han walked, he pondered how to obscure his abilities, lest he inadvertently expose his skills amidst the dangers that surrounded him. After all, the techniques he was most familiar with were the Starry Gate's footwork and the 7-star kicking techniques. As he ventured deeper into the abyss, the clusters of mushrooms became increasingly abundant, with the occasional centipede or scorpion lurking about. However, Fong Han's protective robe warded off these pests, causing them to flee at a distance. Suddenly, a menacing presence assailed Fong Han's senses. From the mushroom thicket ahead, a crimson shadow darted forth, exuding a palpable ferocity. Its glistening white fangs poised to strike at his throat. In a flash, Fong Han instinctively executed a reverse sword maneuver, akin to casting a fishing line, sending a streak of sword light hurtling toward the blood shadow. With a piercing shriek, the shadow was cleaved to the ground, rolling over to reveal a wolf. Its fur a fiery crimson, glistening as if aflame, with teeth as long as fingers, sharp enough to rend stone. It was a blood wolf of the abyss. Recognizing the ferocity of this beast, Fong Han understood the peril it posed. The blood wolf possesses immense strength, capable of shattering granite and devouring humans to the very bones. Its speed rivals lightning, and it is cunning, adept at stealthy ambushes. Should it reach the surface, it could decimate an entire village. Even a master in the realm of divine powers could fall prey to its attack. In the depths, these blood wolves are numerous, daring to consume even the denizens of the underworld. However, the pelt of a blood wolf is worth a fortune on the surface, and many nobles take pride in wearing garments made from its hide. Moreover, the skull atop the blood wolf's head, known as the blood crystal, is vibrant in hue and imbued with potent vitality, capable of remedying physical frailty when worn by ordinary individuals, making it an exceptional material for crafting various elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual instruments. Without hesitation, Fong Han directed his sword to pierce the skull of the blood wolf, extracting a thumb-sized shard of blood crystal, which felt warm and smooth in his grasp, akin to warm jade. Is this the technique of the immortal fishing for sharks? The martial arts of the Wangui Immortal Island? Fong Qingxue paused, astonished to witness Fong Han's effortless dispatching of the blood wolf through the techniques of the Wangui Immortal Island. After entering the outer sect, I engaged in daily sparring with many disciples. This technique was demonstrated by a prince of the Dada dynasty during our encounter. I studied it meticulously upon returning. Hoping for your guidance, senior sister, Fong Han replied earnestly. Indeed, this technique bears resemblance. However, it still possesses flaws. The immortal fishing for sharks contains deeper mysteries that are not as superficial as they appear. Fong Qingxue offered her insights. Listening intently, Fong Han recognized the profound depth of Fong Qingxue's understanding of martial arts, far surpassing that of Baihijin. With each word, he experienced moments of enlightenment, realizing the truth in the adage that 3 years of arduous practice cannot compare to a single instruction from a master. They continued onward, the vastness of the underground world enveloping them. Suddenly, a multitude of vividly colored venomous snakes sprang forth from the underbrush, striking at Fong Han. These serpents, undeterred by the scent of his protective robe, revealed the extent of their toxicity. With a swift motion, Fong Han unleashed another sword strike, the blade curving gracefully, severing the heads of the venomous snakes, one by one, pinning them lifeless to the ground. Long Huan finger technique? Which outer sect disciple did you learn this from? Fong Qingxue inquired. It's from the same prince. On my first day, I was defeated by him. Afterward, I trained diligently with Princess Hongyi, and when I faced him again, he employed this technique. I wonder how closely I have emulated it? Fong Han explained. The Long Huan sect's martial arts require a boundless hatred to manifest. The deeper the hatred, the more profound the martial skill. You should cease practicing it. It is easy to invoke negative emotions and fall into madness, Fong Qingxue cautioned, reiterating the nature of the Long Huan sect's techniques. As they traversed the expanse of underground, they walked and rested intermittently, Fong Han forging ahead to clear the path. They journeyed for a full day and night, encountering countless dangers along the way, including blood wolves, blood bears, three-headed serpents, and even bands of ravenous demons, all of which Fong Han dispatched with his sword. Throughout the journey, Fong Han remained vigilant, his spirit taut with focus, gradually penetrating deeper into the underworld. Under Fong Qingxue's guidance, his cultivation and mental acuity flourished through the crucible of real combat. Occasionally, he would dare to employ techniques from the Starry Gate. When Fong Qingxue inquired, He attributed them to battles with the outer sect disciples, and with the cover of his earlier techniques, she harbored no suspicions. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the darkness ahead, revealing a long procession of torches resembling a fiery dragon, advancing toward him. In the glow of the distant flames, Fong Han discerned towering figures, massive underworld demons, each wielding a torch in one hand and a steel fork in the other, their backs grotesquely bulging as if carrying immense burdens. This is a band of night demons. It appears we are not far from the altar of the demon god. Go forth and slay these night demons, Feng Qingxue remarked. Beneath the earth lies the demon race, beginning with the demon men, followed by the yakshas, and ascending further, we encounter the flying yakshas. At the pinnacle stands the supreme leader, known as the Asura. The physical prowess of a demon man is comparable to that of a master in the divine power realm, while a yaksha corresponds to a master in the divine bravery realm. The flying yaksha is akin to a master at the 10th transformation of the physical body realm. As for the Asura, they are equivalent to a master in the secret realm of divine abilities. Now, to my astonishment, Feng Qingxue has tasked Fong Han with slaying a group of yakshas, who are on par with masters in the divine bravery realm. Chapter 039, The Realm of Spirit Communication. A group of torch-bearing night demons had evidently detected Fong Han and Feng Qingxue. Each emitted a piercing shriek. Discarding their torches to wield steel forks, leaping forth like gigantic grasshoppers, rapidly closing in as if they had spotted the most delectable prey. These night demons possessed astounding leaping abilities, able to jump to heights of 3 to 4 men and cover distances of 30 to 40 paces, easily clearing an ordinary house. Though they lacked the aerial grace of flying night demons, they exhibited capabilities akin to that of fiends. Ordinary masters at the prowess level could not leap as high or as far as these creatures. There were 12 of them, 12 night demons with the prowess of formidable warriors. Fortunately, their combat techniques were not as refined as those of true masters, leaving numerous openings to exploit. Fong Han stood resolute, his sword raised, and charged forward, surprisingly advancing towards the night demons rather than retreating. The underground demons were characterized by immense strength, yet their martial skills were relatively crude, lacking the intricacy honed by humans through rigorous training. This disparity presented the opportunity for skilled fighters to exploit their weaknesses and vanquish the demons. Haha, we have encountered 2 humans, and a woman, no less. Surely, they seek to hunt beasts in the depths for riches. We shall devour the man and capture the woman to present to the great leader. The night demons leapt quickly, their voices garbled. These underground demons possessed remarkable intelligence, particularly those like the night demons, whose wits were only marginally inferior to humans. The flying night demons, in truth, were almost no difference from humans. The sounds these night demons produced, coupled with their ability to wield torches and steel forks, demonstrated their complete departure from mere beasts, embodying all the characteristics of humanity. Their language and script echoed back to the ancient times, passed down through generations. Such beings were the most challenging to contend with. The true fear lay not in their strength but in their intellect. One night demon leapt forward like a fierce tiger, brandishing its steel fork, aiming a vicious thrust at Fong Han. The cold glint of the fork suggested that it could easily impale a bull and roast it whole. Clang! Fong Han executed a swift kick, striking the fork and sending it askew. Seizing the momentum, his sword flashed like the wind and autumn rain, leaving behind a series of afterimages as it plunged into the night demon's eye. With a piercing strike, the sword penetrated its mind. The night demon let out a thunderous roar, a heart-wrenching cry, before it leaped backward, crashing into the underground river with a resounding splash, its blood mingling with the rushing waters. Soon, its body was swept away, leaving no trace behind. Without pausing, Fong Han continued to move, dodging a few steps outward. Whoosh! Several steel forks landed where he had just stood. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been skewered. The immense force of the forks could easily pierce through his magical attire. Kill him! The night demons bellowed. Where has that woman gone? She was right behind him. Yet now she is nowhere to be seen. No matter, let us deal with the man first. The night demons roared as their steel forks sliced through the air, aiming to end Fong Han's life. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxue, who had been following Fong Han, had vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of her whereabouts. Fong Han, however, had little time to ponder this mystery, as 11 night demons surrounded him. These 11 demons were far more ferocious than a pack of blood wolves, their skins covered with thick scales. The strikes of his sword met considerable resistance, often getting caught, and he realized that to kill them, he must target their eyes. Had Fong Han been able to wield his flying sword, and donned the blood-cotton magic attire. Dispatching the night demons would have been a trivial matter. However, with Fang Qingxue clearly observing his training from the sidelines, he could not afford to reveal any weaknesses. He feared that if he did not perish at the hands of the night demons, he might fall victim to Fang Qingxue instead. Utilizing the technique of the flying spirit S9 turns, Fang Han deftly evaded several thrusts from the steel forks, then executed a sudden strike towards one night demon's eye. You seek death. The night demon, its tongue a crimson flash, hurled its fork aside and reached out with its hand, attempting to seize Fang Han's sword with its scaly grip. If the sword were captured, Fang Han would be in grave danger, as without a weapon. Killing these seemingly impervious night demons would be an impossible task. In a moment of inspiration, Fang Han's mind raced as he relaxed his body and sank down, slipping past the night demon. In one fluid motion, he swung his sword, slicing through the demon's ear. Clang! Sparks flew as half of the night demon's ear was severed. A large patch of scales from its head falling away, blood gushing forth as it let out a chilling scream, akin to that of a mourning owl. What resilient scales! Even my blade, forged to sever gold and jade, can only scrape away the scales. What would ordinary iron do? Fang Han landed gracefully, rolling away. In a heartbeat, the 11 night demons surrounded Fang Han, their steel forks relentlessly striking, yet he relied on his agility to leap and evade, occasionally darting out of their encirclement and charging forth to engage. With each clash, Fang Han deftly severed the forks, and after numerous exchanges, the night demons found their weapons rendered useless. The scales on their bodies were incredibly tough, yet the steel forks paled in comparison to the demon-slaying sword of the feathered gate. Once all the night demons' weapons had been destroyed, Fang Han felt an immense relief wash over him. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one a constellation of stars. Every night demon feeling the sharpness of his blade pressing toward their eyes. The night demons roared in retreat. Fang Han concentrated, feeling as if his very flesh and blood had transformed into fiery flames, surging upward to illuminate his mind. Suddenly, his mental clarity reached unprecedented heights. In that instant, Fang Han perceived the transparency of the bones atop his head, resembling crystal. Each night demon weighed approximately 350 pounds, capable of leaping and running at astonishing speeds. Fang Han's thoughts crystallized, and he could accurately gauge the life force of each night demon he observed. Even before a night demon leaped, Fang Han could sense its intended direction. His spirit ascended to an entirely new realm, stepping into the 9th layer of the flesh. Entering the realm of spirit communication. Chapter 040. The altar of the demon god. Upon stepping into the 9th level of the corporeal realm of spiritual communication, Fang Han felt as though he had truly ascended to a higher plane. Not only was his physical prowess enhanced, but his mind was also unusually clear and perceptive. His entire being underwent a profound transformation, akin to a dragon or snake shedding its skin, emerging renewed. The cosmos unfolded within his consciousness, and his spirit expanded infinitely. Fang Han sensed that he possessed an indomitable will, a seed of invincibility planted firmly in his mind. The door to the divine powers within him seemed to have opened ever so slightly. The realm of spiritual communication is reached when one's physical abilities attain their zenith, triggering a mental explosion. Now that Fang Han had ascended to this realm, his sensitivity heightened dramatically, every movement within thousands of steps around him. Even the slightest scuttling of a centipede or spider registered vividly in his mind. No sound could escape his keen perception. This is the essence of the spiritual communication realm, so attuned that he could commune with the divine and perceive the minutiae of existence. This state marks a significant watershed in physical cultivation. Reaching the 5th level of divine power represents one watershed, while attaining the 9th level of spiritual communication signifies an even more critical juncture, marking the transition from the physical to the spiritual. Only by entering the realm of spiritual communication does one harbor hope of stepping into the realm of divine powers. Fang Han felt that as he focused his mind, he could visualize every bone and organ within him with astonishing clarity. This state of spiritual communication allows for inner vision, bones as distinct as crystal. Suddenly, like a crane battling a serpent, Fang Han thrust his sword forward, striking at an empty space. Yet, a night demon leapt directly onto his blade, its eyes meeting the sword's tip, which pierced through its skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly. In the blink of an eye, Fang Han launched a flurry of strikes, swift as a locust, attacking east and west, north and south. The night demons seemed like headless flies, colliding with his sword. In that moment, Fang Han's sword danced through the air, a divine dragon sweeping its tail, casting shadows everywhere. One by one, the night demons fell, their eyes pierced, meeting their untimely demise. Finally, one last night demon roared as it fell, causing Fong Han's sword to shatter into two pieces upon impact. It had become lodged in the demon's skull. And in the swift extraction, the sword broke. Fong Han's innate strength surpassed that of an average individual at the divine power level, rivaling even those at the realm of transformation. The 9 apertures golden core had granted him a solid foundation. You have slain 12 night demons and entered the realm of spiritual communication amidst the chaos. At that moment, Fang Qingxue gently descended from above. Having previously soared into the darkness to observe the unfolding events, she was slightly taken aback by Fong Han's achievements, but since entering the depths, she had witnessed him vanquishing monstrous beasts and seeking her guidance in martial arts. Recognizing his extraordinary talent and profound understanding of cultivation, surpassing all others of the Fong family, he was indeed a prodigy with the potential to enter the realm of divine powers. If he were to enter the realm of divine powers and become a true disciple, he could serve my purposes, providing me with an ally among the many true disciples, was her first thought. It was understandable that she would think this way, otherwise Fong Han's progress would seem wasted, as the elixirs crafted by the Demon Emperor would be of no value, rendering the Emperor of the Underworld's efforts futile. Sister, although I have entered the realm of spiritual communication, my sword is broken, and without a weapon, I fear for the consequences should we encounter more night demons. Fong Han hastily diverted the conversation, worried she might discern his thoughts. This is inconsequential. Fang Qingxue reached out, and the broken pieces of the sword floated into the air. With a flicker of purple lightning, she struck the fragments, causing them to melt into a pool of molten metal, reforming into a complete and flawless sword. Straight and sharp. The blade shimmered with flowing patterns of lightning within. I have reforged your broken sword, infusing it with the power of my purple lightning blade technique. Upon striking an enemy, it will unleash a surge of purple lightning, capable of incinerating and melting iron, even injuring flying night demons. Fong Han accepted the newly forged sword, internally musing. The reason a flying sword is deemed a spiritual weapon is that it contains a formation that allows its power to operate independently, conserving one's physical strength in critical moments. Though Fang Qingxue's sword was sharper and more resilient than the original, it still required him to wield it manually. Unbeknownst to her, Fong Han's mind was preoccupied as she stepped forward, her gaze fixed ahead. You shall continue to forge the path ahead. But as we approach the altar of the demon god, the night demons will become increasingly numerous. Remember, the realm of spiritual communication is not everything. Even the 10th level of the corporeal realm and the transformation realm hold little significance. Only by stepping into the realm of divine powers can one ascend to greatness. I maintain my stance. Should you enter the realm of divine powers, I will arrange for Qingwei to marry you. His sister's sentiments did not concern him. Marriage held little significance for him, but the thought of his sister's words lingered in his mind. Indeed, my audacity grows. How bold I have become to entertain such thoughts. He was astonished by his own musings, recalling that just 4 months prior, he had been a mere servant. Humph, is this what boldness amounts to? You are destined to become a great demon emperor. Is this the extent of your ambition? Yet, he recognized her prowess. Her future achievements would likely eclipse this moment. With the potential to enter the realm of eternal life and ascend to supreme immortality, if he could secure her as a cherished consort, it would indeed be a worthy endeavor. Suddenly, a voice echoed within him, resonating with the essence of the dragon. Silence. Focus solely on your cultivation and elevation of strength. Strive to enter the realm of divine powers as soon as possible. Disregard all else. As for becoming a demon emperor, that is a distant dream. With unwavering dedication to your training, there shall come a day when the clouds part and the truth is revealed. Accompanying Fang Qingxue on this journey, though perilous, presents an opportunity. Fong Han remained calm and resolute as he conversed with the dragon. Very well, with this mindset, I feel reassured. Ahead lies great danger. I sense the presence of the demon god and numerous formidable adversaries. Exercise utmost caution. As they proceeded, countless lights flickered ahead, revealing a colossal altar rising from the earth, casting a blood-red glow that illuminated the surroundings. Before them lay an underground plain, teeming with hundreds of night demons, arranged like an army, while flying night demons soared above the scene. Chapter 41. Opportunities amidst danger. Fong Han was acutely aware that accompanying Fang Qingxue to the depths for cultivation would be fraught with peril. However, he had not anticipated the extent of the ferocity and savagery that awaited them. Beneath the towering demon god altar loomed an army of demons, capable of annihilating nations and incinerating cities. Thousands of yiksha soared through the skies, and even the most adept practitioners stepping into the realm of divine abilities would likely find themselves in grave peril. After battling a squad of 12 yikshas, Fang Han was nearly breathless, had he not reached the 9th level of physical cultivation. Relying on the sharpness of the demon slayer's sword and the invulnerability of his magical attire, he might have sustained injuries. Yet now he faced thousands of yikshas, including the formidable flying yikshas. Defeating even one of these aerial adversaries would prove exceedingly challenging, unless he resorted to using a flying sword. Nevertheless, even with such an advantage, he would likely be torn to shreds by the overwhelming horde. Calculating his chances, he realized that if more than 200 yikshas surged forth simultaneously, he would be utterly obliterated. As he gazed at the distant demon god altar, Fang Han pondered his next move. This altar, towering higher than the largest Fulong Tower in Longyuan City, was adorned with countless blood-red stones. At its center stood a colossal demon elephant, towering 7 to 8 men high. Its piercing gaze sweeping across the subterranean plain, exuding an unfathomable pressure that instilled a deep-seated dread. Beneath this demonic idol stood several figures. One enveloped in smoke was none other than the celestial wolf, Wang Molan, while another appeared to be a woman. Yet the most striking was a creature that seemed both human and demon, possessing an extraordinarily handsome face akin to that of a youth, yet with the lower body of a flying yaksha and wings protruding from its back. The creature's upper body was massive, resembling an ill-fitting suit of armor. The head was human, while the body was that of a yaksha, both bearing green faces and sharp fangs, far removed from any semblance of humanity. Fang Han immediately discerned that this was a Shura, a being of high rank among the subterranean demons. Above the Shura was the Great Shura, and above that, the Demon Emperor. The Shura's status underground was akin to that of an inner disciple, while the Great Shura equated to an elder, and the Demon Emperor to the supreme leader. The Shura possessed a human-like head, showcasing immense intelligence and rapid cultivation progress. Should it advance further to become a Great Shura, its scales would recede, transforming it fully into a human with abilities on par with experts in the realm of divine powers. This knowledge was meticulously documented in the worlds, providing essential insights for disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, safeguarding them from the clutches of demonic fiends. Could it be that the Feather Transformation sect aimed to eliminate several individuals this time? The Red Powder Prince had already been dispatched by him, while the Celestial Wolf remained here, along with a Pure Fox Demonis, and the leader of the subterranean demons, Ashura. These adversaries were beyond his capabilities. Concealment seemed prudent. Yet, just as he contemplated hiding, the demon army had already detected their presence. A cold, chilling voice resonated within him, revealing that Fang Qingxue had suddenly radiated a blinding purple light, electric currents swirling around her, accompanied by thunderous roars from the yin-yang purple lightning serpent at her side. The overwhelming sound, light, and electricity instantly rattled the entire demon army, even drawing the attention of figures atop the demon god altar several dozen miles away. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the altar, illuminating the ground for miles around, and Fang Han found himself at the center of this attention, exposing his location. This was dire. Fang Qingxue possessed boundless powers, while he, Fang Han, wielded little martial strength. Was this truly the way to cultivate? To survive by the skin of his teeth? Though taken aback and sensing the impending danger, Fang Han remained unmoved, his sword poised at his nose, as if in a state of deep meditation. Faced with the oncoming tide of demons, he appeared as tranquil as a sleeping child. This composure stirred something within Fang Qingxue, her gaze sparkling with an unusual light, a hint of unnoticeable admiration gracing her features. To remain calm amidst chaos, with calamity looming, was a testament to one's inherent fortitude, a quality not easily cultivated through mere elixirs, but rather through one's innate potential and resilience. This was commendable. He exhibited the demeanor of a true expert. The greater the peril, the more one's potential surged. Every adept must traverse countless brushes with death to hone their spirit to a razor's edge. If he could indeed emerge from this deadly encounter, it would be an immeasurable achievement for his cultivation. Fang Qingxue's voice echoed in Fang Han's ears, yet he remained steadfast, awaiting the onslaught of the demon army. Fang Qingxue, how dare you venture alone to the depths of the demon god altar? Who granted you such audacity? Do you truly believe you can obliterate the demon god altar single-handedly? Suddenly, from the demon god altar, Wang Molan, the celestial wolf, rose, shaking the 7 evil gourd in his hand. Instantly, a torrent of fierce winds surged forth, a cloud of smoke rolling toward Fang Qingxue like galloping steeds across the prairie. In that moment, Wang Molan exhibited no signs of injury, as if he had fully recovered from the grievous wounds he had sustained just 2 days prior. Do not underestimate even this mere demon god altar. One day, I shall ascend to the demon god sect and confront the demon god himself, to witness the prowess of a legendary demon. Fang Qingxue stood proudly in the air, a cold smile gracing her lips. With a casual wave, she unleashed a barrage of purple lightning and thunder, forming 108 cutting currents that cleaved through the oncoming smoke, directing a lethal assault toward the demon god altar. The ensuing thunder and lightning aimed to shatter the massive altar, annihilating all within its vicinity, including the Shura, Wang Molan, and the pure Fox Demonis. With a series of sharp sounds, several fierce flying yikshaws in the sky met their end at the hands of Fang Qingxue's slicing currents, their bodies igniting in flames as they let out anguished cries, plummeting to the ground in a gruesome display of blood and destruction. These once feared flying yikshaws, which had instilled trepidation amongst the inner disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, were utterly powerless against the casual might of Fang Qingxue's blade. In the midst of this chaos, Fang Han found himself ensnared within the encroaching demon army. Hundreds upon hundreds of yikshaws, unable to reach the airborne Fang Qingxue, turned their ravenous eyes upon him, eager to feast upon his flesh. Fang Han, though this peril is great, it also presents an opportunity. For each yiksha you slay, I can absorb their blood essence, channeling it into the river of Hades to refine the 10 flying yikshas, allowing them to metamorphose into Shuras. The voice of Yin echoed once more. This is an opportunity amid danger. Chapter 42. Blood Pill absorbing the spirit of blood? Transforming 10 flying night demons into Shura? Is there truly such a method? If this were possible, would it not mean one could traverse the world sideways? Fang Han was profoundly astonished, faced with the onslaught of a demonic army charging towards him. He had initially been calm and composed, engaging in battle with all his might, elevating his spirit to a realm where life and death were inconsequential. Yet, Yan's words jolted him into a state of clarity. Within the Yellow Spring diagram, he had captured 10 flying night demons, the corpse of the beloved prince, a blood-cotton demonic garment, a spirit wind sword, a silver serpent sword, a crimson desire sword, along with 4 flying swords belonging to outer disciples, a total of 7 flying swords. These items could not be utilized at present. He could not afford to leak even the slightest hint of their existence, lest he invite calamity upon himself. Indeed, demonic spells are characterized by their forceful plunder of souls, devouring spirits to augment one's own power. I have consumed the celestial chicken's pure yang rope, and now I can slightly wield certain spells, such as the Yellow Spring sect's blood transformation great art. By utilizing the holy water of the Yellow Spring, one can cleanse the spiritual impurities contained within, refining the souls of the slain into nourishing pure blood pills, concentrating their essence to nurture the flying night demons, allowing them to grow and metamorphose into Shura. A single Shura, though devoid of spellcasting abilities, possesses the strength of 13 steeds. Its formidable physical power can contend with masters of the secret realm of divine arts. Should you annihilate the demonic army here, the blood pills produced may very well give rise to 4 or 5 Shura. Yan's voice held an air of excitement. The act of seizing souls, the blood transformation great art, the crafting of blood pills. This is the true essence of the demonic path. Fang Han marveled. The soul refers to the spirit of a being, while the per refers to the vitality and blood. Regardless of the creature, upon death, its blood dissipates and spirit scatters, for spirit is yin and blood is yang. The human body embodies the unity of yin and yang, maintaining balance. The loss of either results in immediate death. The cultivation methods of the demonic path typically involve slaying living beings to create potent elixirs for consumption, thereby enhancing one's physical body and spirit. It is akin to forging a fine sword, utilizing living beings, infants, fierce tigers, or spiritual serpents as offerings will undoubtedly yield a superior blade. In contrast, the celestial path predominantly employs soulless flora and stones to craft elixirs that fortify the body, harnessing one's own physical strength to unlock divine capabilities. This delineates the fundamental difference between the celestial and demonic paths. However, the demonic path's plunder of souls to augment one's own body and spirit carries its own drawbacks, for the essence of any slain creature leaves behind residual spiritual impurities. Excessive consumption of such elixirs can lead to mental turmoil and madness. Thus, while the celestial path is steady and slow, generally avoiding the pitfalls of madness. The demonic path offers rapid advancement, but with an alarming likelihood of insanity among 1,000 practitioners of the demonic path. It is likely that 990 will meet their demise. Nonetheless, Yin stated that by incorporating the holy water of the yellow spring during the crafting of blood pills, one could entirely expel the residual spiritual imprints, resulting in pure blood pills. The waters of the yellow spring possess the power to cleanse the spirit of blood, which is why they can be used to reforge those flying swords. There is a folk legend that drinking from the yellow spring will cause one to forget their past life and be reborn. Such temptation is akin to luring Fong Han into the demonic path, promising swift progress without peril. Very well, proceed. Regardless, once the blood pill is crafted, I shall first nourish the flying night demons as an experiment. Fong Han licked his lips, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching demonic horde, and spoke with calm determination. There is no need for experimentation when the Yellow Spring Emperor controlled the underground holy river. The Yellow Spring sect had undoubtedly annihilated countless beings to create pure blood pills for their disciples, enabling them to surpass the limits of their physical forms without any side effects. I perceive your hesitation to embrace the demonic path. Fret not. Once I forge the pure blood pill, you shall surely be tempted. Your current strength is but 5 steeds worth. Even upon attaining the divine transformation realm, you will barely possess 8 steeds worth, only 3 steeds greater than an ordinary master of divine transformation. You must continuously fortify your body, enhance your vitality, and refine your essence into spirit to provide power for your mind, enabling you to reach the secret realm of divine arts. At that juncture, ordinary sustenance will prove futile. Only the consumption of pure blood pills will serve as the sole path to strengthening your physique. Do you understand how robust a body must be to enter the secret realm of divine arts? One must possess a physique as formidable as that of 10 steeds. Yin's voice resonated with temptation, urging Fong Han towards the demonic path. Regardless of celestial or demonic paths, survival is paramount. However, Fong Han found himself with little time to heed Yin's seductions. Above in the sky, Fong Qingxue unleashed a torrent of purple lightning upon the demonic altar. Below, the demonic army, comprised of no less than 30 night demons, surged forth with ferocity. Stars twinkled in the night sky. At that moment, Fong Han stepped forward. Employing the 7 stars footwork, his sword erupting in a cascade of brilliant light, piercing the eyes of 2 night demons. With a swift thrust, the sword unleashed a powerful electric current, and the 2 night demons perished before they could even struggle. The sword, reforged by Fong Qingxue, was now several times sharper and deadlier, imbued with the powers of purple lightning and shadowy thunder, further amplifying Fong Han's strength as the night demons succumbed to paralysis upon contact. Suddenly, Fong Han felt the yellow spring diagram stir. A thread of yellow light resembling spider silk entwining around his sword, penetrating the bodies of the 2 fallen night demons. In an instant, their blood and marrow were drawn into the yellow spring diagram. Fong Han extended a sliver of his spirit towards the yellow spring river within the diagram, discovering that a section of the waters had turned crimson with blood. Subsequently, the dragon spirit Yin floated upon the river's surface, emitting a resonant chant. As the blood of the night demons coalesced within the water, forming a pill the size of a walnut. This blood pill was entirely pure, gleaming like a gem of blood jade, the finest sustenance for cultivators. For those who have achieved the divine transformation realm, ordinary grains and earthly fare merely serve to fill the stomach. Prolonged consumption of earthly sustenance leads to the accumulation of impurities within the body, hastening decay and regression instead of advancement. The nourishment for cultivators typically consists of refined elixirs or spiritual grains provided by prominent celestial sects, such as the Jade Meal Hall of the Feather Transformation sect. However, the food from the Jade Meal Hall merely lacks impurities, serving to keep one's body clean without further enhancing one's cultivation or fortifying bones and muscles. True disciples often refrain from dining at the Jade Meal Hall, preferring to refine their own elixirs atop the peaks, painstakingly cultivating their vital essence. Those with connections among the inner disciples acquire elixirs from the true disciples as sustenance. The top 10 experts on the Mountain River rankings receive refined spiritual elixirs from the sect monthly. The essence of the night demon's blood was indeed rich, equivalent to that of dozens of fierce tigers. Typically, it would require the slaughter of 72 tigers to produce a single blood pill. Fong Han, upon consuming this blood pill, could sustain himself without food or drink for 3 days, his physical stamina rejuvenated, and the tendons within his body would grow more resilient. with prolonged intake of blood pills. Given his current cultivation, he could attain the divine transformation realm in less than a month. Alas, it is regrettable that I have lost my corporeal form. I can only absorb the essence of pure young treasures to strengthen myself, unable to consume any elixirs, Yan lamented. At that moment, Feng Han could no longer hear Yan's words. All of his focus was consumed by the ensuing battle, as 50 night demons encircled him. With a sweep of the magical sword, the steel forks of the night demons shattered like tofu. The purple lightning coursing through the sword incapacitated the demons on the spot. Feng Han, wielding his sword with agility, cleaved 2 night demons in half with a single stroke. Though the scales of the night demons were formidable, the current sword was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through them. The sound of blood gushing was heard as a significant amount of vital essence flowed into the yellow spring diagram, resulting in the successful refinement of a blood pill. Suddenly, a towering night demon, resembling a minor chief, emerged before Feng Han, brandishing its fork like a spear and hurling it fiercely. As Feng Han dodged, the demon chief's teeth cracked open, emitting a demonic roar as it struck out with a palm, deploying a martial technique. Humph! Nearly the strength of 4 horses. What can you do to me? Feng Han, in the realm of spiritual communication, perceived the demon chief's vitality state with keen insight. Typically, night demons possess the strength of 3 horses, but this one seemed to have consumed some extraordinary elixir, granting it significantly greater power. However, due to his 9 orifices golden pill, Feng Han's physical strength was akin to that of a master in the transformation realm, equating to 5 horses. In a flash, Feng Han's sword pierced through the demon chief's palm, the purple lightning once again paralyzing him, while his vital essence was drawn into the yellow spring diagram. The consumption of essence by the diagram was remarkably discreet, and amidst the fierce battle, none noticed. After vanquishing the minor chief, Feng Han cast a glance toward the distant demon god altar, noticing that Feng Qingxue was approaching the altar. Sword energy surged, dark thunder exploded, and purple lightning enveloped the likes of Tianling the young real man and Chuanhu the young demoness. Meanwhile, the Shura commander flapped his wings and soared above the battlefield, evading the chaos like an arrow. Feng Han felt the commander's handsome visage and blood-red eyes fixated on him from above, as if poised to descend and crush him into dust. This was dire. While he could rely on the purple lightning of the magical sword to fend off the night demons, how could he contend with the Shura commander? Must he truly resort to using a flying sword? Feng Han pondered. Fall back. Protect the altar. At that moment, the voice of the Shura commander resonated from the heavens, causing the encircling demon army to retreat like a receding tide, abandoning dozens of corpses. The Shura commander landed with a thunderous crash, mere steps away from Feng Han. Human, what is your name? The Shura commander inquired, addressing Feng Han directly. Chapter 043, The Manifestation of the Demon God. What does it mean to confront the enemy alone? Feng Han gazed at the Shura commander standing 100 steps away. He was extraordinarily handsome, resembling a graceful young man. However, his body was covered in dark green scales that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The contrast between his magnificent physique and handsome face was striking, akin to a devil combined with a celestial being. If that outer shell were to be shed, transforming him into a human, one could only imagine how stunning the Shura commander would appear. Feng Han mused, a demon transformed into a human, yet more beautiful than any man. What a bitter irony. I am Feng Han, an outer disciple of the Feathered Gate. May I inquire if this esteemed Shura commander intends to engage me in combat? You are an outer disciple of the Feathered Gate. Judging by your physique, you possess unmatched strength, with the power of 5 horses, exceptional stamina, and a solid foundation that far exceeds the average adept of divine transformation. You must be among the elite of the inner disciples, perhaps even a formidable contender on the river and mountain rankings. Yet, you are merely an outer disciple? The Shura commander exclaimed in astonishment. This Shura's power was immensely potent, twice as formidable as that of the evil Moon Prince. Although he lacked magical prowess, his speed was so astonishing that Feng Han feared he would struggle to perceive it with his naked eye. Feng Han chose not to respond, focusing instead on observing the Shura's vitality. He recalled Yan's earlier remarks about the Shura's terrifying strength, boasting a full 13 horsepowers, while an ordinary adept of divine transformation possessed only 5. Even the notorious bandit leader, the evil Moon Prince, who had undergone a fortuitous encounter by consuming the blood of a millennium-old 6-winged blood bat, wielded only 7 horsepowers, making him far inferior to this Shura. Fong Han had witnessed the Shura's breathtaking speed as it evaded Fong Qingshue's purple lightning and shadowy thunderblade. It was as swift as a black streak, beyond comprehension. He realized that if this Shura were to strike at him, he might not even manage to wield his flying sword in defense, unless he donned the blood-cotton demon attire. Regrettably, if he could reach the 10th level of divine transformation, he would possess 8 horsepowers, allowing him a fighting chance. However, encountering the Shura now meant certain death. Not necessarily, Yin interjected, a hint of tension evident in his tone. Do you not see? This Shura seems reluctant to kill you, yet he does not wish for you to slay the demon army. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Shuras are notoriously ruthless. Such hesitation is uncharacteristic. Fong Han's mind flickered with understanding. He realized the Shura intended to capture him alive to threaten Fong Qingxue. I am not oblivious to your intentions, he thought. Given your talents, you cannot be an insignificant figure. It is no wonder he has mistaken you, since he does not wish to kill you, only to capture you. That grants us ample opportunity, Yin remarked with a sinister smile. What opportunity? Do you think we can defeat him? The scales on that Shura are far sturdier than those of the flying celestial demons. Even my flying sword may not be able to slice through them. I have my methods. The Shura, unaware of the conversation between Fong Han and Yin, spoke again, his expression cold and confidence radiating from him. Regardless of whether you are an outer or inner disciple, surrender your sword and come with me. I shall not harm you. What if I refuse? Fong Han replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the distant demon god altar, where purple lightning crackled and black smoke billowed. The massive demon idol swayed precariously, as if it might be obliterated by Fong Qingxue. Once Sister Qingxue destroys the altar and kills a few disciples of the demon sect, your fate will be sealed. Is that so? Then let us see who perishes first. The Shura's face twisted into a cryptic grin, sending a chill through Fong Han's heart. In an instant, a claw, born from the void, lunged towards his heart. So swift. Though the Shura remained 100 steps away, the claw had already reached Fong Han's chest before he could react. In that moment, he truly grasped the terror of the Shura. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword with all his might, raising an iron barrier across his chest. Clang! A series of purple sparks erupted from the sword, and Fong Han was propelled backward, tumbling over 10 steps before crashing to the ground, his entire body tingling with numbness. Though he had managed to block the Shura's claw, the overwhelming force had sent him flying. The power was colossal. As Fong Han struggled to rise, he observed the purple electricity dissipating from the Shura's body, feeling as though his internal organs were about to turn inside out. His right hand, which held the sword, was particularly affected. The skin around his thumb had split open, blood oozing forth from the Shura's tremendous force. You are weak. I do not wish to kill you, so relinquish your sword. The Shura's eyes gleamed with a hint of bloodlust, his lips moving as he spoke with precise enunciation. The purple electricity on your sword is trivial. It cannot harm me. Humph. Fong Han scoffed coldly, retracting his body and suddenly leaping 20 steps away, sprinting towards a subterranean dark river as if seeking to harness its power to evade the Shura's impending assault. Do you think you can escape? The Shura's body flickered, transforming into a streak of blackness that tore through the air with a piercing wail. The gale produced by his form toppled many towering mushrooms in the plains, uprooting those closest to him. Oh no! While running, Fong Han suddenly sensed a fierce wind rushing toward him from behind, as if a demonic claw were about to crush his head like a ripe watermelon. Realizing the Shura was upon him again, he hurriedly wielded his sword, executing a defensive maneuver to encircle his head with a spinning attack, aiming to intercept the claw. Boom! This time, Fong Han was sent flying over 20 steps once more, his palm splitting open again as blood spewed forth. He rolled on the ground, regaining his composure before leaping back up, only to see the Shura's purple electricity fading once again. Falling star chasing the moon. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Han merged with his sword, leaping forward to pierce the Shura's eyes with all his might. He did not retreat, but rather counterattacked. How audacious! The Shura let out a series of sinister laughs, his body blurring as he vanished into shadows, evading Fong Han's strike entirely. Fong Han understood that this moment was critical for his survival. He could not afford to falter. He concentrated all his energy, feeling every bone in his body like crystal, reflecting his surroundings with acute sensitivity. His skin tingled with every breeze, every scent triggering instinctual responses. With agility surpassing that of a monkey, he darted and leaped, his sword dancing wildly, lightning flashing as he parried several of the Shura's attacks. Techniques such as the serpent and crane struggle and the 7 stars interlinked flashed forth in a dazzling display, all unleashed in a single moment. In the face of life and death, Fong Han unleashed every ounce of his martial prowess without reservation, driven by the pressure of survival, awakening his latent potential. The arena was awash with his sword's luminescence, and within a span of several zhang, his figure was omnipresent. The 9 apertures golden elixir endowed him with enduring vitality and a resilient physique, which now finally bore fruit. The might of the Azura was formidable, its speed unparalleled. The power concentrated into a single point equated to that of 13 horses, bursting forth with such force that even the adept of the divine mystical realm would find their magical defenses shattered and their corporeal forms obliterated. Yet, Fong Han bore the brunt of the assault unwaveringly. Boom, boom. The ground bore witness to more than a dozen craters, with soil flying in every direction as each strike from the Azura mercilessly forced Fong Han down. Each impact created a pit. Yet with every jolt that sent Fong Han airborne, the Azura itself experienced a fleeting paralysis from the violet lightning, its movements hindered and its agility compromised. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Han adjusted his breathing to recuperate his strength. Fortunately, Fong Qingxue had reforged his sword. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen prey to deadly hands today. In the blink of an eye, with the might of a single sword, he withstood over 10 assaults from the Azura. Fong Han's hands were now bloodied and battered, struggling to maintain his grip on the weapon. You have remarkably weathered my flying demon 13 strikes. You may take pride in this. I find myself reluctant to part with such talent, the Azura proclaimed, observing the blood streaming from Fong Han's hands. How many more can you endure? 3 strikes? 2. Soon. You shall no longer be able to wield that sword. Without the violet lightning to incapacitate me, capturing you would be as simple as seizing a mere rabbit. Just then, from the distance atop the demon god altar, a thunderous roar resonated. Beneath the deity's statue, the heavenly wolf's minor adept, Wang Molan, found his heavenly wolf's 7 fiends smoke ignited, erupting into fiery sparks that scattered in all directions. This was a testament to Fong Qingxue's formidable prowess, having forcefully breached the protective barrier. With a colossal rumble, the 7 fiends gourd in Wang's grasp was struck, soaring into the air, only for Fong Qingxue to summon it effortlessly into her possession. Without the 7 fiends gourd, what can you accomplish? She asserted. Clutching the artifact tightly as twin yin-yang violet lightning serpents surged toward the towering demon statue, intent on its annihilation. At that moment, the demon statue stirred to life, exuding an overwhelming aura that engulfed the subterranean plane. Fong Qingxue's expression shifted alarmingly. Ah, the demon god has manifested. We can no longer delay. The Azura, too, observed the unfolding scene, his countenance darkening. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him collapsed as he propelled himself toward Fong Han, revealing the true extent of his power. It is time. Yan's voice reverberated in Fong Han's mind. The manifestation of the demon god is no trivial matter. Fong Qingxue cannot afford to concern herself with you. We must join forces to vanquish this Azura. Chapter 044, Exposed? The demonic statue atop the altar emanated an overwhelming aura, transforming drastically. The Azura, initially intent on capturing Fong Han, disregarded all else and struck fiercely, its body becoming a blur, moving with unparalleled speed. A fierce gale enveloped Fong Han from all directions, swirling like a tornado, threatening to crush him. The wind roared in his ears, blinding him and rendering him deaf. He was completely overwhelmed by the Azura's assault, which had doubled in speed compared to earlier. In that moment, Fong Han comprehended the immense power of 13 horses combined, a force both magnificent and earth-shattering. The air trembled violently, and he was beset by sharp pains, unsure of where to evade. This was the essence of demonic martial arts, a lethal technique known as Wind Demon Kill. At that instant, Jiao Long Yan's piercing chant resonated in Fong Han's mind. Suddenly, he perceived Yan's shadow within his consciousness. Yan exhaled, conjuring a brilliant orb of light resembling an eternal aurora that illuminated the darkness of Fong Han's mind. Clarity surged through him, his vision sharpened, and the Azura's movements appeared to slow, advancing inch by inch, its massive claws striking towards his face. With a decisive stance, Fong Han executed the 7-star step and the Kueishan kick. Without hesitation, he darted to the Azura's right, limbs moving in unison like a constellation, delivering a flurry of powerful kicks that landed squarely upon the Azura's titanic form. The creature staggered under the impact, releasing a surge of tremendous force that sent Fong Han crashing to the ground. As he fell, his spine arched, and he struck the earth with one hand and both feet. Using the momentum, he leapt back up like a centipede scaling a tree. His sword aimed directly at the Asura's eyes. To his astonishment, he could react in time. Impossible, given his mental state. A flicker of surprise crossed the Asura's face as it grasped for the magic sword. Yellow Spring True Essence. Yan's voice echoed once more in Fong Han's mind. At that moment, 3 streams of yellow energy enveloped the sword, coiling around it like a dragon, strong and vigorous, repelling the Asura's grasp. The Asura's claws, which could tear through steel, were thwarted by the radiant yellow energy emanating from the sword, revealing the sheer power of the magic. Was this the power of the dragon? Fong Han, empowered by the yellow energy, felt it coursing through him like serpents, intertwining with his muscles, endowing him with boundless strength. If he had previously possessed the strength of 5 horses, the yellow energy amplified him to over 15 horses, and his mind, illuminated by Yan's power, became twice as responsive. He knew that the blood-cotton demon garb could be pierced with mere 7 horses of strength, yet the yellow energy surpassed it by far. This was true magic. As the Asura's claws were repelled, it was bewildered by the revelation of Fong Han's magic. Only those who entered the secret realm of divine powers could wield such forces. The limitations of the physical body contrasted starkly with the boundlessness of magic and divine prowess. With a swift motion, Fong Han ignored the Asura's musings and, like lightning, thrust his sword, cleaving the air and creating a brief vacuum. The yellow spring earth net, as Yan's voice transformed, morphed into a vast web of energy that ensnared the Asura, rendering it immobile and howling in rage. Yellow spring earth net. Who are you? What are you? The Asura's body swelled, its handsome features contorted in shock, as if it had encountered a true demon god. Yet Fong Han remained silent, driving his sword into the Asura's eye, shattering it like a hard ruby and plunging the blade deep into its brain. Subsequently, the delicate threads of the yellow spring net infiltrated the Asura's eye, absorbing its life, essence, and marrow. Marvelous. Its vitality was nearly pure yang, and its spirit was remarkably sharp, perfect for crafting a potent blood elixir. Amidst Yan's elation, a blood pill the size of a bowl materialized in the yellow spring river, glowing brilliantly like jade. This blood pill's quality far surpassed many previously refined, a veritable treasure for replenishing vitality and strengthening sinews. At last, I have slain an Asura. The sensation of wielding magic is truly wondrous. Fong Han withdrew his sword, reflecting on the perilous battle, taking a significant step forward in his martial journey. This is my magic, not yours. Your physical form cannot harness it. Should you cultivate to the secret realm of divine powers, you would wield it with even greater finesse. Yan, the dragon, retracted its power. I am now akin to a master of the second layer of the secret realm of divine powers. You must provide me with the pure yang treasure. Look, Fong Qingxue is actually confronting the demon god's avatar. This woman is exceedingly formidable. If she fails, we will face utter annihilation. Fong Han quickly turned his gaze to the distant plain. The ground was shrouded in demonic energy, swirling ominously, momentarily coalescing into a magical blade, then morphing into various monstrous forms, grotesque and fearsome. Fong Qingxue, surrounded by 2 serpentine bolts of purple lightning, resembled a thunderous goddess dispelling the malevolent energy. Ha! The disciples of the Feather Transformation sect possess remarkable audacity. They dare to defile my sacred statue. Suddenly, the sky darkened as the demonic clouds converged violently, forming a solid entity, a tall figure clad in black, nearly perfect in form, with long purple-black hair billowing in the wind. Its eyes bore a hypnotic allure, drawing in the very souls of onlookers. This was the avatar of the demon god, the leader of one of the 5 great demonic sects. Upon the demon god's arrival, Fong Han felt an inexplicable discomfort, almost compelled to kneel in submission, burying himself in the earth like an ostrich. Demon god, the 7 fiends' gourd you cultivated has fallen into my possession. Do you intend to personally intervene to reclaim it from this junior? Fong Qingxue exhibited no fear, her voice icy, as if nothing in the world could intimidate her. Though the 7 fiends' gourd is a treasure I painstakingly cultivated, I am not overly concerned. The 7 demon emperors and 3 demon sovereigns have already formed an alliance to wage war against the celestial path. You, a mere disciple, dare to come and destroy my altar, obstructing the demonic army? You seek your own demise. If I allow you to leave unscathed today, where would my dignity lie? The voice of the demon goddess avatar descended like a mountain, shaking the very ground. The earth trembled beneath Fong Han, fissures splitting open as the plain around them crumbled. The overwhelming sound surged forth like a tempest, forcing Fong Han to cover his ears and press against the ground. The pain only slightly alleviated. Such prowess, akin to the brilliance of the sun and moon, vast as the heavens and earth, is entirely insurmountable. How formidable must Fong Qingxue be to engage him in direct conversation? Fong Han pondered. Gripped by an overwhelming fear of the power possessed by the avatar of the demon god, a force beyond mortal comprehension. In light of this, I shall strip the demon god of all dignity. Fong Qingxue's voice resonated like ancient ice, her white garments billowing as purple lightning danced around her. The two serpentine forms of purple lightning sang with increasing intensity, suddenly sprouting antler-like horns and eagle-like talons, their elongated whiskers adding an air of ancient solemnity. The twin serpents transformed into dragons. Has your cultivation reached such a zenith? No wonder Taiyang disregarded Xianqun's words for your sake. Venturing alone into the outer realms of the demonic illusion to cultivate, carelessly risking his life for the sake of your wager. The avatar of the demon god opened its eyes wide, laughter echoing forth. To be fair, you are indeed a remarkable disciple among the celestial path. Receive my move. Heavenly demon devours the sun. As the words left its lips, the demon god swept its sleeve, plunging the world into darkness, a thick fog enveloping everything. All light extinguished, Fong Han found himself in a void where even a hand could not be seen. Sensing the universe itself being drawn into the sweeping motion of the demon god's sleeve, the world spun chaotically. Xiantian, the emperor of the demonic sect, perhaps, had a son, the demon lord Taiyang, exchanged path techniques with Fong Qingxue. Despite the overwhelming darkness, an inexplicable emotion stirred within Fong Han's heart. The primordial and the postnatal, clarity and obscurity, dragons and serpents emerging from the earth, the stars shifting, the heavens and earth in constant flux. The six thieves of the heart, the seven wounds of intention. Break for me. In the eternal night, Fong Qingxue's voice, as frigid as ice, resonated, seemingly reciting an ancient scripture. Crackle. Two bolts of intense purple lightning suddenly tore through the darkness, shattering the cosmos. A figure emerged before Fong Han. It was Fong Qingxue. Senior sister. Fong Han lifted his gaze to see her materialize in front of him, the surrounding darkness thick. Yet the purple lightning emanating from her dispelled a significant portion of the murk. Yet, her complexion was pale, her pristine white attire marred by splotches of crimson, reminiscent of peach blossoms. Nevertheless, she stood resolute, her will unyielding against any demonic art. Fong Han felt her fierce aura, potent enough to pierce the heavens, causing a tremor within him. I have temporarily torn through the demonic fog. I shall take you away. There is no time to lose. Upon seeing Fong Han, Fong Qingxue swiftly grasped him, and then her gaze fell upon the slain Azura on the ground. You killed the Azura? Fong Qingxue appeared taken aback, her eyes piercing through Fong Han, as if seeking the truth within him. What do you possess? Let me see. As she spoke, she waved her finger, and with a swift motion, Fong Han's clothing, along with his inner garments, was torn asunder, leaving his upper body bare before Fong Qingxue. Chapter 045. The Seven Killing Sword Formation Disaster. The Jiao Fu Huang Quan diagram has been discovered by her. Life or death. Fong Han had not anticipated that Fong Qingxue would be so decisive. She swiftly tore open her garment, leaving her upper body exposed. The Huang Quan diagram, which she had worn as an undergarment, was now fully revealed. The consequences of this exposure were unimaginable. In that moment, Fong Han's murderous intent surged, and he was overwhelmed by the impulse to draw his sword and strike Fong Qingxue. However, he was acutely aware that Fong Qingxue was no mere opponent. She was a master at the fourth level of the divine ability secret realm. The Azura was merely on par with those at the first and second levels, while Fong Qingxue stood leagues above. If Fong Han were to make a sudden attack, he would have no certainty of success, not even a 1 in 10 chance. What? The rest nothing there? At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Fong Qingxue's eyes. To her astonishment, Fong Han's body bore no treasures, only smooth skin, taut muscles, and an athletic form, radiating vitality. Where had the Jiao Fu Huang Quan diagram gone? Fong Han was equally taken aback, inspecting his own body and finding nothing, as if the diagram had never existed. Surely this was the work of Yan. He had mentioned that he consumed the 9 orifices golden elixir, which the Emperor of Huang Quan had infused with his own blood, allowing for a potential fusion with the diagram that also contained his blood. An idea struck Fong Han. Senior sister, I possess no magic treasures. The sudden change at the Azura altar caught it off guard, and I seized the opportunity to stab it in the eye as it hesitated. Let us go. Fang Qingxue did not heed Fang Han's explanation. She glanced at his bleeding hand and seized him once more, soaring into the air. Around them, violet lightning crackled, thunder roared, and they burst forth through the endless black mist, racing ahead. Fang Han was gripped tightly, unable to move, as if paralyzed. He watched as the black fog was forcefully pushed aside. Fang Qingxue's complexion grew increasingly pale, and she coughed intermittently. Droplets of blood staining her lips and soaking into her white garments, blooming like a vivid peach blossom. Clearly, she was gravely injured. The celestial demon slaughters gods, plucking moons and stars. A sudden cacophony of demonic sound resonated through the black fog. The sound waves coalescing into long spears that ruthlessly pierced Fang Qingxue's protective violet lightning, shattering it to pieces. Subsequently, the black mist thickened, and a massive demonic hand descended. Akin to a net cast for fishing, ensnaring Fang Qingxue. Heaven's will is like a knife, cutting through all. Unfazed, Fang Qingxue raised a single palm to her chest. A colossal beam of violet lightning slashed forward, aiming straight at the center of the demonic hand. The hand constricted, attempting to capture the blade of light. The myriad phenomena. Fang Qingxue closed her eyes, seemingly gathering her strength. After 3 breaths, she opened her eyes abruptly, and the enormous thunderous blade erupted, transforming into countless spinning blades of light. Within those blades, myriad scenes unfolded. Houses, palaces, cities, trees, flowers, mountains, immortals, thunder, flames, winds, dragons, and tigers, everything manifested within. With a tearing sound, the demonic hand was ripped apart by her blade of light. In that moment, a glimmer of brightness pierced through the shroud of black mist. Grasping Fang Han, Fang Qingxue surged through this sliver of light, disappearing from sight. Upon the altar of the demon god, the divine avatar waved its sleeve, causing the enveloping black mist to dissipate entirely. The underworld returned to a tranquil state, dotted with peace. Great God, will you not pursue him personally? Wang Molan, the small celestial wolf, stood beside the demon goddess avatar, speaking urgently. What a remarkable display of the myriad phenomena. The innate magic of the primordial demon sect. She wields it with such mastery. She's as astonishingly talented as the young Tian. However, having fallen victim to my heavenly demon hand seal, we shall see if she possesses the fortune to escape the pursuit of her own sect. As for my identity, it seems unbecoming to hunt a mere junior. The demon goddess avatar replied mildly. Moreover, my true self is suppressing the 9 celestial demon, and my avatar can hardly exert much power. Let her be. Congratulations, great demon god, for finally sealing the 9 celestial demon. This demon is one of the most powerful in the outer starry skies. Should you refine it, your path to immortality will advance significantly. Standing beside the demon god was a young girl with a human form but a fluffy white tail swaying behind her, reminiscent of a legendary fox spirit. This was the pure fox little demoness, with 10-fold physical strength, 10-fold divine abilities, and 10-fold longevity. Even after achieving immortality, a long road remains to reach the fabled door to eternal life. The demon god stroked the pure fox little demoness head, and his body dissipated into wisps of smoke. Let us pursue. Since Fang Qingxue has fallen under the heavenly demon hand seal, even the mightiest will soon exhaust their power. Wang Molan whispered ominously, transforming into a streak of dark green light and soaring upward. Above the ground, the blazing sun hung high, illuminating the desert at noon. The scorching rays capable of desiccating one's very essence. Have we escaped the underworld? Where are we? A bolt of violet lightning streaked across the sky, landing atop a towering sand dune, revealing 2 figures, Fang Han and Fang Qingxue. Stay here. I have been struck by the demon god's heavenly demon hand seal. My powers are waning. Breaking through his demonic arts has exhausted all my strength. I never expected a mere avatar of a master from the longevity secret realm to be so formidable. Nevertheless, I now comprehend the prowess of such masters. Among the true disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, I fear I am the only one who has clashed with a master of the longevity secret realm. Coughing lightly, Fang Qingxue sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing Fang Han, her face displaying a hint of a smile, as though she found satisfaction in her encounter with the demon god. Senior sister, are you gravely injured? Fang Han inquired urgently. It's nothing. I will circulate my powers to refine the demonic energy from the heavenly demon hand seal. My cultivation of the violet lightning thunder blade technique can refine all demonic energies, but this will require time. Fang Qingxue glanced at Fang Han. You managed to slay the Azura, albeit by luck. It is truly astonishing and increasingly impressive. Protect me while I recover." As she spoke, she tossed the 7-killing gourd into Fong Han's hands. He caught it, feeling its weight. How could such a small gourd weigh dozens of pounds? He wondered what it contained. "The blood spirit within the 7-killing gourd has been eradicated. You may now perform a blood sacrifice to refine it," Fong Qingshui instructed. "This gourd is a treasure." Yet Wang Molan, that little demon, has concocted a kind of celestial wolf smoke and some small insects. Such a waste. The true power of this gourd lies in the 7-killing sword formation within. By placing 7 spirit-grade flying swords inside, one can set up the formation, capable of slaying gods and demons alike with unparalleled ferocity. However, acquiring 7 flying swords is rare, and the demonic sects are not adept at forging. Thus, the 7-killing sword formation remains dormant without swords. You should gradually gather 7 flying swords once you enter the inner sect. As she spoke, Fong Qingshui closed her eyes. Enveloped in a cocoon of violet lightning filaments, her body encased within while 2 violet lightning serpents coiled around her. These serpents, however, had shed their antlers, claws, and whiskers, no longer resembling dragons. The 7-killing sword formation? Do I not already possess 7 flying swords? Ling Feng, Silver Snake, Red Desire, and the other 4? As Fong Han's mind stirred, a sudden brilliance illuminated the distant sky. A streak of emerald flame trailed a long tail as it raced through the air, coming to an abrupt halt in mid-flight, revealing a young man clad in verdant garments. It was none other than Jin Shirtai, the true disciple of Bai Yin Peak. "Fong Qingshui, at last, I have found you," he declared as he hovered in the air, continuously channeling his mystical energy. His gaze then fixed upon Fong Han. "The 7 Fiends Gourd. You, surrender the gourd at once." Chapter 046. The Ancient 7 Poisons. The 7-killing gourd, such a formidable treasure, is simply beyond reason to desire. However, this individual is a master of the secret realm of divine powers, a true disciple. I must act decisively. Otherwise, with a single strike, he could easily dispose of me. Fong Han recognizes Jin Shirtai, aware that he is a true disciple presiding over the Green Flame Peak, far more elusive than the Azura. I stand no chance against him. Even if I employ my flying sword and blood cotton magic attire, I am still outmatched. The disparity between the secret realm of divine powers and the physical realm is vast, a chasm of difference. As Jin Shirtai speaks, Fong Han shakes the 7-killing gourd, and instantly, thick smoke billows forth, revealing the heavenly wolf 7-killing smoke. This smoke envelopes his body, forming a magical sphere that is impervious to blades and bullets, simultaneously encasing Fong Qingshui within. The smoke sphere serves as a protective barrier. Faced with an opponent like Jin Shirtai, victory is unattainable. I can only rely on the power of the treasure for full defense, awaiting Fong Qingshui to refine the demonic energy and regain consciousness. His palms, previously shattered by Azura Esmite, bleed profusely, staining the gourd's essence with his blood, forging an unbreakable bond of flesh and blood with the gourd. When Fong Qingshui seized the gourd, she had already employed her divine powers to erase its blood spirit. Whoever first drips blood becomes its master. Junior, insolent. How dare you defy orders? Jin Shirtai had not anticipated Fong Han's audacity. Without responding, he activated the protective powers of the 7-killing gourd smoke, his expression turning fierce, revealing a hint of malice, clearly enraged. "Very well, I shall end your life today. Do you believe that with a mere treasure, you can contend against a master of the secret realm? You are woefully naive." As he spoke, Jin Shirtai waved his hands, and 7 emerald flames surged forth like sword chi, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. In the desert, under the blazing sun, the once golden expanse transformed under the green flames, turning the sandy dunes into lush mountains and rivers. Fong Han recognized this as the Emerald 7 Cultivation Divine Light, one of the 8 divine powers of ascension, comparable to the purple lightning in Thunderblade, one representing fire, the other electricity, each possessing unique strengths. Boom, boom. A series of emerald flames collided against the smoke sphere, resonating with a sound akin to a massive hammer striking a bell, shaking Fong Han's vital energy. Yet, the Emerald 7 Cultivation Divine Light did not breach the smoke sphere, but rather sent waves of smoke crashing outward, tumultuous like surging tides. Jin Shirtai, Sister Fong, and you are both disciples of the Ascension sect. Why resort to such treachery? Have you betrayed the celestial path and joined the demonic sect? If you do not cease this fratricidal behavior, I shall ensure the entire Ascension sect is aware of your heinous acts. According to the sect's rules, True disciples are forbidden from killing one another. Only on the heavenly punishment platform can disputes be settled. You are in violation of sect rules, a betrayal of the teachings. Fong Han exerted himself to roar this series of challenges. The records of the worlds document the rules of the Ascension sect, and Fong Han occasionally reviews them, having memorized several key points. Now, he confronts Jin Shirtai with confidence. Ha ha ha, what a laughable statement. You, a mere outer disciple, dare to speak of sect rules. Like an insignificant ant. Jin Shirtai scoffed, dismissing Fong Han's words. I have no time for your prattle. Surrender the heavenly wolf smoke, or I shall dismantle you piece by piece. With a fierce roar, Jin Shirtai transformed the 7 emerald flames into a colossal hand that crashed down, seizing the roiling smoke and yanking upwards with great force. Sizzle, sizzle. The blazing emerald flames engulfed Fong Han, leaving him surrounded by a verdant hue. Engulfed in flames, Fong Han felt a surge of heat in his head as his body was yanked upward with immense force, as if the smoke were being drawn away. The emerald flames crackled, seemingly igniting his very consciousness, threatening to dry and evaporate his very essence. His mind began to blur. This was his first encounter with a master of the secret realm, and he had not anticipated such overwhelming might. His treasure was no match. Be cautious. He is refining your blood spirit. Maintain your consciousness to protect the 7 killing gourd, or else, should your mind falter, the gourd shall fall into his hands. In this perilous moment, a voice startled him awake. It was Yin, who had just vanished. Yin, where have you been? Why did you disappear? Fong Han exclaimed, filled with joy. I merely employed a minor technique to conceal myself. Look at your body. Yin cautioned. Fong Han noticed a design gradually emerging on his upper skin, resembling a tattoo. Now inseparable from himself, the yellow spring chart, once worn as inner attire, had transformed into his very skin. This change intensified their bond. A dragon and a river of yellow spring entwined around Fong Han's upper body, this tattoo endowing him with boundless demonic energy. As if the great emperor of the demonic sect had been reborn, poised to dominate the realm, devour the universe, and cultivate powers to rival heaven and earth. It has become a tattoo. Fong Han expressed his astonishment. I have long stated that the 9-aperture golden core contains the blood of the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the Yellow Spring chart also possesses that blood, intertwined, inseparable. If you cultivate to the eternal realm, you could truly merge the Yellow Spring chart into your blood, surpassing even the teachings of the Ascension sect's leader. However, it is of no use at present. It merely conceals. Yan's form manifested within Fong Han's mind, providing him with clarity, enabling him to resist the emerald flame's influence momentarily. Although the flames were held at bay by the smoke, their toxicity could directly assault Fong Han's spirit, leading to his potential demise. Disastrous. If Fong Qingxue sees you, Fong Han suddenly panicked. Do not worry. Fong Qingxue is currently refining the demonic energy and cannot spare any focus for external matters. Otherwise, do you think she would willingly relinquish the 7 killing gourd? This is a treasure, a splendid item cultivated by the demon god, far more intricate than the heavenly rooster as supreme yang thread. However, the gourd is a purely artifact, imbued with demonic energy, unsuitable for me to consume, or else I would hardly resist. Yin licked his lips. Then I shall place the 7 flying swords within the 7 killing gourd, activating the 7 killing sword array, which might cause Jin Shirtai to suffer a significant setback. Fong Han spoke with fierce determination. Unwise. The 7 killing gourd is exceedingly intricate. The demon god once intended to cultivate it in bulk but ultimately failed. Had it succeeded, the demon god sect would likely have expanded its power, overshadowing all sections. If you place the 7 swords inside, retrieving them may prove impossible. If afterward, Fong Qingxue discovers the swords within the gourd, how will you explain it? Your intentions would be laid bare. Bulk cultivation. If the gourd could be cultivated in abundance, and each disciple of the demon god sect possessed one, they would be invincible. Just imagine. If the Ascension sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, each with a 7 killing gourd, what a scene that would be. Fong Han pondered. The 7 killing gourd possesses numerous mysterious uses. Observe closely. If relying solely on the smoke, Wang Molan could not possibly withstand Fong Qingxue for so long. Considering her magical prowess far surpasses Jin Shirtai's, her realm elevated by at least 2 levels. The Jin Shir platform merely represents the 2nd tier of the divine realm, while Fong Qingxue has ascended to the 4th tier of the Yin-Yang realm. Very well, let us observe. With Yan's assistance, Fong Han found himself momentarily impervious to the influence of the Jin Shir platform. and thus directed a fragment of his consciousness to probe the interior of the seven-killing gourd. Inside the seven-killing gourd, there existed layers akin to a bookshelf containing a total of 49 compartments. Some of these compartments lay barren, while others appeared to harbor wriggling toxic creatures. Among them, 7 compartments were shrouded in mist, evidently storing a considerable quantity of celestial wolf smoke. This smoke, though gaseous, possessed an extraordinary density, resembling quicksilver. What is that? Fong Han subsequently glimpsed the lowest tier of the seven-killing gourd, where 7 compartments took on the shape of sword sheaths. Beneath these compartments lay a painted illustration depicting myriad sword techniques in a continuous flow, as if countless swordsmen were engaged in incessant training. The 7 sword sheath compartments were devoid of flying swords, indicating that merely inserting 7 flying swords would activate the sword techniques, unleashing unfathomable power. It was astonishing that Wang Molan possessed not a single flying sword. No wonder it was said that the demonic path excels in reaping without labor while lacking in the art of crafting weapons. Fong Han contemplated testing the might of the 7-killing sword array, but ultimately refrained. What? Golden devouring centipedes, 9-clawed spiders, enchanting demon bees, blood-pool toxic mosquitoes, iron-backed ladybugs, 6-winged silver silkworms, and phantasmic butterflies. Such an abundance of poisonous creatures. The ancient 7 toxins. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Especially since these venomous insects, infused with the malevolent energy of the gourd, were exceedingly fierce, possessing immense vitality and an indifference to fire and water. A single bite could lead to death, regardless of one's cultivation in the divine realm. Yan's voice resonated, clearly attentive to the peculiar toxic creatures within the 7-killing gourd, and he could not help but express his delight. The ancient 7 toxins? Fong Han, however, had not heard of them. The worlds did not provide detailed accounts of such poisons, for the path of immortality is not akin to that of demons. With focused intent, he opened the compartments within the gourd, prepared to release the toxic creatures. Would they not perish in flames? No matter, these creatures were not so easily incinerated. The azure flames of the Jinshi platform had not been fully mastered. Excellent. With a mere thought, Fong Han summoned forth a tumultuous surge as a swarm of centipedes, each adorned with wings and glistening in golden hues as if forged from gold, erupted from the gourd, darting forth like lightning to assail the Jinshi platform beyond the azure flames. Chapter 47. The Demon Lord. The golden-eating centipede is an exceedingly rare ancient venomous creature, known for its voracious appetite for underground metal veins and its survival in toxic waters. Consequently, it is impervious to blades and firearms. Even a master at the divine transformation stage would succumb instantly upon being bitten. The 7 Fiends gourd is a treasure of pure een, and when nourished by the essence of pure een, the centipede's shell becomes even more refined. Observe how the azure flames can only scorch them but fail to obliterate them entirely. However, this is also a testament to the inadequacy of training at the Golden Stone platform. Had one mastered their true energy into a solid form, these centipedes would surely perish. As a swarm of golden-eating centipedes surged forth, they advanced toward the azure flames, emitting eerie screeches as they were singed yet still alive. Yan, the dragon, couldn't help but cackle in amusement. Following this, a vibrant swarm of 49 enchanting bees emerged, their bodies adorned with metallic fuzz, their tails resembling diminutive feminine faces, armed with elongated stingers capable of piercing steel. These are the toxic beauty bees, another rare breed of poisonous creatures. Soon after, a multitude of blood mosquitoes took flight. These mosquitoes, minuscule at the size of a thumb, appeared as if sculpted from blood jade, buzzing ominously. Yet, upon inhalation, they grotesquely inflated to the size of a fist, instilling terror. The blood pool mosquitoes are the foremost among the 7 poisons, said to thrive only in the infernal blood pool of the enigmatic Blood Shadow sect. A single bite drains a person's blood entirely. Yet, the most horrifying aspect lies beyond this. Yin cackled. What is the most terrifying part? Fong Han inquired hastily. In response, a thunderous explosion erupted. The first blood mosquito, after inflating, soared into the air, only to be ignited by the azure flames, releasing a wailing cry akin to that of a night owl. Unlike the beauty bees and golden-eating centipedes, which are unperturbed by flames, the blood pool mosquitoes suffer severe burns. Yet, fueled by desperation, they charged forth, covering a considerable distance toward the Golden Stone platform, before erupting with a resounding blast. The violent explosion dispelled a significant portion of the azure flames. It turned out that when gravely injured, the blood pool mosquitoes would explode, their destructive force akin to blasting powder. During his servitude in Lonyuan province, Fong Han had witnessed officials using explosives to blast mountains for irrigation projects. The eruption of a barrel of gunpowder would send rocks flying in a terrifying display. However, witnessing the explosion of a mere mosquito today, he found its might comparable to that of explosives, the shockwave nearly scattering the smoke. He could hardly fathom that such a tiny mosquito harbored such terrifying power. The ancient 7 poisons indeed included the blood pool mosquito. Within the 7 fiends' gourd, there existed blood pool mosquitoes. The Golden Stone platform was currently unleashing the azure flames of the 7 refinements' divine radiance, ruthlessly refining the smoke. In his eyes, Fong Han was insignificant. A true disciple could hardly regard an outer sect disciple with respect. Moreover, masters of the divine ability realm viewed those of mere physical cultivation as ants. Yet, unexpectedly, Fong Han unleashed the venomous creatures. As he prepared to employ his powers to capture the 2 formidable poisonous insects, intending to erase their sentience for his own use, the blood pool mosquito suddenly emerged, detonating within 10 yards of him, nearly scattering his powers and sending him crashing to the ground. In a moment of urgency, he leaped into the sky. The insects could not fly high. He needed to gain altitude to evade the poisonous creatures. For the blood pool mosquitoes instilled a sense of dread within him. Capable of explosion, the blood pool mosquito represented a remarkably lethal breed, a pinnacle of the dark arts of insect cultivation. Even a flying sword, upon colliding with a blood mosquito, would be sent flying or even shattered. The ferocity of the blood lightning was unparalleled. Now, do you comprehend the might of the blood pool mosquitoes? This explosive technique is called blood lightning, specifically designed to breach the protective true essence of the celestial path. Within the 7 fiends' gourd, as long as 1 male and 1 female blood mosquito are retained and nourished with essence blood, they will continuously reproduce. This is a secret technique exchanged by the demon gods with the ancient Blood Shadow sect over millennia. Yin seemed to possess knowledge of all matters, particularly familiar with the ancient demon emperors, demon gods, and supreme celestial beings, clearly a relic of several millennia. Golden Stone platform, unveil your remaining techniques. If you cannot kill me today, once senior sister Qingxue dispels the demonic energy, your end will be nigh. 1 less true disciple of Yuhua sect shall remain. Seeing the Golden Stone platform retreating to a great height, Fong Han refrained from pursuing the poisonous creatures and swiftly turned the 7 fiends' gourd, channeling his thoughts. Instantly, the poisonous creatures returned, each diving back into the gourd, finding their place within its compartments. It was wiser to avoid chasing the enemy, lest any mishap occur with the insects, which might lead to their loss. He chose to guard steadfastly, awaiting senior sister Qingxue's awakening, for that was the true course of action. Junior brother Jean, step aside. I wish to speak with junior sister Fong. At that moment, a faint voice resonated from the horizon, accompanied by a blinding golden light akin to a ribbon, which tore the clouds asunder. Whoosh! Before the sound dissipated, the radiant golden light landed 10 yards from Fong Han, moving with speed that matched the sound. As the golden light faded, it revealed a young Taoist clad in golden robes, his eyelids also golden, gazing coldly at Fong Han and Fong Qingxue amidst the smoke. Notably, upon seeing Fong Qingxue enveloped in the purple lightning cocoon, surrounded by the yin-yang serpent of purple lightning, his expression shifted slightly, his brows knitting together. This is a formidable opponent, more powerful than the Golden Stone platform. Do not act recklessly. He cultivates the great freedom mysterious golden sword Qi, as lethal as the heavenly cold profound nether force. If he strikes, death is inevitable. Yin warned as he sensed Fong Han's restlessness. The 8 great divine abilities of Yuhua sect, purple lightning, thunderblade, azure flame, 7 refinements, divine radiance, great freedom, mysterious golden sword Qi, heavenly cold, profound nether force, could only be mastered by true disciples. I am a true disciple of Shilong Peak, known as Shilongzi. What is your name? The golden-robed Taoist, unlike the malign Golden Stone platform, promptly revealed his identity. Outer sect disciple, Fong Han. Fong Han remained composed, refraining from any impulsive actions. Step aside, Shilongzi said, his brows furrowing slightly. Is there any reason why senior brother Shilong intends to harm senior sister Fong? Could it be that Yuhua sect is not a celestial sect but a faction of mutual slaughter? Though I am but an outer disciple, I am aware of the sect's rules. Our Yuhua sect's patriarch, the supreme celestial being, is astute. He will undoubtedly perceive your actions. Gathering his courage, Fong Han spoke boldly. I do not intend to harm junior sister Fong. I merely seek to procure a certain item from her, which must be submitted to the elders of the sect. This item holds immense significance, pivotal to the balance of celestial and demonic forces. Though you wield the 7 Fiends' Gourd, you are not my match. Even if you gather 7 flying swords to form the 7 Kills sword array, you cannot contend with me. Shalongzi replied leisurely. However, I do not wish to harm you. If it troubles you, I can gift you a flying sword as a token of goodwill. This was the demeanor befitting a true disciple of the celestial path, unlike that of the Golden Stone platform, who had resorted to dishonorable means to enter the realm of divine abilities. Yet, the more gracious he appeared, the more formidable Shalongzi became. Yin cautioned. Let us discuss all matters once senior sister Qingxue awakens. We, as disciples of Yuhua sect, should be able to resolve this amicably. Fong Han remained resolute, unwilling to relent even slightly. You, an outer disciple, dare to speak so boldly? Are you seeking death? The Golden Stone platform descended from the heavens, its visage aflame with fury, as if it sought to vanquish Fong Han on the spot. Junior brother, remain calm. Stone Dragonzi gestured dismissively. I truly do not wish to exploit my advantage over the less experienced. However, Golden Stone platform interjected hastily, a glint of cold malice flickering in its eyes. There is no however. Even if that object truly rests in Sister Fong's possession, my interest is rather limited. My compliance with your wishes stems from a desire to meet another individual by Sister Fong's side, the prodigy of the demonic sect, the son of the innate demon emperor, the demon commander Ng Tianqing. As Stone Dragonzi spoke with an air of nonchalance, his voice unexpectedly escalated to a deafening crescendo, resonating through the heavens with a faint golden hue, piercing the sky and reaching miles away. Ng Tianqing, I know you will manifest the moment Sister Fong encounters peril. You shall undoubtedly appear. Why do you hesitate? Do you presume that my supreme freedom Xianjin sword qi cannot penetrate Sister Fong's purple lightning divine ability? The resounding echoes perpetuated into the distance. After a prolonged silence, where not a whisper responded to him, he declared, in that case, I shall take action. Stepping forward, he asserted, Stone Dragonzi, should you dare to move even a finger, you will face eternal damnation. Just then, a cold snort reverberated from the skies above. Chapter 048. Instant Kill Technique. The voice that resonated from the heavens exuded an aura of ruthless decisiveness. Upon hearing it, Fong Han felt as though he was confronted once more by the demon god, a legendary figure, the revered master of the demon sect, whose boundless might could severely injure Fong Qingxue even in the form of a mere avatar. That oppressive force penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, leaving an indelible impression on his memory. Now, the celestial voice seemed to carry a faint echo of the demon god, suggesting that soon a master of the demon emperor caliber would emerge. Lord Demon Commander, could it be that you are one who lurks in the shadows? Shalongzi halted his advance, addressing the ominous sky with a cold demeanor. Very well, for your insinuation, you shall pay with an arm. The voice of the demon commander resonated once more. Suddenly, above, 20 streaks of white light pierced the sky from north to south, descending like auspicious clouds, showering down floral rains as a man descended upon the white light. Step by step, amidst the auspicious aura, this man appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, remarkably tall and upright, with a straight spine and hair fashioned into a bun, held in place by a jade hairpin. His facial features were gentle, and he bore no weapons, not even a sword or treasure. His eyes, however, radiated an air of superiority. As he descended through the white light and auspicious aura, he resembled a celestial being, devoid of any trace of malevolence or demonic energy. Only a divine essence surrounded him. Is this truly the fabled demon commander? He bears an uncanny resemblance to an immortal. Fong Han mused internally, yet he remained vigilant, deploying all his smoke signals to shield himself and Fong Qingxue. Fong Qingxue remained cocooned within her purple lightning cocoon, oblivious to the happenings outside. Ng Tianqing, this is an internal matter of our Ascension sect. Your interference is rather presumptuous, Jin Shirtai remarked, standing behind Shalongzi, his tone laced with malice as he beheld the demon commander's imposing presence. Whoever dares to harm Qingxue shall incur my wrath. Even the celestial sovereign of the 9 heavens would meet their demise. The demon commander's voice was calm. Shalongzi, you may strike first. Once I have defeated you, I shall deal with the young lad behind you. Alternatively, you could prostrate yourselves and beg for mercy, severing an arm in the process, and I might allow you to leave. Such audacity. To be frank, I wish to engage you in combat today. It is said that you are a rare talent in the demonic path, and I take great pleasure in extinguishing talents in their infancy. What a delight that would be. Shalongzi chuckled darkly, suddenly pointing a finger. A sharp beam of golden sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the demon commander, Tianqing. This beam extended dozens of yards. Broad as a door, imbued with profound sharpness capable of piercing through anything. It was more ferocious than the purple lightning in Thunderblade, exuding the might of a sword immortal. This was the great freedom Xianjin sword Qi, one of the 8 divine abilities of the Ascension sect. Mastering this sword energy grants one the freedom to traverse the heavens and the earth without the need for any magical artifacts. Just a flick, and the sword energy erupts, surpassing any flying sword, even those of treasured caliber. Upon seeing Shalongzi strike first, the demon commander quickly reacted, grasping with his hand. He summoned forth a radiant aura from his fingers, capturing the Xianjin sword Qi. His movements were swift, the aura shimmering like molten bone transformed into a flowing stream, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Preternatural bone, divine ability. Yin exclaimed in shock. Before his words faded, the radiant bone aura ensnared the Xianjin sword Qi, causing it to shrink as if being absorbed. Observing the demon commander seizing his sword energy, Shalongzi laughed instead of feeling alarmed, a sinister smile illuminating his face. In this critical moment, he uttered a mantra: self, in, carefree, instant, kill, great, technique, buzz, buzz. The captured Xianjin sword Qi erupted with intense vibrations, accelerating rapidly until it vanished, seemingly teleporting. In the next instant, the sword energy reappeared behind Tianqing, cutting down with unparalleled sharpness. The speed was so swift and the vibrations so intense that they resonated throughout the realm. Feng Han felt the shockwave as the air trembled, the dunes beneath him quaking as if an earthquake had struck. The atmospheric current surged wildly, and where the sword energy resonated, tornadoes of dust spiraled upwards, lifting tons of yellow sand. Instant kill technique. Feng Han realized with astonishment that he had mastered the instant kill technique within the great freedom Xianjin sword Qi. This technique represented a profound alignment between spirit and the flow of the heavens, enabling the sword energy to teleport and effortlessly annihilate foes. It could slice through anything at speeds exceeding sound by multiples, even hundreds of times. During the Celestial Demon War, the leader of the Ascension sect had undoubtedly used this technique to vanquish countless elite members of the demon sect. Yin exclaimed once more. Had he deployed the instant kill technique just now, your smoke signal sphere would have been obliterated. The instant kill technique. It is so formidable, I must learn it. Feng Han's heart raced, for the sheer lethality of this technique was undeniable. Even the gentlest stream could slice through steel at great speed, let alone the sharp sword aura. As the sword energy threatened the cleaving Tianqing, his flesh could not withstand the onslaught. However, in that critical moment, a fist-sized bone orb suddenly emerged from a hidden cavity in the back of his head, absorbing the sword energy with a resounding strike, vanishing without a trace. The white bone relic. Shalongzi gasped in astonishment. You have actually mastered the instant kill technique. No wonder you possess the strength to contend with me. Yet, your mastery of it is still lacking, only reaching 8 times the speed of sound. Should your power increase to 18 times, I would indeed be wary. It is rumored that the leader of the Ascension sect could unleash sword energy at 3,000 times the speed of sound. You are far from that level. Tianqing summoned the white bone relic, sighing softly as he recounted, What a pity, what a pity. Today, I require your arm. You shall find it exceedingly difficult to progress henceforth. Depart. Hearing the demon commander's seemingly gentle, yet deeply menacing words, Shalongzi hesitated no longer. A golden streak of light erupted from his feet, enveloping him and Jin Shirtai, and they vanished into the void with resolute decisiveness. Have they truly escaped? As the demon commander spoke, the white bone relic soared into the air, transforming into a spectral white figure, trailing after them with swift flashes, emitting a cruel tearing sound as Shalongzi and Jin Shirtai's screams echoed. Upon the return of the bone specter, it clutched 2 bloody arms, devouring them voraciously. Seeing this, the demon commander shook his head slightly, murmuring a word. The white bone specter instantly morphed back into a white bone relic, retreating to the back of his head. Very well, release the smoke. I assure you, with my presence, Qingxue is safe. Furthermore, you have yet to cultivate to the realm of divine abilities. Your 7-killing gourd lacks many intricate applications. You are also without a flying sword, and your 7-killing sword array remains unformed. The demon commander, Tianqing, spoke amiably to Feng Han. However, in recognition of your efforts to protect Qingxue, I shall bestow upon you 7 flying swords." As he spoke, 7 flying swords materialized beside him, each varying in hue, black, white, azure, purple, gold, of remarkably high quality. "Stop. I am of the celestial path, and you are of the demonic. We are incompatible. I have no need for your flying swords. Once I achieve mastery, I shall not lack for spiritual artifacts." Feng Han resolutely waved his hand, asserting, "I, Feng Han, have never owed any favors to unrelated individuals, nor do I desire your gifts." Oh, Imo Shui had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Feng Han would utter such profound words. With a flick of his finger, the 7 flying swords vanished, his expression shifting between dark and bright. "Well said, Feng Han. I did not misjudge you." At that moment, the purple lightning cocoon suddenly shattered, and Feng Qingxue rose to her feet. Chapter 49, Inner Gate Disciples, Part 1. Though the allure of 7 flying swords was undeniable, Feng Han felt an innate discomfort towards the demon lording Tianqing, unsure whether it stemmed from his connection with Feng Qingxue or the man's overwhelming presence and illustrious lineage. As the son of a generation's demon emperor, he was born with a golden key, far surpassing any prince or heir apparent in the secular world. In his cultivation journey, he undoubtedly faced fewer obstacles. Feng Han, born into poverty, harbored a disdain for those born with privilege who looked down upon him with an air of condescension. He sought no charity and thus was unafraid to confront the might of the demon lord. Additionally, he had discerned Feng Qingxue's character. She was proud and ambitious, and as he was now hers, it was unlikely she would accept offerings from others. The more unyielding her spirit, the more she would admire and favor him. Indeed, Feng Han's gamble paid off. As Feng Qingxue rose, he beheld a look of profound appreciation in her eyes, a glimmer of joy gracing her face, a rarity, for he had never witnessed her smile despite their time together. "Very well, you have proven yourself. The Feng family does not require any charity. Even the esteemed demon lord, the son of the innate demon emperor, dares not defy us. You surpass my siblings by far," she acknowledged. "Thank you for your praise, senior sister," Feng Han replied, presenting the 7 fiends gourd with both hands. This artifact was extraordinary, a rarity even among true disciples. "Originally, I had not intended to give this to you, but your protection and unwavering spirit deserve recognition. Take this gourd. It shall aid you in overcoming the tribulations of the corporeal realm, securing your position within the Feather Transformation sect." With a wave of her hand, Feng Qingxue formally bestowed the 7 fiends gourd upon Feng Han. The most arduous phase of cultivation lay within the corporeal realm, where physical prowess reigned supreme, devoid of flight or aerial combat. The perils of external ventures demanded protective artifacts for survival. Now, with the gourd, Feng Han's life was safeguarded during this challenging period. "Qingxue, do you still possess this temperament? You even dared to confront a demon god. Bear in mind, the demon god instills fear even in my father. Should anything happen to you." Demon Lord Ing Tianqing gazed at Feng Qingxue with a gentle yet earnest expression, his tone soft and measured, exuding a patience that seemed to transcend time. "We owe each other nothing. Our paths crossed in the vast expanse of the Northern Ocean, where we were ensnared by the water goo demon. We had no choice but to exchange our techniques, merging our strengths to vanquish the demon and dispel its illusions, a mutual benefit. While you did save me, you are aware that the stone dragon's instant kill technique could not breach my purple lightning shield. Even without your intervention, I had my strategies in place," she replied coolly. "Our paths diverge, one in the realm of immortals, the other in the realm of demons, akin to fire and water. With the resurgence of the war between immortals and demons, it is best to avoid entanglements. The consequences could be dire." "Such matters do not concern me," Ing Tianqing countered, shaking his head. "I do not wish to delineate between the paths of immortals and demons. We coexist in this world, seeking longevity and transcendence. What is wrong with that? Now that you are free of obligations, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, the demon lord sighed deeply, as if preparing to depart, yet lingered, casting a knowing glance at Feng Han. "You are Feng Han, correct? I shall remember you. However, you are too weak. While your spirit is commendable, your strength is lacking. Should you oppose me, calamity is inevitable. Yet, for Qingxue's sake, I shall spare you today. But do not expect such leniency in the future." With that, he transformed into a white rainbow, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. "Wait," Feng Han began, but was halted by Feng Qingxue's intervention. "The demon lord possesses his own dignity. Your current strength is inadequate. Provoking him would be unwise. If he sought your life, I could not protect you. Strengthen yourself first, and then speak. Understood, Fong Han replied, licking his lips. You have slain the Azura and secured your place as an inner gate disciple. The status of an inner disciple is vastly different. I can discipline outer disciples, and while they may face some penalties for their transgressions, inner disciples who kill without cause face imprisonment in the celestial prison for 3 years. Fong Qinxue, exhibiting newfound patience with Fong Han, continued, however, I have retrieved a bone spur from the Azura. This spur embodies the essence of the Azura. Its loss signifies either its evolution into a greater Azura or its demise. Present this spur to the assessment officer within the Feather Transformation sect, and you shall pass the evaluation and become an inner disciple in due time. She produced a pitch-black, gleaming bone spur, 3 feet in length, tossing it to Fong Han, who caught it with both hands, feeling its weight, evidently substantial, nearly 100 pounds. During their earlier confrontation, Fong Han had noticed the Azura S-bone spur, but given its monstrous appearance, it was not surprising. Senior sister, will you return as well? He inquired. Indeed. The Golden Stone Terrace will hear of Stone Dragon-S lost arm and will likely lament to the elders for aid in reattaching it using the Sun Moon Bone regeneration pill. The father of the Golden Stone Terrace wields significant power and will surely be furious, which could jeopardize my standing. I must return to explain the situation to the Supreme Teaching Master and inform him of the demon god's activities, she affirmed. Can a severed arm truly be reattached? Fong Han shivered at the thought. Yes, but it requires immense effort. Moreover, the reattached arm may not align perfectly with the body, necessitating arduous training to restore its function, which could hinder one's cultivation significantly. Now, let me escort you back to the Feather Transformation sect, she concluded, waving her hand as 2 purple lightning serpents reappeared, allowing Fong Han to mount. With a crack of thunder, they soared through the air. Before long, the majestic peaks of the Feather Transformation Mountains came into view, marking Fong Han's return to the sect. Upon arrival, Fong Qinxue dismissed her powers and headed directly towards the central Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace. A grand edifice suspended amidst the clouds, the abode of the sect's elders and the Supreme Teaching Master. True disciples were not permitted to enter without summons, and any unannounced intrusion required prior notification. Fong Han, understanding this, proceeded directly to the Inner Assessment Hall for Inner Disciples. Chapter 050, Inner Disciples, Part 2. The Inner Immortal Institute is the place where outer disciples must go to become inner disciples. Among the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples in the Feather Transformation sect, there are only 3,000 to 5,000 inner disciples. This illustrates the formidable challenge of transitioning from outer to inner. Once one becomes an inner disciple, the benefits are exceedingly high. The quality of food, clothing, and weapons undergoes a remarkable transformation. Particularly, in the cultivation of techniques, various methods for cultivating spiritual energy are made available. These techniques allow one to convert formidable physical vitality into spiritual power, a practice unattainable in the mundane world, where only physical training methods exist. Moreover, even if a practitioner achieves a transformation of the physical body in the secular realm, their strength would only amount to 5 horses. However, within the sect, due to the qualitative enhancements in diet, elixirs, and cultivation techniques, one's physical prowess can reach 6, 7, or even 10 horses. The Inner Immortal Institute exudes an air of mystique. Upon entering, Fong Han found himself enveloped in a serene atmosphere, permeated by a fragrant essence, tranquil and ethereal, devoid of any presence. This contrasted starkly with the bustling outer sect, where groups of disciples would often engage in discussions and competitions. Stop. What is your purpose here? Are you not aware that outer disciples cannot freely enter the Inner Immortal Institute? A voice suddenly interrupted Fong Han's reverie. He turned to see a tall, strikingly beautiful woman clad in a pale yellow dress. She did not wear the typical garb of the Feather Transformation sect disciples, indicating her exceptional status. Oh, I have completed a sect task and come to obtain the qualification for assessment at the Inner Immortal Institute, Fong Han replied hastily, well aware of the strict regulations within the sect. You completed a sect task and can obtain the qualification for inner disciple assessment? What proof do you have? The woman scrutinized him with an air of authority, her demeanor suggesting she was no ordinary person. Fong Han promptly retrieved the Shurabone spike, a substantial weapon weighing 100 pounds and 3 feet long, which he had been carrying in a sword sheath on his back. As he brandished it, its dark sheen immediately captured the woman's attention. The Shurabone spike. You actually killed a Shura, the woman exclaimed, astonished. She beckoned, "Hand it over for me to examine." Fong Han complied, and she delicately grasped it between her fingers as if it were a pair of chopsticks, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was remarkable that she could handle such a heavy object with such ease, a feat that would tax even the most skilled practitioners. Her strength surpasses mine by at least a factor of 2. Fong Han mused, pondering the formidable prowess of this mysterious inner disciple, wondering who she might be. Even Mo Shiji could not match her strength. Indeed, this is the Shura bone spike. I did not expect you to have slain a Shura, the woman continued. Appraising Fong Han once more, her skepticism evident. However, Fong Han remained composed. His backing was formidable, and he was unperturbed by her scrutiny. Knowing well that he had indeed slain the Shura, albeit with Yan's assistance. "Follow me," the woman commanded after a brief assessment. Tossing the Shura bone spike back to him and walking deeper into the courtyard, with Fong Han hastily trailing behind. They navigated through winding paths, rocky outcrops, lakes, pavilions, and serpentine corridors until they arrived at a grand hall, where several disciples stood. At the center of the hall lay an impressive white jade table, measuring 10 zhang in length and 3 to 5 zhang in width, behind which sat several elders of the Feather Transformation sect. Inner disciples are treated vastly differently from outer disciples. They receive instruction from the elders of the sect. The level of importance placed on them is magnified tenfold compared to that of outer disciples, who are merely given a few manuals to study independently, their success hinging upon their own capabilities. The elders were inquiring about the achievements of the disciples present, who were presenting evidence of their completed tasks one by one. Fong Han observed as several disciples offered up the corpses of massive flying night demons, to which the elders nodded in approval. To have slain a flying night demon is indeed a remarkable feat here. Take this token, return and rest for 3 days. Then proceed to the Sky Institute to enter the demon battlefields for assessment. The elders distributed jade tokens to those who had completed their sect tasks, serving as proof of their qualification to participate in the assessment. How could they have slain flying night demons? I barely managed to complete my task after slaying 36 night demons in the Hanhai Desert, and I wouldn't dare confront a flying night demon, Fong Han reflected, recalling the tales of disciples who had met a grim fate at the hands of these fierce creatures. Indeed, it is rumored that several disciples of the great Su dynasty perished at the hands of the flying night demons. I personally witnessed the tragic scene of Shidizing being devoured, his arm bitten off in the process. They are the offspring of high-ranking officials from the great Su dynasty, possessing fine artifacts and maintaining favorable relations with several inner disciples, which facilitated their success in slaying flying night demons. Not necessarily. It is said that a few disciples from the Da de royal family allied with inner disciple Mo Shiji, who even summoned her brother, the 10th on the mountain river rankings wielding a silver serpent sword, for a grand endeavor. However, they fell into an ambush set by the Red Powder Prince and suffered a total loss. The elders of the Feather Transformation Palace were alarmed. What? Even the brother of Yu Jiankong, ranked 10th on the mountain river rankings, faced such a calamity? How could that be? Believe it or not, this is the news I have just received. As Fong Han listened to the conversations of the disciples, he felt a stir within. Realizing that Mo Shiji and the Da de royal family's precious prince had not perished, they had evidently escaped with Yu Jiankong seeking help. This information could potentially implicate him, and he was wary of exposing his 7 flying swords and blood-cotton demon garb. Ah, Sister Long, Sister Long. A throng of disciples suddenly recognized the yellow-clad woman and rushed to greet her, their demeanor reminiscent of courtiers fawning over an emperor. Who is she? Fong Han mused, beginning to comprehend the extraordinary status of the yellow-clad woman. She paid no heed to their greetings, instead approaching the elders and exchanging a few words. What? A disciple actually managed to slay a Shura? One elder exclaimed in astonishment, nearly rising from his seat, his gaze fixed on Fong Han. You are Fong Han. Present the Shura bone spike for us to examine. Chapter 51. Divine Transformation. Having slain an Ashura, the astonishment of those around him was palpable. One could only imagine the shock if he were to unveil the corpse of the Crimson Prince. With all eyes fixated upon him, he discerned a blend of disbelief, awe, and shock in their gazes. Within his heart, a flicker of pride glimmered, savoring the sweet taste of being the center of attention. However, he understood that revealing the Crimson Prince's corpse was out of the question, perhaps in the future, but certainly not now. Although the body could be exchanged for a precious yin-yang longevity pill, the allure of his own life outweighed any temptation. Calmly, he produced the Ashura bone spike. Placing it on the grand table without uttering a word, maintaining an air of composure that suggested profound depth of character. Indeed, it was the Azura bone spike, representing the essence of the Azura scales. With a touch of refinement, it could be forged into a spiritual flying sword, a rarity indeed. If only he could have brought back the entirety of the Azura's corpse. As the elders scrutinized the bone spike, their expressions ranged from disbelief to reluctant acknowledgement of his qualifications for the inner sect disciple examination. Regardless of whether the spike was his own or a result of another's strength, his offering was regarded as a significant achievement. With a jade token in hand, he was instructed to rest for 3 days before entering the Sky Academy to face the trials in the demon battlefield. Success in the examination would grant him admission as an inner sect disciple. It was also noted that the sect had established a rule. Any disciple who could slay an Azura would be rewarded with an essence pill and a spirit-gathering pill. One of the elders, while speaking, handed him 2 small vials and a jade token, then waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. "Thank you, Sister Long, for guiding me," he expressed to the woman in yellow nearby. "Your gratitude is unnecessary." The inner sect's examination differs vastly from that of the outer sect. Each year, thousands are granted the opportunity to take the test, yet only a few hundred truly succeed. However, having slain an Azura, I trust you will find the inner sect examination manageable. You may very well find your name on the Mountain River rankings, and perhaps we shall be rivals in the future. I shall keep a close watch on you, she replied with a gentle smile. Observing her demeanor, Fong Han refrained from further conversation, acknowledging her words with a nod before departing. From the earlier exchange, he surmised that the woman in yellow was likely a highly esteemed inner sect disciple, possibly a formidable figure on the Mountain River rankings. Certainly above the likes of Yuan Jiankong, who occupied the lowest rank. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard within the immortal retreat, Fong Han felt a wave of tranquility. Having secured his place in the inner sect disciple examination, he had 3 days to prepare himself mentally and physically for the brutal trials that awaited him in the Sky Academy's demon battlefield. The challenges faced by inner sect disciples were tenfold more arduous and perilous than those of their outer sect counterparts. After a brief respite, he reflected on his encounters, battling desert bandits, slaying the Crimson Prince, and confronting a host of demons including blood wolves, blood bears, blood bat yakshas, and Azuras. He contemplated the lessons learned and rectified his mistakes. As the day waned into evening, he felt invigorated, brimming with confidence. He then opened Worlds of All, seeking information regarding the trials in the demon battlefield. Worlds of All served as an introductory encyclopedia, lacking specific cultivation techniques, yet proving invaluable for understanding celestial geography, sect rules, and detailed descriptions of various examinations. The demon battlefield was a passageway opened by the sect's master, connecting with the outer skies. Within the battlefield lurked countless formless demons, posing extreme danger. Only disciples of great wisdom, perseverance, and achievement could enter, conquer the temptations of these demons, and ascend to become inner sect disciples. It was a revelation to him. The demon battlefield was indeed such a place. Within the cosmos, there existed 3 types of demons: celestial, earthly, and human. He had encountered both human and earthly demons, yet had not laid eyes upon celestial demons. They were said to lack a tangible form, existing merely as wisps of thought, capable of ensnaring cultivators. Only the most advanced celestial demons could manifest physical forms, achieving the rank of demon kings or demon gods. Fong Han contemplated this dichotomy. Unlike earthly demons, typical celestial demons were but threads of thought. Those slightly more advanced were akin to wisps of vapor, akin to ghostly entities. Only the most powerful celestial demons could condense into true forms, becoming demon kings. Celestial demon kings were comparable to the high-ranking figures of the celestial realm, while celestial demon gods paralleled those who had achieved the secrets of immortality. The demon battlefield was a crucible for testing a disciple's character, predominantly inhabited by formless demons, rendering the presence of demon kings improbable. Yet, even formless demons could invade a person's mind, overtaking their thoughts and bodies, posing a terrifying challenge. Disciples had to rely solely on their inner strength and mental fortitude to vanquish these invaders. Celestial demons! What a marvel! Yin suddenly exclaimed. They are the finest materials for alchemical concoctions. I have no desire to be possessed by a celestial demon, becoming neither man nor ghost. Among the vast outer sect disciples of the immortal retreat, each one is an elite, born into far more favorable circumstances than I. Yet, only a few thousand can ascend to inner sect status, highlighting the examination's formidable nature, truly a rare selection. Furthermore, within the demon battlefield, vigilance is paramount. I cannot rely on your strength, but must cultivate my own abilities rigorously. Closing worlds of all, Fong Han began to devise a training regimen. After a moment's thought, he gestured, summoning several blood pills the size of walnuts into his hands. He took one, chewed, and swallowed it. Instantly, warmth surged within his stomach, radiating through his limbs, culminating in a heat that enveloped his mind, as if it were on the verge of melting away. The potency of the elixir was astonishing. Fong Han shook his head, feeling a delightful inebriation wash over him, akin to floating among the clouds. Indeed, the power of this blood pill far surpassed that of the essence pill he had just received. While the essence pill was undoubtedly sought after within the immortal retreat, it paled in comparison. The sect's provisions, though exquisite, could only elevate one's physical prowess to the level of a horse's strength. To reach the realm of celestial mastery was still a distant goal. Only through various elixirs could one continue to enhance their physical constitution. If one desires a horse to run swiftly, it must be well fed, a universal truth. Upon witnessing Fong Han consuming the blood pill he had concocted, Yin beamed with pride. Hurry and cultivate while the medicinal effects are still potent. At his urging, Fong Han promptly activated the Yuanshan spirit technique, engaging in a series of fluid movements and martial arts. His current state, teetering between intoxication and lucidity, placed him in an extraordinary mental space. Akin to performing drunken boxing, a state devoid of fear or sorrow, the ideal condition for cultivation. With each motion, a fierce tide of vitality surged upward toward his mind. An hour passed, then two. Fong Han tirelessly honed his body and spirit, resting intermittently before resuming his training, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Amidst this intense training, his mind grew increasingly clear, his understanding of his own consciousness deepening. Suddenly, with a decisive step forward, he thrust his palm outward, causing the windows around him to rattle violently in response to the gust of wind. With a powerful strike, waves of energy surged forth. Boom! The blood surged dramatically, and Fong Han's face flushed with a deep crimson as he sensed a mysterious location within his brain, the divine transformation point. Upon realizing the existence of this enigmatic region, a tremor coursed through his entire being, signifying that he had finally entered the ultimate layer of the corporeal realm, the domain of divine transformation. Within his brain lay an acupoint known as the divine transformation point, a pivotal area governing the rise and fall of all bodily organs, as well as influencing one's height and weight. Should an individual cultivate to the realm of divine transformation, they could master this acupoint, gradually altering their physique and stature. Thus, step by step, they would grow stronger, transforming their corporeal form towards perfection. Note, the divine transformation point corresponds to the pineal gland and pituitary gland. Divine transformation. This notion of transformation is derived from such a concept. Chapter 052. Gene Riley. This is the realm of divine transformation. However, my power has not significantly increased. In the depths of his consciousness, Fong Han sensed the divine transformation acupoint within his mind, realizing that he had stepped into the final tier of physical existence, divine transformation. One step further would lead him to the secret realm of divine abilities, transcending mortality and genuinely entering the path of immortality, simultaneously elevating his status to that of a true disciple. Such a rank would command respect even from an emperor ruling over billions in the mundane realm. With a casual motion, he swung his arm 5 times, and the streams of energy were sliced through by the force of his arm, whistling like sword chi. Fong Han felt a slight increase in his strength, yet it was not markedly pronounced, amounting to roughly half a horse's worth of power. This was starkly contradictory to the expectations of the divine transformation realm. Typically, upon reaching this stage, one's strength would soar dramatically. Under his current condition, there was no way he should only have gained half a horse's strength. A flicker of doubt stirred within Fong Han. The realm of divine transformation was merely a sudden enlightenment. To enhance one's strength, an abundance of food and elixirs was essential for nourishment. After entering the divine transformation realm, a person's appetite would vastly expand, and their digestive capacity would reach astonishing levels. Consuming 1 or 2 whole cows a day would not be an insurmountable task. Are you feeling hungry now? The dragon spirit, Yin, chuckled. Just as he spoke, Fong Han's stomach suddenly grumbled, reminiscent of a croaking frog. Oh, I feel exceedingly famished. Let us go to the Jade Dining Hall. I truly believe I could devour an entire cow. Fong Han had never experienced hunger to this extent. He suspected he could even consume a live elephant if it were placed before him. What delicacies could the Jade Dining Hall offer? Though the meals were prepared using the 5-chi immortal pot, the fare for hundreds of thousands would hardly include any rare spiritual herbs. From now on, you must consume blood elixirs at every meal, or perhaps fasting elixirs or essence elixirs. These elixirs leave no residue and can replenish your vital essence, rapidly enhancing your strength. In the secular world, amidst a dynasty of billions, how many divine transformation masters exist? Thousands, yet not one has stepped into the realm of divine abilities. Even a strength of 5 horses is considered the limit. Why? Because their nourishment is insufficient. Consider an ordinary divine transformation master consuming a cow daily. The waste from the beef would be excessive, making it impossible to maintain their cultivation. Many disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect are also masters of divine transformation. Yet how many have entered the secret realm of divine abilities? The accomplishments of a being depend on what they consume. Herbivores are swift yet foolish. Carnivores are brave and fierce, grain eaters are wise and crafty, while those who consume chi are divine and long-lived. Have you not heard this before? Flesh for the physical realm, elixirs for the realm of divine abilities, and chi for the realm of longevity. Fong Han pondered Yan's words, recognizing their profound truth. The Divine Farmer's Classic mentions that those who consume stones remain plump and ageless, with stones referring to elixirs. Thus, refining the 5 stones, he then took a blood elixir and swallowed it. As it entered his stomach, it was instantly digested, leaving no impurities. Flooding through his limbs and bones, and his hunger dissipated. It seemed his strength had increased once more. The Feathered Ascension sect is indeed stingy after slaying Ashura. They reward you with only 1 essence elixir and 1 fasting elixir, barely enough for 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, the 9-aperture golden elixir alters your constitution, necessitating a much larger intake than ordinary individuals. Once you cultivate into the realm of divine abilities, your magical power will surpass that of typical masters, requiring even more elixirs. Perhaps they will grant further rewards after you pass the assessment and become an inner disciple. 3 days' worth of sustenance is just enough. Speaking of which, I haven't sensed much change during this period. How long has it been? A day and a night. That is fortunate. There are still 2 days remaining. I shall consume more blood elixirs to strengthen my muscles and bones, familiarizing myself with the divine transformation realm, thus increasing my chances of passing the assessment. After becoming an inner disciple, my identity will drastically shift, and true disciples would hesitate to take my life. My existence will be significantly more secure. Fong Han was acutely aware of the precariousness of his life at present. For instance, if Jin Shurai sought to kill him, it would be a trivial matter. However, once he became an inner disciple, any attempt on his life would carry considerable risks. There are still 2 days left. When you're hungry, consume this blood elixir refined from Shura blood. I assure you, your strength will greatly increase. Yin produced a blood elixir the size of a rice bowl, radiating a red glow. This elixir, derived from Shura blood, was exceptionally unique, its quality significantly enhanced. As Fong Han diligently cultivated and consumed the blood elixir to augment his strength, a tempest was brewing within the exalted halls of the Feathered Ascension sect. The Feathered Ascension Heavenly Palace. Father, you must seek justice for your child. I was maimed by Fong Qingxue, losing an arm, and so too did senior brother Shalongzi. Jin Shurtai lamented, prostrating on the ground, his face twisted with resentment, gritting his teeth. One of his arms now lay in a pool of blood, the wound starkly visible, revealing white bone and protruding sinew, a gruesome sight. Before him stood an elderly Taoist clad in a pure purple robe, adorned with a Lei Yang crown. His gaze piercing like lightning. Flames of azure, violet, and white flickered around him, both real and illusory, making it difficult to stare directly at him. His visage bore a resemblance to Jin Shurtai. He was Jean Riley, the Grand Elder of the Feathered Ascension sect and Jin Shurtai's father. Such an esteemed elder was vastly different from those presiding over assessments in Feathered Ascension City. The examiners were merely the most junior of elders, inferior even to true disciples. The disciples of the inner and outer sects referred to these elders as semi-elders. In contrast, Jean Riley stood above true disciples. Representing the elite core strength of the Feathered Ascension sect, he was a figure of immense magical prowess. Humph! What is Fong Qingxue's cultivation level? Merely the 3rd layer of the Yuan Gang realm, having merely refined Qi into Gang. Am I unaware of this? Shalongzi has mastered the art of instant kill, rendering ordinary elders no match for him. How could Fong Qingxue possibly harm him? Moreover, your severed arm was clearly injured by the shadow demon formed from the innate demonic sect's bone relics. Although Fong Qingxue has learned some demonic techniques, she cannot possibly cultivate the bone relics. Did you provoke the demon lord Tian Qing? It is common knowledge that Fong Qingxue consorts with that little demon. Father, you must seek justice for your child. Justice is certainly warranted. However, your arm must be replaced with one of extraordinary quality, not that of an ordinary person. I can only slay a demon king from the heavenly demons or a great Azura from the earthly demons to procure a suitable arm. Then I will request the Danyangzi for a Qian Gangbone transformation elixir to attach it for you. That is not urgent. First, we must severely punish Fong Qingxue. Let Elder Tianqing adjudicate. She must lose an arm as well. Jean Shirtai declared with a vicious countenance. Come with me. Jean Riley waved his sleeve to the Tianqing platform. Chapter 053. The Celestial Punishment Platform. The Celestial Punishment Platform stands as the locus of ultimate authority within the Feathered Ascension sect, possessing the power to determine the life and death of its true disciples. As an elder overseeing this platform, one's authority is exceedingly high, and their supernatural abilities are boundless. Akin to the vastness of the ocean, immeasurable and profound. Jean Riley, accompanied by his son Jean Shirtai, strolled towards the Celestial Punishment Platform, traversing layer upon layer of pavilions and majestic buildings until they finally arrived beneath an extraordinarily lofty hall. The hall towered above, accessible only by ascending 3,600 jade steps, each step a necessary endeavor to reach the hall itself. Flanking the alabaster steps were countless weapons, daggers, axes, hooks, ropes, swords, spears, halberds, long poles, colossal hammers, iron chains, shackles, wolf-toothed clubs, crescent-shaped shovels, and more, each weapon remarkably larger than the average, creating the illusion of entering a realm inhabited by giants. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could sense an overwhelming aura of solemnity and bloodlust. This was indeed the location of the Celestial Punishment Platform, the Celestial Hall of Punishment. The entire Feathered Ascension heaven is an immense city suspended in the skies, its depths and vastness obscured by the clouds, shrouded in mystery. No one knows how such a grand city can float in the air or what force sustains its elevation. Despite the grandeur and enigma of the Feathered Ascension heaven, the Celestial Punishment Platform is the most ominous and solemn place within, imbued with an unparalleled intensity of murderous intent. Arriving at this location, even one with Jean Shirtai's temperament could not help but shudder, as if a chill were rising from the depths of his being. How could he not tremble? The Celestial Punishment Platform has executed countless powerful beings since the inception of the Feathered Ascension sect, enacting divine retribution without fail. Jean Riley, the elder, straightened his attire and ascended the 3,600 jade steps. The steps bore countless stains, blood seeping into the jade, hinting at the demise of formidable beings whose blood left its mark. Despite his cultivation allowing him to fly, he refrained from doing so on the Celestial Punishment Platform, adhering to the sect's established rules that even elders must respect. Upon reaching the top, he beheld an immense square before the Celestial Hall. In the center stood a square execution platform, 9 zhang high, 9 zhang wide, and 9 zhang long, constructed not of jade but of a seemingly ordinary stone, exuding an ancient and profound aura. The materials used for this platform remain a mystery. This is the true form of the Celestial Punishment Platform, where traitors face execution. Demonic beings are vanquished, and life and death battles among true disciples unfold, determining their fates. Bloodstained steps, a forest of weapons, a majestic hall, an expansive square, an ancient stone platform, all combined to create a breathtaking tableau of celestial retribution. Jean Shirtai was taken aback, not solely due to the Celestial Punishment Platform, but because he spotted Fong Qingxue, his keen-eyed rival, standing in the square. Additionally, there was a blue-robed Taoist with eyebrows like crescent moons, Tian Du, his senior brother. This blue-robed figure was none other than Hu Tian Du, the first true disciple who had rescued Sister Mo and the group from Yuan Jiankong. Celestial Elder. Among the disciples I rescued, one named Lu Kong has perished, but the rest have expelled the poison of the 6 desires in thunder. However, all their flying swords have been lost, and Yuan Jiankong even lost his silver serpent sword. Moreover, my heavenly rooster's supreme young rope has vanished without a trace, seemingly destroyed. This is a significant matter. I have come to report to the elder regarding how to punish those disciples who lost their flying swords and treasures. Secondly, we must investigate thoroughly to ascertain who has taken possession of the swords and treasures. Hu Tiandu did not acknowledge Jean Shirtai, but spoke deliberately and clearly towards the Celestial Hall. A languid voice emanated from within. Lost flying swords? Even the supreme young rope is gone. These disciples are truly disappointing. You shall investigate this matter thoroughly and must recover our sect's magical artifacts. Although our sect is vast and prosperous, we cannot afford such losses. Furthermore, Punish these disciples by confining them to the celestial prison for 3 months. They shall also be deprived of all medicinal supplies, forced to consume the coarse food from the 5-chi immortal cauldron. After all, if they can lose their flying swords, they should not hope to cultivate divine powers. Understood, disciple shall comply. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Hu Tiandu nodded. However, Yuan Jian Kong ranks 10th on the Mountain River list, a distinguished disciple with great potential to enter the realm of divine powers. To suspend his medicinal supplies, might the elders show some leniency? Those who err must be punished. Otherwise, what remains of our sect's regulations? You need not plead for mercy. Go. You act judiciously, being our sect's foremost true disciple. I grant you the authority to investigate thoroughly, and the power of life and death is naturally yours. This is the celestial punishment order. With this decree, you may command any true disciple, including elders, to assist you. The supreme young rope required considerable effort to forge. It must not fall into the hands of others, lest other sects claim that the Feathered Ascension sect has lost its treasures without a word. The languid voice quickened, and then an object resembling a decree flew out from the celestial hall, landing in Hu Tiandu's hand. Also, I have heard that some outer disciples are becoming increasingly unruly. You must rectify this atmosphere. I do not wish for the celestial punishment platform to become a daily slaughterhouse. Hu Tiandu caught the decree, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Turning, he saw Jean Shirtai and Jean Riley, shaking his head without speaking. Then addressed Fang Qingxue. It is rumored that Fang Shimi has a disciple named Fang Han, who possesses a treasure from the demonic sect, bestowed upon him by Fang Shimi. He has engaged in combat with an inner disciple, seizing his spirit windsword, and he is significantly implicated in the recent troubles faced by the disciples. Since the celestial elder granted me the authority to investigate, I shall look into Fang Shimi's disciples. I will clarify matters with her to avoid future misunderstandings. As Hu Tiandu spoke, his thoughts were deliberate and thorough, considering every detail with great care, displaying a demeanor befitting a leader. Fang Qingxue directed a cold gaze at Jean Shirtai and Jean Riley, disregarding Hu Tiandu's words. She merely responded with a frosty snort. Indeed, the demonic treasure Fang Han possesses is one I bestowed upon him, known as the Seven Fiends' Gourd, which I obtained from the demon lord Wang Molan. Fang Han is a member of my Fang family, and I hold him in high regard. Seizing one flying sword is trivial. The demon lord could offer him 7 flying swords, and he would still decline. Hu Shixiang, investigate as you wish, but should anything happen to Fang Han, I shall seek justice from the sect leader. Very well. I am always impartial in my dealings. Otherwise, the celestial elder would not have entrusted me with the celestial punishment order. Fang Shimi, take care. Hu Tiandu's tone became significant as he turned and descended the steps with grace. Celestial elder, you must advocate for me. Upon seeing Hu Tiandu depart, Jean Shirtai fell to the ground, casting a resentful gaze at Fang Qingxue. I am already aware of your severed arm. Fang Qingxue has informed me that it was Shalongzi who insisted on competing with Ng Tianqing, unable to match his skills. However, I will eventually ensure the demon lord pays for severing your and Shalongzi's arms, so that no one claims the Feathered Ascension sect fears his innate demonic sect. This matter is unrelated to Fang Qingxue. On the contrary, she has been engaged in combat with the avatar of the demon god at the altar beneath the earth, undergoing tremendous trials that have led to significant breakthroughs in her cultivation. Her contributions to the Yuhua sect are immense, bringing unparalleled glory to our order. I have already communicated with the sect master, recommending her entry into the little immortal realm for further cultivation, which will enable her to transcend to the celestial human realm. This would add another formidable master at the 5th level of divine abilities to our sect, capable of refining spiritual tools and magical treasures. Elder Tianxing paid no heed to the lamentations of Jing Shitai. What? She is about to break through to the celestial human realm? Jing Shitai was taken aback. Disbelief etched upon his face, and even Jean Riley furrowed his brow deeply. The 5th level of the divine ability secret realm, the celestial human realm, is of no trivial matter. One can arrange grand formations using divine abilities, connecting with celestial beings. Its power is boundless, allowing for the genuine refinement of spiritual tools of the highest grades, even treasures. Furthermore, one's lifespan dramatically increases, extending to 800 years. The 10 levels of the divine ability secret realm are as follows. First, the realm of magical power. Second, the true essence realm. Third, the Yuan Gang realm, also known as the Gangqi realm. Fourth, the Yin Yang realm. Fifth, the celestial human realm. Sixth, the unification realm. Enabling the cultivation of various divine abilities without fear of magical conflicts, achieving the concept of all methods returning to one. Seventh, the divine ability seed golden pill, which fuses countless divine abilities into a singular golden pill seed. Eighth, the great calamity of wind and fire. Ninth, the law of heaven and earth. 10th, the reversal of fate. Each level of the 10 levels of the divine ability secret realm presents increasing challenges, requiring one to endure countless tribulations, rely on immense fortune, and possess unparalleled wisdom and perseverance. Even among direct disciples, those who can ascend to the 5th level, the celestial human realm, are exceedingly rare. Upon reaching this realm, one can contribute significantly to the sect, enhancing its strength, which is why it is highly valued. Elder Tianxing, you must consider matters thoroughly. This girl is entangled with the son of the demon emperor. If she were to enter our Yuhua sect's sacred cultivation ground in the little immortal realm and something were to go awry, how would you take responsibility? Jean Riley suddenly exclaimed. One does not need others to dictate their actions. Jean Riley, you are of no use. You went through great lengths to procure an essence longevity pill for him, yet his cultivation has made no progress. Do you still believe he can unseat a promising direct disciple? Elder Tianxing's voice turned languid and rather impolite. His cultivation was unfathomable, making him the most formidable among the elders of the Yuhua sect. I must personally report this to the sect master and detail its severity. The sect master will surely make a decisive judgment. I have no desire to engage in further discussion with you here, Jean Riley said, pulling Jing Shitai along. Be my guest. Elder Tianxing made no attempt to retain them, lazily uttering those 2 words as he watched Jean Riley depart. Qingxue, starting today, you shall go to the little immortal realm. Do not think of anything else. Focus solely on breaking through your realm. Within the immortal reclining pavilion, 3 days swiftly passed. This morning, Fang Han awakened from his slumber. After a leisurely stretch, his entire body emitted a series of thunderous and crackling sounds, a cacophony that sent tremors through the heart. It was the fascia vibrating, bones thundering, and skin and muscles tearing. All over his body, immense vitality and vigor were manifesting. Upon standing, he found himself towering half a head taller than before. In just 3 days, he had grown so much. With a casual grasp, the sturdy wooden bed felt as soft as tofu, a large chunk of wood pulled down effortlessly. Picking up a ceramic teacup, he squeezed it lightly, and it shattered instantly, crumbling into ceramic powder that fell to the ground. Such immense strength. I feel as though I possess the strength of at least 8 or 9 horses. Let us go to the demon battlefield and witness the true prowess of the demons. Chapter 054, The Fiancé. Hasten to the battlefield of the celestial demons. Capture the celestial demons. I shall employ the water method to refine pills, transforming the celestial demons into the Bai Luo Grand Elixir. This concoction surpasses the blood elixir in its restorative properties, significantly enhancing one's vitality and spirit. Across the realm, only the sacred water of the underworld possesses such capabilities. Other sects, upon capturing celestial demons, incinerate them in the pill furnace using true fire. However, celestial demons are particularly averse to true fire, which annihilates them instantly. Only those adept in pill refinement can utilize the celestial demons to create elixirs. Yin appeared exceedingly enthusiastic about venturing to the battlefield of the celestial demons. Water method pill refinement? Fang Han inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the river of the underworld serves as a colossal pill furnace. In ancient times, the great emperor of the underworld sealed the sacred river of the underworld with unparalleled magical prowess, requiring the extraordinary properties of its waters for pill refinement. Our sect refers to this process as washing. The waters of the river of the underworld are also known by several names, such as the forgetting water and the soul-entrancing brew. The water method of pill refinement is indeed rare. It seems I shall not want for sustenance in the future. With ample provisions, I shall be far happier than the average disciples of the Ascension sect. Upon reaching the 10th level of physical transformation, the body demands an immense quantity of nourishment. Mere food is insufficient. At such times, one must consume pills imbued with substantial essences of vitality. Fortunately, Fang Han had slain over 100 night demons in the subterranean realm, and Yin had refined over 50 blood elixirs using the sacred water of the underworld, enough to sustain him for 2 to 3 months. The blood elixirs of the underworld sect and the essence elixirs of the Ascension sect are both crystallizations of vital energy. However, the blood elixir is distilled from the essence of night demons, while the essence elixir is crafted from the essences of various herbs, spiritual stones, ethereal energies from the skies, and the life force within thunder, meticulously refined in a pill furnace to eliminate impurities. Yen finds it remarkably convenient to produce blood elixirs since the river of the underworld, depicted in the underworld diagram, serves as the ideal pill furnace, utilizing the washing method rather than true fire for pill refinement. Each method, water and fire, holds its own profound mysteries. Yet, refining the celestial demons into elixirs through the water method proves to be the most effective. Very well, let us proceed. Fong Han exited the reclining celestial pavilion and made his way towards the celestial pavilion, which serves as the gateway to the battlefield of the celestial demons through an inner sect assessment. The celestial pavilion, shrouded in layers of mist deep within Ascension City, was illuminated by the morning sun, which refracted the mist into a multitude of rainbows, creating a breathtaking sight. However, Fong Han was not in the mood to admire the beauty. He promptly presented his qualification jade token to enter the celestial pavilion. At that moment, several outer sect disciples who had also obtained assessment qualifications approached, jade tokens in hand, evidently preparing to enter the battlefield of the celestial demons for a trial of their mettle. Each of these outer sect disciples exuded strength, vitality, and agility, clearly not to be underestimated. Those capable of completing sect tasks and securing assessment slots were certainly formidable individuals. Yet, as Fong Han surveyed the crowd, he perceived them as comparatively weak. His own strength was formidable, akin to the power of nearly 10 horses, contained within his sinews, organs, and skin, approaching the might of Ashura. How could he regard these individuals with any seriousness? He had heard that the battlefield of the celestial demons exists not within this world, but beyond the heavens. Is that truly the case? Must we venture beyond the skies? There can be no doubt. I have inquired among some inner sect disciples who participated in the assessment, and indeed, it lies beyond the heavens, where the scenery is resplendent and unlike anything ever witnessed before. Yet, it is fraught with peril. Last year, 10,000 outer sect disciples undertook the assessment, resulting in the deaths of 3,000, while several thousand succumbed to madness and confusion, with only 200 to 300 successfully passing. I wonder if more will pass this year and ascend to the inner sect, where every 5 days, they are rewarded with an essence elixir or a pill of absorption, premium spiritual medicines to be consumed as sustenance. I once beheld the essence elixir at a royal gathering, where a prince regarded it as a family heirloom. Passed down through generations, it is said that even ordinary individuals, by merely inhaling its aroma, can enhance their strength and clear their meridians. For inner sect disciples to consume it as food is undoubtedly more luxurious than even the emperor's fare. Listening to these discussions, Fong Han discreetly scrutinized the assessment disciples and found that none could match his strength. Of course, there were a few whose depths were inscrutable, but he instinctively sensed they would pose no threat to him. I wonder if Princess Hongyi has received her assessment qualification. Logically, with the true blue sword, it should pose no challenge for her to slay night demons. Once I become an inner sect disciple, I must seek out Fairy He to share some elixirs with her. She may very well attain an exalted level of cultivation. What is that? As Fong Han pondered, a group of individuals caught his eye. Among them was a striking woman, tall and graceful, clad in ceremonial attire that accentuated her exquisite figure. With long boots and a sword in hand, she exuded an air of confidence while conversing with a robust, charismatic man of handsome visage, their demeanor distinctly intimate. The other men and women in their company radiated an uncommon aura of confidence and poise, surpassing even the esteemed members of the royal family. However, what astonished Fong Han was not their presence but the woman in the long boots wielding a sword, none other than the second miss of the Fong family, Fong Qingwei. Fong Han, is that you? Fong Qingwei, sharp-eyed and perceptive, her cultivation formidable, immediately sensed someone gazing at her and turned to find Fong Han. Initially taken aback, she then exclaimed his name. Although Fong Han had grown considerably taller and his demeanor had transformed, his face remained unchanged. As a skilled practitioner, Fong Qingwei recognized him, albeit with a hint of disbelief. Fong Han paused, exchanging glances without uttering a word, further enabling the second miss to discern his identity. Come here. Upon confirming it was indeed Fong Han, Fong Qingwei beckoned him over with a wave, casually remarking, I've heard that you, a mere servant, have caught my sister's fancy, allowing you to become an outer sect disciple. I never expected you would secure a spot for the inner sect assessment. What boon did my sister bestow upon you? However, your actions at the Thunderbolt Peak, bullying several overseers, were reprehensible. My sister, being devoted to her cultivation, is oblivious to worldly matters, and you've managed to deceive her. But I am not so easily fooled. Come here and kneel. I have a few words to impart. Qingwei, who is he? The robust man, engaged in conversation with her, inquired upon hearing Fang Qingwei's words. A servant of the Fang family, Fang Qingwei replied nonchalantly. Sister Qingxue has already promised me that you will be my bride. Henceforth, I shall be your fiancé. This is something you must understand. Fang Han stood resolute, his demeanor unwavering. Presumptuous. You dare. The man's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a thunderous boom resounded as Fang Han's massive iron fist cleaved through the air, hurtling toward his head. Chapter 055. The conflict begins with the formidable strength of nearly 10 horses. Fang Han unleashed his iron fist, radiating an aura of raw power. His footwork was enigmatic, almost achieving the effect of traversing vast distances in an instant, allowing him to strike from several dozen paces away. While it may not rival the instantaneous kill techniques, it certainly represented a pinnacle of physical prowess. Clang. The young man, who had previously appeared affectionate towards Fang Qingwei, sensed the chilling intent of murder and, without hesitations, drew his sword halfway from his waist. However, before he could fully unsheath it, Fang Han's iron fist was upon him, crashing into his arm with a resounding crack, shattering his bones. A subsequent blow sent the young man soaring through the air, blood pouring from his mouth as he landed far away. What? Damn it. Kill him. Seeing their companion in distress, the young man's friends hurried to assist him, activating their magical artifacts and charms for healing, while others brandished their swords menacingly towards Fang Han. Fang Qingwei's expression turned icy as she drew her own sword. Haha, how amusing. Fang Han's booming laughter filled the air, and with a sudden movement, he became a blur, launching an astonishing attack that targeted several individuals simultaneously. In an instant, those present felt as though they were confronting Fang Han alone, engulfed in a sense of isolation and helplessness. Bang, bang, bang. Within the span of a single breath, everyone had taken a blow from Fang Han, staggering back several steps as they struggled to regain their footing, their faces pale and their blood surging violently, nearly causing them to retch. Fang Qingwei too received a punch from Fang Han, her sword flying from her grasp and embedding itself in the ground, her face a mask of terror. Your martial skills are astonishing. How is this possible? In that single, sweeping attack, it became evident that Fang Han's strength, speed, and explosive power far surpassed that of these disciples. Previously, in the desert, the Prince of the Evil Moon wielded his sinister crescent blade with great speed, posing a threat even amidst Fang Han's allies, including Lu Kang and Princess Hong Yi. However, Fang Han's current strength exceeded that of the Evil Moon Prince. And while he may not have reached the level of the Azura, these disciples, despite their accomplishments, could muster at most the strength of 4 or 5 horses, rendering them wholly inadequate as opponents. Only those inner disciples who had trained for years, the elite of the inner mountain rankings, could hope to match him in physical prowess. With a single strike, he had instilled fear throughout the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to engage? Fang Han's cold gaze swept across the room, and anyone who met his fierce eyes dared not return his stare, overwhelmed by his imposing presence. The disciples, now pallid and shaken, refrained from uttering bravado. They were astute enough to recognize Fang Han's combat prowess, which rivaled that of the masters on the mountain and river rankings. Fang Qingwei fell silent. Having previously thought that Fang Han had merely been favored by Fang Qingxue and taught some rudimentary skills, she had not anticipated that his abilities would far surpass her own, by a staggering tenfold. Fang Qingwei herself was an adept, having practiced daily within the Fang household. And once she entered the feather transformation sect, she thrived, aided by her sister's standing. Many young nobles, including princes and dukes, sought her favor, showering her with gifts and rare elixirs, allowing her strength to progress rapidly. Even formidable inner disciples sought her goodwill, hoping to forge connections with Fang Qingxue, offering numerous treasures in the process. This environment had fostered her lofty ambition, as she aspired to become a true disciple like her sister, ultimately achieving immortality through alchemical mastery. The young man who had been injured by Fang Han slowly regained consciousness, gazing at him with a mixture of resentment and caution. I am the young master of the Evernight Island. I ask, who are you? You have struck me today, and I shall remember this. Evernight Island? I have not heard of it. I assumed it was one of the 10 great sects, Fang Han replied, his tone laced with nonchalance. As for who I am, did you not hear? I am presently the fiancé of Feng Qingwei. As for your desire for vengeance, that depends on your capabilities. With a teasing glance at Feng Qingwei, he continued, let us proceed to the demon battlefield. I shall look after you, as per your sister's instructions. Humph. I refuse to believe my sister would say such a thing. I do not need your protection. Even if I were to marry a dog or a chicken, it would not be you. Do not entertain such delusions. Feng Qingwei's chest heaved with indignation, her teeth clenching, yet she dared not make a move against him, bolstered by her sister's influence. I am neither a frog nor are you a swan, but whether or not we marry is not for you to decide. When I become a true disciple, I shall offer you a path forward. Until then, I must prohibit you from associating with other men, as you are, in name, my fiancée. If I see any man like the young master of Evernight Island approach you, I shall strike him down. Feng Han laughed heartily and turned to enter the depths of the sky courtyard. Feng Qingwei, witnessing his departure, stomped her foot in frustration. The commotion had drawn numerous disciples, both outer and inner, to observe, yet most dared not intervene. Feng Han's strength was such that only those on the mountain and river rankings stood a chance of matching him, and any involvement would likely draw the ire of Feng Qingxue, a formidable true disciple. Who is this remarkable figure among the outer disciples? Among the onlookers, two individuals stood out, engaged in discussion. This man is Feng Han, favored by Feng Qingxue. It seems she has invested considerable effort in cultivating him, aiming to elevate him to the status of a true disciple. It is said she has bestowed upon him a magical treasure capable of absorbing spiritual artifacts. Once he becomes an inner disciple, he will undoubtedly be a formidable rival in the upcoming mountain and river rankings competition. Indeed, I thrive on competition, without pressure. There is no motivation. In that case, I shall seek to engage him. With a hearty laugh, one of them stepped toward Feng Qingwei. Ah, Brother Yi. Brother Yi. It was none other than Yi Nantian, ranked third on the mountain and river rankings. What was he doing here? Perhaps he has come to observe the newcomers of note. Someone speculated. Brother Yi. As Yunantian approached, Feng Qingwei steadied her breath. Feng Han warned that any man who approaches you will face his wrath. I find that hard to believe. Allow me to approach you, Sister Qingwei. Surely, you would not deny me the pleasure? Yunantian spoke with charm. To befriend Brother Yi was an honor for Qingwei, and as for the incident with Feng Han, she intended to inform her sister. Be careful if you enter the demon battlefield, sister. Here, take this talisman. It will protect you against the demons and elevate your spirit. Your feet can guide you out of the battlefield of celestial demons, leaving you unscathed, allowing you to ascend to the ranks of inner disciples. As he spoke, Brother Yunantian produced a hexagonal talisman resembling a delicate snowflake. Ah, this is a spirit artifact grade talisman, the bathing snow talisman. Feng Qingwei was momentarily stunned as she accepted it, feeling her spirit coalesce into a powerful force. All impurities dissolved, her mind astonishingly clear. She never anticipated that Yunantian would bestow upon her a spirit artifact. Although this talisman cannot be compared to items of higher caliber such as flying swords or magical garments, it is nonetheless a low-grade spirit artifact that proves immensely beneficial for cultivation. When worn, it can dispel inner demons and purify the spirit, hence its name. The bathing snow talisman. Go ahead. Once you become an inner disciple, I will gather a few of my fellow brothers from the mountain river rankings to celebrate your achievements. And I have gifts to present to you. I wonder what Feng Han could possibly do to us. Yunantian waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 056. The battlefield of heavenly demons. Feng Han felt an immense sense of relief in his heart, finally expelling the pent-up frustration that had burdened him. However, he was acutely aware that he still relied heavily on Feng Qingxue. Only when his powers surpassed hers would he truly be able to breathe freely, to pursue his desires at will, and to roam freely across the vastness of the universe. With his current strength nearing that of 10 horses, becoming an inner disciple, and after a period of diligent practice, he feared he could soon challenge the realm of divine abilities. After all, a 9-aperture golden elixir was not something to be taken lightly. Additionally, he aimed to contend for a position on the mountain river ranking. Securing a place among the top 10 would grant him the rewards of the sect, spiritual weapons, magical garments, flying swords, and an abundance of elixirs, all of which were treasures not to be missed. As Feng Han ventured deeper into the sky courtyard, his mind swirled with thoughts. Gaining entry into the inner sect with his current cultivation was nearly assured. Now, heading to the battlefield of heavenly demons, he intended to capture numerous heavenly demons to refine the Bailuo Grand Elixir. Elixirs were akin to sustenance. The more he possessed, the better. with provisions in hand. His heart would remain untroubled. Stop. The assessment token. At that moment, a colossal stone door appeared before him, firmly closed, with 4 elders from the Feather Transformation sect standing guard. Upon seeing Fong Han approach, they spoke to halt him. Fong Han dared not delay, promptly presenting the assessment token. He understood that while these elders might not possess the prowess of those in the Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace, their strength was not to be underestimated, and they wielded various flying swords and magical artifacts, making them formidable in combat. To offend these semi-elders was akin to provoking the masters on the Mountain River ranking. One semi-elder took the token, examined it, and with a flick of his wrist, transformed the token into a stream of spiritual light that shot towards the stone door. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient stone door creaked open, unleashing a vast, starry aura that enveloped Fong Han, causing his spirit to sway. Fixing his gaze ahead, he beheld a void of emptiness beyond the door, with swirling currents of air obscuring his vision. Step inside. As long as you remain within the battlefield of heavenly demons for 10 days and nights, you may exit. This place is an excellent training ground. Enduring the trials of heavenly demons will greatly sharpen your spirit. However, should you fail to stay the full 10 days, danger lurks, and your life may be at stake. You may still withdraw if you wish. One semi-elder spoke, producing a vial of elixirs containing 5 pills of tranquility, which would sustain one's vitality in the battlefield. Decide whether to take them or not. Naturally, Fong Han would not retreat. He seized the elixirs and stepped boldly into the ancient stone door. As he crossed the threshold, it felt as if he had plunged into a dark abyss, a dizzying whirl that nearly disoriented him. His body swayed and fluctuated, and had he not been in peak condition, he might have succumbed to nausea. A buzzing sound like a swarm of bees filled his ears, and suddenly he felt weightless. Landing softly on the ground, as his surroundings came into focus, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Before him lay a vast, desolate plain, marred by numerous craters resembling volcanic pits, as if struck by meteorites. The sky above was shrouded in a greenish hue, and stars twinkled faintly. Countless enormous stone spheres hovered in the high atmosphere, appearing almost within reach, yet Fong Han understood they were leagues away. This place seemed utterly alien to him, devoid of the familiar sky he knew. No matter where one found themselves, such immense stone spheres would not adorn the heavens. Was this truly the battlefield of heavenly demons? He glanced back, only to find the stone door he had just traversed had vanished without a trace, as if he had been cast into exile, unable to return. This is the sky beyond the realm. Yan's voice resonated. The stone door you pass through is a passage forged from arcane power, not meant for ordinary beings. Without a body of formidable strength, one would perish from the turbulent energies within. Many disciples of celestial sects are banished here for violating rules, condemned to wander this outer sky for eternity. It lies millions of miles from our world. Without immense divine abilities, returning is impossible. This is also the domain of the heavenly demons, the very essence of the outer demons. The outer demons relish flesh imbued with pure yang energy. With your formidable physique, it won't be long before many heavenly demons are drawn to you. We can capture them and refine elixirs, yielding great rewards. And where shall we go now? Fong Han surveyed the endless desolation of the plain, noting the absence of other outer disciples. The Feather Transformation sect fears disciples banding together to combat the heavenly demons. Thus they disperse each disciple to various locations. This vast outer sky is akin to a forsaken star, immense beyond comparison, encompassing the collective territory of several great dynasties. If you are inclined, wander about. You may uncover rare materials. Though the environment here is harsh, it is replete with various minerals and treasures, essential for many adept practitioners of divine abilities seeking to mine and refine elixirs. Discovering rare ores would be even more beneficial than elixirs. Will using magical artifacts here, such as the blood cotton demon garment, attract attention? Perhaps I should channel the 7 flying swords from the Yellow Springs diagram into the 7 killing gourd to form a 7 killing sword array. In theory, you should remain undetected. Nevertheless, given that the leader of the Feather Transformation sect opened this battlefield, it is wise to exercise caution. Indeed, now I understand why the leader of the Feather Transformation sect established this battlefield of heavenly demons and summoned disciples for trials. It serves as bait. The outer sky is boundless. Even the mightiest of beings from the secret realm of eternal life would take a millennium to traverse its expanse. The outer demons are akin to fish in an ocean, and this battlefield is the baiting ground. The demons are voracious for flesh, and as disciples return year after year, the heavenly demons will only proliferate, akin to scattering bait before fishing. Fong Han pondered this notion, realizing its truth. In the midst of their conversation, a figure suddenly flickered in the distance, hurriedly approaching. Who is that? Fong Han turned his gaze, only to find it was Fong Qingwei. At this moment, her complexion was pale, her sword missing, hair disheveled, and she was fleeing in apparent terror, as if pursued by something dreadful. Fong Han, save me. I encountered a heavenly demon, and it is chasing me. Hurry, save me, I will marry you, I promise. Fong Qingwei's piercing cries were startling. As she drew closer, Fong Han inquired, is there nothing pursuing you? A strange smile crept across Fong Qingwei's face. Is that so? Suddenly, Yin warned, be cautious. As Fong Qingwei approached, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Fong Han, exuding a chilling aura that froze his spirit. Chapter 57. The Contest of Stars. Fong Han never imagined that this Fong Qingwei was an illusion, a transformation created by the celestial demon. The celestial demon is capable of countless transformations and possesses a cunning nature that exploits the weaknesses of the human heart, embodying schemes that are sinister and treacherous to such an extent that it has become a taboo among countless cultivators, and a formidable enemy even to those of the demonic path. The celestial demon exists as a stream of energy, a thought that can take shape. Only demons of the highest rank can solidify into a tangible form. However, even the lower-tier celestial demons, when they manifest as Fong Qingwei, remain beyond the comprehension of Fong Han. Only experts in the realm of mystical powers, endowed with formidable spiritual energy, can discern the illusory from the real. Yin, possessing mystical abilities, though his powers were diminished due to past injuries, had consumed the heavenly chicken's pure yang essence, which allowed him to reach the level of a first or second-tier expert, albeit still inferior to the likes of Jin Shitai. Nevertheless, his familiarity with the celestial demon enabled him to sense its presence and offer timely warnings to Fong Han. It is no wonder that many disciples perished during the assessments in the celestial demon battlefield. The creature is indeed formidable. A chilling wind surged around him, accompanied by eerie laughter. Fong Han quickly summoned all his strength, his focus razor-sharp, and struck out with his fist against the sinister gust. With a resounding thud, the fierce energy of his spirit surged forth. A sharp intent to slay the demon rippled through his punch, shattering the celestial demon on impact, dispersing the chilling wind into several wisps that could not cling to him. At this moment, Fong Han's cultivation had reached a transformative state, his physical prowess supplying immense energy to his mind, thus gradually enhancing his spiritual capabilities. While he could not yet materialize his energy into magical power, he had acquired the ability to influence the thoughts and spirits of his adversaries. For instance, a mere glance at a weaker foe could instill terror within them. This phenomenon could be termed as witnessing. He was nearing the realm of mystical powers. Now, with his martial arts, he harmonized his spirit and soul, channeling all into a singular explosive force. The celestial demon shattered before his overwhelming might. Yet, the celestial demon, as cunning as it is, was not defeated so easily. After being shattered, it swirled and reassembled, transforming into a razor-sharp sword, its blade adorned with menacing serrations, aimed directly at Fong Han's head. Unfazed by the sword's glint, Fong Han struck out with his fist. He met the blade head-on, for it was but an illusion. To evade it would mean succumbing to the demon's deceit. As anticipated, the collision caused the celestial demon to veer away, avoiding the clash with Fong Han's fist, and it suddenly ascended into the sky, bursting forth with a flicker. In an instant, it morphed into a torrential rain of swords, descending upon him like a storm. Indeed, it was a rain of swords, each drop resembling a blade, imbued with a sharp metallic aura, as if thousands of swords sought to pierce Fong Han, rendering him a mere pincushion. The celestial demon, adept in illusion and deception, thought to confuse him. Would Fong Han regard this sword rain as genuine? A cold smile graced his lips as he summoned his mental energy, unleashing a series of powerful strikes to counter the descending blades. With each punch, the air crackled and surged, scattering the sword rain upon contact, each vanishing with a wail of despair. 1 star to vanquish demons, 2 stars to unravel enigmas, 3 stars to refine pure yang, 4 stars to challenge the heavens, 5 stars to form a constellation, 6 stars in chaos, 7 stars to shift the universe, the contest of stars. In a sudden burst of inspiration, Fong Han unleashed his martial prowess, leaping and charging with fervor, his fists and feet a blur as he became a whirlwind of motion within the expanse of several dozen feet. With the strength of 10 horses, He thrust his palm forward. The gust of wind generated was powerful enough to lift small stones several feet away. As he executed his final technique, Contest of Stars, the air within several dozen feet trembled violently, shaking the ground as chaos erupted around him. "Ah, I am undone," the celestial demon shrieked amidst the fierce wind. And then silence fell, its sinister breath extinguished. Was that it? Was it truly said that the celestial demon could be refined into the elixir of the abyss? Fong Han retracted his strikes, gradually calming his energy and spirit. "Beware. Ha ha ha. Did you genuinely believe I was defeated?" A malicious grin emerged as a face materialized before Fong Han, terrifying in proximity. With a fierce roar, Fong Han unleashed his voice like thunder. The celestial demon suddenly darted above him, diving through the celestial gate into his mind. In an instant, the demon's visage morphed into that of Fong Qingxue, clad in white. Exuding an aura of untouchable authority, "Fong Han, relinquish your body to me. I am aware of your affections. I require your form. Are you willing to yield?" "Affections? What nonsense. Kill, kill, kill." Fong Han, caught off guard as the celestial demon infiltrated his mind, erupted in fury. Yet amidst his rage, he remained composed. This demon was exceedingly cunning, having deceived him time and again. In a fit of wrath, he summoned all his vital energy to his mind, employing the Yuanshan spiritual technique. Instantly, his consciousness was illuminated with blinding white light, piercing through the demon's form until it was rendered formless. Then, amidst the radiant brilliance, a spectral figure emerged, crowned and resembling a deity of demonic might, crashing down with overwhelming force. "Ah, such potent spirit. This is the Emperor of Demons. How could your spirit possess such an aura?" Under the oppressive force of this spectral hand, the celestial demon finally disintegrated, completely vanquished. Having consumed the 9-aperture golden elixir, which contained the blood of the Emperor of the Underworld, Fong Han naturally bore a trace of the legendary demon's aura. Ever since he grasped the realm of spiritual communion, he could faintly emulate the Emperor's presence. Especially when exerting all his energy, an unfamiliar observer might mistake him for an authentic disciple of the demonic sect. Chapter 58, Retribution. Fong Han, I initially intended to assist you, yet I never anticipated that you would conjure the spectral might of the Emperor of the Yellow Springs. How could such a diminutive, ethereal demon withstand the aura of the Demon Emperor? The dissipated energies are perfect for my alchemical pursuits. Yin Xiaolong's form soon materialized within Fong Han's consciousness, and with a sweep of his claws, the scattered remnants of the celestial demon transformed into myriad streams of light, which he collected and subsequently deposited into the diagram of the Yellow Springs. Fong Han promptly immersed his thoughts within this diagram, witnessing Yin casting the fragmented essence of the celestial demon into the waters of the Yellow Springs River. With a pointed claw, the river enveloped the remnants, producing a continuous sound of washing. After approximately half an hour, the waters surged apart, revealing a pill the size of a mung bean, shimmering with a verdant hue, floating atop the river. Why is it so diminutive, merely the size of a mung bean? Those blood pills were far larger. Such a discrepancy is quite astonishing. Is alchemy truly so effortless? I have seen within the worlds that the Yuhua sect's alchemy requires a superior furnace, numerous medicinal materials, precise proportions, and a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to eliminate dross, with the risk of ruinous failure. Even a true disciple may labor for months without producing a single batch of pills, yet your alchemical process appears excessively facile. Fong Han understood the complexities of alchemy. Masters of the secret realm generally subsist on pills alone, as their nutritional and energetic purity far surpasses that of ordinary sustenance. Those who consume pills thrive and remain youthful. The diagram of the Yellow Springs serves as a colossal alchemical furnace. Its utility in combat may be limited, yet its efficiency in alchemical endeavors far exceeds that of the Yuhua sect's celestial furnace. The Emperor of the Yellow Springs crafted this diagram to supply elixirs for millions of disciples within his sect. Once I restore my strength, establishing a sect and training many disciples will necessitate the use of the diagram of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs sect, with 1 million disciples. Is that not larger than the Yuhua sect? Indeed, in its prime, the Yellow Springs sect was the foremost among the demon sects. Having established a realm known as the Underworld, the 10 disciples of the Emperor of the Yellow Springs wielded dominion over life and death. The Emperor aspired to forge a cycle of reincarnation, wherein every soul that departed would have their spiritual essence captured by his disciples, who would then determine their next lives based on their deeds, allocating fates of fortune for the virtuous and eternal punishment for the wicked. It is precisely this ambition that incited divine jealousy, culminating in his demise. To establish a cycle of reincarnation. Even with Feng Han's lofty aspirations, fixated on attaining the secret realm and achieving eternal life, he remained profoundly shaken by the emperor's ambition. Life extinguishes like a flame. Upon death, the essence dissipates. Only under extraordinary circumstances does it endure, transforming into a spectral entity, yet even then, it is swiftly eradicated. The emperor envisioned an expansive net of existence, ensuring that each being's essence would be preserved post-mortem, to be brought to the Yellow Springs sect, where their destinies would be rewritten according to their moral standing. What grandeur! What a monumental endeavor! What resolve! The world lacks justice. The heavenly laws bear no discernment of good and evil. The most heinous often live long lives, while the benevolent perish unjustly. Those with great powers trample upon human life. Thus, we must delineate good from evil, ensuring that the virtuous receive blessings while the wicked face retribution. We should instill in every being the awareness that the divine observes all, that each action is under scrutiny. Even those who attain the secret realm and seek eternal life are not exempt. Hence, the Emperor of the Yellow Springs sought to create a cycle of retribution in the world. Jiaolong Yin roared with fervor. They label us as demons. Yet our actions are transparent and just, illuminating the heavens and the earth. All is for the sake of establishing retribution in the world. A life for a life. Debts repaid. This is the natural order. Yet in this world, many escape consequence for murder, while debts go unpaid. Let there be retribution in the world. Let every being recognize that the divine observes their actions. The virtuous shall live long and prosper, while the malevolent shall meet untimely ends and endure suffering. Justice, retribution, good and evil. Is this the ideal of the Emperor of the Yellow Springs? The Yellow Springs sect slaughters beings for alchemical purposes, drastically augmenting their power. They must surely be among the most wicked. Initially, Feng Han was stirred by Yan's impassioned rhetoric, but gradually he regained his composure. To reach the pinnacle of light, one must sometimes resort to dark means. The Emperor of the Yellow Springs grappled with this very dilemma. Ultimately, he resolved that without great destruction, there can be no great order. This too is the way of nature. Yet he failed. To attain the summit of light, one must employ means aligned with that light. Perhaps this is the reason for the Emperor's downfall. What justice can be wrought from dark methods? If one begins with malice, how can one expect others to act with virtue? Feng Han pondered deeply, reflecting upon his own actions. He had never harmed an innocent. The high-ranking officials of the Feng residence were targeted for their transgressions against him. Vengeance was due. He had slain bandits, demons, and other malevolent beings who sought to consume him, as was just. Lu Kang was killed by Hong Yi. Though he had threatened Feng, he was not deserving of death, and Feng had even saved him. As for senior sister Mo and her companions, had he employed dark methods, he could have eliminated them without a trace, thus avoiding his current predicament. Seizing their swords was a matter of survival. They had plotted against him, seeking to exploit him as a pawn. Moreover, by slaying the Red Prince, he had indirectly saved their lives, for had he not intervened, they would have surely perished at his hands, and their swords would have been seized. Examining his deeds meticulously, Feng Han discerned that he had committed no grievous wrongs. By his conscience, all were just acts. And his methods were not dark, not truly demonic. In this introspective inquiry, clarity emerged, and Feng Han felt a surge of enlightenment. Within his mind, a sense of coherence took shape, and his spirit felt refined, imbued with an ethereal radiance. A luminous aura enveloped his consciousness. Chapter 059. The Great Demon King and the Ambitions of the Underworld Emperor allow me to fulfill the aspirations of the Underworld Emperor. Establish that so-called cycle of reincarnation, a realm of clear rewards and punishments. Indeed, the universe operates under the principle of retribution. I shall not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Rather, I shall employ righteous means to distinguish between good and evil within the cosmos. As he spoke, Feng Han articulated each word deliberately, his gaze gently closing. A faint sound seemed to resonate from above his head, as if a celestial window had been opened, allowing a stream of radiant light to pour in. Your spirit has been purified once more, marking a significant step toward entering the realm of divine powers. With such intent, even without consuming the 9 orifices golden pill, you shall inevitably step into the realm of divine powers in due time. Yin spoke earnestly, within 3 years at most, or a year at the least. you will surely attain the mastery of divine powers. This progress is indeed astonishing. It is true that Fong Han's foundational skills were pitifully weak when he began his martial cultivation, yet within the span of nearly a year, he had reached the realm of transformation, nearing the strength of 10 horses. If he could achieve the realm of divine powers within another year, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Even Jin Tai took over a decade to reach the realm of transformation before he could advance, ultimately relying on the yin-yang longevity pill to break through. His foundation was 100 times more robust than Fong Han's. In the world of cultivation, those who reach the realm of divine powers within 20 years possess exceptional talent. Within 10 years, they are considered prodigies. The recent self-examination had greatly purified his spirit, reducing impurities significantly. This is indeed a splendid form of cultivation. However, the path to break into the realm of divine powers is still fraught with challenges. I initially believed it would take several more years. Enough said, let us focus on cultivation. Fong Han's determination was unwavering, for he felt he had found a target, an unprecedented and immensely grand goal, far more majestic than achieving immortality. The scope of one's heart determines the magnitude of one's accomplishments. He understood that as long as he pursued this goal, his life would be nothing short of magnificent. Consume this by Luo Great Pill. Oh, right? This enhances the spirit. There is no need to swallow it. Simply crush it and dissolve it in water. Drip it onto the crown of your head and channel your spirit. It will clarify your mind, cleanse your consciousness, and refine your will. Inside, Fong Han produced a vial of true water, letting a drop fall, then dissolved a green bean sized by Luo Great Pill above his head. Indeed, he felt as if the pill transformed into a divine elixir, permeating his mind. A gentle warmth enveloped his brain, providing a sensation of comfort akin to inebriation. After a brief moment, the intoxication faded, replaced by a heavy, liquid sensation of spirit within his mind. This single by Luo Great Pill can effectively sustain someone's arduous training for a month, converting their vital essence into spirit. I intended to impart the mystical arts of the underworld gate to you, but given the concealed prowess within the feather transformation gate, your changed demeanor would surely attract attention. Thus, wait until you cultivate to the realm of divine powers before seeking opportunities to train in secrecy. The gap between the realm of transformation and the realm of divine powers is vast. It requires substantial accumulation to convert spirit into magical energy, a transformation that is not achieved overnight. The inner disciples of the Feather Transformation Gate, including those on the Mountain River ranking, are all engaged in rigorous training. Such training requires no magical tools or spiritual artifacts. Only through the consumption of pills strengthening the body and diligently refining the spirit day by day can one hope to progress. While Fong Han was refining his spirit and digesting the effects of the Bai Luo Great Pill, far away, atop a towering stone peak, stood a man surrounded by swirling winds of darkness. These winds emitted strange and peculiar sounds, as if reporting something to him. Is it so? The disciples of the Feather Transformation Gate have begun their cultivation here? The sect leader has transformed this place into a trial ground, attracting more of our kind. Yet, is this not an opportunity for us to procure more flesh? Perhaps the folks from the Feather Transformation Gate are unaware that the nine-young demon god has quietly evaded their senses and has brought me here. This time, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Feather Transformation disciples. This man was, in fact, a demon, his visage shifting constantly. Handsome one moment, grotesque the next, ordinary at times, as if possessing 1,000 faces. Yet he exuded a palpable aura of bloodthirst, unmistakably marking him as a being of substance. A demon with a corporeal form is a demon king, equivalent to a master of divine powers, capable of sweeping aside all who lack such prowess. The disciples of the Feather Transformation Gate participating in this trial are all outer disciples. While some may be formidable, none can claim the mastery of divine powers among them. Organize yourselves, employ human military strategies, and avoid reckless charges against the strong. It is best not to act alone. Should you encounter troublesome disciples, I will personally eliminate them. The Demon King spoke with a cunning depth. Indeed, the great Demon King. The myriad demons surrounding him clamored incessantly, as if he were an emperor embraced by the masses, reflecting his elevated status and immense power. With a command from the great Demon King, countless demons surged forth like a swarm of locusts, sweeping through the air, accompanied by ominous winds and wails of the damned. The debris on this desolate star was sent spiraling into chaos, falling like hail. Fortunately, This star is devoid of life. Otherwise, many would surely perish. I recall that this star once housed living beings thousands of years ago, but a horde of extraterrestrial demons descended, devouring every last soul and even siphoning the essence from the trees, leaving it in desolation. Thankfully, they do not consume the rare treasures and minerals. Having absorbed a Bailuo Great Pill, Fong Han felt his spirit had significantly refined, yet his body craved sustenance, as if every session of cultivation left him hungry. Fortunately, he had an ample supply of pills. He retrieved a blood pill to consume and drank some true water. After a moment of meditation, he stood up, radiating vitality and vigor. Upon rising, he heard Yin lamenting. The demons are the world's great adversaries, drifting through the skies, consuming all in their path, leaving devastation in their wake. All life is drained away. These creatures, which know only plunder and lack the capacity to create, remain a mystery as to why they exist in this world. Fong Han had read about the demons in the Chronicles of All Worlds and, having now encountered them, finally grasped their true nature. Chapter 060. Azura Guardians. The existence of such entities in this world must serve a purpose. Perhaps it is to galvanize the growth of other beings. Without the pressure of survival, the path to immortality would not exist. Legend has it that in the most ancient times, during the primitive era, humans wrestled with ferocious beasts, giving rise to martial arts, and battled celestial demons, resulting in divine powers. Yin chuckled. Enough said. Now that you've recovered your spirit, let's continue onward, vanquishing more celestial demons and honing your mind. Indeed. Let's go? Fong Han replied, brimming with confidence. With rapid strides, they traversed the desolate terrain of shattered rocks and potholes. Fong Han moved effortlessly, leaping over stone peaks several men high and clearing chasms dozens of paces wide with a single bound. This was the art of soaring. His leaping ability, speed, explosive power, and stamina far surpassed that of ordinary people. What seemed like an insurmountable barrier to others was like flat ground to him. He could leap 40 or 50 paces at a time, soaring several men high. Moreover, he did so without interruption or rest, his stamina seemingly inexhaustible. Running across this desolate star felt like a liberating release of primal instincts. Why is there wind ahead? I sense a tremendous surge of air. Could it be a tornado? As he ran, leaped, and advanced swiftly, exercising his body, Fong Han observed his surroundings, searching the ground for minerals and treasures. Suddenly, in the far distance, he noticed a dimness. Storms on extraterrestrial celestial bodies are extremely violent, capable of scattering boulders weighing thousands of pounds. If you encounter such a storm, you should seek refuge in a crevice, Yin casually advised. However, he was soon taken aback. This is not a storm. It's a swarm of celestial demons. Disaster. How can there be so many celestial demons? Quick, hide. You're no match for so many celestial demons. You'll be torn to pieces. Those winds are celestial demons? Fong Han exclaimed, startled. In the brief moment he spoke, the wind coming from the distance grew stronger, causing his robes to flutter like flags. The air was filled with sand and gravel, and every breath was laden with particles. Moreover, a sinister aura, a bone-chilling cold, and a hint of bloodiness permeated the air. Undeniably the aura of demons, not an ordinary storm. Dust-repelling charm. A shimmering mist flickered, enveloping his entire body. Immediately, all dust and sand within half a foot of his body fell away. This was a charm distributed by the sect, and Fong Han now understood its value. Otherwise, the dust would have buried him alive. Quickly conceal your life force and find a crevice to hide in. You must evade the celestial demon army. Good heavens. There are at least 10,000 celestial demons here. Such a force could attack minor immortal sections. Some small sects have only 1 or 2 masters of the divine mysteries realm, who would be devoured by the celestial demons. Yin, the dragon, seemed deeply apprehensive. 10,000 celestial demons were enough to devour him as well. Aside from the 10 great immortal sects, there were also some smaller sects, established by masters of the divine mysteries realm. For example, the young island master of the island of eternal night, whom Fong Han had fought, had a father who was the island's master and a master of the divine mysteries realm. However, he was only comparable to Jin Shirtai, making it an extremely small sect. In essence, after 2 or 3 centuries, when the island master's lifespan ended and he died, the sect would likely disappear. Such small sects were called rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivator sects lacked masters of the eternal life realm. Otherwise, they would become major sections. Close pores, conceal breath, restrain spirit, suppress vitality. Upon reaching this point, Fong Han dared not delay. Spotting a large crevice, he immediately darted toward it, 10 times more agile than a monkey. He contracted, sprang, climbed, and wriggled, disappearing into the deep crevice like a smoky rat. If ordinary people had witnessed this, they would have been shocked, exclaiming that a giant rat had become a spirit. Hiding in the crevices of the underground rocks, concealing his form, Fong Han closed all the pores in his body, not allowing a single wisp of air to escape. He adjusted his breathing to be long, subtle, and almost imperceptible. His spirit was even more guarded, condensing into a shimmering mass within his mind. This was the result of his recent cultivation. By closing his pores and not allowing a single breath to escape, he could lie dormant, as if he were a stone. Even a dog's nose would not be able to detect his scent. Evading a dog's nose was an important milestone in a divine transformation master's control over their physical power. With such breath control, the celestial demons would naturally find it difficult to sense him, allowing him to evade calamity. Above ground, Fong Han only felt a rumbling sound like thunder, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Large stones fell from above, but fortunately, the place where he was hiding was a deep, recessed cave, and the stones could not hit his body. Otherwise, evading the stones would inevitably leak his breath, with unimaginable consequences. He and Yin would both be devoured. In principle, there shouldn't be so many celestial demons on the celestial demon battlefield. Otherwise, the inner disciples being assessed would certainly die. Even true disciples would die facing so many celestial demons. Could something have happened? While lying dormant, Fong Han pondered. After a long while, sensing that the above had gradually dissipated, Fong Han released his breath and scurried upward like a centipede, reaching the surface. Sure enough, the desolate ground was a mess, and many huge stone peaks had been broken. Suddenly, a reappeared. Numerous voices, mixed with thoughts, reached his mind. This time, His Majesty the Nine-Yang Demon God has opened the Yuhua sect's immortal spell blockade and sent Lord Great Virtue Demon King inside, so we can also eat our fill. It's been a long time since we've tasted blood. Last time, in the great northern ocean several demon kings joined forces to drain of female cultivators. I was watching from the side. It was so delightful. I heard that Lord Watergoo Demon King was killed by a female disciple of the Yuhua sect with the surname Fong, who also refined the Demon King's body. His Majesty the Nine Demon God was suppressed by the Demon God. This time, His Majesty the Nine-Yang Demon God has come to take revenge. Someone. Flesh and blood. Hee. Such powerful flesh and blood. We didn't expect that we were late and missed the main force. But we can still encounter a Yuhua sect disciple, and such a strong one at that. Let's join forces and drain him. Yes, drain him, leaving only a layer of skin. Then, we'll put on his skin and deceive others. There are still remnants of celestial demons. Fong Han saw that there were actually more than 10 swirling, rushing toward him. He was about to strike, but hundreds of paces away. These 10 suddenly stopped and transformed into 10 or so beautiful young women wearing thin, exuding charm and dancing seductively, emitting, like singing lingering, causing Fong Han to be stunned. Young man, we are so lonely. Come and comfort us. Emanating from their throats assaulted his nerves, turning even a steel giant into a tender thread around his finger. Trying to sway my mind with this. Dream on. Fong Han did not look at these beautiful young women. Suddenly, he struck out, continuously with several palms toward the sky above, while shouting. His voice now, with a single roar, could shake a tiger to death, causing its 7 orifices to bleed. The palm winds combined with the sound were like wielding a hammer. Like striking a heavenly drum, the sound waves shocking dozens of miles. In the palm winds and sound waves, 10 shadows actually appeared above. And these shadows were actually racks of white bones, emitting sharp, miserable cries, as if they had suffered severe blows. The beautiful young women in the distance disappeared like. It turned out that those beautiful young women were by celestial demons, and they themselves were hiding, drilling down from the sky, trying to into Fong Han's head all at once. The schemes contained herein are indeed rife with cunning. Firstly, there is the art of deception, and secondly, the strategy of misdirection. Should one succumb to the allure of those women, success would surely follow. However, if one resists temptation and slays them, it would be a futile endeavor, leaving one vulnerable to the unforeseen, ultimately falling prey to malevolent hands. Fortunately, Fong Han's spirit has been renewed and refined, allowing him to discern the truth amidst the falsehoods, thwarting the designs of these celestial demons, and instead turning their own ploys against them, inflicting harm upon the adversaries. Had these demons infiltrated his mind, the outcome might have been disastrous. While a single celestial demon may be manageable, a multitude would be overwhelming. The demons, grotesquely transformed into terrifying skeletal forms, surged skyward, attempting to evade Fong Han's gusts and sounds, lest they suffer further injury and plummet to the ground. Yet Fong Han would not permit their escape. With a swift motion, he retrieved the seven killers' gourd, unleashing a tumultuous smoke that ascended into the heavens, morphing into monstrous visages that sought to devour the demons. The Tianlang smoke is a formidable artifact, indeed a nemesis to these celestial beings. Striking with a flying sword yields little effect, merely depleting a fraction of their essence. For they are akin to a flowing current. Drawing a blade through water only serves to enhance its flow. Unless one wields a pure yang artifact of celestial caliber capable of severing them in a single strike. The Tianlang smoke, however, envelopes them entirely. The demons, engulfed by the smoke-formed faces, did not perish but writhed violently, struggling against Fong Han's grip as though he were reeling in great sharks. With immense effort, he managed to draw them into the gourd, the endeavor proving arduous even for 14 demons. Had 100 descended upon him, he would surely perish. He poured the gourd's contents into the yellow spring diagram, feeling a slight fluctuation in his vitality. Cackling with delight, Yin eagerly transformed each captured demon into a Bailuo pill, rendering them devoid of mischief within the yellow spring river. I shall administer these pills to the flying celestial yakshas. They will accumulate strength and undergo metamorphosis. Fong Han, if we refine more celestial demons this time, and you were to slay 360, crafting 360 Bailuo pills for 10 flying celestial yakshas, they shall evolve into Azuras. At that juncture, we shall possess 10 Azura guardians. Within the yellow spring diagram, 10 flying celestial yakshas were sealed, and after Yin prepared the pills, each yaksha consumed one, resulting in their scales thickening, resembling cocoons that writhed incessantly. 10 Azura guardians. How formidable! Fong Han's thoughts ignited with fervor. Chapter 61. Unleashing power. Fong Han possessed a profound understanding of the formidable strength of the Shura. Swift as lightning, he flew with astonishing speed, his scales impervious to even the sharpest of sword strikes. The overwhelming power of 13 horses could only be suppressed by experts from the divine realm. If a single Shura was already so fearsome, what could be said of 10 Shura working in concert? It was likely that even the most revered disciples of the true inheritance would be obliterated upon a mere encounter, leaving no trace behind. If he truly managed to transform 10 flying night demons into Shura, he would undoubtedly secure a prominent position among the disciples of the true inheritance. He could even dominate the rankings on the mountain and river board. He pondered who currently held the top position on that board. His time at the Feathered Gate had been brief, and he lacked close friends, making it difficult to form alliances. His sources of information were sparse. Returning home, he would need to address these matters. Solely immersing himself in cultivation was not the wisest approach. As he strategized, he continued to sprint, pursuing the aura of the celestial demon army. He did not intend to engage the main force in direct confrontation. That would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Instead, he aimed to hunt down the straggling celestial demons along the way. The Biluoden was far purer than the Blooddan and made for an excellent elixir. The more demons he dispatched, the better, as it would greatly enhance his agility and reflexes, sharpening his adaptability in critical situations. This was the essence of true combat. Remaining on the demon battlefield for 10 days and nights would undoubtedly lead to significant growth. Yen, when I encounter the celestial demons, do not intervene. Let me face them alone. I wish to seize this opportunity to hone my skills. Rest assured, I shall remain hidden, Yen replied. There are far too many demons in this trial, and unexpected events may arise. The Feathered Gate will certainly take note of this situation. If all the trial disciples were to perish, how could the Feathered Gate still claim to be among the top 10 sects of the immortal path? It would soon become a third-rate sect. If I exert my powers, I will undoubtedly be detected. You must also refrain from using the Silver Serpent Sword and the Blood Cotton Demon Garb. The Seven Fiends Gourd can be used openly. It will suffice for self-protection. Once Yin fell silent, Fong Han felt a stirring beneath his skin as the patterns of the underworld diagram melded into his flesh, rendering them completely concealed. Excellent. With so many celestial demons about, the trial disciples were likely in danger as well. I shall have the strength to rescue a few. With my formidable prowess in the gift of salvation, many will surely express their gratitude, thus winning their favor. The time to unleash his potential had arrived. After Yin concealed himself, Fong Han began to focus, his entire being resembling a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, sensitive to even the faintest rustle in the distance. He ran unceasingly, traversing dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he made a diagonal dash, twisting his body to soar over 100 steps before delivering a powerful blow to an inconspicuous boulder nearby. To his astonishment, the stone did not shatter but emitted a piercing wail, transforming into a gaunt old Taoist priest, another celestial demon disguised as stone, attempting to ambush Fong Han. This celestial demon-esque form was likely an imitation of a long-deceased Taoist, but it could not escape Fong Han's discerning gaze. Now, Fong Han's senses were acute enough to pierce through the veil of the supernatural, far exceeding the sensitivity of ordinary animals. Just as a watchful dog or cat would react to the presence of malevolent spirits, Fong Han felt the demon's approach and struck decisively, inflicting severe injury on the creature. With a swift kick, Fong Han unleashed his prowess, the intense yang energy striking the celestial demon, shattering it into countless pieces, rendering it incapable of maintaining its form. He then summoned the celestial wolf smoke, enveloping the remains and drawing them into the underworld diagram. Yin remained silent, quietly refining the celestial demon into a Billuoden. The kill was clean and efficient. Fong Han had gained experience in slaying celestial demons, making the process much swifter, almost as effortless as slicing through a carrot. With this newfound confidence, he felt emboldened to eliminate even more celestial demons for the purpose of refining elixirs. After dispatching this celestial demon, he did not linger. Like a galloping steed, he raced onward, scanning the surroundings in search of any disciples from the Feathered Gate. Approximately half an hour later, he had scoured an area of several dozen miles when he encountered a group of solitary celestial demons, 15 in total. This time, he acted even more swiftly. Before the demons could strike, he unleashed a thunderous roar, sending out a wave of sound that mixed with the celestial wolf smoke, capturing them and refining them into elixirs. Now, he possessed a total of 20 Billuodens, having slain 30 celestial demons, including the one that had initially disguised itself as Feng Qingwei. In total, he had vanquished 31, yielding 31 elixirs. He fed 10 to the flying night demons, consumed 1 himself, and stored the rest for future use. For cultivators, elixirs were sustenance and wealth. It appeared that sound wave attacks inflicted significant damage on the celestial demons, being a manifestation of energy. He wondered how the Demon King class celestial demons fared. They were said to be even more formidable than Shura. If he could slay and refine one into an elixir, what would the result be? However, without Yen's assistance, he knew he could not confront a Demon King alone. Gradually, Fong Han devised rapid methods for dealing with celestial demons. Another celestial demon descended from the sky, spotting Fong Han as its target and swooping down with ferocity, only to be swiftly captured. Yet another elixir was added to his collection, 21 in total. He was still far from his goal of 360 elixirs. He would need to slay at least 500 celestial demons to suffice. While Fong Han was engrossed in slaughtering celestial demons and accumulating wealth through elixirs, a group of semi-elders in the depths of the Feathered Gate's celestial courtyard stood before a massive mirror, their anxiety palpable. The large mirror displayed a multitude of black dots, alongside scattered red dots. The black dots, numerous as locusts, moved erratically, while the red dots began to dwindle, gradually consumed by the black. It was evident that the black dots represented the celestial demons, while the red dots denoted the disciples participating in the trial. Why are there so many celestial demons? In previous years, the number during the Inner Gate trials was less than 1/10 of this. The Supreme Leader has sealed this region to prevent powerful celestial demons from entering and to limit their numbers. I have already dispatched the news to the Feathered Heavenly Palace. Such a pressing matter will surely elicit a response from the elders, several semi-elders remarked urgently. Just as they spoke, a series of resonant chimes echoed from the heavens. The heavenly and earthly alarm bell. This was the sound of the alarm from the Feathered Heavenly Palace. Upon hearing it, all disciples of the true inheritance and those on the mountain and river board were summoned to the Heavenly Palace. The alarm rang out, signaling a significant event. Clearly, this was due to the sudden tenfold increase in the number of celestial demons on the battlefield. The ringing of the heavenly and earthly alarm bell indicated that the true inheritance and mountain and riverboard disciples were to report to the Heavenly Palace, highlighting the importance the Feathered Gate placed on these disciples, almost equating them to the true inheritance disciples, essentially potential true inheritance candidates. However, Fong Han, far removed from the battlefield, remained oblivious to these developments. He was entirely consumed by the exhilarating thrill of slaying celestial demons, adeptly countering their various transformations and cunning schemes. He even learned many of their tactics, as some celestial demons, having devoured cultivators, employed their martial arts experience against him, which Fang Han skillfully adapted into his own repertoire. The celestial demons were devious, embodying the myriad complexities of human nature. The complexity of the human heart parallels the intricacies of the celestial demons. Fang Han's battles against various celestial demons seem akin to confronting the myriad of cunning and deceit found in the human realm. His spirit is gradually refined, transformed, and purified, reflecting a multitude of phenomena. In a moment of clarity, Fang Han's martial prowess becomes increasingly adept, and his practical experience grows richer. With a profound understanding of worldly affairs and the nuances of human emotions, he encounters 3 distinct squads of celestial demons amid his relentless pursuit and combat. Surrounded by 32 celestial demons, Fang Han invokes the power of the heavenly wolf smoke with all his might, enveloping himself in a protective sphere, fortifying his defenses. Ascending into the air, he strikes fiercely, roaring like thunder. Under his command, the smoke condenses into a thin layer of black smoke armor, adorning his form. This armor is imbued with boundless malevolent energy, cloaking Fang Han as if he were a celestial wolf. The heavenly wolf battle armor signifies the strength of his spirit, elevating the power of the heavenly wolf smoke and the 7 fiends gourd to a new echelon. Although the celestial wolf's minor deity, Wang Molan, is formidable, he lacks the prowess of a master in the realm of divine powers. While his spirit can influence the thoughts of others, it does not match the depth of Fang Han's vigor. The more formidable the master's spirit, the greater the effectiveness of spiritual artifacts, enabling them to unleash their full potential. Should a master of divine powers wield the Sun Cock's heavenly essence, it is likely that the charming prince would be ensnared upon their first encounter. Now, with his spirit sufficiently refined and sharply focused, Fang Han finally consolidates the true might of the heavenly wolf smoke, transforming it into the protective heavenly wolf battle armor, channeling its malevolent energy. With the overwhelming ferocity of the battle armor combined with Fang Han's powerful punches and fierce spirit, every celestial demon that collides with him shatters instantly. Drawn into the Hades map. 35, 50, 61. One by one, the celestial demons are swept away, and in less than a meal's duration, 30 of them are annihilated. Together with those previously vanquished, he has amassed 61 by Luo Grand Pills. Fueled by exhilaration, Fang Han ceases to rely on physical movement, instead concentrating on the heavenly wolf battle armor, charging through the sky like a celestial wolf in search of sustenance, while simultaneously seeking other disciples of the feather transformation sect. Just then, distant sounds of flute and zither wafted through the air. With keen eyes, Fang Han beheld hundreds of celestial demons fluttering above while on the ground. Numerous disciples clad in the robes of the feather transformation sect formed a circle, evidently ensnared. Could this be yet another trick of the celestial demons? No, it is not a deception. He perceives the essence of flesh and blood emanating from those disciples, particularly the flute and zither, which evidently contain magical power, serving as a treasure that uses sound to ward off celestial demons. Chapter 62. Rescue upon witnessing the disciples of the feather transformation sect ensnared. Fang Han did not hasten to their aid. Hundreds of celestial demons surged forward, and he dared not act recklessly, opting instead to observe the situation. He was also profoundly curious as to how these disciples managed to withstand such a multitude of celestial demons. The presence of a chain and a flute, both evidently spiritual artifacts, raised questions about which outer sect disciples possessed such formidable treasures. Notably, even the royal disciples of the Great Virtue dynasty lacked any spiritual instruments. Among spiritual artifacts, flying swords and magical garments are held in the highest esteem due to their practicality, one wielding immense lethality, the other providing formidable protection. Yet, even though the chain and flute before him were inferior to flying swords and magical garments, they were perfectly suited for combat against celestial demons. It was clear that these outer sect disciples had meticulously prepared for the assessment set within the realm of celestial demons. Fang Han ascended rapidly into the sky, moving with such swiftness that he remained undetected, intent on observing the unfolding events. With his formidable spiritual power, he had conjured the celestial wolf battle armor from the celestial wolf smoke, significantly amplifying his flight speed, surpassing even the blood-cotton demon garb. The celestial wolf battle armor radiated a demonic aura, cloaking his corporeal essence, causing the distant celestial demons to mistake him for another celestial demon in disguise, thus failing to pursue him. More pressingly, the resonant waves emanating from the qin and flute surged through the air like a tumultuous ocean tide, disorienting the celestial demons, causing some to revert to human form and plummet to the ground. Yet, more celestial demons surged forth, charging headlong into the sound waves. Feng Han observed the scene below with a cold gaze, taking in the entirety of the spectacle. To his astonishment, all the trapped disciples were women. "Senior sister Yu, why are there so many celestial demons this year? It is vastly different from last year's assessment. I wonder if the Pine Wave Qinan Cloud Water Flute can restrain them. If not, the consequences could be dire." Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Siyuer had before her an ancient and exquisite qin, crafted from a wood that was slightly charred yet as hard as iron. Indeed, it was wood struck by lightning. Her fingers danced gracefully across the strings, unleashing waves of sound imbued with masculine spiritual power that repelled the descending celestial demons. Hearing a junior sister's inquiry, Siyuer swiftly admonished, "Do not lose focus. This time, in order for our sisters to pass the inner sect disciples assessment, I specifically borrowed these two spiritual artifacts from Senior Sister Long. However, it appears that unforeseen circumstances have arisen in the celestial demon battlefield, with a deluge of celestial demons surging forth, posing a perilous threat. We can only hold on with all our might and await rescue from the sect. This time we may face great difficulty. Whether the sect will come to our aid remains uncertain, and we cannot endure for long." Just then, the girl playing the flute abruptly ceased her melody and passed the flute to another disciple. We must not speak such despondent words. In confronting celestial demons, the moment we lose confidence, all is lost," Su Yuer declared with fervor. "Sisters, take turns playing the flute. Each of you must play for an hour, using the sound waves to repel the demons. The cloud water flute can cultivate our breath. Immerse yourselves in the melody and combat the celestial demons, which will enhance your cultivation. Although they are numerous, this presents an excellent opportunity for self-training. In peril, we seek advancement. I have not lost faith. These celestial demons are currently unable to breach our sound wave defenses. My fear lies with the more formidable celestial demons, especially the demon kings." The girl named Yu responded with difficulty. Indeed, with the disturbances in the celestial demon battlefield, the emergence of a demon king is probable. These celestial demons are not our greatest concern. Even if one or two manage to invade and attempt to seize our bodies, we can vanquish them within our minds. Rather, it serves as a means of self-improvement. However, should a demon king appear, we may not even preserve our primal essence and may suffer humiliation before death. Among the trapped female disciples, there were 8 in total, each possessing striking beauty and grace. At the mention of this, the other female disciples shivered in trepidation. Chitter, chitter. How delightful, female disciples with abundant primal essence, all pure and untainted. They are perfect for enhancing our strength. Suddenly, amidst the weaker sound waves, a few powerful celestial demons forced their way in, their potent demonic energy and almost ethereal forms revealing their formidable nature, beings of strength just below the demon king level. In other words, celestial demons of the divine transformation tier. These celestial demons laughed malevolently, their voices laced with malice and depravity. They transformed into muscular, brawny giants, their bodies stark naked. The female disciples shrieked in horror at this sight. "What are you screaming for? Is your composure so easily shaken?" Su Yuer and Yu howled in unison, closing their eyes as the music from the qin shifted dramatically, resonating with the clangor of war. The sound waves surged with lethal intensity. "Connect, my sisters." The transformed celestial demons sneered coldly, and at once, the celestial demons fell under their command, their dark winds coiling together and violently swirling, forming a massive vortex. With a resounding crash, the sound waves collided, and Su Yuer, who played the qin, felt her entire being shudder as the Pine Wave qin reacted violently to the demonic winds, leaping uncontrollably, while the flute-playing sister was knocked to the ground with a gasp. As the sound waves shattered, the celestial demons surged through the breach. "Let us fight with all our might against the demons." With a swift motion, the female disciples unleashed their swords, incantations igniting. The burning talismans, known as spirit-binding talismans, encircled them in crimson flames, a manifestation of true heart fire, specifically designed to extinguish dark demons. Yet, their effect was fleeting, lasting only half an hour, unlike spiritual artifacts that could sustain continuous operation. Feng Han lacked such artifacts, having only recently entered the sect. Useless. The brawny celestial demons closed in on the female disciples, reaching for Su Yuer and Yuer first. as the rest of the celestial demons swarmed forward. One female disciple's sword was snatched away, her protective flames flickering precariously. Despite the peril, action could not be postponed. At that moment, Fong Han, witnessing the dire situation from the sky, recognized that if he did not intervene, these female disciples would face utter annihilation, ravaged by the celestial demons until not even their bones remained. What shall we do? Fight to the death. At this juncture, Su Yuer and Yuer, the two leading women, saw their protective talismans shattered, yet they could not afford to be distracted. The formidable celestial demons were now upon them, enveloping them in a swirling tempest of dark winds, and the pine wave chin and cloud water flute were swept away. Despair hung thick in the air. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed from above, and a torrent of black energy surged down like a heavenly rainbow, ensnaring several lesser celestial demons, who let out cries of agony before vanishing from sight. Fong Han had struck, boldly intervening against the throngs of celestial demons. Chapter 063. The Ji-Lan Society. Once the celestial wolf smoke transformed into the celestial wolf battle armor, its defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced, and the aura of ferocity became even more pronounced. This granted Fong Han a significant advantage when confronting the heavenly demons, bolstering both his survival and rescue endeavors. His charge to save others was not an act of recklessness. Rather, he recognized the moment when the demonic creatures breached the defenses of 8 female disciples, each eager to partake in the spoils, leaving themselves vulnerable and unguarded. He descended upon them like a ferocious celestial wolf, targeting his prey with a relentless assault, his presence emanating an overwhelming ferocity, accompanied by his own thunderous roars. His voice, already deep and resonant, erupted in a wave of sound that surpassed even the most violent tones produced by the spiritual instruments earlier. In an instant, he forged a path through the chaos, carving a bloody route. His strikes were ruthless. With a swift motion, he unleashed dark energy that snatched and crushed a heavenly demon, rendering it incapable of solidifying into form, secretly sending its essence into the Yellow Springs diagram for alchemical refinement. In mere moments, he had vanquished 20 to 30 of these fiends. This was despite his reluctance to disperse the celestial wolf smoke. Had he set it as a snare, he could have ensnared hundreds of demons at once. However, without the protective shroud of the smoke, his own lifespan would be considerably diminished. Suddenly, several formidable heavenly demons, transformed into towering, bare-chested figures, reacted swiftly, unleashing a thunderous roar and summoning a gale of sinister winds to intercept Fong Han. Yet, he did not engage head-on. Instead, he slid outward, and as the demons lunged to obstruct him, he suddenly sank, becoming a swirling mass of black light that enveloped the female disciples, shielding them in the celestial wolf smoke. Fortunately, there were only 8 women. Had there been more, the smoke would have struggled to provide adequate protection. With each portion of the smoke allocated, its potency diminished. As Fong Han divided it to protect the disciples, the celestial wolf battle armor on his body began to disintegrate, reverting to a smoke sphere, thereby reducing his speed, power, and defensive capabilities. Do not panic. I am Fong Han, a disciple of the Yuhua sect here for trials. I possess a magical treasure that can subdue the heavenly demons. There has been an unforeseen occurrence in the battlefield. Let us work together to overcome this calamity. His voice reached the ears of the 8 female disciples, bringing them a sigh of relief. Initially, they had feared that the dark smoke enveloping them was a malevolent spell. But upon realizing it was a rescue from a fellow disciple, they understood they had narrowly escaped a life-threatening ordeal. Shiyue and Yuer, the leaders among the female disciples, were immensely grateful to Fong Han, almost moved to tears. His timely intervention was akin to a lifeline amidst despair. Without him, they would have surely fallen victim to the demon's malevolence, finding even death elusive. Who is this brother? Shiyue called out, her voice ringing with gratitude. We 8 sisters owe you a debt of gratitude that would be impossible to repay. The smoke morphed into a massive sphere, encasing all 9 within a robust protective barrier. Outside, countless heavenly demons swarmed, relentlessly assaulting the smoke, causing it to ripple violently, yet unable to breach the defense. At that moment, Shiyue, Yuer, and the other 6 disciples beheld Fong Han at the center. He now appeared tall and imposing, exuding an aura of vitality and strength, his physique nearing perfection. Even clad in his ceremonial robe, the contours of his muscular form were evident, reminiscent of a divine statue sculpted by master artisans, possessing an alluring charm. The sight captivated the 8 female disciples, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a perfectly formed man! Fong Han's current presence and demeanor were markedly different from before. A transformation attributed to his advancement into the realm of divine metamorphosis, allowing him to stimulate his transformation points through vigorous energy. However, the true catalyst was the potency of the Nine Orifices golden pill. Without it, even a standard master of divine transformation would not possess such flawless contours. Brother Fong, is that the celestial wolf Seven Fiends smoke? It is said to be contained within the Seven Fiends gourd, a treasure of the demon god sect. How did it come to be in your possession? Shi Yue's keen perception recognized the smoke enveloping them. It was given to me by Sister Qing Xue, taken from the demon god's altar for my protection. I never imagined it would prove so invaluable today. However, we are still not out of danger. I have yet to reach the realm of divine powers, and the smoke cannot unleash its full potential. Now that it is divided among us, our flight will be sluggish, leaving us vulnerable to the pursuit of the heavenly demons. Fong Han elaborated, leaving no detail unaddressed. The celestial wolf smoke could only achieve remarkable speed when concentrated as the celestial wolf battle armor, dispersed into a grand sphere while carrying 9 individuals. Its flight would be slow, akin to a turtle's crawl, rendering them unable to escape. But I have yet to inquire about the names of my esteemed sisters. I am Shi Yue, this is Yue. You may call us Yue and Yue, she replied. We have been disciples for 5 years, having undergone 2 assessments in the heavenly demon battlefield. Though we failed the last time, it was without peril. We had prepared adequately this time, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. So you too are senior sisters. I have only been a disciple for 6 months. May I have the honor of knowing the names of the other 6? Fong Han inquired respectfully. Giggles erupted among them. The female disciples had not anticipated Fong Han to possess such formidable strength while remaining so humble. Unlike many other disciples who, upon gaining strength, became insufferably arrogant, Fong Han had just saved their lives and exhibited no semblance of entitlement. Thus, their admiration for him soared. As for Fong Han's relatively short tenure as a disciple, yet possessing such formidable prowess, it was not entirely surprising. Many outer disciples of the Yuhua sect were strong practitioners before joining the sect for further training. Although Fong Han's strength was extraordinary, his connection to Fong Qingxue made it less astonishing. I am Ivy. This is Zixuan. Hehe. I am Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoxing is my sister. Brother Fong. I am Lin Fengxi. Nen Beibei. I am a member of the Jilan Society. The youngest among them, merely 12 or 13 years of age, chimed in. The Jilan Society? Fong Han paused, inquiring further. The Jilan Society is a small organization formed by us female disciples within the sect. It protects us from being bullied by others and allows us to train together, enhancing our strength. Brother Fong, you may not yet be aware, but among the nearly 400,000 outer disciples and 5,000 inner disciples of the Yuhua sect, there are many such organizations, some of which are led by true inheritors, Shi Yue quickly explained. I see. Fong Han understood immediately. In a sect with such a multitude of disciples, factions were inevitable. Each sought to protect their interests and shield themselves from harm. Even within the imperial court, factions existed among the literati and military leaders alike. Moreover, as disciples of the Yuhua sect, the stakes were far higher than in the court. While the court sought fame and fortune, the sect's interests revolved around power, divine abilities, and longevity, enticing enough to foster a myriad of peculiar interest groups. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Where there are interests, there will be disputes and power dynamics, especially on the path of power acquisition. This time, Brother Fong Han saved our lives. We shall report this to our senior sister at the Jilan Society. In the future, should Brother encounter any troubles, we shall not hesitate to brave fire and water, exerting our utmost efforts. The young woman known as Yiyu, also referred to as Yuer, declared. Upon hearing this, Fong Han felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that his efforts to save them were indeed worthwhile. Having secured such a significant favor from the Jilan Society, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable. Given that these 8 women were capable of obtaining spiritual artifacts, it was evident that the influence of the Jilan Society extended beyond the outer disciples, reaching into the inner circle, and perhaps even their esteemed senior sister was a true disciple. It is noteworthy that there are 108 true disciples, which is quite substantial. Just as he was about to speak, the situation took a sudden turn. With a resounding roar, the signal fires began to tremble violently, causing the crowd to become agitated, their vital energies surging. Looking outside, Fong Han saw that several demon leaders, robust and bare, were once again commanding hundreds of demons, forming a fierce wind drill that plunged mercilessly forward. Chapter 064. The 8 Sounds of the Celestial Dragon. Hundreds of celestial demons, led by a few nearing the level of demon kings, united to form an enormous fighting force. The great sphere of wolf smoke began to show signs of overwhelming resistance. Upon witnessing this, the 8 female disciples of the Jialan Society, including Su Wei and Yi Yu, would not stand idly by. They seized a zither and a flute, ready to unleash sound waves to amplify Feng Han's power. Do not play yet. Otherwise, the wolf smoke sphere will shatter too quickly and harm ourselves. It became apparent that the wolf smoke was a demonic artifact. The sound waves within it primarily targeted the sphere. Magical artifacts of the spirit level lacked consciousness and could not discern friend from foe. What then? Su Wei and Yi Yu asked urgently. I will count to 3. We will retract the wolf smoke and charge at the celestial demons. You will channel the powers of the zither and flute to protect yourselves. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. Feng Han spoke with the swiftness of a bolt. 1, 2, 3. Wolf smoke, retract. The massive wolf smoke sphere suddenly began to collapse inward, contracting at an imperceptible speed. The airflow formed a tremendous vortex, causing many celestial demons attacking from the outside to scream in agony as they were shredded by the violent currents. Wolf smoke battle armor. Feng Han gathered all the wolf smoke into a cohesive form, transforming it into armor as he charged at the hundreds of celestial demons with unyielding force. Bang! The combined might of the celestial demons collided with him, and Feng Han felt his entire body nearly shatter. The wolf smoke battle armor suddenly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, retreating into the 7 Fiends' gourd, obliterated by the celestial demons. Having lost the ability to fly, Feng Han plummeted to the ground with a thud. He rolled and quickly regained his footing. Fortunately, he had just been standing on the ground, and the impact was only a few meters high. Had he been at a greater altitude when his artifact was destroyed, his physical form, no matter how formidable, would have been reduced to a pulp. This was one of the drawbacks of not having cultivated the secret realm of divine powers, relying entirely on external forces, which was perilously unsafe. After all, external forces were not one's own and were challenging to control. In reality, many disciples of various sects, once they obtained magical artifacts, would engage in reckless contests and, upon being scattered, would plummet to their demise. Some disciples, having acquired a spiritual artifact, attempted to soar into the skies, only to be caught by a sudden whirlwind that dispersed the light of their artifact, leading to fatal falls. As the wolf smoke was scattered and retracted into the 7 Fiends' gourd, it suddenly began to writhe. Feng Han sensed a surge of demonic energy emanating from the gourd, restoring the scattered wolf smoke. With a thought, the reconstituted wolf smoke erupted anew, enveloping him and transforming once more into battle armor. Indeed, it was a treasure. Such marvel. Feng Han's heart soared with joy. It was crucial to recognize that the strength of the hundreds of celestial demons was formidable enough to annihilate a spiritual artifact. Had Feng Han been wearing the blood-cotton demonic garment, it would have been obliterated instantly. It required a master of the secret realm of divine powers to reinvigorate the array and restore it. The wolf smoke was also a spiritual artifact that had just been destroyed, rendering it inoperative, needing considerable effort to reforge. However, the treasure containing it, the 7 Fiends' gourd, possessed the ability to repair. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a treasure? Seeing the wolf smoke that had scattered over a dozen celestial demons, sensing an opportunity, held as they rushed towards Feng Han, circling around him, attempting to invade his body and erase his consciousness. But they were unprepared for the wolf smoke to reemerge, wrapping around them and spiriting them into the river of the Huangquan map. Drenched in the holy waters of Huangquan, these celestial demons immediately lost their demonic nature, transforming into pure spiritual energy, which was then refined into Bailuodan. With the wolf smoke battle armor reformed, Feng Han became a whirlwind of vigor, leaping into the air, capturing and crashing through, swiftly slaying over 10 more celestial demons. At this moment, the sounds of the zither and flute resonated harmoniously, sending rippling sound waves that disoriented the celestial demons, allowing Feng Han ample opportunity. Although the music from the Song of Pines and the Cloud Water Flute affected him, the wolf smoke battle armor was highly concentrated, less susceptible to the influences of the sound waves, enabling him to slay the celestial demons with abandon. The celestial demons cried out in despair as Feng Han dispatched 70 or 80 of them. The Bailuo Dan in the Huangquan map accumulated nearly 200 pieces. However, 200 by Luo Dan were insufficient even for 10 flying night demons, let alone to enhance Fong Han's own spiritual power. Men, exert all efforts to eliminate this brat. The few powerful celestial demons, enraged and shamed, commanded their brethren to attack again, while they themselves leaped and danced in the air, circling around Fong Han, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch. The howling winds coalesced into a massive demonic head the size of a water barrel, lunging towards him. This celestial demon had learned demonic techniques. They must be annihilated. Transforming 5 of these powerful celestial demons into Bai Luo Dan would be far superior to ordinary pills. Long coveting these demon leaders, Fong Han would not let them escape. With a swift motion, he flew forward, evading the demonic head's assault, and struck a bare-chested demon with a powerful fist. The demon's speed was slightly inferior to that of the wolf smoke battle armor, and with a resounding blow, Fong Han pierced a gaping hole through its chest. There was no blood, only a contorted face attempting to flee, but the force of Fong Han's punch, accompanied by a mighty roar, shattered the demonic leader. With a fierce grasp, he captured the remnants of the shattered demon's essence, sending it into the Huangquan map. What potent essence! Came a voice of astonishment from Yin, and soon a Bai Luo Dan, the size of a broad bean, materialized. Typical Bai Luo Dan were merely the size of mung beans, but this one was broad bean-sized. Its color shimmered like jade, a perfect emerald. This pill was of exceptional quality, incomparable to any other. It was evident that slaying demon leaders who had practiced demonic arts was the right choice. With immense temptation spurring him on, Fong Han resolved to unleash his full strength, roaring as he pursued the demon leader. However, this time the demon leader had grown astute, transforming into a gust of wind, merging with the other celestial demons to become a colossal whirlwind, spinning and bearing down on Fong Han. While evading, Fong Han roared mightily, managing to disperse some of the smaller celestial demons at the edges of the wind, but incapable of shaking its core. You have not learned the true incantations. Your roars are futile, wasting energy and scattering your strength. How can you harm the celestial demons? Allow me to teach you the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. Once mastered, you can adjust the syllables, concentrating your spiritual will into your voice, making it undispersed, delivering unparalleled lethality against incorporeal entities like demons. Originally, the Feathered Ascension sect possessed a technique called the Song of the Righteous Qi, a secret art of the Earth's righteous energy, but I do not know it. Sound arts hold little lethality against corporeal beings, overshadowed by the direct impact of swords and fists, yet against ethereal entities like demons. Their power far surpasses that of fists and blades. Seeing Fong Han's thunderous roars against the demons, lacking structure and wasting energy, Yin could no longer restrain himself, imparting an arcane set of formulas and images into Fong Han's mind. The 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. Chapter 065. The art of sound kill in Fong Han's mind. The first image that emerged was that of 8 celestial dragons. These magnificent dragons, adorned with whiskers, golden scales, claws, and long horns, exuded an ancient and profound aura, their demeanor one of sovereign pride, invoking a sense of sacredness that could dispel all malevolent energies. As these 8 celestial dragons appeared, they began to chant in unison, each dragon emitting a distinct sound, with every chant composed of countless syllables, resembling the primordial tones of the cosmic source. Subsequently, various incantations came to Fong Han's awareness. He learned to expand his lung capacity, contract his abdomen, regulate his breath, dominate his dantian, move his spine, concentrate his spirit, transform into the 8 dragons, and reorganize the syllables. A lengthy set of incantations, though esoteric, primarily focused on how to channel energy, articulate sounds, visualize the spirit, and synchronize bodily movements, ensuring a harmonious coordination between mental intention and physical form. For Fong Han, who had already attained the realm of divine transformation, this was not overly complex, as he had long understood the principles of muscular movement in his martial training. However, many aspects of this celestial dragon's sound still left him awestruck. It became evident that sound could emanate not only from the throat, nasal cavity, and abdomen, but also from the intestines, back, armpits, legs, and pelvis, 8 distinct areas capable of producing sound. Ordinary individuals, however, could not generate sound from these locations due to insufficient muscle strength and lack of developed membranes. This technique of the celestial dragon's 8 sounds required immense physical prowess and exceptional muscular flexibility to execute. Before long, he grasped the techniques of sound production and the secrets of coordinating body and spirit, as well as the intricate combinations of various syllables. This clarity in memory, along with his heightened cognitive abilities, was a testament to his current cultivation level. After memorizing these incantations, images, and techniques, and recalling them several times, Fong Han felt confident that he could accurately perform the celestial dragon's 8 sounds. He first focused his mind, then bent his body, moving his limbs as his spine flexed. Waist and legs extended, abdomen contracting and expanding, while his lungs thundered and his nasal and oral cavities filled with breath. In this manner, he resembled a divine dragon unfurling in the sky, both in form and intention. A series of rapid, intense, and resonant syllables erupted from his being, embodying the essence of ferocity, sanctity, cataclysm, severe punishment, and annihilation, akin to the collective roar of multitudes, the simultaneous growl of countless beasts, the eruption of numerous volcanoes, and the cascading release of vast reservoirs. The celestial dragon's 8 sounds burst forth. A tempest arose as sound waves erupted, creating visible ripples of vibration radiating from Fong Han's center, forming concentric circles. The sound was evidently louder than his previous thunderous roar, amplified by an unimaginable willpower, far more organized than the chaotic outcry before. If his earlier cacophony resembled a disordered mob, then the celestial dragon's 8 sounds were akin to a disciplined and finely trained elite force. Ah, my head aches. What is this sound? It is so piercing, so painful. My heart feels as if it has been jolted. How can a human produce such a sharp sound? The melodies of the pine waves, the clouds, and the water flute were all overshadowed by the celestial dragon's 8 sounds. Several female disciples turned pale, as if all their blood had drained away, not from any other reason, but because the celestial dragon's sound was so piercing, akin to sharp blades slicing through their minds. They could scarcely fathom how a human could emit such a terrifying sound. "Quick, cover your ears," exclaimed the leaders of the 2 female disciples, Su Yuer and Yi Yu, their expressions shifting drastically. Despite their formidable strength and resilient spirits, they hastily began playing flutes and strumming strings, attempting to counterbalance the celestial dragon's 8 sounds. Otherwise, those with slightly lower cultivation, merely at the divine courage realm, would likely be rendered senseless by the sound. Fortunately, these female disciples had robust physiques, so the celestial dragon's 8 sounds did not harm them significantly. Yet the celestial demons fared far worse. The celestial dragon's 8 sounds swept through, instantly scattering the demons that had coalesced into a swirling mass. Those demons plummeted like raindrops to the ground, crashing down and transforming into grotesque, bloodied forms, utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, the 4 or 5 demon leaders, resembling drunken birds, struggled to maintain flight, their speed drastically reduced, clearly suffering severe injuries. Hiss hiss. This celestial dragon's 8 sounds are so exhausting. With my current physique, I could shout for a day and a night without tiring, yet now I feel utterly drained. After unleashing the celestial dragon's 8 sounds, Fong Han felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, his head reeling as if he had expended all his energy and was on the verge of sleep. Since attaining mastery in martial arts, he had never experienced such a sensation. The celestial dragon's 8 sounds were meant to unleash one's potential and evoke maximum explosive power. This was also due to having consumed the 9 orifices golden pill. Otherwise, a typical divine transformation expert would immediately succumb to exhaustion, requiring days or weeks of recuperation. However, upon first use, he had not yet grasped the profound intricacies of the technique. Once he became an inner disciple and learned to harmonize the song of transcendent energy from the feather transformation sect, he would master these concepts, and thereafter, his voice could render all who had not reached the divine courage realm within 100 steps senseless. Yin provided a subtle reminder. Hurry, you still have some strength left. Quickly capture these celestial demons, especially those 4 or 5 demon leaders. Move, move, move. Fong Han understood that it was time to reap his rewards. With a swift motion, the celestial wolf battle armor dissipated into countless strands of black smoke, forming an expansive net that ensnared the fallen celestial demons, pulling them back. Simultaneously, the 4 or 5 demon leaders, stumbling and attempting to flee, were also captured and brought into the 7 fiends' gourd. Initially, the celestial wolf smoke, transformed into black strands, would have diminished in power and been incapable of binding a complete celestial demon. Yet now, having been weakened by the celestial dragon's 8 sounds, all were successfully restrained. After securing them in the gourd, Fong Han enveloped himself completely, rendering himself impervious to the elements. and discreetly poured all the captured celestial demons into the river of yellow springs. He wrapped himself in celestial wolf smoke to conceal his actions from the 8 female disciples of the Jialan Society, preventing any suspicion regarding his capture of the celestial demons. Thus shielded, no trace of the submerged yellow springs diagram could be detected. Chapter 66. The 5 True Inheritors. The sound of water splashing echoed as the formidable celestial demons were cast into the river of the yellow springs, transformed into elixirs. Feng Han's heart soared with joy. Subsequently, he dispersed the celestial wolf smoke and approached the few female disciples, settling down cross-legged before them. He produced a vitality pill, swallowed it, took a few sips of water, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate his weary body. The danger had passed, and the female disciples dared not be negligent. Observing his state, they understood that Feng Han had exhausted himself. After consuming the vitality pill, a surge of warmth rose within his abdomen. Feng Han circulated his vital energy, distributing this warmth throughout his body, gradually restoring his vigor and alleviating his fatigue before finally standing up. Brother Feng, you managed to slay hundreds of celestial demons. Surely, even the top 3 disciples on the mountain and river ranking cannot match your prowess, one of the female disciples exclaimed, her admiration evident, as they all rejoiced in their survival. This is largely due to the power of the 7 Fiends gourd. Without this treasure, we would have been dismembered by the celestial demons, Feng Han replied, patting the gourd, unwilling to reveal his true strength and attributing the victory to it. Indeed, had it not been for the 7 Fiends gourd, even a handful of celestial demons would have posed a significant challenge. The celestial dragoness 8 sounds had also been weakened after the celestial demons disrupted the celestial wolf smoke, rendering them vulnerable. Otherwise, they would have merely sustained injuries and retained enough strength to flee. The female disciples gazed at the 7 Fiends gourd with evident envy. Such a treasure was a rarity, even among the true disciples, and was undeniably practical. By the way, the sonic technique you employed just now, which sect does it belong to? It was remarkably domineering. I have heard Sister Long perform our Yuhua sect's grand song of righteousness, and it seems this is not from our sect? Su Yuer inquired. This technique was taught to me by an outsider before I joined the Yuhua sect. I was not informed of its name, making it a little secret of mine. I hope you all will keep it to yourselves. Feng Han casually fabricated a harmless lie. Of course, Brother Feng saved our lives, and such a great favor warrants our discretion regarding your secret. The female disciples nodded in agreement, realizing that exposing Feng Han's secret would be most dishonorable. Master Jialan would never forgive them if she found out. Master Jialan, Feng Han asked, intrigued. Surely, you have heard of Dong Lingxiao, Shi Jialan, Bei Yao Wang, Nen Wanluo, and Zhang Tiandu? Su Yuer chuckled, noticing Feng Han's ignorance. These are the 5 disciples of our Yuhua sect renowned for their formidable powers, traversing the universe. Our Master Jialan resides on the western Jialan peak, hence her title of Shi Jialan. Their powers surpass even that of the Grand Elder of our sect. Among them, Jialan and Yao Wang are female, while Lingxiao, Wanluo, and Tiandu are male. They are all hopeful of attaining longevity. Oh, I see. Feng Han noted the reverence that surfaced on the female disciples' faces as they spoke of the 5 true inheritors. Understanding that their prowess far exceeded that of Shi Longzi and Jin Shitai, and even surpassed Feng Qingxue. However, Feng Qingxue's rapid advancement was noteworthy. He had heard from Master Bai Hai that she had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Realm, the Yuangang Realm, and had now attained the 4th level, the Yin-Yang Realm. After battling the demon gods, she had grasped many profound truths and was progressing swiftly. She would soon rival these 5. He pondered how the demon commander in Tianqing compared to them, likely on the same level. Feng Han felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of the absence of Feng Qingxue among the 5 great experts. The stronger she became, the more she could shield him. He felt vulnerable and in need of strong allies. Now that we have vanquished the celestial demons, we must not act recklessly. Let us rest and regain our strength, as there are certainly more celestial demons on the battlefield than the few hundred we faced. Su Yuer and Yi Yu conferred, seeking Feng Han's counsel. Indeed, let us take a moment to recuperate, but we must also move on. The celestial demon presence is escalating, and our danger is imminent. The other disciples may be even more at risk. We are all from Yuhua sect, and saving as many as we can is paramount. With the 7 Fiends gourd to protect me, I can withstand the celestial demons. Feng Han insisted on rescuing others, having gained several fresh recruits. And with the aid of the Song of Pine and Clouds and the Water Flute, two spirit weapons specialized in combating celestial demons. He could dispatch even more foes. He required more celestial demons for alchemical purposes. Yen, how many celestial demons did we capture in total? Do we have enough elixirs? We captured 413 celestial demons, along with 5 demon leaders. We now have enough to produce 520 elixirs. Each of the 10 Yikshas requires over 30 to evolve into an Ashura, which leaves us with fewer than 200. We need to slay more celestial demons. More is always better. Excellent. Knowing he possessed over 500 elixirs, Fong Han felt immensely satisfied. The inner disciples of Yuhua sect would begin learning alchemy, but they often produced only a few elixirs per furnace. And those would not include high-grade elixirs like the Vitality Pill or the Spirit-Conserving Pill, merely lower-tier ones like the Chi Flow Pill. Even true disciples could barely produce a few elixirs per furnace. Over 500 would drive them to madness. Brother Fong is correct. With our new experience in combating celestial demons, rescuing others has become significantly easier, and slaying celestial demons greatly hones our mental fortitude. It's a win-win situation. After a moment's reflection, the female disciples concurred with Fong Han's assessment. After resting for half an hour, they all felt revitalized and fully restored. They then stood up, and Fong Han swiftly conjured the celestial wolf smoke, forming a large smoke ball to envelop everyone as they soared low, about 3 to 5 zhang above the ground, deftly avoiding the mountains. With so many passengers, he dared not fly too high. Otherwise, if anything went awry and the celestial wolf smoke dissipated, they would all plummet to their demise. Dying at the hands of celestial demons would be one thing, but perishing from a fall would be a grave injustice. However, they were unaware that their slaughter of 400 to 500 celestial demons had attracted the attention of certain entities. On a high peak thousands of miles away, the great demon king's eyes fixated sharply on their location. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he beheld the smoke ball flying low. Death, the great demon king uttered, his body moving as he vanished from the peak like a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he disappeared into the distant sky. At Yuhua sect, in the Sky Academy, an elder suddenly exclaimed, "Who are these 9 disciples? They have slain hundreds of celestial demons. When did our outer disciples produce such formidable figures? What powerful treasures do they possess?" On the immense mirror, hundreds of black dots representing celestial demons were wiped out by 9 red dots. Evidently Fong Han and the 8 female disciples from the Jialan Society. This year, the celestial demons have exhibited changes, and our Yuhua sect's disciples have also evolved. Do not be astonished. These outer disciples possess immense capabilities and might even borrow treasures from the true disciples. Alas, there are thousands of celestial demons there, and a demon king. At that moment, a fist-sized, jet-black orb appeared on the mirror, while over 1,000 celestial demons encircled a large group of disciples. The 9 crimson dots, represented by Fong Han, are drawing near to the demon king, along with the groups of disciples besieged by thousands of celestial fiends. Rest assured, Hua Tiandu and his companions have already arrived. The demon king is destined to perish. In the midst of this discourse, a lengthy crimson ribbon manifested on the vast mirror, its magnificent celestial aura profoundly astonishing the elders present. Chapter 67. The golden pagoda of the 9 palaces. The air was thick with demonic energy ahead. We must tread carefully, for there may be a significant gathering of celestial demons. The wolf smoke talisman soared low through the air, its speed remarkably swift, akin to a tempest, outpacing even the fastest steed by a considerable margin. However, compared to the escape lights of certain mystical realms, its velocity was quite modest. Nevertheless, prudence is the mother of safety, and Fong Han chose not to hasten the pace excessively. He adeptly wielded the wolf smoke, having discerned that its core formation resided within a small compartment of the 7 fiends' gourd. By concentrating his mind intensely, the core formation activated with greater speed, thereby amplifying the talisman's potency. Conversely, a distracted mind would diminish its effectiveness. The act of propelling the wolf smoke was, however, quite taxing on one's mental energy. Fortunately, Fong Han's formidable physique and clear cognition bolstered his spiritual strength, especially due to his rigorous daily practice of the Yuanshan mental technique, which had greatly enriched his mental reservoir. He anticipated the day he would transcend barriers and transform his mental energy into magical power, entering the realm of divine abilities. This battlefield against celestial demons had proven immensely beneficial for Fong Han, particularly with his newly acquired Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds technique. which masterfully harmonized spirit and body, serving as an exceptional aid in refining one's spirit. As he maneuvered the wolf smoke, he contemplated the intricate relationship between body, sound, spirit, and will, leading to a sudden epiphany. An overwhelming, chilling aura began to permeate the air, reminiscent of approaching a vast snow-capped mountain. Sensing this formidable chill, Feng Han promptly issued a warning and slowed the wolf smoke's speed further. "I too feel the dense demonic energy," exclaimed Su Yuer, drawing a yellow talisman from her robe. Igniting it with true fire, she released it into the air, where it exploded into countless sparks that rained down. There are thousands of celestial demons. This talisman, known as the demon-seeking talisman, can sense demonic energy when combusted. The number of sparks corresponds to the number of demon entities detected, and now there are hundreds of them. We should retreat for the time being. Su Yuer spoke gravely, her 8 female companions visibly alarmed. Indeed, thousands of celestial demons were beyond their capacity to confront. Even with a precious artifact, the congregation of such numerous demons was no trivial matter. It was likely that many disciples were ensnared in their midst. Yet, we must advance nonetheless, exercising caution. Even if we encounter thousands of demons, we could withstand them through solid defense without engaging. Feng Han remained unperturbed, displaying remarkable courage that earned him the admiration of the 8 disciples of the Jialan Society. As they continued their ascent, towering peaks emerged, stark and barren, devoid of any foliage. Beyond the mountains lay a vast, boundless plain, where ominous winds whirled and howled. Beneath this shroud of darkness, indeed, stood disciples of the Feather Transformation Gate, not merely a handful, but 200 to 300 in number. These disciples were ensconced within the swirling winds, besieged by over 3,000 celestial demons, including several that were near demon lord level. What kind of artifact could possibly withstand the assault of 3,000 celestial demons? Feng Han marveled. While sheer numbers provide strength, even several hundred adept disciples could be torn apart by such overwhelming forces. However, he observed that above the heads of these disciples floated 9 shimmering golden pagodas, each the size of a fist, radiating dense golden light, resembling an immense lid that shielded the disciples within from the chaos outside. Protected within, groups of 3 or 5 disciples wielded small bell-like artifacts, vigorously shaking them to unleash sound waves in defense. Some even produced a leather pouch that appeared to draw in a celestial demon. The 9-palace golden pagoda. "It is indeed the 9-palace golden pagoda," Feng Han exclaimed, recognizing it as a supreme treasure bestowed by the sect master upon the foremost disciple of the Tiandu Peak, Brother Hua Tiandu, who had utilized it to safeguard the peak. Its presence among these outer disciples indicated they had received assistance. Those 9 small pagodas emit a resplendent golden light. Night Rain gasped, her astonishment palpable. The sheer power of this artifact was awe-inspiring. It was a pure yang artifact, compared to the celestial rooster as supreme yang robe. It was far more refined. If I were to consume these 9 pagodas, I could restore myself to the 5th level of divine abilities, the realm of celestial beings, and then forge spiritual artifacts. Yin within the Yellow Springs diagram trembled violently. Only by consuming pure yang artifacts could he regain his strength. The 9-palace golden pagoda was a rare treasure indeed. Recognizing that the Feather Transformation Gate had dispatched aid, Feng Han thought to himself, to avoid being captured and flayed, one must not covet the 9-palace golden pagoda. Now, the pressing matter was to slay more celestial demons and refine more elixirs. He then announced, "Since the 9-palace golden pagoda has emerged, it signifies the commencement of rescue operations by the Feather Transformation Gate. If we breach the protective barrier of the pagoda, our safety may be assured." Indeed, the 9-palace golden pagoda is rumored to be a pure yang treasure granted by the sect master to Brother Hua Tiandu, who has always used it to protect his peak. Its appearance here indicates that the 9 inner disciples have invoked it, suggesting that Brother Hua has come to annihilate other malevolent entities, leaving the pagoda to shield us. Entering the pagoda offers us absolute safety. Su Yuer concurred. How did so many disciples manage to gather here? Feng Han inquired, recalling his solitary arrival on this battlefield. "We all possess communication talismans, which are easily obtainable." Night Rain produced a small talisman and handed it to Feng Han. "Take this. In case we become separated, it will guide you to any member of our Jialan Society. Let us charge forth and breach the encirclement of the 3,000 celestial demons, joining those disciples within the 9-palace golden pagoda." Feng Han resolved, swiftly condensing the wolf smoke to amplify its power. Nowhere for you to flee. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them, sending a chill through Fong Han. He turned to see a towering figure standing not far from him, his eyes pale, resembling two flickering flames. I am the king of celestial demons, the great demon lord. You have slain over 500 of my subordinates, a crime deserving of death. The great demon lord spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Chapter 68. Snow covers the universe upon the sudden appearance of the great, might demon king. Fong Han exhibited no hesitation. The celestial wolf smoke swirled around him, instantly coalescing into a grand trumpet-like form. In that fleeting moment, the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon erupted from his being, converging like 1,000 galloping horses, sweeping forth with tremendous force. Particularly, the sound waves, amplified by the trumpet of celestial wolf smoke, gained an unprecedented magnitude, doubling in frequency and intensity. This was a clever application of the celestial wolf smoke that Fong Han had devised. The celestial wolf smoke was not merely a trivial wisp. It embodied the essence of the moonlit wolf, infused with various materials, including metal toxins and other elements, refined through demonic arts. At times, it was as heavy as mercury. At others, as light as mist, fierce like the celestial wolf, yet gentle like flowing water, capable of assuming myriad forms. With the trumpet formed from celestial wolf smoke harmonizing with the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, the resulting power was vast and awe-inspiring. This was the very reason Fong Han dared to confront the formidable array of 3,000 heavenly demons. However, the moment the great might demon king emerged, Fong Han recognized that he faced a formidable adversary, one whose ferocity eclipsed that of any heavenly demon. If he did not strike first, he feared that a single encounter might lead to his downfall. Now at the stage of divine transformation, Fong Han possessed an innate sense of danger. Understanding intuitively the ominous nature of the great might demon king before him, he felt an insurmountable pressure, a clear indication that he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Initially, as Fong Han unleashed the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, it seemed poised to shatter the celestial wolf smoke. Yet, having refined the smoke with his blood, it resonated with his very essence, akin to how a person's voice cannot deafen their own ears. Thus, the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon not only failed to harm the celestial wolf smoke, but rather complemented it in a harmonious synergy. The sound waves were powerful indeed. The great might demon king appeared taken aback by Fong Han's sudden onslaught. The shock waves distorted his form like rippling water, threatening to disperse him. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, he soared into the skies, evading the sonic assault. Impressive. We must retreat. Fong Han's astonishment deepened when he witnessed the great might demon king. Unfazed and departing with composure, a chill ran down his spine. With his current strength, the combination of the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon and the trumpet of wolf smoke, delivered at such close range and with such swiftness, could have obliterated even an elephant. Yet, the demon king remained unscathed, a truly extraordinary feat. Fong Han had initially hoped to catch the demon king off guard with his newly devised technique, aiming to slay the demon and earn renown. Defeating a being of such caliber would surely yield great rewards. However, it became clear that the disparity between him and the demon king was insurmountable. He could not transcend the boundaries of their respective strengths. With urgency, he resolved that retreat was the wisest course. The celestial wolf smoke once again coalesced, this time accelerating to its utmost speed, hurtling towards the golden barrier of the 9 palaces, directly into the throng of 3,000 heavenly demons. At that moment, the heavenly demons, engaged in their assault on the 9 palaces' protective barrier, were startled by Fong Han's sudden eruption of the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon. Their movements faltered as they turned to investigate, allowing Fong Han to surge forth with lightning speed. As he charged, he unleashed several notes from the 8 sounds. And in an instant, the heavenly demons found themselves unable to withstand the force, dispersed before him. Boom, boom. One after another, the heavenly demons were shattered. In the midst of this chaotic onslaught, Fong Han did not forget to reap his rewards, collecting the vanquished demons into the 7 fiends' gourd, employing a deft maneuver to divert attention and send them into the Yellow Springs map. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. This reckless charge, exploiting the disarray among the heavenly demons, yielded immense gains, as over 100 demons fell into Fong Han's possession, seeking death. From a distance, the great might demon king observed this scene, his expression shifting as he propelled himself forward, a shard of black light tearing through the air towards Fong Han's back. Pop! The celestial wolf smoke sphere was struck by the black light and shattered with a resounding crack, the injured remnants retreating like a snake into the seven fiends' gourd. Without the protection of the celestial wolf smoke, Fong Han and the 8 female disciples of the Ji-Lan Society plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, and their robust physiques allowed them to roll upon landing, dissipating the impact as they quickly scrambled towards the golden light of the 9 palaces. Those are disciples of our ascendant sect. Who is that? That black light. It is no ordinary heavenly demon, but a demon king. My heavens! A demon king. The disciples within the barrier recognized their allies and began to murmur. Yet none dared to step outside to assist. It was not that they lacked compassion, nor did they abandon their comrades. Rather, the emergence of the demon king posed a grave danger. Quickly, enter the golden barrier. I will hold him off. Fong Han, seeing the golden barrier so close, yet feeling the demon king's relentless pursuit, shouted fervently. The celestial wolf smoke erupted once more, transforming into a colossal celestial wolf that lunged towards the demon king. Meanwhile, the surrounding heavenly demons were drawn into its maw. The Ji-Lan Society's Su Yuer and Yi Yu recognized that there was no time for hesitation. They swiftly played their instruments, the Song of Pines and the Cloud Water Flute, dispersing the chaotic demons, and leapt into the protective barrier of the 9 palaces, feeling an immediate sense of relief and safety. Simultaneously, their anxious gazes turned towards Fong Han. He had bought them a precious moment of respite against the demon king, yet now found himself ensnared in peril, evoking their deep feelings of gratitude. The celestial wolf smoke, the 7 fiends' gourd, these are treasures of the demon god sect. Yet they have fallen into the hands of a mere shrimp like you. Such a waste, hand them over. The great might demon king, having caught up, witnessed Fong Han summon the celestial wolf smoke, transforming it into a wolf that lunged at him. He sneered, extending his demonic hand, growing immense as he struck down upon the celestial wolf. The wolf let out a haunting wail, exploding into smoke, yet it still tried to retreat. The force of the explosion sent Fong Han tumbling, and as he attempted to summon the celestial wolf smoke once more, he discovered it was slowly recovering within the gourd, rendering it unusable. Clearly, the demon king's strike had grievously injured the smoke, necessitating significant time to mend. This great might demon king was far more formidable than the golden stone platform. On that day, the golden stone platform could not shatter the celestial wolf smoke, even with Yan's assistance. Yet now, I have grown significantly stronger, and this demon king shattered the celestial wolf smoke with one blow, demonstrating his overwhelming prowess. Fong Han was struck with alarm, acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and those in the realm of divine arts. As the great might demon king prepared to deliver the final blow, he suddenly paused, as if sensing something. His expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. Why is it so cold? Just as Fong Han was prepared to fight with all his might, he noticed the great might demon king had inexplicably ceased his attack. He lifted his gaze to the sky, immediately feeling a bone-chilling cold, as if winter had abruptly descended. The presence of the celestial demons grew increasingly pronounced, as Fong Han seemed to perceive 3,000 of these fiends trembling amidst the icy winds. In a moment of daze, the sky was engulfed by a flurry of snowflakes, cascading down like goose feathers, blanketing the entire expanse of 1,000 miles in a shroud of white. Ah! As the snow descended, the demons emitted piercing cries of anguish, for each flake that touched their forms instantly transformed into ice, encasing them and sending them plummeting to the ground. In an instant, all 3,000 celestial demons were enveloped by the snow, frozen into solid blocks, none remaining unscathed. Yet, the snowflakes seemed to possess a spirit of their own. Upon touching Fong Han, they merely morphed into ordinary snowfall. Concurrently, the formidable demon king was also cloaked in an infinite flurry of snow, swiftly becoming a resplendent ice mountain, crashing down towards the earth. The chilling power of the Xianming force. Although the demon king was encased in ice, he did not perish. Instead, he emitted faint metallic sounds from within. With a mere wave, the snow spread across the landscape, sealing all 3,000 demon heads in ice. Such might, truly astonishing. Even more formidable than the demon-lording Tianqing, who might this be from the Feathered Ascension sect? Fong Han resolved to invoke the technique of utter obliteration. Completely concealing his form, no matter how much he called, he would remain unheard, unresponsive. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be discovered by this individual. Yan's voice trembled slightly. Ha ha. Ha ha. The elder brother is indeed formidable. With a single move, the snow fills the universe, overwhelming even the Demon King. Ultimately, we were a step behind him. The elder brother, adept in both martial arts and divine might, stands unrivaled among the disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect. Otherwise, how could he be deemed a figure of the middle heaven? As we swept through the battlefield of the celestial demons, we accounted for a total of 18,613 demons, with the elder brother claiming the lives of a full 10,000. The remaining 3,000 demons, even the Demon King, fell prey to the elder brother's prowess. Elder brother, I heard that 5 years ago, the Great Su dynasty requested your assistance to summon snow, hoping to enhance the harvest for the following year. You conjured snowfall across 8,000 miles, with 3 feet of snow accumulating. The emperor of the Great Su dynasty insisted on offering his princess to you as a maid. Is there any truth to that tale? My esteemed junior brothers and sisters, you are far too kind. Come, let us descend and take a look. Several voices echoed from the horizon. Chapter 069. Dignity. The ethereal voices from the dialogues seemed to drift down from the heavens, akin to whispers of celestial beings. Suddenly, the heavy snowfall ceased abruptly. A few streaks of radiant light appeared in the sky, accompanied by melodious celestial sounds, as several men and women descended gracefully from the luminous clouds. Among them, some donned feathered garments and adorned themselves with celestial crowns, surrounded by shimmering auras, exuding an otherworldly charm, filling the air with a fragrant scent of a transcendent realm. Yet, Fong Han was not beguiled by their outward appearances. He sensed the tremendous power contained within these individuals. Each of them possessed enough strength to effortlessly crush him into powder. These were the true disciples of the Feathered Gate, the core force of a genuine celestial sect. Each disciple could command the elements at will. Fong Han understood that to become such a true disciple, he must first ascend to the inner sect and secure a position on the mountain and river ranking to earn the sect's rewards and cultivation, ultimately stepping into the realm of divine powers to elevate to true transmission. Amidst these true disciples, the most striking figure was an unassuming young man clad in a simple blue robe, resembling a humble scholar from the mundane world, lacking any visible divine aura or radiance. Distinctly different from the others. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that showcased his authenticity. This was the first true disciple of the Feathered Gate, Hua Tiandu, who had just unleashed the technique Snow Covers the Universe, sealing 3,000 demon spirits. Salutations, senior brother Hua, esteemed brothers and sisters. Upon the appearance of these true disciples, all the disciples within the protective barrier, including the 8 female disciples of the Jialan Society, bowed deeply, displaying profound respect, surpassing even that of subjects before an emperor. The reverence of the disciples stemmed not from power, but from an acknowledgement of absolute strength. Indeed, you have managed to withstand the onslaught of so many demon spirits. This reflects the remarkable accomplishments of our Feathered Gate disciples. Hua Tiandu hovered in midair, gesturing with his hand as the 9 golden towers floating in the sky gradually shrank and disappeared into his sleeves, causing the golden barrier to vanish. The 9 inner sect disciples, who had controlled the golden towers, instantly relaxed their expressions. Originally, the assessments in the demon battlefield were conducted among outer sect disciples. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the sect dispatched inner sect disciples to assist those in peril, allowing them to receive rewards from the sect. You 9 have contributed to safeguarding these disciples during their assessments. I bestow upon you a Jiazi Great Pill, which can extend your lifespan by a Jiazi. Hua Tiandu spoke again, flicking his fingers, and a pill with a golden and white hue flew into the hands of the 9 inner sect disciples, who promptly bowed once more, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother Hua." Their faces beamed with ecstatic expressions. The Jiazi Great Pill, extending one's lifespan by a Jiazi, which equates to 60 years. Hua Tiandu's stature was indeed remarkable. Fong Han mused that even among true disciples, figures like Jin Chitai, Shalongzi, and even Fong Qingzno couldn't match Hua Tiandu's commanding presence. What generosity! Senior brother Hua, I can only imagine the extensive resources and time required to concoct such a pill. The Tiandu Peak is truly affluent. One true disciple chuckled. I merely have a bit more power, allowing me to concoct a few extra pills for emergencies. Hua Tiandu smiled as he descended to the ground. Your assessment faced the threat of demonic spirits, but now all the fiends in the demon battlefield have been eradicated, and all of you have passed, qualifying to become inner sect disciples. Ah, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, all the outer sect disciples participating in the assessment felt a wave of relief wash over them. elated by Hua Tiandu's proclamation, which confirmed their elevation to inner sect disciples. With privileges vastly superior, akin to an elevation from a marquis to a duke in the secular world. However, Fang Han felt a deep discomfort without the assessment. How would he capture demon spirits to refine pills? Nonetheless, you need not rush to leave the demon battlefield. I have matters to clarify. Hua Tiandu gestured, and immediately, the disciples fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the esteemed senior brother, uncertain of what he would convey. Unexpectedly, Hua Tiandu directed his gaze towards Fang Han. You are Fang Han, are you not? Ah, yes. Fang Han's heart raced. He had not anticipated that this esteemed, true disciple would seek him out specifically. The disparity in their statuses and powers felt insurmountable. Fang Han, one must not offend senior brother Hua. Even the esteemed senior sister Jialan treated him with deference, while the grand elders within the feathered heavenly palace held him in high regard. Noticing Fang Han's silence, Xu Yue, concerned for his well-being, gently nudged his arm and whispered. At that moment, many disciples' gazes turned toward Fang Han, puzzled as to why he had attracted Hua Tiandu's attention. Yes, I am Fang Han. What guidance does senior brother have for me? He composed himself and replied calmly. This magical treasure you possess, the seven fiends' gourd, is it not? Hua Tiandu's gaze fell upon the gourd hanging from Fang Han's side. Yes, it was bestowed upon me by senior sister Qing No. Fang Han began to sense that matters were turning unfavorable. You possess quite the audacity, utilizing a magical treasure, yet instead of vanquishing the fiends, you turn it against your fellow disciples of the Feathered Gate. Truly remarkable. Do you believe that, relying on senior sister Fang's name, you can act with impunity? Hua Tiandu's expression suddenly shifted. Instantly, the 2 or 3 attending disciples felt a chilling aura envelop them, their fear palpable as if a pin drop could be heard. Each could sense the formidable presence of the deep and unfathomable senior brother. Xu Yue and Ye Yu were equally unaware of Fang Han's transgression against this senior brother. They wished to speak on his behalf, but found themselves lacking the standing to do so, stifled by Hua Tiandu's overwhelming aura. I am unsure where senior brother perceives my actions as reckless. Fang Han felt the oppressive atmosphere suffocating him, yet he refused to relinquish his dignity. Mustering his strength to voice his query. Is that so? Hua Tiandu smiled coldly. Zhuoshidi stepped forward. One of the inner sect disciples who had manipulated the golden towers stepped forward, and Fang Han recognized him as the very disciple who had taken his Lingfeng sword at Yeshintang. Zhuoshidi, where is your Lingfeng sword? Hua Tiandu inquired. It was he. He used his magical treasure to seize my Lingfeng sword. On that day, he fought against the outer sect disciple, Prince Baoqin of the Dai dynasty. I found it unacceptable and intervened, only for him to use his magical treasure to take my flying sword. This led to senior sister Mo's failure to form the 6-6 sword array when she confronted the Rose Prince, ultimately resulting in her demise. All of this is his doing. He is a spy of the demonic sect. The inner sect disciple names were pointed at Fang Han, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Truly, a snake's bite remains in the bone. You first attempted to use your flying sword to sever my tendons. Yet when your sword approached me, it inadvertently triggered the power of the magical treasure, leading to your loss. Fang Han felt an urge to eliminate this disciple, but was acutely aware that now was not the time. Let the master brother arbitrate this matter. The master brother can inquire with Prince Baoqin. Zhua, the inner disciple, lowered his head sullenly. I have already clarified the situation. It is indeed as stated. Hua Tiandu fixed his gaze upon Fang Han, seemingly searching for some hidden truth within him. Fang Han felt as though he were stripped bare, vulnerable to scrutiny. Fortunately, the Huangquan map was thoroughly concealed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been exposed. The power wielded by Hua Tiandu was truly terrifying. Fang Han, there are matters concerning your junior sister Fang Qingxue that I must investigate thoroughly. However, she is currently in seclusion in the minor immortal realm, and I shall not disturb her. You, a mere junior disciple, relying on magical treasures to flaunt your might, tarnishing the reputation of our Yuhua sect. Even resorting to forcibly collecting flying swords from inner sect disciples. How can our sect maintain its standing among the other 9 sects of the celestial path with such disgrace? Hua Tiandu admonished Fang Han. The mere mention of the 7 fiends' gourd had implicated the reputation of the Yuhua sect, and it was evident that the senior brother was biased. Any investigation would have to wait until Sister Qingxue emerged from her retreat. Upon hearing that Fang Qingxue was in seclusion, Fang Han felt a flicker of joy. Yet, Hua Tiandu's words grew increasingly severe, linking his actions to the reputation of Yuhua. And Fang Han could no longer contain himself. The weight of the accusations threatened to suffocate him. Initially, He had contemplated yielding, but a sense of pride held him back. Once a servant of the Fong family, subjugated and oppressed, he had regained his lost dignity through the fortuitous acquisition of the 9-aperture golden core. Now, to submit before Hua Tiandu and plead for mercy would be to forfeit his dignity once more. Would he not then revert to being a mere servant? Fong Han was resolute in preserving his dignity, for it was far too precious, more so than any magical treasure or elixir. However, his defiance caused an immediate shift in the atmosphere. The expressions of those present darkened, and even a few true disciples turned pale. How dare he speak so boldly, challenging the authority of Hua Tiandu? This had never occurred before. Impudent! Who do you think you are to defy senior brother Hua? A true disciple stepped forward menacingly. Hua Tiandu, with a cold smile, halted the advance of the disciple. Do you think to use Sister Qingxue to pressure me? But you are merely a junior disciple. I shall not pursue this matter further. Just put down the 7 fiends' gourd and return to your cultivation, without your ostentation. It is time for you to cultivate your character and embody the demeanor of a true disciple of the celestial path. Otherwise, neither celestial nor demonic will you be. And you will only bring ridicule upon our Yuhua sect. What? Fong Han's brows twitched. Senior brother Hua has commanded you to relinquish the 7 fiends' gourd and return to your cultivation. Are your ears deaf? A voice shouted from among the inner disciples. Chapter 070. Oath. Upon hearing the roar of the inner sect disciple, blood surged to Fong Han's face. Ever since he ingested the 9-aperture golden pill, his veins had been infused with the aura of the demon emperor from the Yellow Springs, instilling him with a sense of profound dignity. No longer was he the insignificant servant he once was. He now harbored aspirations of transcending into the realm of divine powers. However, he was acutely aware that he must exercise patience. The word endure bore the weight of a knife, piercing into his heart. Yet, to falter in his composure would yield dire consequences. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Even Yin would be crushed effortlessly, let alone himself. This 7 fiends' gourd was bestowed upon me by senior sister Qingxue. To relinquish it would require her consent, brother Hua. I implore you not to place me in a difficult position. With your vast array of treasures, surely you would not covet this mere artifact. Fong Han spoke with a tone of remarkable calmness, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He understood that today's events would be challenging to resolve, and that maintaining his composure was paramount. Any lapse could lead to fatal repercussions. The 7 fiends' gourd was a formidable treasure, serving both in defense and offense. He had relied on it to confront the celestial demons, and losing it would undoubtedly revert him to his former self. If he could continue utilizing the 7 fiends' gourd after becoming an inner sect disciple, he could pursue further cultivation, venture to slay demons underground, concoct blood pills, search for treasures in the mountains, seek celestial abodes beneath the sea, and explore swamps and volcanic craters for rare medicinal herbs. Each endeavor made considerably easier, with his cultivation speed exponentially increased. After all, advancing to the realm of divine powers necessitated a substantial material foundation. The 4 fundamental elements of cultivation are wealth, companions, methods, and environment, with material foundation taking precedence. Losing the 7 fiends' gourd would mean losing a significant advantage in this regard. Hua Tiandu sneered coldly, taking 2 steps forward, causing the hearts of the 200 to 300 disciples present to quicken in response to his footsteps. No one dared to utter a sound. Are you insinuating that I covet your treasure? To be frank, I have been commissioned by Elder Tianxing to rectify the issues within the Yuhua sect. The current atmosphere is deeply troubling. Disciples practicing demonic arts, concocting demonic pills, and wielding demonic treasures abound. If this continues, what will become of our esteemed sect? Shall we allow the other 9 sects to label us as a demonic faction? You and Fang Qingxue are both rebellious spirits. She consorts with the demon lord, while you wield your power arrogantly. Do you think I will only target you? Let me tell you, from this day forth, I shall rectify the disciples of the Yuhua sect, both inner and outer. You have repeatedly mentioned Fang Qingxue. Do you suppose I will show her leniency? I, Hua Tiandu, have practiced the Tao for 3 years and have slain countless demons. For the sake of the Yuhua sect's integrity, I would not hesitate to slay even the demon emperor. If you do not mention Fang Qingxue, I would prefer not to bully the weak, but since you have brought her up, I must take action against you. Otherwise, how could I manage the vast number of disciples in the Yuhua sect? Hearing those 4 words, bullying the weak, made Fong Han's heart bleed even more. Yet he continued to endure. He was resolutely patient. Do you believe that if you do not surrender the 7 fiends' gourd, I will be unable to deal with you? Even if Fang Qingxue were here today, the outcome would remain unchanged, handed over. Hua Tiandu's lengthy discourse was not directed solely at Fang Han, but rather intended for the disciples present, signaling his resolve to cleanse the Yuhua sect. Otherwise, a mere Fang Han would not warrant such a discourse. Even 1,000 Fang Hans could be vanquished with a single strike of his snowy universe. As he spoke, Fang Han saw Hua Tiandu raise his hand. Instantly, he was enveloped by an immense force, rendering his limbs immobile as if bound. Ah! Fang Han let out a cry, summoning the power of the heavenly dragon's 8 sounds, while his mind focused intensely. The celestial wolf smoke from the 7 fiends' gourd enveloped him, coalescing into the celestial wolf battle armor. Merely a parlor trick, Hua Tiandu remarked dismissively, slapping his palm. Boom. There was no dazzling light, just a crushing force that seemed to collapse the heavens themselves. Under this invisible might, Fang Han's celestial wolf battle armor shattered instantly. The heavenly dragon's 8 sounds fell silent, and his body was cruelly pressed to the ground, prostrated. With a whoosh, the 7 fiends' gourd slipped from his grasp, soaring into Hua Tiandu's hands. As Hua Tiandu swept his hand, Fang Han felt as if a piece of flesh had been ruthlessly severed from his body, severing his connection to the 7 fiends' gourd. The blood essence he had painstakingly infused into it was effortlessly erased by Hua Tiandu's gesture. The 7 fiends' gourd, from this moment forth, no longer belonged to him. Hatred, boundless hatred surged within Fang Han's heart. He had once believed he had regained his lost dignity. Yet now that dignity was again stripped away under Hua Tiandu's overwhelming might, tragically lost. I wish to emulate the Yellow Springs Emperor, to establish a cycle of justice and retribution in this world, yet now I cannot even protect my own dignity. What use is there in discussing ideals? For the first time, Fang Han felt his own insignificance acutely. He desperately yearned for formidable power. No matter the cost, he needed strength. With strength comes dignity. With dignity, one can aspire to ideals. I crave power. Fang Han roared internally, struggling futilely against his restraints. As Fang Han was subdued to the ground and the 7 fiends' gourd taken from him, a disciple named Zhou screamed, "Master brother, I implore you to retrieve the Lingfeng sword for me and severely punish this spy of the demonic faction. It would be best to cripple his martial arts to instill fear in the other disciples. Otherwise, with our tens of thousands of disciples entwined, it will be exceedingly difficult to restore order." Is that so? The Lingfeng sword is not in his possession, but your words hold merit. Hua Tiandu's gaze turned cold. Preparing to act. Though tasked with rectifying the disciples of the Yuhua sect, is it truly necessary to make a grand spectacle over a mere junior disciple? At that moment, a crisp voice echoed from the horizon, followed by the appearance of a blue lotus cloud that formed a colossal lotus platform. Seated upon it was a woman with dreamy eyes, swirling like a nebula, who spoke with an ethereal clarity that felt as refreshing as a blooming flower. Sister Jialan. The disciples gasped in astonishment upon recognizing her. Her status was evidently extraordinary. This woman was none other than the esteemed Jialan, one of the highest achieving disciples. Descending gracefully from the sky, clad in a flowing gown with hair cascading like a waterfall, she regarded Hua Tiandu with calmness. This Fang Han saved the lives of Yuer and Yuer. I, Jialan, owe him a debt of gratitude. Might I inquire if Brother Hua would grant him clemency? Is it truly befitting for one of your stature to deal with a mere junior disciple in such a manner? Since Sister Jialan has interceded, I shall spare him this once. Hua Tiandu's expression fluctuated, and without any visible action, Fang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him as the immense pressure dissipated, allowing him to stand once again. Begone! Should I hear of you using demonic artifacts again and sullying our Yuhua sect's reputation, I shall not be so forgiving. Hua Tiandu dismissed him with a flourish of his sleeve, sending a gust of wind that knocked Fang Han to the ground, rolling twice in the dust. Yuer and Yuer rushed over to help him up, though he was left covered in dirt and shame. They admired his courage in confronting Hua Tiandu, something no other disciple dared to do within the Yuhua sect. Yuer, take him to my Jialan Peak. I have matters to discuss with him shortly. Jialan observed the situation and declared, I have something to convey to Brother Hua. Suddenly, Fang Han erupted with a resonant voice, shaking the very air around him as he stood, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. Brother Hua, today you have taken my treasured artifact and insulted my dignity. I am willing to submit because your strength surpasses mine. However, I wonder if you could grant me 10 years. 10 years. What do you intend to accomplish with that time? Do you seek to hone your skills in order to exact revenge upon me? Hua Tiandu replied with a sneer. Indeed, I wonder if Brother Hua dares to grant me this time. If you do not, then feel free to eliminate me immediately, or have another disciple do so in secret afterward. Fong Han gritted his teeth, his voice breaking through clenched jaws. The surrounding disciples were left in a state of astonishment. An outer sect disciple dared to challenge the esteemed senior brother. Such audacity turned the world upside down. It was akin to a humble farmer declaring to an emperor that he would usurp the throne, a notion utterly ridiculous. Hua Tiandu had not anticipated Fong Han's courage. You, a mere it, dare to defy me? Rest assured, whether I grant you 10 years or even 100 years, it means nothing. Listen well. Do not trouble him in the future. I shall allow him to train diligently. In 10 years, I am eager to see how he seeks vengeance. It is commendable to have someone so bold among the disciples of Yuhua sect. I'm not so petty as to eliminate you for your insolence. What would be the point of pursuing immortality and enlightenment if I were to act so rashly? Suddenly, Fong Han knelt down, pointing skyward, and swore an oath. Heaven above. I, Fong Han, vow that within 10 years, I shall become a true disciple and confront Hua Tiandu on the heavenly punishment platform for a decisive battle. Should I fail to defeat him, I shall take my own life, to be reduced to ashes for all eternity. May heaven bear witness, should I break this vow. Let heaven and earth conspire to punish me, and let gods and men alike seek my demise. Seeing Fong Han's sudden and fervent oath, Jialan was momentarily taken aback. The other disciples, initially stunned, soon began to murmur amongst themselves. A person like him could never compare to Brother Hua even after a century of training. He must have lost his mind after being reprimanded by Brother Hua. Will Brother Hua even pay him any heed? Of course not. Brother Hua holds a stature far above his own. He might as well be barking like a dog. Such arrogance is astounding. Yet, Brother Hua possesses remarkable composure. Perhaps it would have been better to have dealt with him swiftly. This individual is not ordinary. He is attempting to provoke Brother Hua with his words. At least for the next 10 years, no one will dare to trouble him. Brother Hua will have to protect him from the fear of his growth harming others. Such cleverness is not lost on anyone. Yet, he has but 10 years to live. He seeks immediate gains, but a decade passes in the blink of an eye. And he will surely regret it. Hua Tiandu, upon hearing Fong Han's venomous vow, had a fleeting glimmer in his eyes before coldly remarking, "Your spirit is commendable. Reminiscent of Feng Qingxue, yet your temperament has strayed into darkness. In 10 years, I wonder how much you will grow. Given your current disposition, even entering the realm of divine arts will be a challenge." As he spoke, he vanished within a swirl of mist, taking the 7 fiends gourd with him. Chapter 071. The Gift of the Sword from Jialan. Alas, the assessment has concluded. We have all become inner disciples and witnessed a splendid spectacle. Truly, this journey has not been in vain. Indeed, it is astonishing that someone would so recklessly challenge Senior Brother Hua. It is akin to striking a stone with an egg. In a few months, the time will come to contest for the Shanhua rankings. Let us see if this Fong Han can secure a place on the list. I have heard that the first rank in the Shanhua rankings comes with a reward of a precious artifact. A genuine treasure, indeed. The remaining top 10 can receive spiritual flying swords and magical garments. Bah! Does this Fong Han even have a chance of entering the Shanhua rankings? His arrogance is solely due to that 7 fiends gourd, which Senior Brother Hua has now taken from him. What grounds does he have to contend with others? Any inner disciple wielding a flying sword could easily slay him. Can someone of his ilk truly aspire to the Shanhua rankings? The masters on that list are those who can step into the realm of divine powers at any moment, becoming true disciples. The sect treats them as half-true disciples, sparing no expense on spiritual artifacts or elixirs. Silence. We ought to refrain from discussing Fong Han. Have you not seen him ascend to the heights of the Jialan society? Come, let us focus on our training. In the upcoming Shanhua rankings competition, we must strive to make our mark. The sect rewards those disciples who perform well handsomely. The murmurs reached Fong Han's ears, yet he rose unperturbed, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Aware that he had become the epitome of hubris, he feared that soon the entire sect would echo with laughter at his expense. However, this only strengthened his resolve to pursue power. Never before had his thirst for strength been so intense. Senior Brother Hua would not trouble him for the time being. But what would happen when Feng Qingxue emerged from her seclusion to learn of his challenge? Surely, she would regard him with newfound respect? Would the sect award the top-ranking inner disciple in the Shanhua competition a precious artifact? That artifact must be his. He would silence all skeptics and prove he possessed the qualifications to challenge Senior Brother Hua. Fong Han pondered this in his heart. Realizing that the immense risk he took in challenging Hua was twofold, to avoid future troubles and to enhance his standing in Fang Qingshua's eyes. Fang Qingxue admired those with strong resolve. Now, as a mere outer disciple, he had dared to challenge a true transmission senior brother. It was akin to risking everything to topple an emperor. How would she view him upon her return from the small celestial realm? Fang Han, this is senior sister Jialan, said a voice. Upon seeing Fang Han stand after his oath, Su Yu and Yi Yu, the two female disciples, still trembled with trepidation, gazing at him in disbelief. How could such a small frame contain such immense courage? This diminutive body harbored a valor 100-fold greater than its size. From where did this courage emanate? To be honest, they dared not even breathe in senior brother Hua's presence. If he were to strike them down, they would likely not resist. For the weight of his reputation left no room for defiance. It was akin to a monarch condemning a subject to death. The subject would have no choice but to accept their fate. Senior sister Jialan, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, I would have been rendered powerless, a true cripple henceforth. Fang Han bowed deeply to the woman from the Jialan sect. 10 years is but a fleeting moment, Jialan replied. What? Fang Han did not quite grasp her meaning. I mean, to defeat Hua within 10 years is an impossible feat. I do not hold high hopes for you. Jialan shook her head. Your cultivation level and vitality suggest you have encountered fortuitous opportunities, hence your confidence. However, every true disciple of Yuhua sect has experienced their own share of miraculous encounters. Even among the inner disciples, those who are renowned on the Shanhua rankings possess significant fortunes. Hua is exceptionally gifted, with great luck and fortune. From a young age, he unwittingly stumbled upon the abode of an immortal. Inheriting the legacy of the ancient Panwu immortal master, with boundless treasures, elixirs, and secret techniques, he has cultivated the Panwu divine power, unmatched among true disciples, surpassing even those from the esteemed Tai sect, the elders of our sect, even the master. Look to him to uphold the prestige of Yuhua sect in future grand gatherings of immortals, to overshadow many other disciples. Jialan spoke eloquently, detailing Hua's strength, luck, and fortune, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure and a feeling of insurmountable despair within her listeners. Is that so? As Fang Han listened, his face paled. He had not anticipated that others, too, had encountered great fortunes. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Even if he were to reach the realm of longevity, he would not shrink in fear. At worst, he would fight to the death. The mightier his adversary, the greater his motivation to cultivate. Oh, you are just like Fang Qingxue, full of courage, exuberant and fervent, like fine wine filling the belly, brimming with vitality. Truly, you are cut from the same cloth. When Fang Qingxue ascended to true disciple status, she boldly faced the sword-mad elder of the Sun and Moon Sword sect. Jialan smiled and shook her head. You need not thank me. You have saved you and the others, a considerable merit. These 3 flying swords, called the 3 crystal ice jade swords, are spiritual artifacts I discovered in an ancient immortal ruin. They are not particularly valuable, but as a token of gratitude, I bestow them upon you. You will need flying swords to compete in the inner disciples' Shanhua rankings. As she spoke, this outstanding true disciple waved her hand, and 3 flying swords flew from her sleeves into Fang Han's grasp. Upon inspecting them, he noted that the swords appeared to be crafted from ice crystals, transparent and pure, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Jialan's generosity was anticipated. Her strength was formidable, surely far beyond the 5th stage of divine powers, placing her in the realm of celestial beings capable of forging spiritual artifacts. Hence, flying swords, which might be exorbitant treasures to ordinary disciples, were mere trifles to her. Yet, these 3 flying swords could not compare to the 7 fiends' gourd. It is indeed a joyous occasion that you have all become inner disciples. Su Yu Yi Yu, each of you shall receive a flying sword, while the others will receive fine magical artifacts as rewards. Jialan waved her hand again, and each of the other female disciples received a pouch, the contents of which remained unknown but evidently held great value. Now depart. Fang Han, though our Jialan Peak has traditionally been reluctant to accept male disciples, your courage is commendable. I am curious to see what heights you can reach in 10 years. In the realm of cultivation, time flies. 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Should you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to seek me out at Jialan Peak. With that, Jialan moved gracefully, her form ascending like a lotus, and she vanished from sight. Fang Han turned to leave as well. Ahead of him, a vast stone gate appeared on the ground, The portal of Yuhua sect opening to welcome the returning disciples. Yan, have you awakened? Yes, Jialan has departed, and so I have awakened. These individuals are truly fearsome. Before I regain my strength, I am no match for them. Yin suddenly remarked, that Jialan has gifted you 3 flying swords, excellent. Now you possess 10 flying swords. 10 swords correspond to 10 flying night demons. When they transform into Shura, their power will surge. I shall seize this opportunity to merge the swords into their bodies. They will become even more formidable puppets. Chapter 072, Provocation 10 Flying Swords. Could they be integrated into the bodies of those celestial night demons? You have yet to cultivate to the 5th stage of divine transcendence, where one can arrange grand formations and forge spiritual artifacts. Feng Han, having lost the 7 Fiends' Gourd, relies solely on his physical prowess to confront his adversaries, urgently requiring a defensive treasure for protection. The 10 flying swords in your possession are all spiritual artifacts. While I cannot activate the core formation within them, I can make some external repairs, melding the swords with the bone spines of the Azura. Such an Azura would wield even greater power, capable of slaying foes with a mere wave, unleashing sword energy, becoming one with the blade. The sword is the person, and the person is the sword. In the past, my Huangquan sect possessed a method of forging such artifacts, known as the demon sword puppet. Crafting this does not necessitate entering the secret realm of divine transcendence. As long as your spirit is sufficiently strong to influence the consciousness of others, you can forge this immensely powerful puppet to carry out decisive acts of slaughter and restore my demonic emperor's glory. Yin methodically explained, as if imparting the knowledge of artifact forging to Feng Han. I must hasten to enter the secret realm of divine transcendence. Only by becoming a true disciple will I have the means to contend with Hua Tiandu. Feng Han listened attentively, absorbing every detail. Then inquired. Sister Jialan mentioned that Hua Tiandu has also encountered extraordinary opportunities, inheriting the ancient lineage of the so-called Panwu, immortal sovereign, and mastering the Panwu great power technique. His magical strength is unparalleled, the foremost among true disciples. Do you know of this Panwu immortal sovereign? What? Panwu immortal sovereign? Yan's voice reflected discomfort. If Hua Tiandu truly inherited the legacy of the Panwu immortal sovereign, then overcoming him would indeed be exceedingly difficult. The Panwu immortal sovereign is one of the 9 ancient sovereigns, having cultivated in an era predating several great demonic emperors, long ago achieving immortality through the path of refining. Before ascending, he left behind a lineage, and his Panwu great power technique, once mastered, renders one nearly invincible, renowned for subduing others through sheer strength. It is said that none dare defy him. Enough of this. I shall not say too much lest I dampen your spirits. I have nothing to dampen, for my confidence shines like the sun and moon above, like rivers flowing below. Cultivation is a matter of perception, not merely technique. One must tread the path step by step. Even if Hua Tiandu possesses that so-called legendary gate of eternal life, it cannot extinguish my confidence. Feng Han declared proudly. Let us return. Once we become inner disciples, there are many things to acquire. After gathering what we need, we shall resume our cultivation. My gains from the demon battlefield were substantial. Once I step into the secret realm of divine transcendence, let those people be astonished. Becoming an inner disciple brings different benefits. This is a formal initiation. Alas, the great might demon king was taken by Hua Tiandu. Otherwise, the elixir refined from him would have been extraordinary, Yin lamented. Originally, on the demon battlefield, the 3,000 demons, including a demon king, were all frozen by Hua Tiandu with a single strike. However, with his departure, these demons, including the great might demon king, seemed to have vanished as if removed from existence. Clearly, they had all been collected by Hua Tiandu. Having traversed the ancient stone gate, Feng Han returned to the inner immortal courtyard of the Yuhua sect. At this moment, many disciples who had passed the assessment had already returned, discussing amongst themselves. Upon seeing Feng Han, they cast him peculiar glances, some even pointing and sneering. His challenge to Hua Tiandu had become sensational news, spreading like wildfire. Even the half-elder examiners regarded him with disdainful looks, akin to viewing a pestilence, resolutely avoiding any further conversation with him. Feng Han paid no heed to this. Proceeding directly to the distribution area to collect his rewards, a high-grade law sword, an assortment of talismans, including a swift travel talisman, and a yellow cloth vest adorned with wind patterns, imbued with magical power. When bound to his legs, it would summon a refreshing breeze, allowing him to run with the grace of a swallow, expending no effort. Covering thousands of miles in a day would be no challenge. There were also messenger paper cranes. A stack of gold steel talismans, which, once ignited, enveloped the user in golden mist, capable of withstanding arrows, blades, and even flying swords for a brief period. And a diving talisman that, when held in the mouth, would absorb the essence of water, preventing suffocation. These various talismans were indispensable for both daily life and cultivation, far surpassing the 5 talismans available to outer disciples. Moreover, the most valuable items included a vial of elixirs and a water fire robe. Capable of withstanding blades and evading fire and water, flames would struggle to penetrate the wearer, and water would automatically cause them to float. The lost sword, however, mattered little to Feng Han, as his original sword, refined by Feng Qingxue, bore a potent purple lightning, formidable in its own right. Although it lacked the ability to autonomously strike down enemies. Your residence has been relocated to the inner immortal courtyard. Here is your doorplate. Without others' consent, do not intrude upon their quarters, lest you face disciplinary action. Additionally, there will be 3 days each month when you must attend the Transmission Institute, where elders from the Yuhua Heavenly Palace will impart the spiritual cultivation methods of our sect, elucidating the mysteries of the mind and guiding you towards the path of divine transcendence. The elder distributing the various talismans scrutinized Feng Han for a moment before expressing this without emotion. Feng Han did not acknowledge this, merely responding with a muted hum to indicate his understanding, then withdrew into solitude. "Ha! Is this not the overconfident Feng Han?" Just as he stepped through the doorway, a voice called out. Feng Han turned to see a young man beside Feng Qingwei. She too wore the water fire robe, clearly having ascended to the status of an inner disciple. At this moment, Feng Qingwei regarded Feng Han with a look of schadenfreude, her expression brimming with satisfaction. The young man beside her smirked, his eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" Feng Han replied coldly. "Yi Nantian. You claimed to be Qingwei's fiancé, did you not? You also said that any man who associates with her would be met with violence? Well, here I am with Qingwei. Do you intend to fight me? Oh, by the way, I heard you dared to confront Senior Hua. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. How does it feel to have lost the 7 Fiends' Gourd?" Yunantian stood beside Feng Qingwei tauntingly. Feng Han assessed this disciple named Yunantian, his spirit sharply attuned. He immediately sensed that this man possessed extraordinary strength, likely on par with his own, and his spirit was highly refined, exuding an aura of imminent transformation, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. He was undoubtedly a standout among the inner disciples. "Whether I am ignorant or fearless, you may test and see," Feng Han replied, shutting his eyes and exhaling deeply. "Test. In a few months, the inner sect will revise the mountain river rankings. At that time, I shall await you upon the list." "Oh, I forgot to mention, I am ranked 3rd. You may call me Brother Yi. However, with the loss of the 7 Fiends' Gourd, I doubt you will even make it onto the rankings." Yunantian laughed heartily. "Qingwei, let us depart," he said, turning to Feng Qingwei. "Feng Han, you shall always remain a servant, an unalterable truth." Feng Qingwei cast a final glance at Feng Han, leaving behind those words. 3rd in the mountain river rankings, Yi Nantian. In a few months, you shall not hold that title. Feng Han did not retaliate. Instead, he walked toward his quarters.